Jobless reincarnation, giving it my all as the Imbibitor Lunae. Male, Honkai, reincarnation, system, transmigration, action, adventure, fanfiction, fantasy, romance, shoujo, shonen, slice of life, drinking moon, plus, jobless reincarnation, plus, single female lead, luo kixi, plus, slow burn pure romance, plus, slice of life, plus, not invincible. Power levels progress gradually. Reading the original work is not required to enjoy this story. My name is Dangfeng. I was just an ordinary person, but due to an accident, I encountered a semi-trailer and my life ended. But to my surprise, I actually transmigrated and I even awakened a moon-drinking template. This is a typical alternate world, where magic exists. When Dangfeng received the strike cloud from the template progress reaching 10%, he was stunned. It was as if something was surging within him, and a familiar feeling kept emanating from the depths of his heart. The grotto heaven transforms, a long dream ends in a single waking moment, break. After he unexpectedly helped Luo Kixi developed special feelings for him, and the fate of this world was thus twisted by a series of coincidences. Dangfeng, do you have someone you like? Luo Kixi asked, holding her magic wand and looking at Dangfeng with a nervous expression. Seeing that Dangfeng was not afraid of him despite the curse, the dragon god asked, "Are you an apostle of the gods?" Dangfeng, "No, you have a dragon aura similar to mine." "Are you also a dragon?" "Let's say that for now." When the template reaches 100%, it represents the true power of Yin Yu Jun, who controls the water in the Lingus Sea to form a giant azure dragon. Drinking the moon in the grotto, the azure dragon cleanses the world. 1. Number 1 Full insurance for semi-trailers never lies to me. Chapter 1. The fully insured semi-trailer never deceives me. Open black lens bracket brain storage area. No brain needed for reading close black lens bracket. What's going on? After so many pulls, I didn't even get Saber? A boy whose appearance somewhat resembled Dan Heng walked down the street, holding his phone. The screen on his phone showed the gacha interface of Honkai, Star Rail. However, the character that flashed onto the screen wasn't the protagonist of this limited time collaboration banner, but rather the Hersher of Reason, Welt Yang. Sigh, my luck really is terrible. I only started playing because a friend told me there's a character in here who looks just like me. Dan Feng closed the gacha interface and decisively exited the game. As his focus shifted to the other side of the road, a child who looked only 6 or 7 years old suddenly dashed out. By this time, the traffic light had already turned green for vehicles, and a large truck was slowly approaching from the lane. Dan Feng was certain the truck driver hadn't seen the child. This was a classic death peak situation. A truck of that size wouldn't be able to react in time. Clutching his phone, Dan Feng sprinted toward the child. "It's dangerous. Come back quickly." A terrified voice rang out, likely the child's parent. By the time the truck driver saw Dan Feng suddenly run into the middle of the road, slamming on the brakes was already too late. With a final effort, Dan Feng kicked the child out of harm's way. The child was kicked back to safety just like that. Bang. "Forget it. Go talk to my insurance company." Dan Feng heard those words before losing consciousness. Armored Dragon Calendar, year 395, somewhere in a dense forest within the Blue Dragon mountain range. When Dan Feng opened his eyes again, all he saw were lush green leaves and sunlight filtering through them. A moment of silence. Is this heaven? Did I get into heaven because I saved a child? Dan Feng stared blankly at the leaves. It wasn't that he didn't want to get up, but his body simply wouldn't move. Just as he thought that, it felt as if his body had suddenly granted him permission, and he felt he could move again. Dan Feng slowly sat up from the ground and found himself in the middle of a forest. Strange, this doesn't look like heaven. Could it be I'm not dead? Dan Feng muttered to himself, then stood up. As he stood, he realized his body had undergone some changes. Especially his eyes, originally somewhat nearsighted. He could now see his surroundings clearly without glasses. Then there was his height. He felt he had become shorter, though he wasn't sure if it was just an illusion. That's impossible. Getting hit by a car shouldn't fix nearsightedness. Could I have transmigrated like in a novel? Dan Feng grew increasingly confused, then decided to look around for any signs of modern civilization. After wandering around for a bit, Dan Feng finally confirmed it. He had transmigrated. During his exploration, he discovered things that were impossible back home. Namely, a large blue bird that looked very much like a lizard. Sure enough, the fully insured semi-trailer never deceived him. Dan Feng was grateful it hadn't spotted him. Otherwise, he would surely have died. What should I do? Looking at the surroundings, I'm clearly in a forest. I don't know the first thing about wilderness survival. And if birds like that exist here, the other creatures must be terrifying too, right? Dan Feng looked anxious, then finally made up his mind. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. According to the usual tropes, it'll definitely be scarier at night. I need to find a safe place while it's still daylight. Dan Feng looked around the ground for anything he could use for self-defense. A relatively straight branch caught his eye. He picked up this sole hope for protection. Fortunately, the branch had broken off cleanly, leaving a sharp point. This way, if he encountered a beast, he could jab it in the eye, which might buy him time to escape. Dan Feng took a deep breath and slowly walked in the opposite direction from where the blue lizard had flown. He figured it would be safer that way. I hope I don't run into any danger. The forest was incredibly quiet, without the expected birdsong or any traces of pollution. It looked like a forest straight out of an anime. Soon, Dan Feng found a path. It was just a simple dirt road, which suggested there might be human settlements at the end of it. Dan Feng kept walking and walking, as if the road were endless. Time passed minute by minute, yet his footsteps never faltered. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor in the ground beneath his feet, causing him to stop involuntarily. The ground is shaking. Dan Feng looked around suspiciously, trying to find the source of the vibration. However, there was nothing unusual in the surrounding scenery, only the silent forest and distant mountains. Just as he was puzzled, the sound of something crashing through the underbrush came from the distant woods, putting him on high alert. Dan Feng's gaze was immediately drawn to the source. A massive, blood-covered lion burst out from the trees, running wildly. The lion's physique was as enormous as an elephant's, a sight that inspired pure dread. One of its hind legs was broken, and its body was covered in hideous gashes from which blood was constantly gushing. Holy crap, Dan Feng was scared out of his wits by the sight. His first instinct was to run away immediately. He sprinted forward as if his feet were greased, with only one thought in his mind. He must not let this lion notice him. However, fate always seems to enjoy playing tricks on people. Despite Dan Feng giving it his all, the wounded lion still spotted him as he tried to flee. The lion let out a roar so deafening that the surrounding trees trembled. Having just suffered an attack from a group of humans, the lion's hatred for the species had reached its peak. It thought to itself, I couldn't beat a group of humans, but surely I can take down just one? And so, it chased after Dan Feng without hesitation, its speed like a bolt of lightning. Feeling the vibrations grow more intense, Dan Feng stole a glance back. That one look nearly scared the soul right out of him. Holy crap, don't chase me, Dan Feng shouted, running even harder. Thanks to the constant surge of adrenaline, he didn't even feel tired. Fortunately, the lion was heavily injured and missing the use of one leg. As it accelerated, its lack of balance and the pain caused it to stumble repeatedly, yet it still managed to keep pace with Dan Feng. After running for a while, the lion's stamina began to drop due to blood loss. Dan Feng also started to feel that the branch in his hand was slowing him down and decided to throw it away. He looked back at the lion and saw its speed had decreased significantly. This was a good opportunity to toss the branch. Dan Feng stopped abruptly, gripped the branch tightly, and focused all his strength into his right hand. Then, a strange power seemed to envelop the branch. Dan Feng exerted himself and hurled the branch forward like a javelin. With a whistle of displaced air, the branch flew toward the lion like a bullet, imbued with a power Dan Feng had never seen before. P.S. New book released, please support. Treat this as a self-indulgent story, written purely out of love for Roxy and the Little Azure Dragon. Toxic critics, please stay away, thanks. 2. Number 2 Drinking Moon Template Chapter 2, Yin-Yu Template With a sound like flesh being sliced, that sharp branch struck the lion's eye without the slightest deviation, then continued to plunge deeper without resistance. It didn't stop until the branch had pierced through the lion's head. Just like that, the lion lost its life and fell stiffly to the ground. With a loud boom, dust billowed up. The lion's massive body created a thunderous sound. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for awakening the template system. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Extracting template for you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae template from Honkai Star Rail. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current template progress at 1%. Obtained Cloud Knight basic spear technique and no incantation magic technique. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. When the progress reaches 100%, you will become the one and only High Elder Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae of this world. Close black lens bracket. The crisis was over, and Dan Feng collapsed onto the ground, his strength spent as the adrenaline rush subsided. The lack of food and rest left Dan Feng feeling dizzy, with a constant ringing in his ears. I'm so tired, Dan Feng gasped for air. Exhausted, he had no energy to spare for that mysterious voice. Dan Feng sat down where he was and tried to recover his strength. But after 10 minutes, a wave of exhaustion washed over his mind again. And just like that, Dan Feng passed out. At that moment, several people were running quickly toward him. "Captain, it's right over there," a young man with sandy brown hair said to the others behind him. Could it be that brown lion that escaped? The man addressed as Captain tightened his grip on his sword. "It ran this way, and the blood trail leads here too. So it's highly likely the brown lion collapsed and died from blood loss," the sandy-haired youth guessed. "Captain, look, it's the brown lion we wounded." The magician in the squad pointed at the brown behemoth in the distance. "See, Captain? I told you," the sandy-haired youth wore an "everything is under my control" expression. These were adventurers of this world. Adventurers could be found everywhere, primarily surviving by completing missions for rewards. Almost all adventurers aimed to become S-rank adventurers. When the entire adventurer squad reached the dead brown lion, their attention was immediately drawn to the branch in its head. Why is there a branch in this brown lion's head? The captain jumped onto the lion's body and began to examine the branch. With a slight touch, the branch instantly turned to ash and dissipated, leaving only a hole in the brown lion's head. Was this done by a person? "Captain, there's someone over there." The only magician in the squad pointed at Dan Feng lying on the ground. Hearing this, the captain looked in the direction the magician was pointing. A boy who looked to be about 16 years old lay there motionless. "Imbibitor, let's go take a look." "Olka, take the two newcomers and dismantle the brown lion," Captain Aris said to the sandy-haired youth, then ran toward Dan Feng with the magician. "Yeah, got it," Olka replied reluctantly, then turned to the two new adventurers. Quote, "You guys know how to dismantle materials, right? Imbibitor, it looks like he's unconscious. Give him some treatment." "Okay, holy power is the fragrant grain. Grant the strength to stand again to those who have lost their energy." Open black lens bracket, healing close black lens bracket. A green light representing vitality shone from the hands of the girl named Imbibitor. As it fell upon Dan Feng, his injuries began to healing slowly. Those injuries were sustained during his running and throwing, and Dan Feng's local shoes had also been ruined by the intense sprinting. Could that branch have been this person's doing? Aris thought as he looked at the skin on Dan Feng's right hand, which had been punctured by the branch. Once Dan Feng was healed, the side effects of the massive adrenaline surge were also cured by the basic healing magic. His consciousness gradually returned. Dan Feng sat up instantly, his pupils dilated, clearly looking startled. When Dan Feng saw the two people standing before him, his body jerked, but he regained his composure instantly, and his startled expression vanished like a magic trick. PFF'd, Imbibitor couldn't help but laugh. She covered her mouth, seemingly amused by Dan Feng's sudden change of expression. Aris didn't mind Imbibitor's laughter. His gaze fell straight on Dan Feng as he pointed at the brown lion being dismantled. "Hey, what's your name? Did you kill that brown lion with a branch?" However, the language Dan Feng heard was like gibberish to him. He didn't understand a word Aris was saying and thought to himself, what is this guy babbling about? Just as Dan Feng was at a loss, a sharp pain suddenly struck his head, and a flood of information poured into his mind in an instant. This information included all the basic Cloud Knight spear techniques and the human language of this world. As this knowledge flooded in, Dan Feng's vision cleared, and he finally understood what Aris had just said. "My name is Dan Feng, and I killed that brown lion," Dan Feng answered without hesitation, while secretly wondering about this group's motives. "Brother, you're pretty impressive. Judging by your clothes, you must be a local of the Great Forest, right?" Aris gave a thumbs up. As an advanced swordsman of the North God style, he could naturally tell that the person before him showed no signs of martial arts training, and even his muscles didn't look as strong as his own. "This I don't know." Dan Feng shook his head. He had been here since he opened his eyes and wasn't sure if he had transmigrated in spirit or body. "You don't know where your home is either?" Aris was startled by Dan Feng's answer, as he seemed like someone who had lost their memory. Dan Feng continued to shake his head. "I don't know. You only remember your name, is that right?" Dan Feng nodded. Okay then. Come back to Malixian with us," Aris said. Suddenly, Dan Feng's stomach growled. "Sorry, do you have anything to eat?" "I'm starving to death," Dan Feng asked Aris sheepishly. Hearing this, Aris took out a few pieces of jerky from a small pouch on his waist and handed them to Dan Feng. "Thanks." Dan Feng took the jerky, thanked him, and began to devour it. After all, the long run and the adrenaline surge had been constantly draining his stamina. Seeing Dan Feng eating so hungrily, Aris shook his head with a trace of pity in his eyes. Then he said to Imbibitor, "Keep an eye on him here. He seems to have lost his memory." Imbibitor nodded at Aris's words. Aris then walked toward Olka to help dismantle the materials from the brown lion. Dan Feng looked at the group and fell into thought. Feeling thirsty, Dan Feng turned back to the daydreaming Mi Ta and asked, "Sister Mi Ta, is there any water?" Mi Ta nodded and then used the water ball spell, a basic water magic spell. When Dan Feng witnessed magic for the first time, his expression was one of pure shock. There's actually magic in this world? Dan Feng muttered to himself. Then, his gaze suddenly fell upon the virtual screen. Open black lens bracket current Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae template progress, 1% close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skills. Basic Cloud Knight Spear Technique, no incantation magic technique close black lens bracket. Dan Feng's eyes widened as he stared at the virtual screen, his heart filled with confusion. What on earth is this? For a moment, he was at a loss. However, as his gaze swept over the words, Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae, on the screen, a flood of memories suddenly surged into his mind. Could this be my system? Dan Feng whispered to himself, his voice tinged with disbelief. He couldn't help but feel excited. After all, who could refuse transmigrating to another world with a system? It was something countless people dreamed of. At least for someone like him, who had lost all his family, it was a dream come true. Next, his attention was drawn to the skills column. He saw the skill, Basic Cloud Knight Spear Technique, and memories related to it immediately surfaced in his mind. He found that he had already completely mastered this basic spear technique. However, when he saw no incantation magic technique, it felt somewhat unfamiliar. This skill was a complete mystery to him. He didn't know what it meant or how to use it. 3. Number 3 Milician. Chapter 3, Malixian. Malixian is the capital of the world's second largest country, the Milis Holy Nation, and is the most beautiful city in this world. Within it are the Milis Cathedral and the Adventurers Guild headquarters. These two buildings are respectively radiating a golden light, looking extremely holy, and a silver light, which looks very comfortable. Dan Feng followed this adventurer squad and arrived at Malixian together. Since there were no demons among them, they passed through the city gate inspection quite smoothly. Dan Feng also understood that there was racial discrimination in Malixian. On the way to Malixian, Dan Feng had used the excuse of having lost his memory to ask the members of the adventurer squad about the state of this world. By now, he had understood almost everything he needed to know. This discrimination seemingly stemmed from the war between humans and demons. Dan Feng also received 1 Milis silver coin from them because it was Dan Feng who killed the brown lion. He was rightfully entitled to a 1/3 share of the income. After all, this kind of brown lion is very rare nowadays, so its value has naturally risen. This adventurer squad gave off a fairly friendly vibe, not at all like the sinister and cunning descriptions in those otherworld novels. As soon as they entered Malixian, Dan Feng bid farewell to the adventurer squad without hesitation. After all, they had not only been kind enough to bring him to this city but had also generously given him a silver coin. He really felt embarrassed to keep bothering them. Dan Feng slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed upon the beautiful city of Malixian. The city exuded a unique charm, causing an impulse to well up in his heart. He thought to himself, this world actually has such miraculous things as magic, and I even have the essential system for a transmigrator, and it's even the Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae template. At this thought, Dan Feng's heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. He realized that since he had already come to this other world, he had to show his true capabilities. Thus, he resolutely walked toward the direction where the crowds were dense. At this moment, the location Dan Feng was in was exactly the area where adventurers gathered. However, his primary goal was the city's commercial district, where he should be able to find a place to stay. I remember Aris saying that the east side seems to be the commercial district. Since I'm currently on the south side, Dan Feng muttered to himself while casting his gaze toward the east. Sure enough, compared to the adventurer district, the tide of people there appeared even more surging. When he arrived at the commercial district, he was immediately attracted by the sight before him. There were many stalls here, but there were also a great many storefronts. Dan Feng slowly walked down this street. He had eaten the dried meat Aris gave him and wasn't hungry yet, so he had to find a place to stay first. However, to his despair, the inns here were all exceptionally expensive. He wouldn't even be able to stay for a few days before this 1 silver coin was spent, and that included food and drink. Sigh, I can't find a cheap inn. Dan Feng sighed. He could only go look at some more shops to try his luck. Time passed minute by minute, and night gradually fell. Master Dan, busy for the whole day, still hadn't found a place to stay and could only walk blindly along the streets. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just rest on the road for a night. It's not that cold here anyway, Dan Feng thought, so he found a nearby spot and sat down. Then he began to organize his thoughts. Coming to another world requires preparation. He now has the spearmanship of a basic cloud knight, so becoming an adventurer might be a good choice. If he wanted to become an adventurer, he first had to overcome his fear of monsters. The brown lion he encountered today was a B-rank monster. Luckily it had been wounded by Aris. Otherwise, with a lion's speed, it would have definitely caught up to him. But just then, a pair of a man and a woman who looked very much like a couple slowly walked over from that way on the road. "Gadaruf, I wonder what dinner the landlady has prepared for us today," said a woman with two curved horns on her head. Her voice was very weak, yet carried a hint of charm. "Most likely sandwiches," the man wearing an eye patch said slowly. Just hearing his voice made one feel he was very steady and reliable. As they passed by, Dan Feng just watched them like that. Being adventurers, they also sensed that gaze. "Eh? There's a little brother here. Why aren't you going home so late?" Meibea looked at Dan Feng with confusion, but she seemed to think of something and suddenly hid behind Gadaruf. "Oh dear, look at me, I've forgotten myself again," Meibea said slowly. And Gadaruf's gaze also fell upon Dan Feng. "You look like you need help." Gadaruf's tone was calm. If it were a child, they might have been intimidated by his tone. Today is my first day here, and I don't have much money to stay at an inn. May I ask if there are any cheap inns around here?" Seeing their adventurer attire, Dan Feng thought they might know of a place that was both cheap and habitable. "So it's your first day in Malixian. You're probably not a Milis sect follower, are you?" Meibea spoke up from behind Gadaruf. "I am not a Milis sect follower," Dan Feng said, shaking his head. He had heard Aris say that the Milis holy nation believes in the Miri's religion, which excludes the demon race and advocates monogamy. "That's good, then the fact that I'm a demon shouldn't cause you to dislike me." Meibea stepped out once again. "So that's what a demon looks like," Dan Feng said, looking at Meibea's appearance. "There are different races within the demon race, you know. How could we all look the same? By the way, my name is Meibea, and he is my partner Gadaruf." Meibea introduced their two names to Dan Feng. "My name is Dan Feng. Your two names match so well, they are both 4 characters. Hee, right? Meibea showed a happy expression upon hearing Dan Feng say this. "Let's go, it'll be completely dark if we're any later," Gadaruf said to them. I know. Dan Feng, come with us to the tavern too." "To a tavern? Can I sleep there?" Dan Feng inquired. He just wanted to sleep soon, find a place to stabilize himself first, and then consider making money later. How tragic, since he had worked so long in his previous life to support his schooling, only to be sent here by a semi-trailer before even graduating. "Of course you can, as long as you tell your story a bit more miserably. The landlady will definitely take you in." Meibea showed a certain expression, then pulled Gadaruf and Dan Feng along, quickly walking in one direction. Along the way, Dan Feng noticed many people dressed like adventurers walking in that direction. Were they all going to drink? Is the tavern business in another world really this good? For adventurers, every time they take on a high-level commission, there is risk. Only alcohol can let them properly relax. Mentally relax, of course. Meibea, Gadaruf. 4. Number 4. Become an adventurer. Chapter 4. Becoming an adventurer. Reminder: the age of adulthood in Mushoku Tensei is 15. "Hey, Meibea, you brought someone again," a somewhat plump middle-aged woman looked at Meibea, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. "Oh, landlady, little brother Dan Feng has a very tragic past. Let me tell you." Meibea started leaning into the landlady, her face full of flattery. Then Meibea began to play up Dan Feng's misery, saying he was abandoned by his parents as a child, wandered alone, and was almost eaten by monsters, basically making it as tragic as possible. The landlady looked at the indeed somewhat thin figure before her. His clothes and shoes were tattered, and combined with what Meibea had just said, she immediately felt sympathetic. "Child, you've suffered." The landlady ran over and hugged Dan Feng, who looked like he had just reached adulthood. She thought about how he had been abandoned by his parents since childhood, completely relying on wandering to survive, and had stubbornly persevered until this age. Dan Feng was caught off guard by the landlady's sudden hug. "You'll stay here from now on. Treat this as your own home. Lifa, go and bring dinner," the landlady shouted to her daughter. "Okay," Lifa replied, then turned and walked toward the kitchen inside. When Lifa came out carrying a bamboo basket, Imbibitor looked at Gadaruf with admiration. Gadaruf was right after all, so amazing. However, Gadaruf remained very calm in the face of Imbibitor's praise, as if he were long accustomed to it. Looking at the two of them, Dan Feng thought they seemed like a married couple, but he had heard from Imbibitor that they were just teammates who had been in a party for over 10 years. Dan Feng really wanted to complain. What's the difference between that and being in a relationship? After everyone finished dinner, the landlady took Dan Feng to a regular guest room on the second floor. Dan Feng, you'll stay here from now on. Here are some new clothes and shoes. If they don't fit, tell me, and I'll change them for you, the landlady said as she handed the clothes and shoes to Dan Feng. Thank you, landlady. Dan Feng felt a warmth in his heart. After all, it was hard for someone who had almost ended up on the streets not to be moved by meeting someone who let him stay for free and provided food and drink. Since the first floor was a tavern and the second floor was an inn, the landlady kept many clothes ready year-round for those who got drunk and spilled things on themselves. Then I'll head back to my room. Come find me if you need anything. After saying that, the landlady returned to her room. Dan Feng closed the door and then let out a sigh. Too many things happened today. Then he walked straight into the bathroom. The bathroom here was still too primitive. Only cold water was available. If he wanted hot water, he would have to heat it himself. After taking a bath, Dan Feng thought on the bed for a while, planning to go to the Adventurers Guild tomorrow to check it out and become an adventurer. Shortly after, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, he arrived at that silver-white building. This was the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild for the whole world. Upon arriving, Dan Feng was shocked by the scene before him. Even though it was still morning, it was already exceptionally lively. Adventurers were staying by the request wall, picking out suitable requests, while many people around Dan Feng's age were going to the front desk to register as adventurers, successfully obtaining their unique adventurer cards. Dan Feng also joined the registration line, and it was soon his turn. Please fill out the form. The staff member took out a yellow piece of paper and handed it to Dan Feng. Dan Feng took the paper, picked up a pen, and began to fill it out. Since the system had granted Dan Feng the human language and writing of this world along with the Cloud Knight Spear technique, he could easily use the script of this world. Name: Dan Feng. Race: human. Profession: hello, what should I fill in for profession here? Dan Feng was stumped by the profession section. He wasn't sure if profession meant a job or something else. Are you a magician? The staff member asked Dan Feng. Dan Feng hadn't learned how to use magic yet. The system had only given him the techniques for a causal magic but hadn't given him a single spell. Then what weapon are you good at using? If you use a shield, fill in tank. If you use a knife, fill in thief. If you use a sword, fill in swordsman. The staff member patiently explained these professions to Dan Feng. I'm good at using the spear. Spear? Is it that kind of weapon used by the Spalood clan? The staff member looked at Dan Feng in shock, with a look as if they were looking at some kind of monster. I don't know about any Spalood clan. It's just a long thing with a pointy tip at the top. Dan Feng scratched his head, wondering if spears were rare in this world. This is the king of 100 weapons, after all. Then just fill in warrior. After filling out the form, Dan Feng naturally received his adventurer card. He was now an F-rank adventurer and planned to take on some requests. Just as he was about to leave, the people behind him who had heard him mention using a spear began to gossip about him. Hey, you heard that, right? That guy actually uses a demon's weapon. How terrifying. He couldn't be from the Spalood clan, could he? After all, I've never heard of anyone else using a demon's weapon. No way, the Spalood clan has green hair. That guy has black hair. No matter how you think about it, he's not a Spalood. Dan Feng wasn't deaf and heard their conversation. Is there discrimination against spears in this region too? He didn't go to argue with them because he didn't have a weapon yet, and his personality was naturally not very talkative. Unless absolutely necessary, he would remain quiet. He went straight to the request wall to check the requests that F-rank adventurers could take. Open black lens bracket F-rank request. Help with watering flowers close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket client. Madam Jakari close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket location. XXX close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket reward. 4 millish copper coins close black lens bracket. F-rank requests are all this kind of manual labor. Dan Feng looked at these F-rank requests in surprise. These requests included finding cats, washing clothes, delivering items, and buying things, all low-skill requests. Little brother, is this your first time as an adventurer? Don't worry, there's no danger in requests below D rank. A burly man said behind Dan Feng. I see. Dan Feng glanced at the burly man. His physique was very imposing, clearly the kind of adventurer who had been through many battles. So, please cherish these low-level requests. Once your rank goes up, you won't be able to take them anymore. The burly man sighed and then walked away on his own. Dan Feng also tore a request from the wall, the one for watering flowers, and then went to register the request information. I can't take them all at once, how troublesome. Dan Feng walked out of the Adventurers Guild, formally beginning his life of taking on adventurer requests. P.S. The female lead will appear soon. Please wait a little longer. 5. Number 5 White Magic Circle. Chapter 5. The White Magic Circle. In the following period, Dan Feng devoted himself wholeheartedly to completing commissions. He quickly rose from an F-rank adventurer to an E-rank. As his rank increased, the number of commissions he could take on also grew, even to the point of being overwhelming. Dan Feng. I never thought I'd get to experience the feeling of working a part-time job in another world too. Compared to F-rank commissions, the difficulty of E-rank commissions had indeed increased. For example, previous F-rank commissions might have been simple tasks like watering flowers or doing laundry, while current E-rank commissions more often involved daily pest control work, like exterminating rats. These tasks were indeed a bit more challenging for Dan Feng than the previous commissions. On this day, Dan Feng accepted a commission to clear out creatures from a basement. This commission was no simple matter, as the client offered a reward as high as 5 millis large copper coins. This was a rather substantial sum. Without a second thought, Dan Feng immediately and gladly accepted the commission. After all, he had been diligently saving money, wanting to have a spear forged for himself. Moreover, he was almost about to advance to a D-rank adventurer, and having a suitable weapon was crucial for him. He arrived at the client's home and asked where the creatures needing to be dealt with were located. In the basement. It makes noise every day. I don't have the courage to go see what kind of creature it is. But it's definitely not a monster, the client said anxiously. It seemed he was very afraid of the creature below, given his lack of courage to investigate the unknown. I understand. Do you have any weapons? Dan Feng inquired of the client. Yes, I'll go get one for you right away. The client hurriedly ran into a room and then came out with a shovel. Dan Feng took the shovel, looking at the client with an incredulous expression. This is all we have. The weapons went with the old man when he died. All right. Dan Feng, carrying the shovel, headed towards the basement door. Then, mustering his courage, he opened the door leading to the mysterious basement. Creak. A wave of decay mixed with dust hit him, causing Dan Feng to involuntarily frown. A lantern. Here, Dan Feng, holding the lantern in his left hand and the shovel in his right, descended the stairs step by step. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed in the narrow space, adding a different atmosphere to the quiet ambiance. When Dan Feng reached the basement, he was also shocked by the sight before him. In the dark depths, there was a circular magic array emitting a white glow. Dan Feng slowly set down the lantern, gripped the shovel tightly with both hands, and approached the white magic circle. What is this? A magic circle? Dan Feng looked at the white magic circle with puzzlement, then tried to touch it with the shovel. The next second, the magic circle generated a powerful suction force. Dan Feng immediately pulled back, successfully retrieving the shovel. That was close, almost got sucked in. Dan Feng stared at the magic circle. Quote, those strange noises were definitely caused by this magic circle. Better destroy it. The moment Dan Feng had this thought, the magic circle flashed with white light, and a humanoid figure emerged from it. It was a human skeleton. Green flames flickered in its eye sockets, and it tightly gripped a rusted iron sword in its hand. The blade eroded almost beyond recognition by time. Holy crap, a skeleton, Dan Feng exclaimed, his voice echoing in the empty space. His body involuntarily retreated, putting distance between himself and the skeleton. However, the skeleton seemed to have heard Dan Feng's shout. Its movements suddenly became agile, as if imbued with life, and it began to slowly advance towards Dan Feng. With each step, its bones emitted a grating, creaking friction sound. This noise was particularly jarring in the silent environment, sending shivers down one's spine. In his past life, such things only existed in horror movies. Dan Feng's heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and a fine layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. He tried hard to calm himself down, telling himself this was just a monster, and as long as he properly utilized the Cloud Knight spear technique, he could definitely defeat it. After all, this wasn't his first time encountering a monster, but saying he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Dan Feng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and quickly recalled the stances of the basic Cloud Knight spear technique in his mind. His body, as if possessing muscle memory, began to naturally swing the shovel in his hands. He tightly gripped the shovel's handle with both hands, adjusted his posture, and prepared to meet the skeleton's attack. When the skeleton slowly approached within a certain distance, Dan Feng unhesitatingly thrust the shovel forward. This move was precisely the most basic thrust in spearmanship. His action was swift and decisive, the tip of the shovel shooting out like lightning, aiming straight for the skeleton's skull. With a crisp crack, the tip of the shovel easily shattered the skeleton's skull, and the green flames extinguished along with it. Immediately after, the skeleton's entire frame of bones, as if losing its support, scattered apart like building blocks, clattering to the ground with a series of crisp impacts. Completely disassembled. It's solved just like that? Dan Feng looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Then, without further thought, he used the shovel to sweep across the ground. The white magic circle was scratched by Dan Feng, leaving a mark, and its glow dimmed. A blue virtual screen instantly appeared before his eyes, indicating Dan Feng's progress bar had increased by 1%. Could it be that killing monsters is necessary to increase the Imbibitor Lunae template's progress bar? Dan Feng speculated. Then, he felt a wave of comfort throughout his body, and his heart rate gradually slowed down from its frantic beating. This was due to his magic power and physique increasing. Huh? Does raising the progress bar also increase stamina? Dan Feng clearly felt the fatigue of recent times being swept away. Alright, since the commission is completed, it's time to go up and report. Dan Feng, carrying the lantern, slowly ascended the stairs. When he returned upstairs, the client was staring intently at him. Dan Feng cleared his throat lightly, then slowly said, "You need to increase the payment for this commission." What was down there was a monster. What it was actually a monster. Upon hearing the word monster, the client's voice grew even more fearful, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. "Don't worry, I've already dealt with it." Seeing how scared he looked, Dan Feng quickly spoke up. Finally, the client's body stopped trembling, and he hastily took out a millis silver coin and handed it to Dan Feng. "Here, this is your reward. Thank you for your trouble. Since I accepted the commission, it's my duty." Dan Feng happily accepted it. Now he had finally saved enough money to forge a weapon. However, the monster's corpse is still down. Before Dan Feng could finish his sentence, upon hearing the word corpse, the client hurriedly took out several large copper coins and handed them to Dan Feng. Dan Feng accepted them again, then resolutely headed back down to the basement and brought up the entire pile of scattered bones. "Here, you can have this iron sword." Dan Feng offered the iron sword dropped by the skeleton to the client, but the client seemed to have a monster-related phobia, stating that anything touched by a monster carried a curse and needed purification by holy magic first. Seeing he absolutely refused, Dan Feng took the bones to the client's backyard and used matches to burn them. After all, bones weren't valuable. Better to burn them. Finally, he casually scooped the resulting ashes into a box and, after leaving, dumped them somewhere random. 6. Number 6 Striking the Clouds. Chapter 6, Cloud Striker. P.S. Since the period only involved tedious tasks like taking on quests, I'll skip ahead. Luo Kixi will be met soon. Armored Dragon Calendar Year 397. The spearhead pierced through the goblin's body, and the last goblin fell. "Killing goblins is still easy," Dan Feng said slowly, planting his spear into the ground. At this time, Dan Feng had grown much taller, and his face was almost identical to Dan Heng's in the game. After all, you've already cleared a C-rank dungeon by yourself, so cleaning out a goblin tribe is quite easy, Gadarov, wearing an eye patch, said while removing the magic stone from the goblin leader's body. Because this goblin leader had worn this red magic stone for many years, it served as the symbol of its defeat. "Burn these corpses, otherwise they'll turn into zombie goblins," Gadarov said, then began chanting fire magic. "May the great blessing of fire descend upon your desires, oh, fierce and violent flames. Burn away the great bounty, open black lens bracket, great fireball, close black lens bracket." Gadarov raised his magic wand high, and a huge fireball spell landed on the pile of goblin corpses. Fireball spell, and Dan Feng, without incantation, cast a fireball spell with a raised hand. "I really envy you. You have such great magic talent, yet you insist on being a warrior." Gadarov sighed, his tone filled with envy. No, you already have something like Charm Eye. You still envy my causal magic? Charm Eye isn't very useful. Alright, with this, you've successfully become an A-rank adventurer, right? Gadarov got to the point. "Yes, thank you for teaching me so much magic these past 2 years." Dan Feng expressed his sincere gratitude to Gadarov. These past 2 years passed quickly because to rapidly increase his adventurer rank, he had to travel to more distant places to complete quests. This time, because these goblins became restless in the spring and started harming people everywhere, it became an A-rank quest. Dan Feng only needed to accept quests by teaming up to instantly rise to A-rank. Don't even bring that up. Did I teach you? I just demonstrated it once and explained the incantation once, and you instantly understood it. You learned all my attack magic in one afternoon. Gadarov's usually placid face finally showed an expression called anger. He wasn't angry about Dan Feng's learning speed, but about his own incompetence. It took him several years to learn these attack spells, while Dan Feng only took a few hours. Moreover, his magic power ran out during the process, yet Dan Feng still had plenty of magic power left. This made him clearly realize that a genius like Dan Feng was beyond his comparison. Alright, let's go back and submit the quest. The reward this time is quite substantial. Dan Feng pushed Gadarov along. Since this goblin tribe was new, there wasn't anything valuable, which Dan Feng and Gadarov also complained about while searching. By the time the two returned to Malixian, it was almost evening. They immediately went to the Adventurers Guild to collect their reward, and Dan Feng was also promoted to A-rank adventurer. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host, for reaching 10% of the first stage of the progress bar. Reward: the weapon Cloud Striker. Close black lens bracket. Over these 2 years the progress bar had been increasing due to killing many monsters, but it was getting slower and slower. He had only reached 5% a year ago, and the system had given him new insights into spearmanship and a causal healing magic techniques. Originally, to achieve a causal healing magic, one needed extensive theoretical knowledge of human tissues and precise control over magic power. At that time, Dan Feng only possessed one of these. Because Dan Feng couldn't perform a causal healing magic, Gadarov felt a little better. But after a while, Dan Feng demonstrated a causal healing magic in front of him, and he was completely speechless. Feeling a surge of power from his body and the ability to summon his weapon at any time, Dan Feng was incredibly surprised. System, if I summon Cloud Striker, can I put it back? Dan Feng asked the system internally. Open black lens bracket. Yes. Close black lens bracket. An electronic synthesized voice echoed in Dan Feng's mind. When the progress bar reached 5%, the system gained the ability to answer questions, but it generally wouldn't answer anything unrelated to the system itself. Let's go, we're heading back, Gadarov said to Dan Feng, who was lost in thought. Oh. Dan Feng picked up his expensive long spear and walked out of the Adventurers Guild with Gadarov. When they returned to the tavern, it was already packed with people. It was full of adventurers who had finished their quests for the day, gathered there to drink. Someone spotted Gadarov and Dan Feng and shouted, "Yo, Gadarov and cold-faced little azure dragon are back." Sigh. Dan Feng shook his head, wanting to quickly distance himself from these adventurers who loved to tease him. Whenever new adventurers asked about the nickname Cold-Faced Little Azure Dragon, everyone would tell them. When Dan Feng was a C-rank adventurer, he once took on a quest to investigate the rainy season conditions in the Blue Dragon Mountain range. Unfortunately, Dan Feng was targeted by a mutant blue dragon. The mutant blue dragon was entirely azure, and was later also called an azure dragon. At that time, Dan Feng threw his spear and directly killed that A-rank mutant blue dragon. All of this was seen in the Adventurers Guild's report, but that still has nothing to do with his nickname. The newcomer still didn't understand what cold-faced little azure dragon meant. That's a name he gave himself. Dan Feng became very famous for killing a blue dragon. When someone asked him what his title was, he said, "Cold-faced little azure dragon." The newcomer just listened silently, then took a sip of wine. Isn't it contradictory for him to say he's the cold-faced little azure dragon with that indifferent expression? Ha ha ha, the adventurer heartily slapped the newcomer's back. PFF'd, the newcomer, due to the sudden slap on the back, spat out the wine in his mouth. Cough. Ah, sorry. Meibea saw Dan Feng and Gadarov return and quickly came over. Your back was clearing the goblin tribe easy this time? Because Meibea was a demon, she couldn't participate in some quests, so she spent her free time helping the landlady in the tavern. She had to help because the landlady's daughter, Lifa, was already married and could no longer assist the landlady, so the shop sometimes got too busy. Very easy. Dan Feng walked to a seat and picked up the water jug on the table to pour himself a glass of water. Gadarov, is that right? Meibea turned her gaze to Gadarov. Gadarov nodded and sat down with Dan Feng. Oh, you must be hungry. I'll go tell the landlady. Meibea suddenly remembered that Gadarov and Dan Feng surely hadn't eaten yet, so she rushed towards the kitchen. But someone just happened to be coming out of the kitchen. Ouch. 7. Number 7. Blue-haired demon girl. Chapter 7. The blue-haired demon girl. Mei Yi, what are you rushing around for? I always teach you not to rush things. Where did your ears go? The proprietress sat on the stool, glaring fiercely at Imbibitor. Imbibitor lowered her head, fiddling with her hands sheepishly. Since she was a demon race member with a strong physique and an adventurer, the fall didn't hurt her much, but the proprietress was a human, so the fall must have hurt her more than Imbibitor. After Dan Feng and Gadara finished eating, Dan Feng returned to his room. The interior of the room was much the same as when he first arrived, only now it carried a different atmosphere, the feeling of a place someone had lived in for a long time. Dan Feng set his spear aside, then thought of the Cloud Striker internally, and instantly, a spear about 8 feet long and entirely dark cyan appeared in his hand. When the Cloud Striker landed in Dan Feng's hand, it felt as cold as touching a block of ice. The body of this Cloud Striker was elegant, the spear spine inlaid with dragon-scale carvings, and the spearhead, in particular, was even more beautiful. The black and white yo-yo, Chong Yuan Pearl, which symbolized the inheritance and power of the Vidyadhara Dragon Lord, added an elegant aura to the spear. This weight, this feel, I can tell this is a good spear just by touching it. Dan Feng began testing the Cloud Striker by swinging it. It felt infinitely better than the spear he had commissioned someone to forge. Yingxing, the sharpness of this spear can pierce dragon scales. Dan Feng, I don't believe it. In any case, Dan Feng here certainly believed it could pierce dragon scales. Relying on this spear combined with the Cloud Knight spear technique was enough to deal with all kinds of sudden situations. Early the next morning, Dan Feng went to the Adventurers Guild bright and early as usual. He had developed this habit over the past 2 years because arriving early allowed him to grab better quests. If he came later, only low reward, unprofitable quests would be left. He stood in front of the quest wall, looking for a suitable A-rank quest. At this moment, he noticed a quest that shouldn't have appeared on the A-rank subjugation quest list. Open black lens bracket A-rank subjugation quest. Subjugate the Shadow Wolf Pack. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Quantity no greater than 100. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Location: the boundary between the Great Forest and the Blue Dragon Mountain Range. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Reward: 10 millis gold coins. Close black lens bracket. Dan Feng tore down the quest without hesitation, then walked to the front desk to register the quest. Shadow wolves are group-based, C-rank magical beasts. They are very fast and generally hunt prey at night. When you notice one, you only see its shadow in the darkness, hence the name Shadow Wolf. Seeing that the person approaching the Adventurers Guild front desk was the cold-faced little Azure Dragon, they did not question his strength and immediately registered Dan Feng. After Dan Feng thanked them, he ran toward the city gate leading to the Great Forest. The knight guarding the city gate immediately opened it upon seeing that the person approaching was Dan Feng. They were old acquaintances, why bother stopping him? When Dan Feng became a C-rank adventurer, he passed through here almost every day, naturally developing a good relationship with the Millis knights guarding the area. Dan Feng galloped along with his spear, moving incredibly fast. This speed was largely due to the physique increase granted by the template progress bar. The surrounding scenery rapidly receded past him. Since Dan Feng did not wear armor or anything that would increase his body weight, he ran without any hindrance. The spear, as a weapon, is both offensive and defensive, possessing immense power. As long as you can skillfully wield it, whether for close range or long-range attacks, you can render your enemies helpless. When Dan Feng arrived at the boundary between the Great Forest and the Blue Dragon Mountain Range, he found no trace of the Shadow Wolves. In broad daylight, have all these shadow wolves hidden themselves? Dan Feng wondered inwardly, then cautiously approached the front. He moved through the dense bushes, not missing any spot where a shadow wolf might be hiding. However, despite his vigilance, he still didn't see any shadow wolves. But then, a slight sound entered his ears. It was a low growl, like some creature suppressing its rage. Dan Feng knew that this was likely the shadow wolf he was looking for. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large patch of bushes shielded by big trees ahead. The sound seemed to be coming from there. Based on his 2 years of experience as an adventurer, Dan Feng could almost certainly conclude that the shadow wolves he was tasked to hunt were hidden within that pile of bushes. Dan Feng took a deep breath and slowly raised the spear in his hand. His gaze became exceptionally sharp, as if it could pierce through the bushes and directly see the shadow wolves hidden within. He gathered all his strength into his right hand, tightly gripping the shaft of the spear. As he moved, the spear trembled slightly. This was Dan Feng's habit. Ever since he learned about magic power, he would infuse it into his spear before every battle. Finally, Dan Feng exerted force abruptly, throwing the spear out like lightning. With a crisp, shua sound, the spear shot out like an arrow leaving a bowstring, speeding straight toward the bushes. In an instant, a mournful howl came from the bushes. A black wolf was pierced by the spear and was then firmly pinned to a tree trunk behind it, as if nailed there. The wolf pack immediately darted out of the bushes and then swarmed toward Dan Feng. Dan Feng smiled, then waved his right hand, and the Cloud Striker appeared in his grasp. I'll use you all to test out the Cloud Striker. After the battle, Dan Feng placed the Wolf King into a sack, and the A-rank quest was concluded. Sure enough, the early bird gets the worm. It's noon now, I'll eat some of these shadow wolves. Dan Feng casually selected a smaller-looking shadow wolf and skillfully began to butcher it. He then found some wood and used fire magic to ignite it. Shadow wolf meat did not have the sour taste of Pax Coyote. Shadow wolf was very delicious, and its nutritional value was 5 times that of beef. After he was full, Dan Feng casually cast a fireball spell to incinerate the shadow wolf corpses. Only after the burning was complete and he had extinguished the flames with water magic did he leave. It will still take some time to reach Malixian. It's fine, I've already completed an A-rank quest, so walking slowly is no problem, Dan Feng said, as blood continuously leaked from the sack he carried in his left hand. As Dan Feng slowly walked and was nearing Malixian, he was suddenly drawn by the scene before him. I'm sorry, but I saw that person was allowed to enter, so why are you stopping us when it's our turn? A water blue-haired girl wearing a hooded cloak stood at the city gate with a small beast race. Girl, what's the big deal? Are you going in or not? If you're a demon race member, show us something that proves your identity. The knight at the gate showed an impatient expression, his eyes filled with dislike for the demon race. I am an adventurer, and this is my adventurer card. The girl took a card from inside her cloak. It was proof of her status as an adventurer. The knight took the adventurer card, glanced at it casually, and scoffed. Even a demon race member this small is an A-rank adventurer now. I really don't know how the Adventurers Guild sets its promotion criteria. The knight carelessly tossed the girl's adventurer card away. The girl quickly caught it, but the words she heard next made her pupils widen. Entry requires 1 millis gold coin. So expensive, the girl put the card away, nearly in tears, then pulled out a very girlish wallet and took out a shining millis gold coin. But just then, Dan Feng slowly stepped in front of the girl. The girl was blocked by the man in front of her, who reeked of blood. The small beast race girl immediately got scared and hid behind Luoxi Shi upon seeing that the person was a man. This small beast race girl had been rescued from a merchant in Zante port who was a lolicon, so she was terrified of strange men. Therefore, the quest to send the small beast race girl home was taken up by Luoxi Shi, who had rescued the girl from the lolicon merchant. Hey, Lawrence, since when did demon race members have to pay so much to enter the city? Dan Feng looked calmly at the knight in front of him. Although they knew each other, Dan Feng strongly disliked this kind of racial discrimination, especially since he was someone who often interacted with the demon race. Dan Feng? The knight was stunned when he saw who it was, then noticed the blood-stained sack being dragged on the ground. Then the knight leaned closer to Dan Feng and whispered, "She's a demon race member, of course. We charge a bit more, but this is too expensive. She looks like just a child. There's no need to make things difficult for her." Alright, then let's make it the original price, 1 silver coins. Lawrence couldn't argue with Dan Feng. Although Dan Feng usually didn't talk much, when he did speak, he was always reasonable and well-grounded. Dan Feng nodded after hearing this, gave Lawrence a look of affirmation, and then dragged his sack into the city. Lawrence, however, showed a look of disdain and then sighed. For no other reason than that, in such a racially discriminatory country, Dan Feng's actions would not be well received, because in the Millis Holy Nation, the demon race was universally reviled. Upon hearing that it only cost 1 silver coins, the girl's eyes instantly lit up. She immediately took out a silver coins, handed it to the knight, and successfully entered Malixian with the small beast race girl. The girl who had just entered immediately looked around, searching for Dan Feng's whereabouts. But she found that Dan Feng had already walked far away. He walked away so fast. I was hoping to introduce myself. Luoxi Shi showed a hint of disappointment. Dan Feng went straight to the Adventurers Guild and approached the front desk to submit his quest. Afterward, he showed the Wolf King's corpse to the staff member and sold it to the Adventurers Guild. Having successfully received his reward, Dan Feng did not immediately leave the Adventurers Guild. Instead, he returned to the quest wall to see if there were any easy quests he could accept now and complete tomorrow. This way, he could save time by not having to visit the Adventurers Guild tomorrow. But when the Adventurers Guild announced the new list of A-rank and S-rank adventurers, the adventurers loitering in the guild all became agitated. What? That kid Dan Feng reached A-rank in 2 years. A middle-aged adventurer stared at the list, his face filled with disbelief. He had been an adventurer for 20 years but had remained stuck at B rank. Every time he took an A rank quest with new teammates, they failed to defeat the target. This resulted in heavy losses for every team he joined after becoming a B rank adventurer. Yet he always managed to survive unscathed, a truly rare occurrence. The cold-faced little azure dragon is a genius. What are you? You're someone cursed by the demon god. No, that reckless fool is slandering me here. Come out, I think you want a taste of my flame ray. Hey, please don't fight inside the Adventurers Guild, you'll be fined. A staff member advised the many adventurers after looking around. Dan Feng did not find any particularly good quests. This was because the Great Forest had entered the dry season, and powerful magical beasts rarely came out, they only appeared during the rainy season. This made it difficult for adventurers to accept good quests during the dry season. So Dan Feng prepared to return to the tavern. Just as he turned around, a familiar figure once again entered his line of sight. This is truly awful. Why won't any of the inns here let me stay? Today has been terrible. The only thing that made me happy was eating the apple pie made by Mother Air. Thinking of this, Luoxi Zai's mouth began to water continuously. I really want to eat it again. I can't resist something so sweet. Dan Feng just stared at her. She didn't notice him and walked straight toward the front desk. What a coincidence, seeing her again. Dan Feng thought to himself, but he didn't plan to greet her. When Luoxi Shi arrived at the front desk, she handed the paper signed by her client to a female staff member. The staff member saw that the person was a demon race member, but forced a smile and said, "May I help you with something?" This is my quest report form. Luoxi Shi took out a report form signed by Air's parents and handed it to the staff member for review. The staff member glanced at the report form, took out some reward money, and handed it to Luoxi Shi, saying, "This is your reward, please keep it safe. If you have any concerns about the reward, please feel free to bring them up." Luoxi Shi looked at the reward, then gathered her courage and softly said, although this quest was proposed by the guild, the reward is low for this type of quest. Could I be compensated for some of the toll fees from Zante Port to Malixian? Because the Adventurers Guild usually reimburses travel expenses for long-distance escort quests like this. Upon hearing Luoxi Zai's words, the staff member immediately became expressionless and said, "There's no such thing. The total toll fee is double the reward. Did you really pay that much to the guarding knights?" Luoxi Shi immediately clenched her fists upon hearing this. She had been talked about a lot along the way. Simply because she was demon race, everyone here looked at her with prejudice. She hadn't done anything wrong and didn't know them, but these incidents made Luoxi Shi feel even worse. She turned around, intending to leave, but bumped into someone. Hey, I can testify that she definitely handed it over to the guarding knight. Dan Feng stared expressionlessly at the female employee. His expression was identical to the female employees at that moment. Open black lens bracket image close black lens bracket Luoxi Shi 8. Number 8 My name is Lokishi Migrudia. Chapter 8. My name is Luo Kixi Migrudia. Ah, it's you. Luoxi Shi looked up at the person approaching and exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the man who had helped her recently. Ah, so it's cold-faced little azure dragon, your excellency. If you can vouch for her, then there's no problem. We will give her the toll fee. The female employee immediately changed her expression, switching from her previous poker face to an infatuated look. She then took out 2 millis silver coins and handed them to Luoxi Shi. If there are no other issues, I'll be going, Dan Feng said to Luoxi Shi with the same expression, then turned to leave. Logically speaking, Dan Feng didn't want to get involved in such matters, but since the person facing this difficulty was a demon tribe girl who looked only 14 or 15, the nature of the situation was different. However, Dan Feng's sleeve was pulled by a small, delicate, fair hand. Is there something else? Dan Feng slightly lowered his head and asked Luoxi Shi curiously. Luoxi Shi held Dan Feng's sleeve with one hand, tilted her head, and twirled her aqua blue hair with the other. Thank you for helping me these times. Could we possibly get to know each other? Luoxi Zai's soft voice carried a hint of shyness and timidity. My name is Luo Kixi Migrudia. I am of the Miglid tribe and also a magician. Luo Kixi Migrudia said this, gathering her courage, because he was the only person she had wanted to befriend since arriving in Malixian. Like Alay's parents, he didn't look at her with those kinds of eyes. Dan Feng looked at the little girl holding his sleeve and pondered. Since he had helped her, she probably wanted to thank him and also form an acquaintance. Yes, no problem. My name is Dan Feng, and I am a warrior. Dan Feng spoke slowly, his words imbued with steadiness. Oh my, Dan Feng is actually flirting now. A seductive voice rang out from behind Dan Feng. Dan Feng flinched, having been elbowed in the waist. Meibea, what are you doing? Dan Feng looked speechlessly at the annoying Horned Demon tribe member who had just finished her prank. Oh ho ho, this little girl must be of the Miglid tribe, with such beautiful aqua blue hair. Meibea leaned close to Luoxi Zai's face to observe her, then grabbed a lock of Luoxi Zai's aqua blue hair and sniffed it. It even has a special fragrance. Meibea teased Luoxi Shi, who was startled by her action. What are you doing? Luoxi Shi quickly retreated several steps, looking at Meibea with a blush on her face, the blush that remained from when she had spoken to Dan Feng earlier. Are you serious about backing away? So where on the demon continent are you from? I'm from Lacalis town. Seeing such a cute girl further fueled Meibea's desire to tease her. I'm from a place further north. You came from Lacalis town, right? Do you know the Sheep's Hoof Pavilion? I remember that being a clothing store. Alright, Meibea, stop teasing the little girl. Dan Feng said slowly from the side. I'm not a child. I'm already 24 this year, and I've been an adult for 9 years. Luoxi Shi explained the fact of her adulthood to Dan Feng. I'm only 19, so why do you look so small? Dan Feng's astonished expression fell into the eyes of the two women. Luoxi Shi was about to explain but was interrupted by Meibea. Doesn't Dan Feng know that the Miglid tribe stops growing when they reach 14 or 15 years old? Meibea covered her mouth and chuckled, her tone and expression seeming to mock Dan Feng's ignorance. There's actually something like that. Dan Feng had learned something new today. So some demon tribes had special characteristics like this. Then where is Luoxi Shi staying tonight? Meibea suddenly asked. I haven't been able to find an inn that will accept me. Upon mentioning this, Luoxi Shi showed a pitiful expression. As soon as people saw her aqua blue hair, they immediately chased her away. You haven't found a place to stay yet? That's great, come with me. As soon as Meibea heard that Luoxi Shi hadn't found lodging, she decisively grabbed Luoxi Shi and ran out. Luoxi Shi looked completely bewildered, having been dragged away by Meibea just like that. I'm done for, I'm going to be trafficked, Luoxi Shi thought internally. Hey, Meibea, you're not going to do that again, are you? Dan Feng quickly chased after them. The thing is, little Luoxi Shi was captured and subjected to human experimentation, a truly cruel experiment. Poor little Luoxi Shi, how much suffering she endured. She only just managed to escape that terrifying place, but because she has nowhere to go, she is forced to lie in the corners of Malixian. Meibea spoke while wiping away tears with her hand, a sight that was truly heartbreaking. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi stood aside, watching Meibea's dedicated performance, their mouths twitching involuntarily. They both knew very well that Meibea was completely acting, and she performed it so realistically that one couldn't help but admire her acting skills. However, the proprietress was deeply moved by Meibea's performance. Her eyes gradually became moist, and tears welled up, looking ready to fall at any moment. Meibea, stop talking, little Luoxi Shi is so miserable, and she even came to Malixian, a place that hates the demon tribe. Her life must have been especially difficult, right? The proprietress choked out, her voice full of sympathy and pity. Saying this, the proprietress quickly took Luoxi Zai's hand and examined her closely. Luoxi Shi looked at the proprietress, somewhat at a loss, showing a hint of an awkward smile. The proprietress, however, paid no attention to these details. She just looked at Luoxi Shi with a loving expression, as if seeing her own daughter. Back in the day, when my daughter was your age, she was so mischievous, running around everywhere like a boy all day long. But you look like such a well-behaved little girl. You've truly suffered, the proprietress sighed, and the tears in her eyes finally streamed down. You can settle down here from now on. Stay in my daughter's room. She won't be coming back to live here since she got married. The proprietress said this, then pulled Luoxi Shi upstairs. Before leaving, she told Meibea to watch the shop. Your storytelling ability is top-notch. Dan Feng gave Meibea a thumbs up in admiration. Of course it is. How else do you think I got the proprietress to let you stay back then? Meibea's sad expression instantly vanished, replaced only by self-satisfaction and pride in her acting skills. By the way, how did you meet Luoxi Shi? I saw you chatting at the Adventurers Guild. No, I've only seen her twice today. She was stopped by the knights at the city gate, and I just helped her out. Oh, I see. Meibea nodded. Speaking of which, where is Gadara? He said he found a new labyrinth and went to scout the perimeter first. 9. Number 9 Made Loki. Chapter 9, Made Roxy. And so, Roxy settled into the tavern smoothly. She had intended to pay for her stay, but before she could speak, the proprietress interrupted her. Little Roxy, you can just help out by serving plates. That's what my daughter used to do. The proprietress looked at Roxy with eyes full of kindness, for she saw her daughter's shadow in Roxy. This was caused by missing her daughter too much. After all, her daughter Lifa had never visited since she married and moved away, apparently heading to the Asura kingdom with her husband to seek their fortune. I still have many of my daughter's old clothes here. Saying this, the proprietress opened the wardrobe. It smelled very fragrant inside because she cleaned it often and kept fresh flowers there. Roxy watched the proprietress quietly, watching her release her maternal love to her heart's content. Somehow, Roxy suddenly thought of her own parents, Luo Yin and Luo GIAI. Despite thinking this, Roxy did not want to go home. Back to that village that was so quiet it was eerie. Roxy, look and see if this looks good on you. The proprietress pulled a standard maid outfit from the wardrobe, along with a pair of matching white stockings, silk. Afterward, the proprietress engaged in a long overdue game of dress-up, constantly unlocking new outfits for Roxy. After a while, an outfit was finally chosen. Though it was still a maid outfit compared to the first one, this one highlighted Roxy's cute face even more. The proprietress even specifically tied Roxy's hair into twin tails. So cute. The proprietress looked at the currently dazed Roxy with a face full of smiles. She hadn't experienced this kind of fun in a long time. She was truly grateful to Roxy. Is it over? Proprietress, Roxy looked up and asked. This period of time had been pure torture. Although Roxy also liked pretty clothes, it was quite distressing for her to keep playing this meaningless dress-up game. Roxy is very beautiful. Let's go, it's about time for business to start. Saying this, the proprietress pulled the twin-tailed Roxy, dressed in a white stocking maid outfit, downstairs. Ah, proprietress, what were you doing up there for so long? I'm getting sleepy, Imbibitor said while yawning as she heard the sound of footsteps, but her sleepiness vanished instantly when she looked toward the stairs. Wow, Roxy is so cute, you're actually wearing little Lifa's old clothes? They suit you surprisingly well. Imbibitor instantly ran in front of Roxy and began observing her new look. Roxy lost herself amidst the stream of compliments. This was the first time in her 24 years that she had been praised until her face turned red. In the time that followed, adventurers began entering the shop one after another. Proprietress, the usual, 2 servings. An adventurer shouted toward the proprietress working inside, coming right up. When he noticed a girl working in the same clothes as little Lifa, he suddenly shouted at the proprietress in confusion. Proprietress, is little Lifa back? Are you blind? That's not little Lifa. The companion who came with him nudged him with an elbow, telling him to look closer. He focused his eyes and finally saw clearly. So it's not little Lifa. I thought she'd gotten a divorce. Then the adventurer joked with the proprietress. Proprietress, if little Lifa ever gets divorced, remember to tell me, I'll definitely marry her and take her home. At this, the proprietress suddenly poked her head out and shouted at the joking adventurer. Even if she divorces, I wouldn't hand her over to you. Come, little Luoxi, she serve the food to that bastard. Proprietress, that's not right. How am I a bastard? The adventurer grinned widely and laughed. Roxy took the tray and began the work of serving plates. Imbibitor also served them wine. Meanwhile, Dan Feng was in his room researching conventional ways to use the Cloud Striker. If he used the Cloud Striker, he could pair it with magic. By using wind magic, I can perform Cloud Knight Spear Technique, North Wind and Cloud Knight Spear Technique, Torrential Rain. Doesn't that mean I can mimic Dan Heng's ultimate move? Dan Feng thought to himself. But how do I execute it? Dan Feng pondered this serious problem, then silently recited, between life and death, void and reality, in a single thought. The grotto heaven transforms, a long dream awakens. Break. Dan Feng thrust his spear instantly. Well, it didn't work. Dan Feng silently put away his spear. It seems I still need to research this properly. I'll go down and see if it's time to eat. When Dan Feng arrived on the first floor, the tavern was very lively, with some competing and drinking, some shouting loudly, and others quietly eating and drinking. Among them was a little girl with aqua blue twin tails wearing cute clothes, busy running back and forth. Little Luoxi, she, 2 more cups of wine. Oh okay. Roxy hurriedly ran into the kitchen to get the wine. Imbibitor was also working hard on the accounts, tracking how much these adventurers were spending. Little Luoxi, she, please bring my food over. The proprietress has finished making it. Roxy ran to the serving window again to pick up the food the proprietress had just prepared. Just then, Roxy accidentally tripped over her own feet and began falling toward the floor with the tray. Dan Feng happened to see this scene. He immediately raised his hand and used a mana-boosted version of the beginner wind magic gust. Only then did Roxy avoid falling, and Dan Feng used wind magic to blow all the food back onto the plate, sending it right to the adventurer's table. Wind? Roxy felt herself being lifted by the wind and looked around in confusion. Stop looking, I did it. Dan Feng walked toward Roxy and spoke, then demonstrated his wind magic once more. A gust of wind carried the trays, precisely delivering them to each customer's table. This was why they said Dan Feng was a genius. His control over his mana was too precise. He didn't seem like a human at all, but more like a magic tool. Look at that, the cold-faced little azure dragon has such great magic talent, yet he insists on being a warrior. An adventurer looked at the food delivered before him and discussed it with his teammates. But his talent as a warrior is also very high. With that talent of his, if he ever went to that holy land of the sword to study and become a swordsman or something, he would surely be even more terrifying. That's true. Let's not mention it. We adventurers who just scrape by for a meal really can't compare to geniuses. After saying this, he gulped down a large mouthful of wine. Ah, you don't need incantations to use magic? Roxy showed an expression of great shock. This was the first time she had seen someone use magic without incantations. Incantations are too much trouble. I usually chant once, then remember the flow of my own mana, so I don't need to chant the next time I use it. Dan Feng gave his method. This was actually quite a feat, but few people could achieve it. They couldn't detect the flow of mana within their own bodies at all. Instead, they relied on memorizing incantations to instantly and unconditionally consume mana to use magic. 10. Number 10 Chat. Chapter 10. Conversation. Can this method really work? Luoxi Shi felt that the method Dan Feng described was not very practical. Try it yourself when you have time. If you understand the underlying meaning, you can use magic without chanting. Besides, I find chanting very troublesome, and it can expose you if you are in danger. Thank you for the guidance. You're working, right? Let me help you. Dan Feng said enthusiastically. He used to help the proprietress this way whenever he had time. After all, he was eating and staying there for free, so he had to lend a hand. No need, I can manage myself. Luoxi Shi quickly waved her hand to refuse, feeling a bit embarrassed to have Dan Feng help her. It's fine, this way the efficiency is faster. Time passed quickly in the busy atmosphere. After the adventurers had eaten and drunk their fill, they swaggered towards their respective residences. The proprietress didn't let Luoxi Shi and the others handle the subsequent cleaning, so she told them to sit aside. Why isn't Gadarov back yet? It's almost midnight, Meibea said glumly, resting her head on the table. Gadarov had been out for the entire day. It's not like he's never stayed in the forest before. Maybe the area around that new dungeon is troublesome. Dan Feng comforted Meibea. He had noticed over the past 2 years that Meibea liked Gadarov, but she just wouldn't confess. He didn't know how Gadarov felt though. Gadarov was introverted and not very good at expressing himself. If it weren't for taking quests and learning magic together, he probably wouldn't initiate conversation with Dan Feng at all, much less talk to someone who was equally cold toward strangers. Children were exceptions. On normal days, when he felt bored, he would quietly continue practicing magic. He was a very diligent and steady magician. Who is Gadarov? The innocent Luoxi Shi suddenly asked, confused. This question immediately excited Meibea, who opened her floodgates and began talking endlessly about everything concerning Gadarov. Luoxi Shi quietly listened to Meibea's lengthy discourse, but as time passed, her head started to feel dizzy. Finally, she couldn't help but interrupt Meibea. Stop. Don't say anything more. I know you like him. Meibea was clearly surprised. She hadn't expected Luoxi Shi, having only met her today, to infer her feelings for Gadarov just from her words. Is it that obvious? Meibea couldn't help but ask. Luoxi Shi smiled and nodded, explaining, it's very obvious, Miss Meibea. Every third sentence you say revolves around your admiration for Gadarov. And Miss Meibea, if you like him so much, why don't you confess, get married, and have children? Luoxi Shi asked, puzzled. She truly didn't understand the mentality of someone who was sure of their love but refused to confess. For Luoxi Shi, pursuing her own love bravely was something she would do. As long as she was sure she liked someone, she would pursue them without hesitation. It was just that with her meager figure and petite body, it would be difficult to find true love. Thinking of this, Luoxi Shi couldn't help but show a sad expression. Now 24 years old, she had absolutely no experience in that area, having only heard love stories from other adventurers on the demon continent. Thinking this, Luoxi Shi recalled the bad memories from a few years ago, the memories that led to the dissolution of their entire adventurer squad. Well, I'm waiting for Gadarov to wise up. Imbibitor said shyly. In truth, she was just too scared, afraid that Gaddarov would distance himself after a confession. I see. Alright. Luoxi Shi didn't press the matter further. Everyone had different perspectives and approached relationships differently. Seeing that they had finished talking, Dan Feng also had a question he wanted to ask Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi, you are a magician, right? What level of magician are you? Dan Feng asked curiously. Me? I'm just an advanced level magician. I can use all other types of magic up to the advanced level, except for healing magic and divine strike magic. Luoxi Shi replied. She didn't think the advanced level was very powerful. She might not even be able to defeat an intermediate swordsman. That's already very impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Luoxi's eyes lips curled into a slight smile. She calmly picked up her glass and took a sip, thinking to herself, Luoxi Shi, why are you so happy? Do you have any plans for the future? Dan Feng looked at Luoxi Shi. Since Dan Feng knew he couldn't stay here forever, he wanted to ask Luoxi Shi about her plans so he could use them as a reference. I want to see the outside world my teacher spoke of. Thinking about how I've already arrived at Malixian, my teacher said this is the most beautiful city in the world. Luoxi Shi recalled Bladekin's words, her heart filled with mixed emotions. When she was young, Luoxi Shi was full of curiosity and yearning for the outside world, especially when she heard Bladekin talk about the city of Malixian, which intensified her longing. The typical Miglid tribe member would stay in the village for their entire life, never leaving except when absolutely necessary. However, Luoxi Shi was an exception. She hated that quiet village. The most beautiful city? Teacher, I want to go see Malixian someday too. Young Luoxi's eyes, pair of watery blue eyes, were full of anticipation for the future. However, Bladekin sat beside little Luoxi Shi and slowly said, Malixian, huh? It is indeed the most beautiful city, but for little Luoxi Shi, it's not a good place. Little Luoxi Shi blinked her eyes and asked, confused, eh? Why do you say that, teacher? She truly didn't understand the meaning of Bladekin's words. Bladekin simply smiled faintly, not answering little Luoxi Shi directly. Instead, she looked at the dying candlelight and softly said, Alright, time for bed. Little Luoxi Shi, we have to study magic tomorrow. Although little Luoxi Shi still had doubts, she didn't press further. She obediently nodded and replied, then lay down dutifully, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep. The current Luoxi Shi had grown up and successfully arrived at Malixian, finally understanding the deeper meaning behind Bladekin's words from back then. The city of Malixian suffered from severe racial discrimination, harboring deep resistance and prejudice against the demon race. Teacher, I must witness the outside world you spoke of. This was Luoxi Zai's current dream. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 Magic Wood Cluster. Chapter 11. Magic Wood Cluster. The next day, Gaddarov returned to the tavern, looking extremely anxious. What's wrong, Gaddarov? You just got back and you already look so worried. Imbibitor, who had just woken up not long ago, asked in confusion. The area around that newly discovered dungeon is completely surrounded by magic wood. Gaddarov said anxiously, his expression showing great apprehension towards the magic wood he mentioned. Magic wood? A magician afraid of magic wood? Dan Feng, who was eating breakfast, looked at Gaddarov with a puzzled gaze, his eyes filled with an indescribable lack of understanding. It's not ordinary magic wood. It appears to be mutated magic wood. Fire magic is ineffective against it. Magic wood can mutate? Dan Feng became even more confused. Quote, then I have to go take a look. The reason I rushed back first thing in the morning is to go to the Adventurers Guild to post a subjugation commission. That cluster of magic wood is just too terrifying. What are you all talking about? Luoxi Migrudia slowly walked down from the second floor, her eyes still hazy from just waking up. Even the twin tails the landlady had styled for her yesterday were already messy. Interested in tackling the dungeon together? Dan Feng invited Luoxi upon seeing her. Who is this? Gaddarov stared at Luoxi coming down the stairs and looked at the other two. She's the demon girl I picked up yesterday. Imbibitor replied, blinking her innocent big eyes. Alright, I understand. After Gaddarov posted the commission at the Adventurers Guild, he led the other three towards the direction of the Great Forest. The location was south of the dwarf village. Luoxi, you're a magician too? What magic can you use now? Gaddarov, his face with the eye patch, suddenly turned to look at Luoxi as they walked. Ah, I know all the advanced magic. Luo Kixi placed the magic wand she had bought on loan at Zante Port against her modest chest, and looked at Gadarov. Is that so? That's impressive. Upon learning this information, Gadarov stopped talking and, relying on the memory in his mind, quickly led everyone towards that direction. By the way, is Meibea actually a tank class? Luo Kixi asked in shock, looking at Meibea who held a sword and shield in her hands. She only became a tank because of the demon race's tough physique. That's why she formed an adventurer squad with Gadarov. Dan Feng explained to Luo Kixi, while Meibea just smiled faintly. Does Dan Feng have any teammates? Me? No need. After a while, the four arrived at the magic wood cluster Gadarov had mentioned. From a distance, it just looked like an ordinary, unremarkable grove of trees. If you didn't go in and try, you really couldn't tell it was magic wood. One area still bore the charred black marks of being scorched by fire, but it was just charred. It probably hadn't even broken their defense. This is the magic wood I was talking about, Gadarov said, gripping his magic wand tightly, then began to chant. Tiny sparks shall burn away the vast grace open black lens bracket flame ray close black lens bracket. When the chant ended, a torrent of flames surged wildly from the magic stone in Gadarov's wand, rushing towards the magic wood like sharp arrows. Boom! Red flames enveloped that cluster of magic wood, but they remained completely unmoved. They really aren't afraid of fire. Dan Feng watched as the magic wood seemed to use water magic, instantly extinguishing the flame ray Gadarov had used. Based on my many years of experience as an adventurer, every type of monster has a weakness, let alone low-level magic wood. But this group of magic wood has eliminated its weakness to fire, Gadarov said slowly. He had already removed his eye patch, revealing that alluring pink eye. What about other magic? Is it more effective against them? Luo Kixi suddenly asked, looking eager to try. The effect is slightly better than fire magic. Wind magic is the most effective. If you say that, then what's there to talk about? Let's just charge in. Dan Feng lifted his spear and charged into the magic wood cluster. Hey, don't just recklessly rush in, you idiot. Gadarov tried to call Dan Feng back, but Dan Feng's speed was simply too fast. He didn't hear Gadarov clearly at all. He thought, if they're afraid of wind, what's there to say? I'm really strong with wind right now. He gathered magical power at the tip of his spear, and a cyan wind began to swirl around it. When someone approached, the magic wood cluster began indiscriminate attacks. Two vines shot out from somewhere among the leaves, stabbing towards Dan Feng. But Dan Feng simply leapt lightly, dodging the incoming vines, then swept his spear towards the nearest tree trunk. A fierce wind, carrying an intangible intent, followed the spear tip and instantly felled this magic wood tree. With a loud crash, the sound of the falling magic wood was immense, instantly kicking up dust from the ground. The emerald green sap within the trunk sprayed out like a fountain. Seeing this, Dan Feng quickly retreated to avoid getting splashed by the green sap. After cutting down the first magic wood, Dan Feng became unstoppable. He was about to become the great forest's #1 lumberjack. The three who followed could only watch helplessly as these magic wood trees lay powerless on the ground, their lives about to enter a countdown. This, Dan Feng is so strong. Luo Kixi's mouth opened slightly in shock at Dan Feng's strength. This man could use a causal magic and also possessed such powerful warrior skills. What couldn't he do? Meanwhile, Gadarov began cleaning up Dan Feng's mess. Using fire magic on the inside of the magic wood trunks would cause them to die immediately. Seeing this, Luo Kixi also began chanting fire magic. However, she suddenly remembered what Dan Feng had said yesterday. By feeling the flow of magic, one could use the no incantation technique. Burn away the vast grace open black lens bracket great fireball close black lens bracket. Luo Kixi cried out softly, gathering magical power into her wand. Then, a huge fireball blasted towards the magic wood that was still oozing green sap. She managed to omit some of the chant. I just need more practice, and I can definitely do it, Luo Kixi thought to herself. She believed her talent for magic was no worse than Dan Feng's. By this time, Dan Feng had almost finished cutting down all the magic wood, less than 100 trees. He still had strength to spare, but the spear could no longer withstand the collisions with wind magic. Then, with a crisp sound, it broke. What? Dan Feng stared in shock at the spear in his hand, now split in two. This was the spear that had accompanied him in battle for nearly 2 years. Without hesitation, Dan Feng discarded the broken spear. With a wave of his right hand, Cloud Striker appeared in his grasp. Spear. Open black lens bracket clown close black lens bracket Cloud Striker feels more comfortable to hold. Dan Feng said this because both hands needed to exert force, causing his hands to remain engorged with blood, which made them unusually hot and irritable. The shaft of Cloud Striker was very cool, which helped greatly in lowering the temperature. 12. #12 Maze. Chapter 12. The Labyrinth. When Luoc Shi and the other two reached the inner labyrinth entrance, Dan Feng was leaning against the Cloud Striker with his eyes closed, resting. Dan Feng, you're way too fast. Luoc Shi looked at the man with closed eyes, a slight flutter in her heart. You're here. Dan Feng kept his eyes closed, but turned his head toward the direction of the voices. Why are your eyes closed? Meibea looked at the current Dan Feng and found it somewhat comical for some reason. Sap from the magic wood splashed into my eyes. I can't open them because I don't know detoxification magic. Dan Feng's tone carried a hint of helplessness. No one expected the magic wood sap to spurt up from the ground and splash all over his face. Note: healing magic and detoxification magic are not the same thing. The protagonist cannot use no incantation for detoxification magic. Fortunately, the sap didn't contain necrotic toxins, it was just a bit uncomfortable. After Gadorov cast detoxification magic on Dan Feng finally opened his eyes again. As expected, being able to see is much better. Dan Feng sighed with relief, then looked at the group and asked, what do you say? Should we head straight in? We're the first ones to enter this labyrinth. It's worth mentioning that magic wood wasn't just in this area of the labyrinth, it was in other directions as well. Gadorov had overheard this from an information broker, which was why they had come to investigate. They hadn't expected the magic wood to be such a problem. Fire magic was ineffective against it, and he had been injured by the vines, forcing him to rest in the great forest for an entire night. Let's go straight in. If we're careful, it shouldn't be much of a problem, Gadorov said. He and Meibea had conquered many labyrinths in the Great Forest before. They were usually just full of traps or occupied by monsters, so this one should be similar. Have you ever explored a labyrinth before, Luoc Shi? Meibea asked. Luoc Shi shook her head. Luoc Shi was originally supposed to explore a labyrinth with her former captain and the others, but a mana calamity occurred, leading to the party's disbandment. Gadorov walked to the labyrinth entrance, then pulled out a scroll and began chanting magic. He was summoning a spirit of light to illuminate the path ahead. Shortly after, a spirit of light emitting a white glow was summoned from the scroll. Let's go, it will light the way for us, Gadorov told the group, then began slowly entering the labyrinth illuminated by the spirit of light. Entering a labyrinth for the first time, Luoc Shi only felt the damp coldness of the surroundings, and the air carried a scent of decay. They stepped on stone stairs, their boots making rhythmic tapping sounds that echoed, only emphasizing how quiet it was. Stay sharp, we'll reach the first floor soon, Gadorov said, as the spirit of light had successfully reached the end of the tunnel to light the way ahead. Dan Feng stared at the scene inside the passage, his brow furrowing slightly in thought. The passage was filled with thick spiderwebs, the silk densely packed. Dan Feng thought that with so many spiderwebs, there was a very high possibility of spider-type monsters existing here. His gaze swept the surroundings, alert for any possible clues. As the team moved forward, they soon reached the first floor. The journey had been too quiet. However, the layout of the first floor was vastly different from what they had imagined. It wasn't an open space, but rather like an ant colony, with numerous tunnel openings. As for where these openings led, no one knew. They could only investigate them one by one. Gadorov stood in place, looking at the complex maze of openings with a look of bewilderment. The labyrinths he had explored before were mostly built by humans during the Human-Demon War, but this labyrinth was completely different from his past experience, looking more like a giant ant nest. Seeing this, Dan Feng analyzed calmly. Stay alert, but there's no need to worry. I don't think these tunnels will hide any overly powerful monsters. After all, in such a massive labyrinth, it wouldn't be easy for monsters to go out and find food. Furthermore, the magic wood barrier is an almost insurmountable obstacle for ordinary monsters. They would likely starve to death in here. Dan Feng's words weren't baseless speculation, but a comprehensive consideration based on the labyrinth environment and the survival conditions of monsters. While his hypothesis wasn't certain, it undoubtedly held some reference value. Let's start from the left, Dan Feng said, then walked toward the leftmost opening. Luoc Shi followed Dan Feng after he started walking. Gadorov used earth magic to make a mark on the spot to avoid getting lost later. There was nothing inside this left tunnel, and it was terrifyingly quiet, without even the sound of a single water droplet. Dan Feng walked silently, the feeling inside this tunnel being very oppressive. Just then, Dan Feng seemed to discover something. Something's up, Dan Feng immediately told those behind him. Hearing this, Gadorov also ran to the front. Beneath the spirit of light ahead lay several pieces of tattered clothing, looking as if they hadn't completely decomposed yet, along with some items that looked like ornaments. They're magic attachment items, right? Gadorov said, then walked toward the pieces of clothing. As he cautiously picked up those ornaments, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. At that moment, an accident occurred without warning. Suddenly, circular red glows flashed in the darkness ahead. This sudden sight made Gadorov's heart race instantly, an ominous premonition clouding his mind. This was the intuition of someone who had been an adventurer for over 10 years. Enemy contact, Dan Feng's voice echoed in the silent space. His gaze was locked tightly on that eerie red glow as he shouted to Gadorov. Gadorov's reaction was equally swift. He retreated without hesitation and began rapidly chanting a spell to deal with the sudden crisis. However, someone was one step faster than him. Open black lens bracket ice strike close black lens bracket. Dan Feng's voice rang through the air. Immediately after, a powerful surge of ice transformed into a blue ice arrow, shooting straight toward the red glow. Almost simultaneously, Luoxi Shi also launched her magic. Judge the target with the Valiant Sword of Ice open black lens bracket frost strike close black lens bracket. Her voice was very firm, showing no panic despite the presence of monsters. After all, she had also been an adventurer for nearly 10 years. Following her chant, an even more powerful blade of ice whistled toward the red glow. Because Dan Feng had infused more mana, his magic was even more powerful than the higher-tier frost strike released by Luoxi Shi. The two spells converged in the air and then slammed hard into the cluster of red glows. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and the moisture in the air rapidly condensed into ice. The ice shimmered with a cold light under the illumination of the spirit of light, completely exposing the red glows that were originally hidden in the darkness. Looking closely, they discovered that those red glows were actually spiders about the size of a human. Their bodies were covered in red carapaces, their legs were thick and powerful, and their 8 eyes shimmered with an eerie light. It's too narrow here, let's get out first. Dan Feng made a split-second decision. He grabbed Luoxi Shi and followed closely behind Gadorov and the others, sprinting toward the exit. 13. Number 13 Life and death, reality and illusion, are separated by a single thought. Chapter 13. Life and death, reality and illusion, in a single thought. The ice finally shattered under the violent impact of the spiders, and the piercing sound served as a warning to everyone. The spiders have broken the ice. Judging by their numbers, there must be quite a lot of them. We need to reach an open area quickly. Dan Feng glanced back and found that the group of spiders was already squeaking and rushing towards them. Moreover, this cave was not suitable for using a spear because it was very narrow. Huff, huff. Luoxi Shi panted heavily as she was pulled along by Dan Feng without stopping. This is the only way. Excuse me, Luoxi Shi. Dan Feng addressed Luoxi Shi, then picked her up by the waist, holding her steadily in a princess carry. Eh? Luoxi Shi subconsciously hugged Dan Feng's neck, only then realizing she had been picked up by him. Because your stamina might not be able to keep up with us, this is the only way. Dan Feng explained to Luoxi Shi. I know. Oh, murmuring turbid stream open black lens bracket water flow close black lens bracket. Luoxi Shi raised her magic wand and used water magic. A torrent of water flowed from the magic stone, washing over the group of spiders, slowing their movements significantly as they were now all drenched. Endure the turbid stream of the glacier open black lens bracket ice strike close black lens bracket. Luoxi Shi used water magic again. Since the spiders were covered in water, freezing them was very simple. Just like that, the 4 of them successfully ran back to the clearing on the first floor. Dan Feng also set Luoxi Shi down. This way, Luoxi Shi and Gadorov will cast fire magic to burn the air inside dry, while I cast earth magic to instantly block this hole once you've finished. Dan Feng said calmly, not showing the slightest bit of panic from the pursuit just now. This was confidence in his own strength. Luoxi Shi and Gadorov nodded at the same time and then began to chant. A tiny spark shall burn away the great bounty open black lens bracket flame ray close black lens bracket, x2. The flames turned into 2 blazing arrows, rushing into the cave with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Meanwhile, Dan Feng immediately used Earth Fortress to seal the cave tightly. The flame ray quickly burned up the oxygen inside the cave, and once it was gone, the fire went out. The group of red spiders inside were suffocated to death. I didn't expect that with so much magic wood outside, these spiders could still live here. I wonder what they eat to survive. Dan Feng shook his head. Not long ago, he had predicted there wouldn't be any monsters in here, and now he had been proven wrong. What now? Should we continue to check other caves? Imbibitor spoke, seemingly not panicked at all by the crisis just now. We can only continue exploring. I hope the next cave is more spacious than this one so I can deal with the monsters more easily, Dan Feng said with a look of regret. Dan Feng really wanted to kill monsters because it would increase his progress bar. If it weren't for the lack of space to use the Cloud Striker, he would have charged in directly. Using magic in a labyrinth also had its limitations. Fire magic and water magic had to be used cautiously. Wind magic had limited damage against monsters, and earth magic carried the risk of accidentally causing the labyrinth to collapse. The four of them formed a formation again and stepped into the cave. Dan Feng was at the front, with Imbibitor second, protecting the two magicians. This was the second cave. The sense of exploration from the first one was gone, replaced only by a sense of vigilance. The cave was much larger than the first one, and there might be even more red spiders here than in the first. Dan Feng thought to himself as he moved inside with steady steps, cyan wind still swirling around the Cloud Striker. As they ventured deeper, they indeed found those spiders. The spiders' senses were very sharp, and they instantly detected Dan Feng and the others. We have to fight this time. If anyone gets hurt, be prepared to retreat at any moment. With those words, Dan Feng unhesitatingly charged at the leading spider with the Cloud Striker. The tip of the spear pierced straight into the spider's head, and then wind magic spread from the tip, slicing the spider into pieces. The cold king who rules over death shall freeze all open black lens bracket ice spear blizzard close black lens bracket. Luoxi Shi chanted calmly, and then spears forged from ice gathered around her. This was her most practiced magic and also her strongest. Swish, swish, swish. The ice spears hit those terrifying-looking spiders like bullets, killing them one by one. Dan Feng became increasingly brave in battle. The Cloud Striker in his hand danced as fast as lightning, each swing accompanied by a sharp whistling wind, preventing any spiders from getting close. Meanwhile, he flexibly used his movement techniques to avoid the spiders trying to ambush him from behind, killing them instantly with wind magic. Dan Feng's gaze was fixed on the spiders that were intimidated by him. However, he wasn't thinking about how to deal with the enemies before him, but how to kill more spiders more efficiently. Time passed minute by minute, and after a period of fierce fighting, the spiders here were finally mostly cleared out. Gadaruf and Imbibitor began searching the spider corpses for useful items, but it seemed these spiders didn't have anything particularly valuable, and they ultimately found nothing. Without staying too long, the four continued forward and finally reached the end of this area. At the end, there was a staircase leading downwards. This place, which looked like it was dug out by ants, actually had such regular stairs. It was understandable if the entrance was built by ancient explorers, but building them deep inside, weren't they afraid of a collapse? This should be the stairs leading to the second floor of the labyrinth, Dan Feng said after observing the surroundings. Before he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly followed the spirit of light onto the steps of the second floor. The scene on the second floor was not much different from the first, also covered in spider webs. However, the spiders here were clearly larger than those on the first floor. Their more massive bodies gave off a stronger sense of pressure. However, for Dan Feng and the others, these spiders did not pose much of a threat. They worked in perfect harmony and easily traversed the second floor, continuing their exploration deeper into the labyrinth. Soon they found the stairs to the third floor, but a foul stench wafted from it, like the smell of meat that had been rotting for a long time. There's something going on the next floor, Dan Feng said by intuition. He had a system template, so he should be considered a Vidyadhara now, right? His sense of danger was quite accurate. It's better to be cautious. We shouldn't go out immediately. Let the spirit of light go out and take a look first. They then followed this method. The spirit of light, carrying its glow, slowly floated out of the staircase opening and flew inside. The light shining on the third floor also allowed Dan Feng and the others to see what was there. It was a large vermilion spider. It looked like it was definitely the mother. What a huge spider, it's almost the size of a red dragon, Imbibitor said in slight surprise. Have you seen a red dragon? Luoxi Shi looked at the spider and then at Imbibitor, then asked her. She had heard her teacher describe the appearance of a red dragon, so she was curious about such a powerful creature. No, I've just heard other adventurers talk about the size of a red dragon. Is this spider resting? Dan Feng guessed as he looked at the motionless spider illuminated by the spirit of light. No, I feel it has already sensed us, and it's just waiting for its prey to take the bait, Gadaruf said to Dan Feng as he looked at the webs near the spider. Spiders rarely hunt actively. They rely on their webs to capture prey that wanders in. This spider might have sensed them, so it was pretending to rest while actually waiting for them to step onto the web before hunting them. This time, use the ice from water magic to make those webs lose their stickiness. Gadarauf raised his magic wand and began to chant. Luoxi also began to chant, her magic power quickly gathering at the magic stone, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Immediately after, 2 ice strikes rushed towards the giant spider, and the webs along the path were frozen solid. Go, the webs are frozen. Dan Feng seized the moment, swinging the cloud striker to instantly shatter the frozen webs. The crystal-clear ice shards sparkled like gems under the light of the Spirit of Light, marking the start of the battle. Just as Gadarauf had said, this spider had already discovered them and was only pretending to rest to ambush them. As Dan Feng approached the spider, its massive body began to tremble slightly as it sensed his presence. Although it was hit by the ice strike just now, it didn't have much of an effect on the spider, because its tough webs had already offset most of the damage from the ice strike. Such a massive body was primarily characterized by its durability. The moment Dan Feng approached the spider, it suddenly pounced on him with unexpected speed. At the same time, the spider opened its hideous mouth and spat out a stream of purple silk. This silk looked very viscous and was clearly highly poisonous. Once entangled, the consequences would be unthinkable. Seeing this, Dan Feng immediately jumped without hesitation, agilely dodging the spider's attack. During the jump, he didn't forget to shout, "Be careful, the silk is poisonous." However, the spider's target was always Dan Feng. When it realized its silk hadn't hit him, its many red glowing eyes locked onto him. The spider seemed to be observing Dan Feng's every move, waiting for the best moment to attack again. Sure enough, before long, the spider determined Dan Feng's next landing point and immediately raised its thick front leg like a spear, thrusting it straight at him. Facing such a fierce attack from the spider, Dan Feng appeared exceptionally calm. He tightly held the shaft of the spear with one hand, aiming the spearhead accurately at the spot where the spider's front leg was thrusting down. Just at the moment the spider's front leg was about to touch him, Dan Feng exerted sudden force and thrust the spear forward, the tip striking like lightning against the spider's leg. The cloud striker can pierce dragon scales. Isn't this small spider leg easy to pierce? The tip of the spear went up from the tip of the spider leg, and in an instant, powerful wind split the entire leg in two. Screech! The spider let out a painful howl and jumped back, distancing itself from Dan Feng. This all happened in the blink of an eye. However, by this time, Luoxi and Gadarauf had finished their magic chants. Ice Spear, Blizzard and Earth-Falling Projectile were fully charged. Seeing the spider distance itself from Dan Feng, the two unhesitatingly released their magic toward it. 2 high-level spells hit the spider's body, followed by another howl. It seemed these 2 hits dealt significant damage. At this time, due to the earth-falling projectile, dust and smoke rose around the spider, making it impossible to see its condition. Just as Dan Feng was about to use wind magic to disperse the dust, a purple silk thread suddenly shot out from the smoke. Fortunately, it only stuck to the earth wall, but the spider actually relied on retracting the silk to get close to Luoxi's trio. What? Dan Feng was shocked by the spider's intelligence. Its speed was too fast for him to reach them in time. A magician in close combat has only one end, and that is to die miserably. Dan Feng didn't think someone of Meibei's build could withstand the impact of this giant spider. What should I do? Think of something. This thought echoed continuously in Dan Feng's mind. No, the more it's like this, the less I can panic. I have to stay calm and find a way. Dan Feng's gaze fell on Luoxi's face. For some reason, he felt a sensation drawing him toward her. At this moment, Luoxi's cute face was full of disbelief and panic. Of course, none of them knew that this world is about destiny. Those with strong fortune are bound to meet others with strong fortune. Calm down, calm down, calm down. For some reason, Dan Feng's mind was filled with images of the 3 of them dying horribly. I absolutely cannot let that happen, Dan Feng thought, and then time seemed to hit the pause button as everything around him changed. The Chongyuan pearl at the tassel of the cloud striker was spinning continuously, and a golden ring emerged from the black and white pearl. Dan Feng looked at his surroundings and was stunned. Beneath his feet was water as smooth as a mirror. Behind him was a maple tree emitting a unique aura, and before him was the motionless spider, seemingly frozen in time. Is this an ultimate move? Looking at the scenery, Dan Feng remembered that Dan Heng's ultimate in the game was just like this. In that case, Dan Feng looked at the spider with a cold expression and slowly raised the cloud striker. Life and death, reality and illusion, in a single thought. The Chongyuan pearl began to spin rapidly. A world transformed, a long dream awakened. Dan Feng twirled the spear, then lowered his stance with a reverse grip on the shaft, charging power with the starting form of Cloud Knight spear technique, North Wind. Wind converged at the tip of the spear into a spiral airflow, and then Dan Feng gripped the Cloud Striker with his left hand, thrusting at the spider's head as if teleporting. Break! He instantly pierced through the spider's head, then used the momentum to spin the Cloud Striker 360 degrees to dissipate the force. Time moved forward again. No, it wasn't really pausing time, but Dan Feng entering a state of mind, so only a short second had passed. 14. Number 14 Harvest. Chapter 14. Harvest. The spider crashed heavily to the ground, landing only a step away from Luoxi Shi and the others. Green blood mixed with red fragments flowed slowly from the gap in its head like a spring. The disgusting color and viscous texture made one's stomach churn at a single glance. Luoxi Shi was completely terrified by the scene just now. After all, the spider had been at a distance where she wouldn't have been able to dodge its legs at all. This was normal. When a person is on the verge of death, their brain seems to stop functioning. At this moment, the expression on Luoxi Zai's face gradually shifted from initial terror to astonishment, finally turning into a blank daze. Just then, Dan Feng quickly walked over to her. He asked with concern, "Hey, are you alright? Are you hurt?" As he spoke, Dan Feng waved his hand gently in front of Luoxi Zai's eyes, trying to wake her from her shock. After a long while, Luoxi Shi seemed to suddenly snap out of it, shaking her head vigorously as clarity returned to her eyes. She took a deep breath and tried to keep her voice calm. "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine." However, despite what she said, she knew very well that if Dan Feng hadn't appeared in time, she would likely have lost her life just now. Luoxi Zai's gaze involuntarily fell upon Dan Feng's face. This was the first time she had observed him from such a close distance. Dan Feng had well-defined features, clean-cut short black hair, and a subtle red eyeshadow near his left eye. His high bridge of the nose and seldom smiling lips gave him a cold-faced image. For some reason, looking at Dan Feng's face, an indescribable feeling welled up in Luoxi Zai's heart. Though faint, it was like a seed quietly planted in the depths of her soul. For now, she just thought he was quite handsome. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meibea was also tightly hugging Gadaruf. Her two long, shapely legs were wrapped around Gadaruf's waist like snakes, while her arms locked around his neck like iron pincers, as if afraid he would disappear if she let go. Gadaruf remained silent, but his flushed cheeks betrayed him. Unfortunately, Meibea couldn't see his abnormality. "Is there anything valuable on this spider?" Dan Feng asked, turning to stare at the creature. "The spider legs and silk are both valuable." Gadaruf stepped forward and patted the spider's legs, which were as hard as steel, then took out a small knife to slowly cut away the purple silk. But something unexpected happened. The knife actually broke while cutting the silk. It was snapped by the silk itself. "What tough silk," Gadaruf remarked with emotion, then prepared to use water magic to freeze it. "Wait a moment." Dan Feng stopped Gadaruf, and then, under Gadaruf's gaze, used Cloud Striker to instantly slice the silk off. I didn't even notice. When did you switch to a spear?" Gadaruf looked curiously at the weapon in Dan Feng's hand, which faintly emitted a powerful aura. An ordinary person would surely be captivated by Cloud Striker at a glance. "I obtained it by chance not long ago," Dan Feng answered truthfully. "Being given it by the progress bar counted as obtaining it by chance, right?" As he spoke, Dan Feng glanced at the progress bar. This glance shocked him. The progress bar had actually soared to 15%. Was this because he used his ultimate technique? The virtual screen also provided some rewards. Open black lens bracket progress bar has reached 15%. Obtain talent. Inch long, inch strong close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket inch long, inch strong. Every time you deepen your understanding of things, your own abilities will be strengthened. For example, mastering a type of magic or thoroughly understanding the Cloud Knight spear technique from the inside out. Close black lens bracket. This talent is interesting. Dan Feng looked at the description of inch long, inch strong, forming a basic definition of it in his mind. It roughly meant that as long as he learned, he would get stronger. Wouldn't understanding basic information and stories about the world also be a form of learning? It seems I'll need to buy a few books to study properly later, Dan Feng thought to himself. This weapon doesn't look ordinary. You've got good luck, kid. Gadaruf could tell from the appearance of Cloud Striker that it was no common item. It must have come from the hands of a master weaponsmith. Thanks for the compliment, but let's hurry and collect the materials and look around for any items, Dan Feng said. The four of them then began to collect the spider silk in the vicinity. The collected silk was placed into the bag carried by Meibea. Fortunately, the silk could be compressed, otherwise it certainly wouldn't have fit. After they finished collecting, the four continued to look around the nearby caves and found some magic attachment items, though their abilities were unknown, and they weren't sure if they could be sold for a good price. Returning to Malixian and selling the information about this labyrinth to the adventurers. Guild will also earn us a lot, Gadarov said. Labyrinths were renewable resources where the magic power was quite dense, thus breeding powerful magical beasts. Adventurers were meant to conquer these powerful labyrinths, obtaining materials from within to earn rewards. Therefore, information was the most important thing. Since Dan Feng and the others were the first to enter this time, they were essentially acting as a suicide squad. Most teams that are the first to enter suffer heavy casualties. So, most adventurers would not choose to be the first to conquer a labyrinth. The unknown is often the most dangerous. The four of them, having reaped a full harvest, began their return journey. This labyrinth had 3 floors in total, and the only magical beasts inside were spiders. There are really too few commissions like this that allow us demon race members to do. I'm afraid there won't be much to do again after we get back, Meibea said, chatting with everyone while carrying the backpack. Luoxi Shi also chatted enthusiastically with Meibea. Ah, why is that? Luoxi Shi didn't quite understand what Meibea meant. Could it be that the demon race couldn't accept commissions in Malixian? The Adventurers Guild in Malixian is divided into 2 types, one that only humans can take, and one that both humans and the demon race can take. However, the commissions the demon race can take are few and far between. This labyrinth conquest doesn't really count, but normal commissions are generally very scarce. How can it be like this? What if a human accepts it and then the demon race does it together? Luoxi's eyes face was full of disbelief. She never expected that even the Adventurers Guild in Malixian would have racial discrimination. Meibea shook her head. In such a case, if an eyewitness reports it, they won't give you the reward. How can they do that? It's too much bullying, Luoxi Shi said. She had originally planned to earn some travel expenses in Malixian first before heading to the central continent, but now the method of making money as an adventurer had fallen through. It's okay, Luoxi Shi. The landlady's tavern makes a lot of money. You just need to talk to her about working there and she'll agree. Meibea noticed Luoxi's eyes' disappointed expression upon hearing she couldn't take commissions, and immediately thought of another way for her. I guess that's the only way, Luoxi Shi nodded, having no other choice. 15. #15 Rich. Chapter 15. Becoming wealthy. When Dan Feng and his party finally emerged from the dungeon, they were surprised to find that other adventurers were already resting there. Did these people get here so quickly? Luoxi Shi couldn't help but marvel softly. She had originally thought that since they posted the request only a few hours ago, no other adventurers would have arrived so soon. However, as she looked around again, she discovered that at least 4 or more adventurer squads had gathered, and all the magic wood in the vicinity had been completely harvested. What? Someone has already been inside? An adventurer with yellowish-brown hair cried out in shock, looking at the 4 people who had just emerged. Olka, don't make such a fuss. It's not strange for someone to enter the dungeon ahead of us. Aris, the golden-haired leader standing nearby, said calmly to Olka. Just then, Imbibitor suddenly pointed at Dan Feng, who was walking at the front of the 4, and shouted excitedly, "Eh? Aris, look, that's Dan Feng." Aris looked in the direction Imbibitor was pointing and saw Dan Feng, who was about the same height as Gadarov, among the crowd. Dan Feng was around 178 centimeters tall, and Gadarov was about 180 centimeters, but compared to the woman beside them, they stood out quite a bit. Dan Feng also noticed Aris and the others. He simply gave a slight nod before continuing to walk outside. During this time, some people asked them about the situation inside. Gadarov replied that they would have to wait a while before attempting it again and that he would report the details to the Adventurers Guild. This statement instantly caused a stir among the adventurers present. The 4 of them had truly acted as a suicide squad, entering an unknown dungeon for the first time without suffering any losses. The news spread from person to person, and many adventurers heard about the feat. They all admired the 4 of them quite a bit. After all, they couldn't even form a complete party, yet they managed to conquer a dungeon with no prior information. On the way back to Malixian, many adventurers were also rushing toward the new dungeon. As soon as the 4 returned to Malixian, they went straight to the Adventurers Guild to sell all the information they had gathered. That's the information. There are only 3 floors inside, Gadarov told the Adventurers Guild staff member in one breath, while the staff member diligently took notes. Some time passed as the staff member busily recorded the information provided by Gadarov, focusing intently without the slightest negligence. Finally, after a long recording process, all the information was accurately documented. The staff member breathed a sigh of relief, a grateful smile appearing on his face as he said to Gadara, "Thank you for providing this dungeon information. It is very valuable to us. This is the reward from the Adventurers Guild, and we have also reimbursed the commission fee for the request you posted." After speaking, the staff member bowed deeply to Gadara and then pushed forward a large bag from the side, filled with Millis gold coins that made a crisp clinking sound. Gadara looked at the bag of Millis gold coins and nodded with satisfaction. However, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "I also have materials from the strongest monster in that dungeon. Do you need them here?" The staff member's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly replied, "Of course we do, please let us see these materials." Gadara smiled and gestured for Imbibitor, who was standing nearby, to open her backpack. Understanding his intent, Imbibitor quickly opened the backpack and displayed the items inside, one by one. Inside the backpack lay spider legs that had been cut into several pieces by the Cloud Striker, as well as exceptionally tough spider silk. The staff member carefully inspected the hardness of the materials and the quality of the silk, exclaiming in surprise, "These materials are truly excellent. The spider legs, as hard as steel, can be forged with hard ores to create very powerful weapons, and this spider silk is even rarer. It can be used to make durable clothing or in other places where stickiness is required." The staff member accepted the materials without hesitation and expressed his gratitude to Gadara. He then pushed forward another bag of Millis gold coins and handed it to Gadara. Meanwhile, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi were looking at the request wall to see if there were any tasks they could take. Luoxi Shi had finished looking through most of the lower section and truly couldn't find any requests that the demon race could accept. She pursed her lips, feeling frustrated that she hadn't earned more money in Zante Port, which had left her penniless now. "Hey, Dan Feng, Luoxi Shi, we can go now," Imbibitor called out to the two who were searching for requests. Having found no suitable requests, the two followed them back to the tavern. Since most adventurers had gone to the dungeon, the tavern was quite empty. Dan Feng, Luoxi Shi, Gadara, and Imbibitor sat facing each other and began to divide the money. In the end, it was decided that Dan Feng would receive 40% and the others 20% each, as Dan Feng had done most of the work. "There are actually this many gold coins?" Dan Feng looked in astonishment at the bag placed in his hand, the sound of the gold coins clinking against each other particularly pleasant to the ear. Of course. A dungeon can bring unexpected revenue to the Adventurers Guild. Items inside, influenced by the dungeon's magic, will turn into magic tools. This alone will attract a lot of adventurers to the Adventurers Guild to buy information. Gadara explained the situation to Dan Feng. Meanwhile, Luoxi Shi stared at the coin purse in her hand with a look of shock. She slowly opened the purse, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth, making her gasp. "So many gold coins," Luoxi Shi murmured to herself, her voice filled with unbelievable wonder. Quote, "I've never owned this many gold coins before." Her fingers gently touched the glittering coins, feeling their weight and texture. Then, Luoxi Shi began to count the gold coins one by one. Just then, the landlady walked over carrying 2 plates filled with fragrant rice. The rice was golden in color, each grain plump, clearly prepared with great care. "You must be hungry, right? Come and eat," the landlady greeted them warmly. Luoxi Shi finally snapped out of it, quickly put away her coin purse, and took the plate handed to her by the landlady. When she saw the plate of egg-fried rice, her eyes immediately lit up. "What is this? It smells so good," Luoxi Shi praised. The landlady smiled and nodded. "Yes, Dan Feng taught me how to make this. Since I learned this dish, my tavern's business has been getting better and better." This egg-fried rice originally couldn't be made, but later, a type of wine that entered the market from Ghost Island allowed it to be perfectly recreated. Although that liquid was called wine on Ghost Island, Dan Feng knew as soon as he smelled it that it was actually soy sauce, a type of seasoning. He bought some for stir-frying and taught the landlady how to use it in passing, so now the tavern's business is exceptionally good. 16. Number 16 Read Together. Light. Chapter 16. Reading Together. A few days after returning from the labyrinth, Dan Feng came to Malixian's bookstore and bought many books, including quite a few about the regions, people, and events of this world. Dan Feng carried all these books into his room and began to read them carefully. Fortunately, he recognized the characters of the human language. Otherwise, learning to read would have taken a lot of time. The Heroic Legend of the North God. Dan Feng picked up this book he hadn't purchased, then thought, remembering that the bookstore owner had given it to him as a gift for buying so many books. All the books in this world were handwritten. There was no printing, but the handwriting in all these books was very clear. When Dan Feng saw the name North God, he recalled the 7 great powers often mentioned by adventurers. The 7 great powers were recognized as the strongest individuals in the world. Their deeds had long spread throughout the world, and achieving a position among them would bring endless glory, causing them to be looked up to by everyone. The leader of the 7 great powers was the god of technique, the second was the dragon god, the third was the war god, the fourth was the demon god, the fifth was the death god, the sixth was the sword god, and the seventh was the north god, whose name was just on the book. Dan Feng only knew the titles of these legendary figures, he had never seen their names. Then, Dan Feng slowly opened the first page and began to read. After reading for a while, he only felt that the person who wrote this book was exaggerating a bit. The lines were filled with praise and admiration for the North God, as if giving the North God a protagonist's halo. The entire piece revolved around the North God as the hero. After finishing this book, Dan Feng also learned about some places the North God visited, especially the Becalite continent, which was an area primarily composed of desert. It's almost noon. I should go down and eat something. Dan Feng stood up, casually picked up a book he hadn't read yet, and walked toward the door. Dan Feng came downstairs, ordered a sandwich from the proprietress, and then ate while reading. Luo Kixi sat nearby, watching Dan Feng curiously. Seeing that Dan Feng was holding a book, she curiously sat down next to him. Dan Feng glimpsed Luo Kixi from the corner of his eye, so he stopped what he was doing and stared at Luo Kixi with a questioning look, as if asking if something was wrong. It's nothing, I'm just looking at what book you're reading, Luo Kixi quickly explained when she saw Dan Feng's gaze. Dan Feng swallowed the sandwich in his mouth, then glanced at the book title and slowly said, it's a book about regional culture. The author is named Bladikin. Oh Bladikin, Luo Kixi said thoughtfully, then suddenly reacted. What, Bladikin? Yes, Bladikin. Bladikin was Luo Kixi's magic teacher. Because she came to the Miglid tribe's village, she asked Luo Kixi to show her the Miglid tribe's lifestyle and customs. So, she toured around with Luo Kixi during the day and taught Luo Kixi magic. That sounds like my teacher's name. Luo Kixi stared at the author's name on the book. Is that so? Such a coincidence? Dan Feng said calmly. Seeing Luo Kixi look a bit dejected, he spoke again. By the way, have you ever properly read a book? Luo Kixi shook her head but then nodded. If magic books count, then I suppose I have finished reading some. I see. I bought many books. If you're really bored, wanna come upstairs and look at them? Dan Feng said this to Luo Kixi after taking the last bite of his sandwich. His eyes were incredibly clear, showing only a simple desire to share what he had bought with someone else. Eh? Is that really okay? Luo Kixi looked at Dan Feng, but inside, her heart felt like a little rabbit was hopping around. She was a little delighted. It's fine. I bought so many books. I definitely can't read them all that quickly by myself, Dan Feng said with a relaxed tone. With that, Dan Feng led Luo Kixi upstairs to his room. Excuse me for intruding, Luo Kixi said softly, then curiously looked around Dan Feng's room. Dan Feng's room was very neatly kept, spotless, giving off a comfortable feeling. Those books were arranged neatly on the bookshelf, lined up according to category, looking orderly. Not only that, but even the daily necessities were placed in a very orderly manner, without any mess whatsoever. There doesn't seem to be anywhere to sit here, Luo Kixi commented, noticing the absence of chairs or anything similar in the room. I apologize. Because this is an inn, there usually aren't any chairs, but I have cleaned it very well, so feel free to sit anywhere. After speaking, Dan Feng picked up the book written by Bladikin and plopped down onto the bed. He opened the pages and began reading with great relish. This book introduced Dan Feng to many races, including the demon race, the beast race, and the customs and traditions of the human race's regions. Seeing this, Luo Kixi also walked over to the books and began to select carefully. Her gaze drifted over the bookshelf, finally resting on a book about the distribution of world powers. Power distribution? Luo Kixi murmured softly, seemingly very interested in this topic. She picked up that book, walked to a corner of the room, sat down on the floor, and also immersed herself in the world of books. For a moment, the room was silent, with only the occasional sound of turning pages. Both were focused on the books in their hands, neither disturbing the other, quietly enjoying the pleasure of reading. By the time Dan Feng finished reading this book, 3 hours had passed. Looking out the window, the sky was already turning toward dusk. Consequently, Dan Feng got up, preparing to use the restroom or something. When he turned around, he noticed Luo Kixi still reading. Her body was very petite, looking to be under 1.5 meters tall. Truly worthy of a race that stops growing after 15? From the book he had just read, there was information about Luo Kixi's race, the Miglid tribe. It was a special race, and almost all of its members possessed an ability called telepathy. It was an ability that allowed for instantaneous communication of meaning to anyone who understood telepathy without needing to use their mouths, truly special. And that book explicitly stated that there was a little girl of the Miglid tribe who was born unable to use this ability, which made her equivalent to a deaf-mute person among humans in her tribe. The Miglid tribe generally did not leave their community unless Luo Kixi. Dan Feng softly called out to Luo Kixi, who was already immersed in her book. Luo Kixi looked up at Dan Feng upon hearing the call. What is it? Luo Kixi tilted her head slightly. Her clear eyes paired with her cute face were endlessly pleasing to look at. A completely legal loli who was delicate and easy to push over. Can you not use telepathy? Dan Feng asked cautiously. He had an intuition that the Miglid tribe mentioned in the book was Luo Kixi. Yes, why bring this up all of a sudden? Just as Luo Kixi's gaze fell upon the book written by her teacher in Dan Feng's hand, she suddenly understood why Dan Feng asked that. Are there things about the Miglid tribe in the book? Luo Kixi asked the just-finished Dan Feng doubtfully. Yes. 17. Number 17 Luo Kixi's Invitation, 1. Chapter 17. Luo Xizai's Invitation, 1. In the following days, Dan Feng rarely took on commissions. He spent most of his time reading books. When Gadaruf asked him why he stopped taking commissions, Dan Feng replied, "Knowledge is power." This statement wasn't wrong. During this period, every book Dan Feng finished reading enhanced his abilities, though only to a very limited extent. For instance, his mana increased by about a bowl's worth relative to a river. However, besides the bonuses provided by inch long, inch strong, his progress bar also increased by 3 points, now sitting at 18%. During this time, Dan Feng had finished reading most of the books he had bought. He decided to go buy more soon and sell the ones he had finished at the same time. At breakfast, Dan Feng and Luo Xizai sat together, discussing the plot of a storybook. Ever since Dan Feng invited Luo Xizai to his room to read, their relationship had progressed from being acquaintances to being close friends. They also shared another identity, book buddies. After all, they had both read the books the other had read. Wasn't that a form of book buddy relationship? One day, Dan Feng was woken up by a series of urgent knocks on his door, causing him to show a rare glimpse of irritation. In an instant, Dan Feng was at the door and pulled it open. After looking left and right and seeing no one, Dan Feng intended to go back for a nap. Just as he was about to close the door, a soft voice suddenly reached his ears. "Good morning, Dan Feng." The voice was crisp and pleasant. It was Luo Xizai's voice. Hearing this, Dan Feng was momentarily stunned, then looked down toward the source of the voice. He saw Luo Xizai standing at the door with a shy smile on her face, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Ah, were you still sleeping? I'm so sorry, I thought you were already up," Luo Xizai explained quickly, noticing Dan Feng's slightly messy hair. Seeing this, Dan Feng shook his head and said with a smile, "It's fine, no harm done." "Did you need something so early in the morning?" In truth, Dan Feng didn't feel the slightest bit of displeasure regarding Luo Xizai's sudden visit. On the contrary, during the time he had spent with Luo Xizai, he had developed a very good impression of her. Luo Xizai gave him the impression of a girl who was both cute and articulate, as well as exceptionally talented. During this period, Luo Xizai had also learned many things from Dan Feng, especially no incantation magic techniques. By now, Luo Xizai could proficiently use no incantation techniques for intermediate magic. For advanced magic, she had only learned Ice Spear Blizzard, which left Dan Feng in awe of her talent. However, Luo Xizai would always pout and say, "What do you mean? You're the one who invented a causal magic, and yet you're saying I'm the talented one." Because advanced magic required a massive amount of mana and involved complex flow paths, Luo Xizai still needed more time to study and practice it. "I just wanted to see if you'd like to go out for a walk. Are you free right now?" Luo Xizai's eyes held a spark of anticipation, like a young girl in the first flushes of love sincerely inviting her crush on a date. As the saying goes, the spectator sees more clearly than the player. Dan Feng was likely not the type to be sensitive to his own romantic prospects, so he didn't notice. "A walk? No problem. I happen to need to buy some books. Please wait a moment." With that, Dan Feng closed the door, leaving Luo Xizai outside. Luo Xizai couldn't say much, so she went downstairs to wait for Dan Feng. By the time Dan Feng finished washing up and went downstairs, Luo Xizai had been waiting for quite a while. "Yo, where are you two headed?" Maibea had been cleaning, but her curiosity was piqued a while ago when she saw Luo Xizai leaning boredly against the table. However, she hadn't planned on asking Luo Xizai, choosing instead to keep observing. It wasn't until Dan Feng came down that she walked over to ask. Just going for a walk. I'm going to buy some books while I'm at it, Dan Feng answered truthfully. Eh? That's it? Meibei looked at Dan Feng and Luo Xixi in shock, her tone suggesting she felt let down by the mundane answer. We might also stop by the Adventurers Guild to see if there are any suitable commissions. Alright, off you go then. Meibei waved them away and went back to her work. A while later, Dan Feng and Luo Xixi appeared on the streets of Malixian's commercial district. Luo Xi's striking aqua-blue hair was very eye-catching in the crowd. Whenever someone saw Luo Xi's hair, they would start whispering, "Look, it's a demon." Honestly, for a demon to appear on human lands. Every time she heard such comments, Luo Xixi would lower her head slightly, looking very hurt. Dan Feng naturally heard the gossip as well. He stopped in his tracks and looked toward the two people speaking the loudest. Hey, how long has it been since the human-demon war ended? Are you still carrying that racial discrimination? Dan Feng questioned the two. Though his expression didn't fluctuate much, he gave off an inexplicable sense of pressure, like a strong person exerting dominance over the weak. Let's go. This guy looks like that Azure Dragon person. He's bad news, the first speaker said with a panicked expression. As he spoke, he reached out to pull his companion's sleeve, wanting to flee the area immediately. However, before they could take more than a few steps, Dan Feng suddenly appeared behind them. Dan Feng's speed was incredible, like a gust of wind, making it impossible to detect his arrival. Wait, Dan Feng said, his voice cold. Then, his hands tightly gripped their shoulders, making it impossible for them to break free. Big brother, we were wrong, okay? It hurts. The two men turned pale, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They cried out while swatting at Dan Feng's hands, trying to ease the pain in their shoulders. Dan Feng looked at them expressionlessly. He applied a bit more pressure, making their pain even more intense. Apologize. Dan Feng's voice remained cold, without the slightest emotional ripple. We're sorry, big brother, the two said almost in unison, their voices filled with fear and pleas for mercy. I want you to apologize to her, Dan Feng said, pointing to Luo Xixi nearby. We're sorry, big sister. The two quickly turned around and bowed deeply to Luo Xixi, their attitude far more sincere than before. Afterward, as if granted a grand reprieve, the two hurried away, fearing Dan Feng might change his mind. As they walked, they kept glancing back, terrified that Dan Feng might chase after them. Watching the two receding backs, a look of worry appeared on Luo Xi's face. She walked to Dan Feng's side and said softly, Dan Feng, thank you for standing up for me, but what if they try to target you out in the field later? Dan Feng shrugged indifferently and said, it doesn't matter. If they really want to retaliate, I have my own ways of dealing with it. His tone was relaxed, as if he didn't care about those two at all. I still want to thank you. We are friends. Helping a friend is only natural. 18. Number 18 Luo Xi's Invitation, 2. Chapter 18. Luo Xi's Invitation, 2. After that, Dan Feng and Luo Xixi wandered aimlessly through the streets. The gossip that had once filled every corner of the streets gradually vanished without a trace. Perhaps because they had some contact with Luo Xixi during this time, the shops on both sides of the street did not show the same resistance toward her as the other passers-by. This made their shopping trip exceptionally relaxed and pleasant. As they walked, Dan Feng and Luo Xixi passed by a dessert shop. The fragrance wafting from this shop was like a temptation from heaven. Just smelling it could make one feel a sense of blissful sweetness. Dan Feng didn't have much of a sweet tooth, but Luo Xixi was completely captivated by the scent. Her feet seemed bolted to the ground, unable to move forward another step. Dan Feng looked at Luo Xi's motionless figure, then glanced at her with confusion. Suddenly, a scene from the second time he met Luo Xixi flashed through his mind. At that time, Luo Xixi seemed to have mentioned that she had absolutely no resistance to sweet things. Do you want to eat some? It's my treat, Dan Feng said with a smile to Luo Xixi, who was staring blankly at the desserts inside the shop. Hearing Dan Feng's words, Luo Xixi snapped back to her senses as if waking from a dream. She coughed twice in embarrassment and then quickly said, ahem, no need, I can buy it myself. Despite saying so, Luo Xi's gaze never left those exquisite desserts. In the end, at Dan Feng's insistence, the two of them walked into the dessert shop together. You said it's your treat, then I won't hold back, Luo Xixi said to Dan Feng, then proceeded to order several desserts that looked delicious. A short while later, Luo Xixi got her wish and started eating the desserts. Ah, so delicious, so happy. Luo Xixi rested her left cheek on her hand and stuffed a fork into her mouth with her right hand, wearing a blissful expression. Dan Feng looked at the dessert Luoxi Shi had pushed toward him, then picked up a fork, scooped a little bit, and put it in his mouth. It's very sweet, Dan Feng said quietly, then silently finished the entire dessert. Eating one occasionally was fine, but if he were to eat like Luoxi Shi was right now, he might die of sweetness in the dessert shop. After finishing his dessert, Dan Feng rested his chin on his hand and stared blankly at the street outside the window. Meanwhile, Luoxi Shi was perfectly immersed in the gentle paradise provided by the sweets. Finally, Luoxi Shi finished the last piece of dessert and looked toward Dan Feng. Seeing that Dan Feng was still dazed, Luoxi Shi gently called out to him. Dan Feng, Dan Feng? Luoxi's eyes' gentle voice reached Dan Feng's ears, and he snapped back to reality. You're finished? Dan Feng looked at the stack of empty plates in front of Luoxi Shi, then silently stood up to settle the bill. Walking out of the dessert shop, Luoxi Shi thanked Dan Feng bashfully. Thank you for treating me to dessert, it was really delicious. It's nothing. Dan Feng didn't care at all about how much money he spent, because he had plenty of savings now and didn't mind this small amount. Dan Feng, do you have any plans for later? Luoxi Shi tilted her head slightly to look at Dan Feng's face and asked softly. At this moment, Luoxi's watery blue eyes hid an immature thought that was quietly sprouting in the depths of her heart. Dan Feng thought for a moment and then replied, Me? I'll probably continue being an adventurer. There was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. After all, he didn't have a clear direction for the future yet, but his primary goal remained the progress bar. Although his curiosity about other places hadn't vanished, traveling alone always felt like something was missing. A light flashed in Luoxi's eyes, and she raised her index finger as if she had suddenly thought of a great idea. She proposed, then how about going to the central continent with me later to take a look? Teacher said there are many wonderful places in the central continent. Her words were full of expectation, and her watery blue eyes sparkled with excitement. Stories about the central continent quickly flashed through Dan Feng's mind. He thought about it and felt that going with Luoxi Shi wouldn't be a bad choice. So he nodded and said with a smile, going to the central continent, huh? I think that works. A joyful smile immediately bloomed on Luoxi's face. She had been a bit worried that Dan Feng would refuse, since it was just a whim of hers. However, when she heard Dan Feng's answer, the unease in her heart was instantly replaced by joy. Really, that's great. Traveling alone would have been very boring otherwise. Luoxi's voice overflowed with irrepressible excitement. Her smile was brighter than sunlight, making one feel cheerful just by looking at her. If any lolicon were present, they would surely have been struck dead on the spot by Luoxi's cute expression. Afterward, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi also went to a bookstore. They hadn't forgotten that their main purpose for coming out was to buy books. Dan Feng picked out books he was interested in from the shelves, while Luoxi Shi searched for books written by Bladekin. Afterward, both found the books they wanted to buy. Luoxi Shi only bought one, while Dan Feng bought many more. They finished their shopping trip and then returned to the tavern. Meibea was slightly surprised to see Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi buying so many books again. You guys really like reading, buying so many at once again. Meibea, you wouldn't understand. As they say, knowledge is power. Luoxi Shi mimicked what Dan Feng had said before and then ran upstairs. Dan Feng also went upstairs with the books he just bought, then came back down carrying the ones he had bought last time. He was going to sell these finished books to recover some funds. By the time Dan Feng returned, Gadaruf and Meibea were both on the first floor. Seeing Dan Feng return, Meibea waved at him. Hey Dan Feng, come over here. Seeing Meibea calling him, Dan Feng thought something was up, so he walked over. Is something the matter? How about the four of us have a drink together tonight? Meibea suggested to Dan Feng. The three of us plus Luoxi Shi? That's right, I'm fine with it, but you'll have to ask Luoxi Shi. Dan Feng sat down on his own and poured himself a glass of water. I'll go ask. Meibea left her seat and hurriedly ran upstairs. What's the occasion today? Asking us to drink? Dan Feng took a sip of water, put down the glass, and looked at Gadaruf. I don't know either, Mei Yi suggested it. Gadaruf said quietly, then stared blankly at his glass. Both remained silent, as they both preferred peace and quiet. 19. Number 19. Gadulf's feelings. Chapter 19. Gadaruf's feelings. Not long after, Meibea walked downstairs full of expectation, holding Luoxi's hand. Remember, we must have a hearty drink today, Meibea said gleefully, then stepped quickly into the kitchen to bring out some wine and assorted food. Sorry, Mei Yi, I can't drink too much. It wouldn't be good to get drunk. Gadaruf smiled and shook his head, politely declining. Quote, after all, I have to wake up early tomorrow. Oh, I see. Well then, just have a little bit for the sake of it, Imbibitor replied, understandingly, then filled everyone's cup with wine. And so, a relaxed and pleasant drinking session began. Time passed quietly amidst laughter and conversation, and dinner was finished along with the fine wine. Gadorov was the first to excuse himself. He had only eaten and drunk sparingly until he was full, showing no signs of intoxication. Take your time drinking, I'll go rest first. Gadorov stood up slowly, bid everyone a polite farewell, and turned to head upstairs. His figure gradually receded and finally disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Oh dear, that uncle going to bed so early and leaving me here, almost drunk. Imbibitor muttered, her cheeks flushed red from the alcohol, her whole being feeling a bit dizzy. She sprawled lazily on the table, looking as if she might fall fast asleep the next second. Lunae, who had drunk relatively little, looked at Imbibitor. Seeing her drinking so heavily, she couldn't help but feel worried and whispered, Imbibitor, how about you stop drinking? However, Imbibitor waved her hand without hesitation and responded nonchalantly, oh, it's fine, we agreed to drink to our heart's content today. Meanwhile, Dan Feng appeared quite calm. He just silently drank water. As for Imbibitor's urging to drink, he had decisively refused after finishing one cup and had been drinking water instead of wine ever since. But Imbibitor, before Lunae could finish, Imbibitor acted as if she hadn't heard and tilted her head back to gulp down another large mouthful of wine. Burp. Imbibitor let out a loud alcoholic burp, then pouted and muttered a complaint. Gadorov is really too cold to me. He's simply a heartless guy. Although her words carried a sense of blame, Dan Feng and Lunae didn't hear any real reproach. Instead, it felt more like she was acting spoiled. Leaning back in his chair, Dan Feng didn't seem to care about Imbibitor's words. He pulled out a book from somewhere and began flipping through it leisurely. Then, he spoke slowly. I actually think the success rate of your confession is around 70 to 80%. After all, there aren't many women around that guy Gadorov, so your chances are still very high. Dan Feng continued his analysis. Does Imbibitor really have to wait for Gadorov to confess to her? A member of the demon race should show some bold spirit. Of course I know that, but I don't dare. Imbibitor became more depressed as she spoke. The feeling of one's love being unnoticed by others is the most annoying, but that's just how a secret crush is. Is it my problem? Am I that unattractive? Why has a great beauty like me been by Gadorov's side for so many years, yet his heart hasn't fluttered once? Imbibitor complained wildly, continuing to pour wine down her throat. Lunae didn't know what to say beside Imbibitor. Could it be that he doesn't like big ones? Imbibitor muttered to herself, bouncing her two large assets with her hands, then turned her gaze toward Lunae's eyes rather meager assets nearby. Ah, what's with that look? Lunae noticed Imbibitor's subtle mockery and was immediately annoyed. She instantly reached out, grabbed Imbibitor's shoulders, and shook her vigorously. However, the moment Lunae shook Imbibitor, there was a thud. Imbibitor's head suddenly seemed to lose support and slammed onto the table with a loud bang. I didn't use much force. Imbibitor, are you okay? Lunae's face turned pale with fright at this sudden scene. She pushed Imbibitor in panic, trying to wake her up. It's fine, she just fell asleep. Dan Feng quickly spoke up to stop Lunae's actions and explained to her. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Lunae breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly withdrew her hand and looked at Dan Feng, somewhat at a loss, asking what to do next. Should we take Imbibitor back to her room? Lunae suggested. I don't think it's necessary to go to that trouble. Dan Feng gave a meaningful smile. His ears twitched slightly, immediately catching a faint movement from the stairs. Look, isn't the protagonist here? Dan Feng said to Lunae with a smile playing on his lips. Just as Dan Feng finished speaking, Gadorov's figure appeared at the corner of the stairs. Gadorov? Didn't he go to sleep? Lunae looked at Gadorov in shock, her eyes full of confusion. How could someone sleep before a certain someone returns to their room? Dan Feng chuckled. He had guessed this because he had heard a sentence Gadorov said to the landlady before leaving. Landlady, please come and tell me once Mei Yi is drunk, and I'll take her back to her room. Alright. And just as Imbibitor got drunk, the landlady ran upstairs to call Gadorov. At this moment, Gadorov smilingly picked up the drunken Imbibitor, nodded to Dan Feng and the others, and then carried her upstairs. At this time, Imbibitor in Gadorov's arms also revealed a smile that was hard to detect. Dan Feng, does this mean Gadorov also likes Imbibitor? Is it a mutual attraction? Yeah, it feels like they aren't far from being together. Dan Feng closed his book and said to Lunae. Afterward, Dan Feng and Lunae stayed behind to clean up the mess, washing all the plates and wine glasses. Let's go back and rest. Dan Feng called out to Luoxi Shi and headed upstairs on his own. Okay, Luoxi Shi responded and went upstairs with Dan Feng. By the way, Dan Feng, do you think there's a possibility they'll stay together tonight? Luoxi Shi said as they walked. As soon as she said this, Dan Feng fell silent, then slowly spoke, probably not. I'm not sure either, but knowing Gadaruf's personality, it wouldn't happen so fast. 20. Number 20 Prepare. Chapter 20. Preparation. The next day, Dan Feng woke up early in the morning. Why, you ask? Naturally, it was because he had a very comfortable sleep last night after having a small drink. Dan Feng went down to the first floor, ate breakfast while reading a book, and time passed quickly. By the time Luoxi Shi came down, Dan Feng had already finished eating. Morning, Dan Feng. Luoxi Shi yawned as she greeted him. Morning, Dan Feng responded to Luoxi Shi while flipping through his book. Oh my, the two of you are up even earlier than Meibea and the others today, the landlady said with a smile when she saw Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. Landlady, haven't those two woken up yet? Luoxi Shi asked with curiosity, but the landlady gave a negative answer. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi glanced at each other. Something's up. However, they didn't have a hobby for eavesdropping, so they didn't pay it much mind. Dan Feng continued reading his book, while Luoxi Shi silently ate her breakfast. At that moment, a virtual screen suddenly popped up in Dan Feng's field of vision, showing that the progress bar had reached 20%. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations host, the template progress has reached 20%. You have obtained the dragon vein. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Dragon vein. When in close proximity to those you are close with, it will silently influence their state, such as increasing mana, extending lifespan, and granting immunity to all diseases. Close black lens bracket. This ability doesn't seem very useful to me personally, Dan Feng thought to himself as he looked at the ability's description. So, Dan Feng stopped overthinking it. He closed his book and looked at Luoxi Shi, who had finished her breakfast. At this moment, Luoxi Shi was quietly gazing at Dan Feng, seemingly lost in a daze. Luoxi Shi? Dan Feng called out softly. Ah, what is it? Luoxi Shi was snapped back to consciousness by Dan Feng, only then realizing she had been staring at him and that he had noticed. Didn't you say we were going to the central continent? When are we leaving? I need to get my things ready. We have enough money now, so we can leave whenever. Luoxi Shi replied after thinking for a moment. Then we can go prepare the things we'll need first. Dan Feng stood up, looked at Luoxi Shi, and then said softly, let's go. Huh? So soon? I also want to go see the outside world, Dan Feng said to Luoxi Shi as they walked out the door. Looking at Dan Feng's face, which was filled with the same longing for the outside world, Luoxi Shi couldn't help but feel the same way. Afterward, the two of them went to prepare supplies for the journey. There wasn't much to prepare for the trip, just dry rations, backpacks, and such. It took Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi about 2 hours to buy everything. By the time they returned to the tavern, it was unknowingly approaching noon. There were very few customers inside, making the tavern feel exceptionally quiet. Only the landlady and Meibea were there. Oh, you're up? As soon as Luoxi Shi saw Meibea, she asked with a face full of curiosity if anything exciting had happened last night. Meibea just gave a slight smile and shook her head, saying, not at all. Gadaruf, then, she began to recount last night's experience to Luoxi Shi in detail. After Meibea got drunk last night, Gadaruf was worried about her safety, so he carried her back to her room. In the room, Gadaruf took careful care of Meibea until she gradually regained her sobriety. After that, Gadaruf poured her a glass of water, told her to get some rest, and only then returned to his own room. That's it? After listening, the curiosity on Luoxi Zai's face was gradually replaced by calmness. Yeah, the old guy is just an old guy, that's all. Meibea nodded, seemingly feeling that there was nothing special about last night. Just then, Meibea's gaze was suddenly drawn to the backpack in Dan Feng's hand, and she asked curiously, by the way, what are you buying these things for? Dan Feng replied, I'm planning to go see the central continent, and then maybe do some adventuring there. His voice was very calm, as if he were talking about something perfectly ordinary. I'm going with Dan Feng. I also want to go see the central continent my teacher mentioned. Luoxi Shi added after Dan Feng finished speaking. What, you're leaving? Meibea looked at the two of them in disbelief. Never mind, it's your decision after all, so I won't say anything. Later, Meibea told the landlady about Dan Feng and Luoxi Zai's departure. The landlady didn't stop them either. Instead, she earnestly told them to take good care of themselves. Afterward, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi chatted a bit more and set the departure time for tomorrow morning. Then, they went back to their rooms to pack. Back in his room, Dan Feng looked at the place where he had lived for 2 years and couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Although he was somewhat reluctant to leave, he had to go in order to see new places and improve his strength. He packed the few books he hadn't finished reading into his backpack, followed by some of his daily necessities, and that was about it. Since the system had a wardrobe function, Dan Feng was never short of clothes. The system could provide basically any kind of clothing, but such clothes would immediately disappear if worn by someone else. There's nothing else to bring. I really have very few belongings. Dan Feng looked at the room, which was now nearly empty after he had packed his daily necessities and books. That night, the landlady held a farewell party for Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi, which many adventurers attended. Because they heard that the cold-faced little azure dragon was leaving, they were very happy. Finally, no one would be crushing their self-confidence anymore, and simple commissions would finally not be snatched away by Dan Feng. Thinking of this, some adventurers showed a smile. The landlady slowly walked over to Luoxi Zai's side. Little Luoxi Shi, although we've only known each other for a few months, I'm still reluctant to see you go. With you around, it's as if I'm seeing my own daughter. Landlady Luoxi Shi looked at the landlady, who was already choking up, and felt a mix of emotions in her heart. After the landlady left, she also began to wonder if her parents were worried about her. Did they think about her every day? At this thought, Luoxi Shi shook her head and then said slowly but firmly, "Then I won't go back to that quiet village." At this moment, Dan Feng was surrounded by a group of adventurers who were chatting excitedly. Cold-faced little azure dragon, where are you going? Central continent. I heard that there are many powerful adventurers in the central continent. You must make sure not to provoke anyone. Thanks for the advice. Every time someone asked him something, his replies were very brief, showing no intention of engaging in much conversation with them. However, even though Dan Feng was giving them the cold shoulder, they were still chatting enthusiastically. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21 Departure. Chapter 21. Departure. The next day, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi prepared everything they needed. Dan Feng had only a backpack, while Luoxi Shi had a single leather handbag. When they went downstairs, 3 people were waiting for them on the first floor. They were the proprietress, Imbibitor, and Gadaruf. Dan Feng, Luoxi Shi, take this basket of sandwiches to eat on the road. The proprietress handed the basket to Dan Feng, and he caught it steadily. Thank you, proprietress. I'm grateful for your care over the past 2 years. Dan Feng looked at her and spoke with a firm gaze. These words came from the bottom of his heart. Dan Feng, after all, we've spent 2 years together. Gadaruf and I have watched you grow up during this time. You must take good care of Luoxi Shi. Imbibitor walked up to Dan Feng and patted him on the shoulder. You keep it up too. I hope when I return, I'll see you've achieved what you wished for. Dan Feng smiled at Imbibitor, then turned his gaze to Gadaruf. Gadaruf nodded to him, and Dan Feng responded in kind. This was a silent understanding unique to men, requiring no words. Proprietress, Imbibitor, Gadaruf, goodbye. Just before stepping out, Luoxi Shi bid them a reluctant farewell. Although they had only known each other for a few months, she had been very happy. The grievances and melancholy she felt on the demon continent had all been resolved in Malixian. However, she had also faced new grievances from racial discrimination in Malixian, but she had met a few friends, which more or less balanced it out. Since she was about to leave this country, she naturally wanted to make peace with it. She thought that unless it was truly necessary, she would never come back here again. May your journey be protected by the gods, the proprietress said to Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi one last time. Then, Dan Feng waved to the 3 of them and left the tavern with Luoxi Shi. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi walked down the street. Their plan was to head west until they reached the west port of the Milis continent, then take a ship from there to the east port in the region of the Wenglong kingdom. As for where to go after that, they would have to see. When they reached that dessert shop, Dan Feng suddenly stopped. After telling Luoxi Shi to wait a moment, he vanished. On the crowded street, Luoxi Shi was left standing alone in confusion. She didn't know what Dan Feng was up to, so she could only wait quietly where she was. Not long after, Dan Feng returned holding something wrapped in craft paper. Here, Dan Feng handed the craft paper to Luoxi Shi. For me? Luoxi Shi carefully took the paper from him. Peering inside, she saw it was her favorite dessert. Wow, dessert, thank you, Dan Feng. With hearts in her eyes, Luoxi Shi didn't hesitate to take a bite into the craft paper. After the first bite, Luoxi suddenly froze. She felt her reaction to sweet things was a bit exaggerated, but she really couldn't resist desserts. Afterward, she ate slowly, no longer showing such an exaggerated expression. Once she finished, Luoxi took out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth like a lady. This journey will take a long time. You've probably never traveled for so long before, have you? Looked at Dan Feng and noticed he was deep in thought. So, Luoxi didn't speak again, and the two walked in silence. It wasn't until they reached the western city gate that Dan Feng snapped out of his thoughts. He had been thinking about the dragon vein ability. Only those with close ties could be affected. But how close did they need to be? He asked the system, but it remained silent. It seemed the system only spoke when the progress bar moved. Otherwise, it wouldn't respond to any other questions. Dan Feng, we've reached the city gate, Luoxi called out softly. Let's go. We need to stay alert once we're outside. The map seller warned that bandits often frequent the main road to Westport. The Millis Knights haven't conducted any major sweeps because it's too far away. Dan Feng said this based on the map seller's advice. It seemed the man had been robbed before. I see. Luoxi nodded, indicating she would stay alert. The two successfully passed through the gates and left the most beautiful city, Malixian. By the way, Dan Feng, where's your weapon? Luoxi asked, looking at his empty hands in confusion. I have my own way of hiding it. Don't worry, my weapon never leaves my side. Dan Feng said this without any intention of taking the weapon out. Alright then. Luoxi didn't press further. And so, the two walked until night fell. Dan Feng used earth magic to build a house shaped like Patrick's star, and he and Luoxi stayed inside to rest. Dan Feng picked up some branches nearby. Although they looked a bit dirty, they were sufficient to serve as firewood. He piled the branches together and ignited them using fire magic. The flames rose quickly, illuminating their surroundings. Fortunately, Dan Feng had made a small window in the Patrick Star house and used earth to create bars to block any creatures trying to crawl in. Dan Feng took out the sandwiches the proprietress had prepared for them that morning. He had already discarded the basket because it was cumbersome to carry. He held the sandwiches over the fire for a while to warm them up. Alright, they're ready to eat, Dan Feng said to Luoxi. Luoxi thanked him and took the sandwich he offered. The two sat by the fire, enjoying their simple yet delicious dinner. Dan Feng was very confident in his earth magic, into which he had poured a great deal of mana. He believed this earth fortress was sturdy enough to withstand any outside interference. Thus they could rest inside with peace of mind. The plains at night were exceptionally quiet. Aside from the occasional chirping of insects, there was almost no other sound. Even inside the earth fortress, one could clearly hear the sounds from outside. This tranquility was very pleasant, as if the entire world consisted only of the two of them. After finishing her dinner, Luoxi quickly fell into a dreamless sleep. Her breathing became steady and soft. She was clearly fast asleep. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, a warm feeling welled up in Dan Feng's heart. This is what the meaning of travel should be. After Dan Feng spoke these words, destiny began to shift. Because Dan Feng was there, someone she could trust, Luoxi had no worries and slept deeply. Dan Feng napped for only a few hours before waking up naturally. Since arriving in this world, Dan Feng had found his mental state to be exceptionally energetic. Except for the occasional exhaustion from overusing mana, he required very little sleep to recover his energy. This surprised him, but he also felt it was good, as it gave him more time to explore this world. It was all due to the physical enhancements rewarded by the system. He believed that through these improvements, he was gradually transforming from the human race into the Vidyadhara. I'm looking forward to what my dragon form will look like, but I wonder how much progress I need to unlock the transformation. It was now the middle of the night, and the chirping outside had quieted down significantly. However, Dan Feng heard a different sound, the sound of human voices. It was the sound of many feet treading on the grass, which inevitably made Dan Feng alert. Boss Beta, there's a mound here. Whose grave is it? 22. Number 22 First Murder. Chapter 22. The First Kill. Huh? How could it be a grave? There's clearly someone inside, said the man named Beta. He approached Dan Feng's earth fortress and knocked on it. Person inside, are you coming out yourself or do I have to invite you? I mean no harm, it's just that a terrifying monster appeared over there, and my brothers and I are afraid of dying, Beta continued, while signaling to the others behind him with his eyes. They didn't see the small ventilation window at the back of the earth fortress. Understanding Beta's meaning, they began to attack Dan Feng's earth fortress. Dan Feng knew the people outside didn't come with good intentions, but he didn't think they had the ability to destroy his earth fortress. Luoxi also gradually woke up to the sound of heavy pounding. Eh? Why is everything shaking? Luoxi rubbed her eyes. Having been woken up, her eyes felt particularly sore. Boss, sounds like there's a woman inside. The lackey heard Luoxi's voice and shouted. Then why aren't you working harder? Look at you, you've been attacking for so long and only scraped off a bit of dirt? But boss, this thing is too hard. We can't scrape it off. Luoxi also heard the voices outside and looked at Dan Feng. Are those people outside bandits? Dan Feng nodded. It's fine, they definitely can't break this magic unless there's a magician present. Boss, still can't break it. The lackey kept prattling to Beta. Beta kicked the lackey and cursed. Can't you use your brain? Bring that magician we caught this morning and his wife here. I want to see if this turtle shell can be broken by a magician. After that, it fell silent outside for a short while. After some time, Beta and his group returned to the front of the Earth Fortress. You destroy this turtle shell, or else, Beta said to a man dressed as a magician, then felt up the man's bound wife. I'll do it, please don't touch my wife, the magician said, weeping bitterly. The two of them were originally planning to head to Malixian today. They were approached by a group while resting halfway, and as a result, they were surrounded by bandits. They killed a few bandits but ultimately lost to the numerical advantage and being closed in on by an advanced North God-style swordsman. Don't worry, I guarantee you and your wife will be fine. Beta walked up to the magician and patted his face. So, get to work. May the great protection of flame descend upon the place thou seekest, O fierce and violent flames, burn away the great bounty, open black lens bracket, great fireball, close black lens bracket. The magician chanted in a low voice. His eyes filled with reluctance, but for himself and his wife, he had to do it. The massive fireball slammed into Dan Feng's Earth Fortress in an instant. Waves of fire swept around, the temperature rose sharply, and the explosion produced thick smoke. In that instant, Dan Feng took Luoxi and left the Earth Fortress. Although the Earth Fortress wouldn't be damaged, the heat from a fire magic attack was not to be underestimated. The Cloud Striker instantly appeared in Dan Feng's hand, and he immediately used wind magic to blow away the surrounding smoke. There are two people there. A lackey immediately noticed the two people appearing not far from the Earth Fortress and shouted, "You're finally out. That wasn't easy. You wouldn't have died before, but now you've pissed me off." Beta roared and charged toward Dan Feng. Seeing their boss charge, the others followed close behind Beta, but two remained to watch the magician and his wife. Tu Jia, with a sharp cry from Luoxi, she used earth magic without hesitation. In an instant, several thick earthen vines quickly sprouted from the ground, tightly entangling the ankles of the crowd with startling speed. With a series of crashing sounds, the group was caught off guard and tripped to the ground one after another. Damn, that little girl is actually a magician, someone exclaimed. Did she chant? How come I didn't see it? Beta also fell in the unexpected trip, but as an advanced swordsman of the North God-style's eccentric school, his reaction speed was extremely fast. With a flash, he stood back up. Step aside, I have no intention of starting a conflict, Dan Feng warned as he saw Beta aggressively approaching him. However, Beta ignored his warning entirely, cursing, "In this wilderness, who the hell cares about you? Even if the Milis Knights came, they couldn't control me." Before he finished speaking, he leapt high into the air, the greatsword in his hand flashing with a cold light as he hacked down fiercely at Dan Feng. Seeing this, Dan Feng's eyes narrowed, and the Cloud Striker spear in his hand instantly began to spin rapidly. Just as Beta's greatsword was about to strike him, Dan Feng's right hand exerted sudden force, and the shaft of the Cloud Striker spear struck Beta's stomach with lightning speed. With a dull thud, Beta was hit hard and sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Thump! With a loud crash, Beta's body slammed hard into the dirt nearby, kicking up a cloud of dust. His ribs and such were likely all broken. What are you looking at? Hurry up and use magic. Seeing things going south, a lackey immediately ordered the magician to use magic. Seeing the magician still unmoved, the lackey immediately ran to his wife's side, holding a knife to her throat. "If you don't act, I'll kill." Before he could finish, he was kicked aside by Dan Feng. Then, there was no more movement. But how could so many bandits be dealt with so quickly? They surrounded Dan Feng and Luoxi with their numerical advantage. "Waterball spell," Luoxi shouted. She had originally intended to make the ground wet, but someone saw she was about to use magic and immediately lunged at her. Before Luoxi could react, the water ball on her magic wand shot out like an arrow from a bow, at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the person lunging at Luoxi was hit by the water ball and instantly became a headless corpse. "Ah!" Luoxi screamed in shock at the sudden turn of events. Her eyes widened as she stared in shock at the scene before her. Crimson blood splashed like a fountain around Luoxi's feet, forming a pool of blood. Luoxi's mind went blank, and she could only stand there dazed, looking at this bloody and horrific scene. After a long while, Luoxi finally snapped out of it as if waking from a dream. Her face turned as pale as paper, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Ignoring her fear, she rushed to the dead person and hurriedly cast healing magic, hoping to save his life. How could this happen? 23. Number 23 Luo Xi's experience. Chapter 23. Luoxi's experience. However, it was already too late. The man's body had long since lost its vitality. No matter how desperately Luoxi cast healing magic, she could not bring him back to life. Meanwhile, the group of bandits was also stunned by Luoxi's actions. They had originally thought Luoxi would flee in terror, but they hadn't expected her to be so persistent in trying to revive a dead man. However, these bandits would not let slip this perfect opportunity to subdue Luoxi. They exchanged glances, understanding each other implicitly, and then lunged toward Luoxi with their swords raised. Seeing this, Dan Feng sighed softly, his gaze becoming resolute. Powerful wind magic quickly gathered in his hands, as a green gale spun continuously within his palms. With a soft shout from Dan Feng, the green gale instantly transformed into several high-speed wind blasts, darting out like lightning. The bandits had no time to react at all before being struck by the sudden wind blasts. Dan Feng's strike was incredibly powerful. Under the cutting force of the wind blasts, the bandits were instantly sliced in half, their bodies falling to the ground like puppets with cut strings. Dan Feng looked at the bloody scene before him expressionlessly. Though he felt some pity, he knew that in this cruel world, only the strong could survive. Since coming to this world, he had already prepared himself for the necessity of killing in times of crisis. He had only hoped such a thing would happen later. After all, killing was not a pleasant affair. In this critical moment, he had no choice but to use such extreme measures to protect the lives of Luoxi and himself. Dan Feng's feeling after killing for the first time did not involve the panic or disbelief of an ordinary person. At this moment, there was only complexity, a complex feeling regarding the passing of a human life at his hands. Damn it, Beta did not die as Dan Feng had imagined, but instead stood up again. Since Dan Feng had already killed, he now threw Cloud Striker without any burden. Cloud Striker pierced straight through Beta's heart, and then Beta truly lost his life. After passing through Beta's body, Cloud Striker dissipated into green particles. A weapon that could be recalled at will. This could be considered a weapon that never leaves one's hand. None of the bandits around them remained standing. They were either dead or heavily wounded. The heavily wounded were finished off by the magician who had been captured by the bandits. Then Dan Feng turned his gaze toward the magician and his wife. Noticing Dan Feng's cold gaze, the magician immediately waved his hands and said, "Big brother, they forced me to do it, I know." After that, Dan Feng stopped paying attention to the magician and focused on Luoxi. Luoxi was still continuously casting healing magic. Luoxi. Dan Feng called out softly to Luoxi. Hearing the call, Luoxi looked toward Dan Feng. "Dan Feng, I don't think I can save him," Luoxi said with a sob. Her eyes filled with both tears and confusion about death. She had ended a human life with her own hands. "Luoxi, I know, but this isn't your fault." With a gentle wave of Dan Feng's hand, a gust of wind blew the surrounding corpses and blood far away, and then he sat down. "You've been an adventurer for so long. You must have seen others kill before?" Dan Feng asked Luoxi calmly, his tone very gentle. Luoxi nodded. "Is this the first time you've killed someone?" Luoxi was about to nod, but then shook her head. "I remember now. This isn't the first time I've killed." Then Luoxi told Dan Feng the story she had hidden in her heart. She had joined an adventurer squad on the Demon Continent. The squad was harmonious and willing to accept Luoxi as a newcomer, so she cherished this connection deeply. But once they bought intelligence from another adventurer squad. When they reached the place mentioned in the intelligence, they almost didn't make it back. Fortunately, they managed to escape. Otherwise, the entire adventurer squad would have perished. Upon returning, they found the adventurer squad that had sold them the intelligence and questioned why they sold false information at such a high price. But they said that since it was sold, they had to deal with it. After all, they had already gotten the money. Hearing this, Luoxi's team immediately became enraged. Afterward, Luoxi and her team killed that entire adventurer squad. However, because it was a killing done in anger, Luoxi soon forgot about it amidst her many commissions. "I see. Indeed, some people just deserve to be killed," Dan Feng commented after hearing Luoxi's story. "But killing when my mind is clear, that feeling is truly hard to bear." Luoxi had successfully calmed down while venting to Dan Feng. "Don't blame yourself. It's really not your fault. Dan Feng took the initiative to hug Luoxi Shi, gently patting her back. This was an experience from his childhood in his previous life. Whenever he sobbed, his mother would gently pat his back, which would make him feel better. Time gradually reached the moment when the first ray of morning sunlight appeared. The warm sunlight shone on the two of them, and a certain predestined trajectory of fate was quietly altered. Someone's cycle of reincarnation would also end in this life. Afterward, the two burned all the corpses on the ground and continued their journey to West Port. Had Dan Feng killed anyone before? Luoxi Shi suddenly asked, her large, moist, water-blue eyes staring unblinkingly at Dan Feng. Dan Feng was slightly taken aback, then gently shook his head and replied calmly, no, today was my first time killing someone. Hearing this, Luoxi Shi seemed a bit surprised by the answer. Then, killing for the first time, didn't you feel any discomfort? Dan Feng fell silent for a moment, then turned to look at the distant scenery of early morning, a peaceful and beautiful sight that stood in stark contrast to the bloody scene he had just experienced. He said slowly, actually, I didn't have many special feelings. Because before taking action, I had already prepared myself mentally. I knew it was necessary. Luoxi Shi listened quietly, her gaze never leaving Dan Feng. Dan Feng continued, this world is just that cruel. Only those who are stronger have a say. Survival of the fittest, this is an unchangeable law. Luoxi Shi nodded thoughtfully and said softly, you're right. Only by becoming stronger can one have a place in this world. Dan Feng smiled and added, yes. If those 7 great powers wanted to slaughter us at will, we would probably just have to submit. After all, they are legendary figures, and the level they occupy is currently beyond our reach. Dan Feng shared his thoughts with Luoxi Shi without reservation, summarizing it into a simple yet cruel principle. Survival of the fittest. In this world, when someone stronger than you wants to kill you, you often have no way to resist. What Dan Feng didn't know was that after he killed those who deserved to be killed and spoke his philosophy and feelings, the template progress bar had reached 25%. Reaching 25% this time didn't give anything specific. Instead, it only provided a massive surge of constitution and mana, and it happened right when Dan Feng was focusing all his attention on the act of killing. 24. #24 Sahanikval. Chapter 24. Westport. Over the next few days, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi continued their journey, never encountering bandits again. When they felt tired, they would find a relatively safe spot and use earth magic to create a house shaped like Patrick's star, or they would simply rest where they stood. Dan Feng also noticed that his progress bar had reached 25%, but he was still puzzled by the fact that no rewards had been given. Could it be that new abilities are only granted every time the progress bar increases by 10 points? Dan Feng wondered to himself. Dan Feng, this meat is almost done. Luoxi Shi sat to one side, watching the barbecue grill Dan Feng had made, which was currently roasting a group of murder rabbits he had caught a short while ago. Alright. Hearing this, Dan Feng stopped his speculation and quickly walked over to the grill to begin the final step, brushing on the sauce. Since there weren't many sauces in this world, Dan Feng had mixed a flavorful, edible sauce himself. He took some soy sauce he had found earlier and added many non-toxic, flavorful wild herbs found in the wilderness. As he drizzled them over the roasted rabbit meat, the aroma instantly wafted up. It smells so good. Is this the seasoning you mixed, Dan Feng? It looks great. Luoxi Shi looked at the rabbit meat dripping with oil on the grill, the little glutton in her heart successfully lured out by the meat. Here, eat up. Dan Feng handed the roasted rabbit meat to Luoxi Shi and then began eating his own portion. It was indeed fragrant. The wild rabbit meat was already fresh and succulent, and the sauce made it even more delicious. Soon, the two of them finished their lunch. Then they continued their journey toward Westport. Dan Feng looked at the map, estimating they would arrive at Westport by this evening. Time passed minute by minute, and Dan Feng and Luoxi Xi's pace never slackened. When bored, the two would look at the scenery and chat, or Dan Feng would take out a few unfinished books to continue reading. Soon, dusk fell. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi finally arrived at their first stop on the way to the central continent. Westport. Ah, we're finally here. Luoxi Shi panted heavily, sighing. This journey has been so exhausting. She even had to lean on her magic wand for support. The magic wand had essentially become a cane. Seeing Luoxi Xi's exhausted state, Dan Feng suggested, let's go get something to eat first to regain our strength, then find a place to stay for the night. We can take a boat to the central continent tomorrow. Luoxi Shi nodded quickly in agreement. The two walked along the streets of Westport, looking for something that resembled a restaurant. Before long, they found a restaurant with a sign written in human language hanging at the door. Restaurant, a very simple name. Dan Feng led Luoxi Shi inside and found that the customers came from various races, humans, beastfolk, and even demonfolk. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi found an empty table in a corner and sat down. A waiter then walked over and smilingly asked what they would like to order, showing no unusual reaction to the fact that Luoxi Shi was a demonfolk. This caused Luoxi Xi's expression to shift from tense to gradually relaxed. She had been very afraid that Westport would have racial discrimination like Malixian. Dan Feng ordered some simple food, such as bread, roasted meat, and vegetable soup. After recording the order, the waiter turned and went to the kitchen to prepare. Not long after, the food was served. Famished, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi immediately began to feast. Though the meal was simple, it was enough to fill their stomachs. Once they finished eating, Dan Feng called the waiter over to settle the bill. The waiter smiled as he handed over the bill, while also warning, "Many thieves have appeared in Westport recently, and many people have lost things, so be careful to look after your belongings." Hearing this, Dan Feng just smiled politely and said, "Thanks for the warning." He didn't take it too seriously in his heart. After all, Westport was so large and crowded. How could he be so unlucky as to become a target for thieves? Afterward, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi walked out of the restaurant together. Since Westport was a point of connection with the Wenglong Kingdom, there was no obvious racial discrimination here. Even demonfolk could smoothly check into an inn as long as they had enough money. Thus, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi booked 2 rooms. Before parting, Dan Feng smiled at Luoxi Shi and said, "See you tomorrow." Luoxi Shi returned a sweet smile and softly replied, "Good night." The two of them returned to their respective rooms. Although the rooms weren't particularly large, they were fully equipped with various facilities. After entering his room, Dan Feng did a quick cleaning and found that the inn was decent in terms of hygiene, though the walls were a bit worn. Next, Dan Feng went into the bathroom and took a quick shower. After showering, he used the system's clothing change function to easily manifest a set of clothes he usually wore. Then he lay comfortably on the bed, took out a book from his backpack, and began to read leisurely. Walking had consumed a lot of his physical strength, so sleepiness gradually washed over him. Dan Feng closed his book and drifted off to sleep. In the other room, Luoxi Xi's fatigue had lessened significantly after her shower, but it had all transformed into sleepiness. So Luoxi Shi also fell asleep and gradually began to dream. This would surely be a dream unlike any before. In a quiet corner of Westport, under the shroud of night, it was pitch black. 3 figures gathered stealthily. They were all dressed in black with black masks on their faces, revealing only pairs of alert eyes. Same as usual today, one of them whispered, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Yeah, but we have to be careful. The Westport guards will be here soon," another replied, standing at the mouth of the alley and nervously watching for movement outside. "Hide, quick," the lookout suddenly shouted. His voice kept extremely low, yet it sounded particularly abrupt in the silent night. The 3 moved quickly, slipping into the shadows. Their black clothes blended perfectly with the night, as if they had completely merged with the darkness. Minutes passed, and the patrolling guards finally walked slowly past the alley. Once the sound of footsteps faded into the distance, the 3 breathed a sigh of relief and stepped out from their hiding place. "Let's go to the inn to work," one of them ordered in a low, decisive tone. They were the thieves the restaurant waiter had mentioned. Because the 3 of them had failed repeatedly as adventurers, they simply turned to being thieves. Believe it or not, the 3 of them were actually quite skilled at stealing. A few days ago, a noble from the Wenglong Kingdom came to Westport and was robbed by them while he slept. Afterward, the noble didn't intend to make it public because not only could the items not be recovered, but it would be very embarrassing for a noble's belongings to be stolen by commoners. So that noble could only leave Westport with an indignant look on his face. 25. Number 25 Capture the Thief. Chapter 25. Capturing the thieves. 3 dark shadows moved like ghosts, treading lightly along a narrow and dim alleyway. The path was surrounded by silence, with only the occasional bird call adding a touch of eeriness to the spooky atmosphere. These 3 shadows were none other than the 3 thieves, and their target was the brightly lit inn nearby. That inn happened to be where Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi were staying. The 3 thieves were clearly very familiar with the surroundings. They skillfully scaled the inn's perimeter wall without making a sound. Next, they began climbing the outer walls of the inn with the agility of monkeys. This world didn't have things like security bars, so for these 3 experienced thieves, climbing up to someone's window was child's play. This was also one of their common methods for robbing inns. After successfully reaching a window, they cautiously pushed it open and slipped into the room one by one. Once inside, they would first observe the room's layout and the state of the tenants to ensure there was no risk of being discovered. Since the beast race had very sharp senses and could easily detect someone stealing, these 3 thieves usually chose rooms occupied by humans as their targets. As expected, they found human guests in several rooms on the 2nd floor, which made them secretly rejoice. True to their background as former adventurers, these 3 thieves were exceptionally agile, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Before long, they had successfully stolen valuables from several rooms. These valuables included gold coins, jewelry, magic tools, and so on, all treasures in their eyes. We're striking it rich today. Some people even have magic tools, one of them exclaimed in surprise when they regrouped on the 1st floor. Ha ha ha, this way we can visit Sister Chow's shop every day, another one said. The 3 then continued scouring the 3rd floor, finally reaching the 4th floor where Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi were located. Last floor. Once we're done, we bail immediately. Even if there are women, don't linger. The 2 who had spoken earlier nodded one after another, indicating they understood. The 3 then leapt towards the windows of 3 different rooms. This included Dan Feng's room, though it wasn't Luoxi Zai's turn just yet. The one who entered Dan Feng's room was the one who had just talked about getting rich. He first cautiously checked on Dan Feng on the bed, then looked at the backpack on the floor by the bedside. By the moonlight, the man saw Dan Feng's face clearly and gave a disdainful click of his tongue. Another one this handsome. I'll have to ruin his face later. He then walked over to the backpack by Dan Feng's bed, opened it, and began rummaging through it. The sound of his rummaging was extremely faint. An ordinary person certainly wouldn't have been woken up, but Dan Feng didn't seem to be an ordinary person. He was an A-rank adventurer. What A-rank adventurer isn't an existence that remains extremely vigilant everywhere except in their own home? And so, while this man was rummaging with his back to Dan Feng had already woken up. He just lay there, watching the person before him search through his backpack. Eh? Where's this guy's money? The man whispered, refusing to believe his bad luck. He searched again, but only found a few useless books. Seeing this, Dan Feng took his money pouch out of his system space. Open black lens bracket system space, the place where Cloud Striker is stored. Can recall Cloud Striker and store items. Close black lens bracket. Dan Feng then slowly got out of bed and held out the money pouch near the man's neck. Are you looking for this? Dan Feng asked softly. Seeing a pouch suddenly extended beside him, the man hurriedly took it and opened it to look. Wow, it was full of Millis gold coins. Yes, this is exactly what I was looking for, thank you. Seeing so many gold coins, the man didn't even care who was talking to him and thanked them profusely. But then he suddenly reacted. Wait, he was scouring this room alone. Where did that other voice come from? He whipped his head around, only to be met by Dan Feng's fist. Thud. With one punch, the man's face caved in slightly, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Dan Feng silently picked up his money pouch and put it back into the system space. TCH, there really are thieves. Meanwhile, over at Luoxi Zai's side, it was a different situation. Another man had already finished robbing one room and had arrived at Luoxi Zai's room. Is this actually a little girl's room? He looked at Luoxi Shi on the bed, his expression gradually becoming lewd. But he immediately shook his head. No, we agreed not to linger if we encounter women. He then began scouring Luoxi Zai's belongings. But Luoxi Shi suddenly snapped awake because of that dream she was having. At this moment, her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple, making her feel exceptionally flushed. How embarrassing, it's my first time having a dream like that. Luoxi Shi patted her cheeks, then noticed movement in the corner of the room. What's that noise? Luoxi Shi thought in confusion. She looked closely and discovered it was actually a man. Luoxi Shi immediately assumed a combat stance. Taking advantage of the fact that the man was still rummaging through things, she instantly condensed magic in her hand. Wind thrust. A powerful wind instantly blasted from Luoxi Zai's hand. The man was immediately blown against the wall by this immense force, as if he had been hit by a heavy-duty truck. This also produced a loud noise and made the entire building shake, successfully waking many deep sleepers. "Tu Jia," Luoxi Shi shouted. Earth suddenly appeared around the man's body, eventually turning into vine-like structures that bound him. After that impact, the last thief instantly became alert. Only one thought remained in his mind: escape. He rushed toward the window like a wild rabbit pursued by a hunter, attempting to leap down and flee this dangerous place. However, his calculations were wrong because the owner of this room was no ordinary person, but an advanced rank swordsman of the sword god style. The swordsman's figure instantly flashed in front of the thief, the long sword in his hand glinting coldly, blocking the thief's path. Daring to steal my things? You think you can escape? The swordsman's voice was icy. The thief's legs went weak, and he could barely stand. He knew perfectly well that he was no match for the swordsman. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to risk everything in a final struggle. His goal remained escape. Thus, he brandished the short sword in his hand and lunged at the swordsman. However, his attack was nothing more than a trivial trick in the swordsman's eyes. The swordsman easily sidestepped and swung his sword in one smooth motion. With a snap, the thief's short sword broke, and his wrist was slashed by the swordsman's blade. The thief let out a miserable scream and fell to the floor, groaning in pain. The swordsman looked at him expressionlessly, then used the bedsheets to tie him up securely, as if it were the most ordinary task in the world. Dan Feng also hauled the thief from his room down to the first floor. The swordsman did the same. The one from Luoxi's room was carried down by the crowd from the fourth floor. These thieves had stolen their belongings, which had already incited public outrage. The crowd surrounded them, shouting insults. Some even couldn't help but start throwing punches and kicks at them. In the end, under the crowd's assault, two of the thieves' faces were beaten black and blue. The other one's face had already been caved in by Dan Feng's punch, so the crowd didn't hit his face. After reclaiming their belongings, everyone went back. Dan Feng walked over to Luoxi's side and asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" Luoxi smiled slightly and replied confidently, "I'm a magician. He was hit by my magic while he was rummaging through my things." However, she thought of that dream she had again, and her cheeks flushed once more. Suddenly, she didn't quite dare to look Dan Feng in the eye. This made Luoxi appear even more adorable. P.S. Come and play 1053981786. 26. Number 26 Dangfeng who doesn't get seasick. Chapter 26. Dan Feng who doesn't get seasick. While waiting for the owner to bring the guards, Dan Feng and Luoxi had already gone upstairs to rest, while the sword god-style swordsman kept watch over the three thieves. Since Dan Feng and Luoxi had to take a boat tomorrow, it would be difficult if they didn't get enough rest. The next morning, Dan Feng and Luoxi woke up early. After checking out with their belongings, they went to have breakfast. After finishing breakfast, they went to the docks, found the boarding area, paid their fare, and boarded the ship. The ship here was quite old-fashioned, the deck and everything else were made of wood, and even its movement relied on sails. Anyone would think they'd get seasick on a ship like this, right? But there was no other way. If you wanted to go to the central continent, you had to take this kind of ship. Dan Feng and Luoxi arrived at a small room on the ship and sat down. Now they just had to wait for the ship to depart. They had heard from others that it would take at least 2 days to reach Eastport. Dan Feng, I'm going to sleep first, otherwise I'll get very seasick once the ship starts moving, Luoxi said, recalling when she first arrived at Zante Port and nearly vomited the moment she stepped off the boat. There was no helping it. Riding this kind of ship was just too nauseating. Dan Feng nodded to show he understood, then took out a book and began to read. Time passed quickly as he focused on his reading, and gradually, the ship began to move. The anchor that had secured the ship was hauled back, and the crew members lowered the sails. Soon after, the ship began to sail steadily forward with the wind. Dan Feng hadn't been on a ship in either of his 2 lives, so he put down his book and stood up. He glanced at the already asleep Luoxi, guessing she must not have slept well last night. So, Dan Feng took out a book he had already finished from his backpack and placed it over Luoxi's stomach. Even though she was wearing clothes, it was probably better to have something covering her. Dan Feng walked out of the small room. As he reached the deck, he could smell the salty scent in the air just by breathing. Then he stared blankly for a moment at the scene on the ship, surprised by how many people had already boarded. Are there really this many people going to the central continent? Dan Feng immediately noticed the swordsman from yesterday, who was currently sitting on the deck looking at the ocean scenery. So Dan Feng walked over and began to look at the sea as well. To be honest, he had never looked at the sea so closely before, but it looked very pleasant. The blue water, combined with the reflection of the clouds on the horizon, gave off a relaxing feeling. The swordsman naturally noticed Dan Feng. He looked at the somewhat youthful boy with interest and then spoke up with a smile. Have you been on a ship many times? Hearing the voice, Dan Feng turned his head and met the swordsman's gaze. He looked at the man and then gently shook his head, replying, "First time." The swordsman showed a hint of surprise upon hearing this, but quickly regained his smile and said, "Then you're truly gifted. When I first left the central continent, I vomited until my stomach was empty." Dan Feng felt curious about the swordsman's words and couldn't help asking, "What style of swordsman are you?" This question had been lingering in his mind because in Malixian, he had only seen North God-style swordsmen and knew very little about the other 2 styles. The swordsman replied with a smile, "I'm of the sword god style, having studied in the Asura kingdom. However, I only reached the advanced rank before I left to go on a journey. Afterward, the two of them engaged in casual conversation, with topics ranging from swordsmanship to travel and the local customs of various places. However, despite how well they got along, for some reason, neither of them ever asked for the other's name. During the conversation with the swordsman, Dan Feng also gained some information about the central continent. According to the swordsman, there were still wars between small nations on the central continent, and that region was designated as the zone of strife. However, except for that area, other places were relatively peaceful. After Dan Feng finished chatting with the swordsman, he returned to the small room. Inside the room, Luoxi Shi had already woken up, but her complexion didn't look very good. Dan Feng, you're back. Luoxi Shi greeted him with a forced smile upon seeing him. Are you okay? Dan Feng asked hurriedly, seeing Luoxi's eyes pale face. It's normal. Everyone's like this on a boat. Afterward, Dan Feng cast healing magic on Luoxi Shi, which made her complexion look much better. Incidentally, he had learned this healing magic from Luoxi Shi herself. Does that feel a bit better? Dan Feng looked at Luoxi Shi, the green light in his hands reflecting in her aqua-blue eyes. Much better. Luoxi Shi looked at Dan Feng, and a hint of happiness couldn't help but appear in her eyes. Then Dan Feng took out some dry rations he had bought earlier from his backpack and asked Luoxi Shi if she wanted to eat. Luoxi Shi quickly shook her head like a rattle and said with a terrified expression, if I eat now, I'll definitely throw it up later. It's better to wait until I can't stand the hunger anymore. Hearing Luoxi's words, Dan Feng didn't force her and began to eat by himself. Watching Dan Feng act no different than usual, Luoxi Shi couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, by the way, Dan Feng, aren't you seasick at all? Hearing Luoxi's question, Dan Feng stopped what he was doing, felt his physical condition once more, and then shook his head, replying, I don't feel anything. Ah, I'm so envious. Is this the constitution of a warrior? Luoxi's eyes widened, and she spoke with a face full of envy. Dan Feng smiled, thinking that it really might be due to his constitution. After all, his template system had given him quite a few constitution points. Afterward, Luoxi Shi tried to remain as silent as possible because she found that as soon as she spoke, her head would feel even dizzier. Meanwhile, Dan Feng silently consumed his mana to use elementary healing magic on Luoxi Shi, trying to alleviate her discomfort as much as possible. As night fell, Luoxi Shi finally couldn't hold out any longer and fell into a deep sleep. Dan Feng finished another book. This book moved him deeply. It was something written by an adventurer. In the book, the author wrote about human nature in this world, giving many examples, such as people who steal others' property or those who steal others' lovers. Then Dan Feng stood up and walked onto the deck. The sea at night was still pitch black, and the cold wind whistled past, bringing a hint of chill. However, this bit of cold was nothing to Dan Feng. There were kerosene lamps everywhere on the deck. The crew members managing the sails had changed shifts, and the swordsman was also asleep on the deck. Dan Feng gazed at the calm, black surface of the sea, wondering in his heart what kind of person he was. The current him was worlds apart from his previous life. Which one was the real him? 27. Number 27 Terrifying Monsters at Sea. Chapter 27. The Terrifying Monster of the Sea. While Dan Feng was wondering which version of him was the real one, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the moonlight ahead was partially obscured by a shadow. Strange, is there something over there? Dan Feng looked ahead in confusion. The shadow grew closer and closer to their ship, and Dan Feng could faintly see tentacles in the moonlight. Tentacles? Could it be an octopus? Dan Feng looked at the shadow before him in shock. With its bloated head and numerous tentacles, it was indeed a giant octopus. There's a monster, Dan Feng shouted to the crew behind him with a solemn expression. The crew member on duty felt his heart tighten upon hearing Dan Feng's shout. He hurriedly dropped his work and rushed to Dan Feng's side like the wind, asking anxiously, What? Where is the monster? Dan Feng pointed to the right side of the ship. The crew member looked in the direction he pointed and saw a massive octopus slowly approaching the vessel. The octopus was enormous, its 8 thick tentacles flailing in the water. Damn it, the crew member couldn't help but curse at the sight, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He immediately turned and shouted to the other crew members, set the sails full speed ahead. Hearing the command, the crew members immediately sprang into action. Some crew members who were sound asleep were startled awake by the sudden shouting and quickly ran toward the furled sails. With the crew working together, the sails were quickly unfurled. The sea breeze filled the sails and the ship began to accelerate. However, the giant octopus didn't seem to have any intention of letting them go easily. It followed the ship closely, its 8 tentacles constantly waving in an attempt to grab the hull. The passengers on board were awakened by the commotion and swarmed onto the deck, looking at the terrifying octopus with faces full of horror. Their screams and cries of alarm rose one after another, making the already tense atmosphere even heavier. "Ah, no way, a monster, it's a monster of the sea," one passenger cried out in terror. It was common knowledge that sea monsters were significantly stronger than those on land. Generally, sea monsters were massive. If you were caught by one, you had to be prepared for death. After all, at sea, you could only rely on your ship, but its speed was always limited. If the monster's speed was very fast, it was all over. "Is there a magician? Quickly, come and drive it away, I don't want to die yet. I am a magician, let me do it." A passenger stepped forward holding a magic wand and began to chant on the deck. The magic he released was just a simple great fireball, but it gave the passengers on board hope. The fireball floated slowly toward the advancing octopus, illuminating the area. It also allowed everyone to see the octopus's appearance clearly. It was dark blue and black, with rings shimmering with a blue light. The great fireball hit the octopus, but it didn't cause any real damage. Instead, it enraged the creature, making it move even faster. It didn't work? How is that possible? The magician began to question his life. Luoxi Shi was naturally awakened by the noise as well. She walked out of her room with her magic wand and quickly made her way to Dan Feng's side. "What's going on?" Luoxi Shi looked at the noisy crowd in confusion, then turned her gaze to Dan Feng. "There's a monster," Dan Feng said quickly, then looked at Luoxi Shi. The two locked eyes. "I'll use wind magic to whip up the seawater, and you use ice magic to freeze it." "Alright," Luoxi Shi said with a solemn expression as she looked at the octopus in the distance. Then, Dan Feng gathered mana in his hands, preparing to use magic in an unconventional way. His no incantation meant he could use magic without chanting, which allowed him to manipulate elements directly. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted around the octopus, and its intensity continued to grow, gradually forming a small tornado. The power of this tornado was astounding. Wherever it went, the seawater was churned into a violent surge, and waves crashed against the ship's hull incessantly. However, the ship was clearly built from very high-quality magic wood, making it exceptionally sturdy. No matter how the waves raged, it remained as steady as a mountain, without the slightest wobble. Meanwhile, the small tornado whipped up a massive amount of seawater, forming a giant waterspout that tightly enveloped the octopus. "Luoxi Shi now." Seeing this, Dan Feng shouted urgently to Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi understood immediately. Her eyes fixed on the waterspout, she gave a sharp cry. "Okay, ice spear blizzard." As her words fell, a large number of ice cones that had already formed around her shot out like bullets at an incredible speed, heading straight for the waterspout. Dan Feng continued to cast wind magic, providing constant support to Luoxi Shi, making the ice cones even more powerful and further expanding the range of the freezing effect. The moment the ice spear blizzard made contact with the waterspout, a series of crackling sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the waterspout was frozen into a massive ice sculpture. At that moment, the wind seemed to suddenly lose its strength and stopped blowing. The seawater also gradually returned to calm, no longer flowing. Around the octopus, only a frozen area remained, as if time itself had stood still at that moment. The crowd stared blankly at the scene before them, awestruck by the powerful magic. They were finally safe. The crew members also stared blankly at the giant ice sculpture before continuing to adjust the sails, trying to make the ship go faster. Once the ship had left that area, the crowd turned their eyes toward Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi, who had just used their magic. However, the moment the crew members witnessed this astonishing scene, they did not hesitate to disperse the gathered crowd. "Everyone, don't crowd in one place. If the ship capsizes later, the consequences will be unthinkable." Hearing the crews shout, people returned to their designated positions one after another. The once noisy deck became orderly, and the people's tension eased slightly. Standing to the side, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi witnessed this, and the weight on their hearts finally lifted. They were secretly relieved that they had frozen the fierce octopus in time. Otherwise, the consequences might have been truly severe. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, "Thank you for your help." Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi looked toward the source of the voice and saw that the speaker was the captain of the ship. He looked at them with a face full of gratitude, his eyes reflecting sincere thanks. Dan Feng said expressionlessly, "We only did it for our own safety. Be that as it may, your timely assistance really helped a lot." Regardless, I must express my heartfelt thanks to you. It was just a small effort. Then, Dan Feng remembered something important from his past life, that octopuses are very intelligent. So he warned the captain, when you arrive at Eastport, remember to find some powerful magicians to come on board. Octopuses are very smart. It's possible it might attack you again on your way back to Eastport. After hearing this, the captain nodded solemnly, indicating that he would definitely keep Dan Feng's suggestion in mind. Afterward, Dan Feng returned with Luoxi Shi. 28. #28 Central Continent. Chapter 28. Central Continent. The rest of the journey was free of danger. Generally, sea monsters are controlled by the sea folk to prevent them from harassing humans. But there are always exceptions. On the afternoon of the second day, the ship slowly sailed into Eastport. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi disembarked along with the crowd. Few were finally here. Luoxi Shi let out a sigh of relief as she stepped off the ship with her belongings. Since Dan Feng had been constantly casting healing magic on her during the voyage, her seasickness had gradually subsided. Dan Feng only stopped using healing magic once they disembarked. The reason Dan Feng could use healing magic for so long was that the system provided him with a large amount of mana, along with the no incantation healing magic technique. This technique included an understanding of healing. Once you've used it, you can better reduce the mana input required. This meant he could achieve the power of intermediate magic using only the mana required for beginner magic, provided he already knew the spells. And so, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi slowly stepped onto the soil of Eastport. The scene at Eastport was identical to that of Westport. After all, both were vital landing points connecting the two continents, so it was only natural for them to be bustling with crowds. People here came from all walks of life, and almost every race could be seen. Compared to the Milis Holy Empire, discrimination against the demon race in the central continent was almost negligible. This undoubtedly made Luoxi Shi feel as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, and her mood brightened accordingly. Along the way, no one paid any mind to Luoxi Zai's identity as a demon. It was business as usual. Both were physically and mentally exhausted after disembarking. At this moment, they only wanted to find a quiet place to rest and recuperate. Thus, they first headed to the Eastport Adventurers Guild to exchange their currency. When they exchanged all their Milis gold coins for Asla gold coin, the quantity actually decreased by more than half. However, this was unavoidable. After all, the Asla gold coin was the most expensive currency in the world. Being able to get half the amount in Asla gold coin for their Milis gold coins was already considered quite a good deal. After finishing the currency exchange, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi continued on and eventually arrived at a restaurant. The style of this restaurant was quite similar to a typical tavern, crowded with people and exceptionally noisy. Most people were drinking heartily, filling the entire space with a cacophony of voices. Dan Feng took the menu and was immediately dumbfounded by the dazzling array of food names listed. Just the names alone took up at least 2 pages. You have to realize, this is Indifferent World for Indifferent World to have 2 pages of dishes shows just how long the history and heritage of the central continent must be. After picking a few dishes that piqued his interest, Dan Feng handed the menu to Luoxi Shi. Seeing that Dan Feng had already ordered so much, Luoxi Shi only asked for an apple pie. Shortly after, the beef and vegetable soup and the stewed alba fish that Dan Feng ordered were served. And the staple food? Rice. Of course, rice in the central continent was still not cheap, but Dan Feng ordered it anyway. Then, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi began to feast. As the name suggests, the beef and vegetable soup was made from beef and vegetables, and the stewed alba fish was made by stewing fish caught from the sea. Both dishes went very well with rice, allowing them to finish the meal quite quickly. Finally, just as both Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi were full, the apple pie Luoxi Shi had ordered was brought out. Luoxi Shi, can you still eat? Dan Feng looked at Luoxi Shi sitting across from him. Through her slim-fitting clothes, he could see her little belly bulging slightly. Luoxi Shi looked down at her stomach, then at the delicious-looking apple pie in front of her. Then, as if she had made a difficult decision, she resolutely pushed the plate with the apple pie toward Dan Feng. Then you can have it, eh? Why? Dan Feng looked at Luoxi Shi, puzzled. He knew very well that she loved sweet things. He was only asking if she could still eat, not expecting her to push it to him. Luoxi Shi didn't say a word. Dan Feng looked at her with a questioning gaze before slowly pulling the plate in front of himself. Luoxi Shi watched Dan Feng's movements out of the corner of her eye. Although she was extremely reluctant, she truly couldn't eat another bite of that delicious apple pie. It's all the fault of that beef and vegetable soup. Why did it have to be so delicious and take up all the space in her stomach? Luoxi Shi could only think to herself. Dan Feng carefully cut the apple pie with a knife, then slowly speared a piece with a fork. At this moment, Luo Xi's small mouth was slightly open as she watched Dan Feng's every move with longing eyes. Dan Feng sighed, then quickly placed the fork and the piece of apple pie into Luo Xi's slightly parted, cherry-like mouth. By the time Luo Xi realized what had happened, she felt as if she were in a sweet paradise. It was so delicious that her eyes narrowed in delight. The sweetness of the apple pie completely blossomed in Luo Xi's mouth, utterly conquering her taste buds. Dan Feng tried to pull the fork back, but it took 2 tries before he could pull it out of Luo Xi's mouth. If you wanted to eat it, why did you push it to me? Dan Feng asked, very confused, before pushing the plate back in front of Luo Xi. Well, I really did eat too much. Do you care about your figure? If not, you can eat as much as you want, right? Besides, as an adventurer, you have so many commissions to do in a day, so you need to eat your fill to keep your energy up. Dan Feng tried to give Luo Xi a bit of a pep talk, telling her it was okay to indulge occasionally. Hearing Dan Feng's words, Luo Xi nodded thoughtfully, seemingly completely convinced by his reasoning. Without further hesitation, she decisively picked up the fork and began to eat the apple pie in large bites. A sense of happiness seemed to overflow from Luo Xi's face. Just by looking at her expression, one could feel her inner satisfaction. Even the aqua-blue cowlick on top of her head began to sway happily, as if cheering for the deliciousness of the apple pie. Before long, Luo Xi had quickly finished off the apple pie. She put down her fork with satisfaction and cried out happily, so delicious. Dan Feng watched Luo Xi's satisfied look, his lips curling into a smile. He thought to himself that Luo Xi was truly easy to please. Just eating an apple pie could bring such a happy smile to her face. After paying the bill, Dan Feng and Luo Xi left the restaurant together. They strolled through the streets of Eastport, wandering aimlessly. Although called Eastport, it was actually more like a small city. Aside from having a harbor along the coast, it wasn't much different from an ordinary city. The streets on both sides weren't very different from those in Malixian. If there were any real differences, they were probably just the size of the city and the architectural style. 29. Number 29 Bard. Chapter 29. The Bard. In the evening, Dan Feng and Luo Xi found an inn in Eastport to rest. By late evening, they had finished replenishing their travel supplies at the Eastport commercial street and were utterly exhausted. Their goal in coming to the central continent was to see the continent for themselves and to head toward the Asura kingdom. Along the way, they could pass through many kingdoms and cities, allowing them to experience different cultures and restock their supplies. Dan Feng lay on the bed, looking at the virtual screen displayed before his eyes. He had been in this otherworldly realm for nearly 3 years now, and the progress bar had reached a staggering 28%. Dan Feng estimated that at this rate, he wasn't far from becoming a true Vidyadhara. Afterward, Dan Feng fell asleep. It was a peaceful night and no thefts occurred. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight hit Dan Feng, successfully waking him up. He had a strange dream last night. He dreamed of himself. No, it shouldn't be considered himself but rather, Dan Feng, the true High Elder of the Vidyadhara. He said nothing, simply standing there quietly, gazing at Dan Feng. Dan Feng only felt it was strange. He wasn't that Dan Feng. They just shared the same name and looked somewhat alike. It was just a dream, though, and Dan Feng didn't plan to investigate what it was about. He got dressed, got out of bed, packed his things, and went to call Luo Xi to set out. After Luo Xi woke up, the two of them first went to have breakfast and then began walking northwest. They intended to bypass the Wanglong Kingdom and head directly for the Salacia Kingdom. Beyond it, there was a massive forest to cross on the way. Naturally, if they didn't go through the forest, they would have to take a long detour, and neither Dan Feng nor Luo Xi intended to do that. The two of them kept walking while looking at the map of the central continent they had bought yesterday. The walking phase of a journey is incredibly boring because the scenery here isn't much different from the Milis continent, except that there are more wheat fields and such than on Milis. After several hours of advancing, Dan Feng and Luo Xi finally decided to stop and take a short break. They chose a relatively open spot within the woods so they could better observe their surroundings. The two sat on the ground and took some preserved food from their packs. These foods included dried meat and bread purchased from a small workshop in Eastport. Although the bread was simple, it provided the necessary energy, and most importantly, it was quite tasty. Just as Dan Feng and Luo Xi were about to enjoy their simple lunch, an unusual sound suddenly came from the woods. It was the sound of rapid trampling on leaves, as if something were rushing toward them at high speed. Immediately after, another more violent sound rang out, also coming in their direction. Dan Feng's reaction was exceptionally swift. He instantly swallowed the bread in his hand, then with a casual wave, a cold light flashed, and Cloud Striker appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Luoxi also hurriedly put down her bread, quickly grabbed the magic wand resting by her feet and stood ready. Dan Feng, how did you make that weapon appear? Luoxi asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. She had always been puzzled about how Dan Feng hid such a long spear. Seeing it again with her own eyes made her even more curious. Dan Feng shook his head and said softly, it's a secret. I can't tell you. Seeing this, Luoxi didn't press further. After all, now was not the time for questions given the urgent situation. She refocused her attention on the woods ahead, preparing to deal with the crisis that could emerge at any moment. However, a woman ran out from the woods. She was wearing a pure white outfit similar to a nun's habit, with something covering her face. The only thing proving she was a woman was that pair of great thunders, that were not at all inferior to Meibea's. Although the woman's expression couldn't be seen because of her mask, she was clearly pleasantly surprised when she saw Dan Feng and Luoxi's eyes attire. Are you adventurers? Please help me, I'll give you a reward, the woman said immediately, then hid behind Luoxi. What's going on? Luoxi looked at the woman behind her with a confused expression, but the approaching vibrations forced Luoxi to look ahead. It's a monster, the woman said. As soon as she finished speaking, a giant wild boar charged out from the bushes in a pig-dash fashion. But what met it head-on were Luoxi's ice spear blizzard and Dan Feng's a long dream's awakening. And so, before this monster boar even knew what had happened, it breathed its last. Its massive body made a loud thud as it collapsed, instantly startling all the birds in the trees into flight. The monsters in the central continent are surprisingly simple, Luoxi said, relaxing instantly upon seeing the easily slain monster boar. Little sister, are you a magician? That's amazing. The woman set down her lute and clapped as she looked at Luoxi. Who are you? Luoxi asked the woman before her with a puzzled expression. Dan Feng also looked at the woman expressionlessly. Me, the woman was a bit embarrassed, then proceeded to tell Dan Feng and Luoxi that she was a bard and why she was being chased by the wild boar. Well, there's no danger now. You can go, Dan Feng said indifferently to the bard, seemingly unconcerned whether she stayed or left. However, the bard didn't leave immediately. Instead, she gave a friendly smile and said, Are you going to the Salacia kingdom? I'm going there too. Is it okay if we travel together? I can pay a reward. After saying that, she fumbled at her chest and carefully took out a gold coin, handing it to Luoxi. Luoxi looked at the bard and thought she didn't seem like a bad person. She hesitated for a moment, then turned her gaze to Dan Feng, seemingly asking for his opinion. Seeing this, Dan Feng just shrugged and said flatly, I have no objection. And so, the bard successfully joined Dan Feng and Luoxi's travel party. Which part can you accept? Dan Feng walked up to the giant wild boar, turned to look at the two behind him, and asked. Watching Dan Feng's actions, Luoxi asked in surprise, Dan Feng, are you going to eat it? Dan Feng nodded and replied as if it were obvious. It would be a pity not to eat such a large wild boar. The bard on the side heard Dan Feng's words and hurriedly said, as long as it has 4 legs, I can eat anything except tables and stools. She had just been chased by this wild boar for a long time. Fortunately, this was a forest and the boar's speed wasn't that fast, otherwise, things would have been dire. Then the wild boar was roasted, the fragrant pork tempting the taste buds of Luoxi and the bard. Adding some secret seasonings made the pork even more alluring. 30. Number 30 The Central Continent's Treasure Hunting Team. Chapter 30. Treasure Plunderer Group of the Central Continent. At night, Dan Feng and the other two found a slightly open area and prepared to rest for the night. Dan Feng lit a campfire and began to continue roasting the pork they hadn't finished during the day. Oh, traveling like this is quite pleasant. The bard felt a sense of emotion watching the scene before her, then placed her hand on the strings and began to play. Along the way, the bard had been asking them all sorts of questions, but Dan Feng rarely responded to her, and Luoxi was forced to respond. Luoxi told the bard her own story, and then told the bard about the things she and Dan Feng had experienced together. The situation was roughly like this. Is little Luoxi a demon? Did you come from Lacalis town? Little Luoxi is actually a rank adventurer? How amazing. Then are little Luoxi and Mr. Dan Feng lovers? Luoxi's head was spinning from so many questions, and she shouted loudly, no. After Luoxi finished shouting, the bard indeed did not speak again because she had already understood the situation between Luoxi and Dan Feng. She then began to compose music and lyrics in her mind. Until just now, a poem had finally been created by her. In the young girl's small heart, hope is hidden deep, longing to fly away from her home. She meets 3 young men who are adventurers. At only 12 years old, she has already become an A-rank adventurer. Hey, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Luoxi immediately spoke up to object upon hearing this. Little Luoxi, it's very impolite to interrupt a bard's poetry time. The bard did not show any anger at being interrupted by Luoxi. On the contrary, she wore a very satisfied expression. She seemed exceptionally pleased with the work she had just created. Once Master Dan Feng finished preparing the meat, the 3 of them began to enjoy dinner. After dinner, the 3 discussed it and decided that Dan Feng would take the first watch and Luoxi would take the second. This time, sounds came from the bushes again, and 3 men walked out. There are actually people here. Fantastic, the shifty-looking man said, looking at the 3 of them. We were chased here by monsters, please let us stay for a while. Yeah, give us a hand. The 3 men pleaded piteously with Dan Feng and the others, as if their lives were held in Dan Feng's hands. However, regardless of whether Dan Feng and the others agreed, the 3 men unceremoniously sat down by the campfire as if it were their own territory. Dan Feng's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze fixed on the shifty-looking fellow. The man's eyes were like they were drawn by a magnet, never leaving the bard. The suspicion in Dan Feng's heart grew deeper, and he couldn't help but become wary of these 3 men who had suddenly appeared. It was so late, yet they could approach so silently while being chased by monsters. Moreover, those greedy eyes made Dan Feng feel that these 3 were definitely up to no good. Dan Feng thought that these 3 factors combined made the men appear increasingly suspicious. You are not welcome here. Dan Feng finally stood up, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. His calm, unruffled face gave off an invisible sense of pressure, making it impossible to easily ignore his words. However, facing Dan Feng's coldness, the 3 seemed not to care at all, continuing to talk to themselves while slowly placing their hands on the hilts of the knives at their waists. Seeing this, the bard revealed a confident smile, then picked up her lute and began to play. The shifty-looking treasure plunderer group will be instantly crushed by the duo of justice. As the bard's singing rang out, Dan Feng and Luoxi finally understood the identity of these 3. They were members of the notorious treasure plunderer group in this region, the same kind of people as those on the Milis continent. And this bard had clearly seen the portraits of these 3 on the Adventurers Guild's request board, which was why she was so calm. Woman, you're in such a hurry to expose us? Just wait until we take you down. The shifty-looking one was the first to draw his knife, but how could their speed possibly be faster than magic? In an instant, Luoxi unhesitatingly unleashed a powerful ice spear blizzard. The power of this high-level water magic was immense, and the unprepared trio had no way to resist. In a flash, they were swallowed by the violent ice spears and blizzard, their bodies quickly frozen into ice sculptures. Luoxi did not kill the 3 instantly. As for whether to execute them, she had to see what Dan Feng said. That's what Luoxi thought, because Dan Feng's presence had caused her to subtly begin relying on him, wanting to hear his opinion on everything. However, Dan Feng on the side seemed to have different ideas. Dan Feng, do you plan to kill them directly? Luoxi turned to look at Dan Feng, her magic wand still emitting a blue-white glow. Dan Feng looked expressionlessly at the 3 people who had already been frozen into ice sculptures, slowly raising his hand as if thinking about something. Do you have anything else to say? Dan Feng asked expressionlessly, but the 3 frozen people were obviously unable to respond, only able to glare at him with eyes full of defiance. Seeing this, Dan Feng decided to increase his mana output and cast a more powerful earth fortress magic, tightly enclosing the 3 ice sculptures. Just before it closed, Dan Feng also threw in a burning stick from the campfire. Wow, Dan Feng, you look like such a handsome person, yet you can be so heartless? The bard on the side witnessed Dan Feng's actions and couldn't help but say in surprise. The things treasure plunderer group do for wealth are enough to kill them several times over, right? Killing them directly feels like letting them off too easy. That is indeed true. The bard agreed with what Dan Feng said. These 3 on the request board were worth 1 Asla gold coin, and their crimes were countless, including child trafficking, arson, murder, and robbery. Let's leave this place quickly, it's too unlucky. Dan Feng said as he picked up his backpack. Luoxi and the bard also strongly agreed, so the 3 of them set off during the night. Etrel, are there many treasure plunderer group like this on the central continent? Luoxi asked the bard, who had stayed on the central continent longer. As for the name, Luoxi had asked it during the day. There are many, especially in the zone of strife. The bard thought for a moment and then gave an answer. But there aren't many near the kingdoms. They're rare in places like the Asura kingdom and the Lunae kingdom. It wasn't until the 3 were far from the previous spot that they stopped to continue resting. This time, no more treasure plunderer group came to disturb their rest. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31 Unacceptable Quests in the Kingdom of Cylon. Chapter 31. Xylong Kingdom, Commissions that Cannot Be Accepted. After a long journey of several days, Dan Feng, Luoxi Shi, and Etrel finally arrived at the Kingdom of Sanaxia. This country was the destination they had previously agreed upon to restock supplies. Upon arriving, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi couldn't help but feel a bit surprised by the state of the country. Compared to Malixian where they had stayed before, this place was like heaven and earth. The bustling prosperity of Malixian formed a sharp contrast with the sparse population of Sanaxia. Standing at the city gate, Luoxi Shi looked around curiously. However, she didn't see the bustling scene of heavy traffic she had imagined. Instead, it was a scene of desolation. There are so few people, Luoxi Shi couldn't help but sigh. Hearing her words, the bard Etrel smiled and explained, this is actually normal. Among these three neighboring countries, the national strength of the Kingdom of Sanaxia is relatively weak, while the Xylong Kingdom and the Kingdom of Gika are both slightly more prosperous than the Kingdom of Sanaxia. Luoxi Shi nodded thoughtfully, but she still had some doubts in her heart. She remembered that while in Malixian, she had read a book in Dan Feng's room, and the description of the Kingdom of Sanaxia in the book was completely different from the scene before her. But what I read in the book wasn't like this, Luoxi Shi said. Etrel smiled understandingly and replied, the Kingdom of Sanaxia was certainly prosperous in the past, it's just that over time, it gradually fell into decline. As they chatted, the three of them stepped into the Kingdom of Sanaxia. It was clear from the surface alone, there wasn't even a guard at the city gate, showing just how dilapidated it was. Although the kingdom was very much in decline, there were still people living there, and supplies could still be purchased. After buying their supplies, the three of them prepared to set off again without pause. They didn't plan to rest for the night in the Kingdom of Sanaxia. Seeing the dilapidated state, they figured even finding an inn would be difficult. When the three of them came out, Dan Feng looked at the bard and said, weren't you coming here? At this, the bard said sheepishly, at the time, seeing you here, there was a high probability you were coming this way, but I actually wanted to go to the Xylong Kingdom. Dan Feng, Luoxi Shi, there was no other way. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi couldn't drive her away, so they could only let her follow. After several days, the three finally arrived at the Xylong Kingdom. The Xylong Kingdom is a vassal state of the Wanglong Kingdom. Although not particularly prosperous, there were clearly more people than in the Kingdom of Sanaxia, and at the very least, there were guards at the city gate. Despite having food to eat, the journey was still very exhausting. So, the first thing the three did after entering the Xylong Kingdom was to head to a restaurant for a good meal. Then they went to find an inn to rest. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi planned to stay in the Xylong Kingdom for a while before heading to the Asura Kingdom. As for Etrel, she expressed her intention to go to the Asura Kingdom with them. Returning to his hotel room, Dan Feng felt completely exhausted. Although he was always energetic, traveling like this for so long would inevitably lead to exhaustion. Right now, he just wanted to take a bath and have a good sleep. Having just finished his bath, Dan Feng lay on the bed, staring at his panel stuck at 29%, lost in thought. Honestly, this was even more frustrating than being stuck at 5 constellations. But there was nothing he could do about the progress bar. He felt that reading books was increasing it very slowly now. The last 1% increase only happened after witnessing the discrepancy between the book and reality in the Kingdom of Sanaxia. He also knew that he could no longer rely solely on knowledge learned from books. He needed to go and actually see the places where that knowledge was applied. As he thought, drowsiness surged toward Dan Feng like a tide, and he slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi went to the Adventurers Guild of the Xylong Kingdom. Their purpose for this trip was to see what the commissions in the central continent were like. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild of the Xylong Kingdom, they could see that there were quite a lot of people there. What's going on? An adventurer, unaware of the reason, asked in confusion upon seeing so many people at the Adventurers Guild. Huh? You don't know? The king of the Xylong Kingdom is looking for a powerful magician to be a tutor for the prince, said someone who had just squeezed out from inside. Ah? Which prince? I'm not sure about that. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi didn't take it to heart, instead making their way to the commission wall to look at the tasks. Looking at the commissions, Dan Feng thought to himself that the tasks in the Xylong Kingdom were simply too low level. Only many S-rank commissions hung quietly on the wall, ignored by everyone. Unfortunately, Dan Feng and Luo Xi's adventurer ranks had not reached S rank, so they could not accept the S rank commissions. To accept an S rank commission, one had to form an adventurer squad. So Dan Feng and Luo Xi went to the Adventurers Guild front desk, handed their adventurer cards to the staff member, and spoke about forming an adventurer squad. Alright, what is your squad name? The staff member asked the two before her with a smile and a gentle tone, showing a very good service attitude. Luo Xi hesitated, her gaze unconsciously turning to Dan Feng beside her, seemingly seeking his opinion. However, Dan Feng was also looking at her. After their eyes met, the scene became slightly awkward. After a moment of silence, Dan Feng suddenly had an idea and said casually, "Then let's call it water." The name sounded simple and casual, but it served as an answer for the staff member. The name didn't matter. What mattered was being able to accept commissions. The staff member quickly wrote the squad name on a piece of paper and officially formed the two into an adventurer squad. Immediately after, they returned to the commission wall and took down an S-rank commission that looked relatively easy. "We want to accept this S-rank commission." Dan Feng placed the commission slip on the table and looked at the staff member for her to complete the registration. However, the staff member just glanced at the slip and gave an apologetic smile, explaining, "I'm very sorry, but this kind of S-rank commission has special requirements. There must be an S-rank adventurer in the squad." Hearing this, Dan Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. He asked in confusion, "But I remember that an adventurer squad can directly accept commissions one rank higher. Why doesn't that work for S-rank commissions?" The staff member explained patiently, "S-rank commissions are usually very dangerous and extremely difficult. Therefore, to ensure the task can be completed successfully, we must require an S-rank adventurer in the squad. This minimizes risk to the greatest extent and ensures the safety of all adventurers." Dan Feng and Luo Xi had no choice but to put the commission slip back. They now understood the commission situation in the Xilong Kingdom and realized that an S rank was required to accept an S rank commission. 32. Number 32, a top secret mission that cannot be refused. Chapter 32. The classified mission that cannot be refused. The two of them, unable to accept the S rank commission, were about to give up when a sudden voice caught their attention. "What? But I'm an S rank adventurer, I can't accept this commission?" A girl clad in heavy armor said to a staff member of the Adventurers Guild. Her resplendent, heavy golden armor and the sword whose hilt alone looked priceless marked her as a noble from appearance alone. "My apologies, my lady. You are indeed S rank, but you must have teammates to proceed," the staff member said apologetically, pushing her adventurer card back towards her. I need to find teammates, right?" The girl looked left and right, and her eyes immediately landed on Dan Feng and Luo Xi, who were looking at her. "Them, even though those two look completely unreliable," the girl said, pointing at Dan Feng and Luo Xi. "No one said we would go," Luo Xi retorted to the girl, witnessing this arbitrary scene. However, Dan Feng stopped Luo Xi's protest, since they needed to complete commissions anyway. Following this girl would allow them to complete an S rank 1. Seeing Dan Feng and Luo Xi, the staff member didn't ask further questions and proactively took out 3 pieces of paper, handing one to the girl and the other 2 to Dan Feng and Luo Xi. Dan Feng took the 2 papers with confusion, then laid them out to look at them together with Luo Xi. S-rank commission form. Luo Xi read the words on the paper, then looked at the girl with an incredulous expression. This commission was an S-rank task to go somewhere and collect a type of herb, its difficulty rating actually reaching S. "There's another one underneath," Dan Feng said, pulling out the sheet below. "Open black lens bracket order. This is a classified mission. Form a temporary squad to protect our kingdom's second princess and ensure she completes the commission without sustaining any harm. Furthermore, you must not reveal the princess's identity to others. This is a national command. You do not have the right to refuse." Close black lens bracket. Dan Feng and Luo Xi read the words on the second sheet, then both looked at the girl with scrutinizing eyes. "It seems we truly cannot refuse this time. After all, our current strength is far from sufficient to contend with an entire kingdom." Dan Feng shook his head helplessly, then picked up a pen and slowly wrote his name on the sheet. Seeing this, Luo Xi beside him had no choice but to follow suit. After they signed their names, the princess nodded with satisfaction, then turned and walked towards the door. However, after taking a few steps outside, she noticed Dan Feng and Luo Xi hadn't followed. She stopped and called back, "Hey, you two over there. Stop dawdling and hurry up." Dan Feng and Luo Xi exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of resignation, but they quickly caught up. "Let's go, Luo Xi." If we can successfully complete this S-rank commission, we'll be one step closer to becoming S-rank adventurers ourselves, Dan Feng said to Luo Kixi as they walked. That's right. Let's hope everything goes smoothly, Luo Kixi replied. The three of them walked together on the street. The princess strode ahead with purpose, while Dan Feng and Luo Kixi intentionally or unintentionally maintained a certain distance from her. As they walked, the princess's gaze was suddenly caught by a street food stall. She quickly walked over and curiously asked the vendor what kind of food it was. The vendor enthusiastically explained, and the princess listened with great interest, occasionally asking questions. A moment later, the princess spotted a shop selling fabrics. She immediately went over, picked up a bolt of cloth, examined it carefully, and asked the shopkeeper if it was for horses, as it felt so coarse. The shopkeeper explained with an awkward expression, but the princess didn't seem to mind and continued looking around curiously. Watching the princess's behavior, Dan Feng and Luo Kixi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This princess, no matter how you looked at her, seemed like a country bumpkin girl from the countryside, full of curiosity and novelty about everything in the city. Please wait a moment, Luo Kixi suddenly called out to stop the princess. Hearing Luo Kixi's call, the princess turned to look at her. Come to think of it, we still don't know your name. Luo Kixi inquired about the princess's name. I am right Fia, an S-rank swordsman, the princess said slowly. The name was clearly a pseudonym. I am Luo Kixi Migrudia, an A-rank magician. Dan Feng, a rank warrior. I'm a bit curious about what an S-rank adventurer card looks like. Could you show me? Luo Kixi asked Fia with a curious gaze. No problem. Hearing the request to see her adventurer card, Fia also looked proud as she handed over her card. Luo Kixi took Fia's adventurer card and examined it. Kingdom-specific guild card? Only valid within this kingdom? Luo Kixi looked at the adventurer card in shock, then looked back at Fia. So, an S-rank adventurer card is quite unique, right? Fia still wore that proud expression, her armor creaking and groaning as her body struggled under its weight. So it's not a real S-rank after all, Dan Feng said with a wry smile. Then, Luo Kixi made a request to Fia. Fia, could you accompany us to a shop? In the end, Dan Feng and Luo Kixi brought Fia to a weapons shop. Dan Feng and Luo Kixi then began selecting equipment for Fia. Since we're going as adventurers on a herb collecting commission, a longsword isn't very suitable. It's better to switch to a short sword, Luo Kixi said while picking up a short sword, hefting its weight as if assessing whether it met her needs. However, Dan Feng had a different opinion. He thought a dagger would be sufficient, and as for armor, switching to lighter leather material would be better. Fia was very puzzled by Dan Feng's suggestion. She asked with a face full of confusion. Hey, my equipment is perfect, why should I change it? Looking at Fia, Luo Kixi patiently explained, perfect where? Look at this gear you're wearing. You can't even walk steadily. How can you conveniently gather herbs? Hearing this, Fia retorted somewhat dismissively, this is equipment I carefully selected. How could I not walk steadily? Luo Kixi didn't argue further with Fia. Instead, she picked up a dagger, hefted its weight again, and then exclaimed with satisfaction, this one is just right. Seeing this, Fia became increasingly convinced these two were being presumptuous. She said disdainfully, how dare a shabbily dressed warrior and magician like you two give my equipment advice? Hearing Fia's words, Luo Kixi immediately got angry and retorted, where are we shabbily dressed? Fia wouldn't let it go and continued scornfully, I'm just stating facts. Look at yourselves, you don't even have proper armor. How dare you? Luo Kixi puffed out her cheeks, glaring at Fia, then turned to the shopkeeper and said, Shopkeeper, may I borrow your open space? I need to teach this person a lesson. Understood. The shopkeeper, who rather enjoyed a spectacle, readily agreed. HMPH, bring it on, Fia snorted coldly. Moving to the open space in the shop's backyard, Luo Kixi and Fia put some distance between them. Watch carefully, I'll show you my true power, Fia shouted at Luo Kixi, her eyes filled with confidence in herself. And Dan Feng, seeing that Fia in the distance still showed no intention of drawing her sword, had already mentally drawn a conclusion to this match. Upon hearing this, Luo Kixi thought to herself, could she really have the strength of an S rank? As Dan Feng called for the match to begin, Luo Kixi sprang into action. Meanwhile, Fia over there was just about to draw her sword. However, the sword simply would not come out, stuck fast in its scabbard. Seeing this, Luo Kixi quickly ran up to Fia and pressed her own magic wand against Fia's head. It seems of one, that's so underhanded, wait until I draw my sword before starting, Fia shouted at Luo Kixi. Luo Kixi was quite willing to give Fia a second chance. What was there to fear from a swordsman who couldn't even draw her sword? Subsequently, Fia finally managed to draw that seemingly very luxurious sword, but the hand holding it aloft trembled incessantly. Come on, let's begin, Fia said to Luo Kixi. Dan Feng and Luo Kixi both sighed. Alright, then, begin. The moment Dan Feng's words fell, Fia charged at Luo Kixi with her sword raised. Magicians just need to be interrupted before they can chant. Arriving before Luo Kixi, Fia brought her longsword down in a fierce slash. Clang! The longsword clashed with the magic wand, and Fia immediately felt an uncontrollable force transmitted through the blade, causing her to let go. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Kixi swiftly knocked Fia's sword away. The longsword spun through the air, its tip pointing downwards as it plunged towards Fia below. Ow, that hurts. Fia, unable to withstand the recoil from the sword, lost her balance and was toppled by her heavy armor. Seeing this, Dan Feng immediately used wind magic to blow the longsword to the side, preventing Fia from getting injured. Do you understand now? Your sword and armor are both too heavy. Luo Kixi walked up to Fia and helped her to her feet. The weapons an adventurer chooses shouldn't be the ones of the highest quality, but the ones most suitable for themselves. This can be a matter of life and death in critical moments. After helping Fia up, Luo Kixi picked up the longsword. As for me, as a magician, I must entrust my back to my companions. So companions are extremely important to me. Even in dire straits, I have always placed great trust in my companions. Fia listened intently to Luo Kixi's words, and a gleam of anticipation suddenly shone in her eyes. Is that what's called an adventurer squad? Yes, exactly, Luo Kixi replied excitedly. On the journey of adventure, trust and tacit agreement between teammates are crucial. Only with mutual trust can we cooperate closely and overcome various difficulties and dangers. Together, Fia nodded thoughtfully. An image formed in her mind, a group of brave adventurers marching shoulder to shoulder through the dangerous demon continent, relying on each other, exploring unknown lands together. Haha, suddenly it all feels so novel. Fia couldn't help but smile. As a swordsman, I should be the one protecting the magician in the team. Just then, Dan Feng walked over, holding the equipment he had selected earlier. Seeing this, Fia hurriedly took the set of equipment Dan Feng had just brought over, preparing to change into the new gear. However, as Fia entered the room to change, Luo Kixi suddenly seemed to realize something, her face instantly turning pale with horror. Ah, she's a princess, isn't she? Luo Kixi stared wide-eyed at Fia, who had just entered the room. I was so rude to her just now. Will I be executed? Dan Feng, standing nearby, couldn't help but find Luo Kixi's panic somewhat amusing. He said calmly, probably not. After all, besides her, no one else saw it here. Luo Kixi relaxed a little but still said worriedly, that's true. But if she really tries to have me executed, you must definitely help me deny it. Dan Feng smiled helplessly and reassured her, don't worry, I will. But I don't think she's that petty. Hearing Dan Feng's words, Luo Kixi's mood settled a bit. She managed a somewhat forced smile. I hope so. After Fia finished changing, the three of them went to pay. In the end, it was Dan Feng who paid, because judging by Fia's status as a princess, she didn't seem like the type to carry her own money. I wonder if this equipment cost can be reimbursed, Dan Feng muttered to himself. Back in Malixian, he never had to worry about money, but traveling on the central continent made him feel his funds were depleting rapidly. Huh? Do you hold this thing to eat it? Fia ran up to a food stall and asked the vendor. Then, with a smile, she ordered a snack from the stall owner. The snack vendor quickly handed Fia a steaming portion of food and then stood to the side, quietly waiting for her to pay. Just then, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Wait a minute, you have to pay for everything. Everyone on the street turned to look. They saw Luo Kixi running up to Fia like a gust of wind, speaking to her with a serious expression. Fia didn't seem perturbed by Luo Kixi's sudden appearance. She slowly turned her head, gave Luo Kixi a somewhat disdainful glance, and then unhurriedly pulled out from her pocket a large gold coin even more valuable than an Asla gold coin. I know that. How rude of you. The large gold coin glittered under the sunlight, as if exuding an unparalleled air of nobility. If the Asla gold coin was already the most valuable coin, then this Asla large gold coin was even rarer, something only nobles might possess. Because such large gold coins simply could not circulate in normal markets. Their value was so high that a single large gold coin was equivalent to a common person's wages for 10 years of hard work. Seeing the large gold coin Fia produced, the snack vendor's eyes widened in shock. This young lady, even if you give me a large gold coin, I have no way to give you change, he said, his voice tinged with helplessness. However, Fia didn't seem to understand the vendor's meaning. She looked at him puzzled and asked, huh? Is it too little? Then I'll take out another one. As she spoke, she actually prepared to pull out another large gold coin. Watching as Fia was about to produce another large gold coin, Dan Feng quickly stepped forward, stopped her, and said to the snack vendor with a smile, "Sir, I'm sorry, let me pay for this." With that, he promptly took out the appropriate coins from his own purse and handed them to the vendor. After taking a bite, Fia said, "I see. It's a rather plain taste." Hearing Fia's assessment, Luo Kixi immediately pulled Fia away from the food stall. Dan Feng apologized to the snack vendor and then followed Luo Kixi and the others as they left. 33. Number 33. What kind of book is this? Chapter 33. What kind of book is this? Hey, Fia, it's very impolite to casually criticize what someone is selling right in front of them, Luoxi Shi told Fia solemnly. Upon hearing Luoxi Zai's words, Fia quickly swallowed the snack in her mouth. But that's just how the food is. I was only telling the truth, Fia said dismissively, feeling there was nothing wrong with her assessment. Luoxi Shi knew that Fia was a princess and that she likely couldn't understand such things, so she stopped arguing. Fine. What do you want to do at the next shop? Luoxi Shi asked Fia. Well, what do you recommend most, Luoxi Shi? Fia couldn't think of anything herself, so she threw the question back to Luoxi Shi. Me? Dan Feng, walking behind them, already guessed what Luoxi Shi was going to recommend upon hearing this. This is it, making jam out of oranges and grapes and putting it inside a cake. Luoxi Shi bought 3 of these cakes and distributed them to Dan Feng and Fia. Dan Feng took the cake from Luoxi Shi and took a bite. The jam inside bloomed wildly within his mouth. This was actually quite similar to the jam bread he used to buy in his previous life, but because it was freshly made, the texture was slightly better. Jam, huh? This stuff appears on the dining table every day, Fia said, looking at the cake before taking a bite herself. While jam is common, only this shop makes it so delicious. Luoxi Shi showed a happy smile. After eating what she craved, the ahoge on her head swaying in time with her chewing. Dan Feng finished his cake like a whirlwind, then looked up, his gaze landing on a bookstore not far away. He hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Luoxi Shi and Fia, who were still slowly savoring their cakes. I'll wait until they finish, Dan Feng thought to himself. After all, it seemed impolite to interrupt someone enjoying their food. Just then, he heard Luoxi Shi say to Fia, "Fia, just eat half of your cake and we'll swap. That way we can try 2 different flavors." Fia was clearly surprised. She looked at Luoxi Shi with wide eyes and said hurriedly, "Eh? Isn't it dirty since I've eaten from it?" Luoxi Shi laughed dismissively and replied, "Oh, adventurers aren't that picky. It's perfectly fine for 2 women to even share a bowl of rice." Hearing this, although Fia was still a bit hesitant, she eventually nodded and agreed to Luoxi Zai's suggestion. The 2 of them swapped their cakes and continued to enjoy the delicious desserts. Seeing the 2 girls eating so slowly, Dan Feng finally couldn't hold back anymore. He pointed at the bookstore nearby and said to them, "I say, shall we head to the bookstore in a bit?" Fia's eyes lit up instantly, and she said excitedly, "A bookstore, sure. A friend of mine recommended a book to me once. Let's go check it out." That book had been recommended by a friend of Fia's a long time ago. Since she couldn't just go out and buy books whenever she wanted in the royal palace, she had never been able to read it. Now that she had the chance to go to a bookstore, she was naturally very happy. "Dan Feng, are you buying books again?" Luoxi Shi looked at Dan Feng with confusion. In her memory, Dan Feng really loved buying books, though she didn't know why, especially since some of the books contained incorrect information. Dan Feng's obsession with reading was entirely due to his progress bar. As long as it could increase the progress bar, he'd even be willing to take on the 7 great powers. Knowledge is important, Dan Feng nodded. You like studying, Dan Feng? Then why not go to Lunae Magic University? Fia thought about the information regarding Lunae Magic University in her mind and then told Dan Feng about it. Dan Feng naturally knew about Lunae Magic University. He actually intended to go there, but his travels hadn't reached that point yet. He had discussed it with Luoxi Shi. The final stop of their journey would be the Lunae Kingdom, followed by the magic city of Sharia. Then he would try to enroll. From the knowledge he gained from books, Lunae Magic University had no age limit for enrollment. As long as you paid the expensive fees, you could enter and study. "I will go," Dan Feng said, but then he suddenly looked toward the window of a house. "What's wrong, Dan Feng?" Luoxi Shi asked in confusion. Seeing him suddenly look toward a specific spot, Dan Feng shook his head and said it was nothing. He felt as if a gaze filled with killing intent had just been directed at them, a feeling that was extremely uncomfortable. This also caused Dan Feng to become vigilant. Afterward, the 3 of them headed toward that bookstore together. As soon as they arrived inside, Fia began searching according to her memory. Which one is it? Fia walked up to a bookshelf and began looking through them one by one. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi were at a bookshelf not far from Fia. Luoxi Shi, keep an eye on Fia from now on. I felt killing intent just now. Dan Feng recounted what he had just experienced. Killing intent was a very mysterious thing, but after being chased by monsters a few times, one would know the feeling of being stared at by it. Really? That's not good then, little Luoxi Shi thought, but then she figured that with her and Dan Feng's strength, there was no need to panic. Just protect Fia. I'll handle the rest, Dan Feng said to Luoxi Shi. Any problem that could be solved with the Cloud Striker wasn't a problem, and if all else failed, he could just use magic with increased mana output. When Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi walked over to Fia, she suddenly shouted, "Wow, found it." Dan Feng had just scanned the area. This bookstore had very few academic or theoretical books, but many novel-like items, so he couldn't see any books he wanted to buy for the moment. Luoxi Shi, you come look too, Fia called out. Luoxi Shi was also curious about the contents of the book in Fia's hand, so she stood on her tiptoes to peek at the contents. Her appearance became completely different from the daytime, exposing her hidden heat without reservation awe. Luoxi Shi felt her cheeks flush after reading a passage. She immediately realized this was the kind of book children shouldn't read. Luoxi Shi immediately ran off to the side. Fia looked at Luoxi's eyes' embarrassed expression, then covered her mouth with a giggle. It seems it's still too early for children? Damn it, reading such things, and also I am not a child, I'm almost 25 years old, Luoxi Shi put on a fierce expression, but under the influence of that cute little face, it looked more like she was acting spoiled. Oh my, Luoxi Shi is already 24? I couldn't tell at all. 34. Number 34 Assassin. Chapter 34. The Assassin. As they stepped out of the bookstore, the sun shone down on them, and they prepared to head out of the city to complete that S-rank commission. It was currently peak traffic hours and the streets were bustling with activity. Carriages were packed closely together, clogging the already narrow city gates. It was already afternoon and the sun was gradually tilting westward. They had to rush back to the Adventurers Guild to submit the commission before dark. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi walked side by side, chatting seemingly nonchalantly, yet every word they spoke held a hidden meaning. Did you feel that, Luoxi Shi? Dan Feng said in a low voice. His gaze swept around casually, but he was actually keeping a close eye on their surroundings. I know. We're being watched. Luoxi Shi also acted as if nothing was wrong, her conversation with Dan Feng appearing perfectly natural, as though she hadn't noticed the gaze hidden in the shadows at all. It seems they plan to wait until we're out of the city to make their move. When that happens, stay close to Fia and don't leave her side, Dan Feng said calmly. Luoxi Shi nodded, indicating she understood Dan Feng's meaning. Just then, it was their turn to leave the city. Once through the city gates, Fia's demeanor immediately changed into someone else entirely. Compared to when she was inside, her pace became light and brisk, her eyes occasionally darting toward the distant forest, sparkling with anticipation for the unknown world. It's my first time out of the city, Fia marveled inwardly. She had never been this close to nature before. Looking at the dense forest in the distance, her heart was filled with yearning for the journey ahead. Like a bird locked in a cage, she longed to see the outside world no matter what. And the moment they learn to fly is the moment they spread their wings and soar. Hello, to the forest over there. Fia approached a carriage and spoke to the driver. Seeing this, Luoxi Shi immediately pulled Fia back. There's no need to take a carriage for such a short distance. No carriage? But wouldn't my clothes and things get dirty like that? Fia looked at Luoxi Shi with a face full of suspicion and confusion. Luoxi Shi replied nonchalantly, just let them get dirty. We're adventurers, not some delicate people. Dan Feng wanted to say that she did seem like a delicate person, but he decided against it so as not to undermine Luoxi Shi. Fia was still a bit hesitant after hearing that, but seeing Luoxi's eyes' certain attitude, she eventually nodded. Not long after, the three of them stepped into the dense forest together. As their figures completely disappeared from the city gates, those few people who had been staring at them with murderous gazes finally couldn't hold back and stepped out from the city. Wow, so this is what the forest is like. Once inside the forest, Fia was like a bird set free, excitedly looking left and right. Everything in the forest was so fresh to her. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she took in every bit of the scenery. It's exactly like the descriptions I saw in the library at home, Fia said happily, her face overflowing with irrepressible joy. It was indeed an exciting thing. After all, she was finally able to see the outside world with her own eyes. Their commission this time was to collect 36 specific herbs. Although none of the three had seen this herb before, they should be able to find it smoothly as long as they followed the route on the commission slip, so they kept walking through the woods, admiring the surrounding scenery along the way. Suddenly, they discovered a pool of lake water, clear enough to see the bottom, like a giant mirror. In the lake, a few pure white lotuses stood quietly on the water's surface. Beneath the lotuses, a few fish were swimming leisurely. What kind of flower is this? Fia looked at the white lotuses with curiosity. This kind of flower seemed to be very rare on this continent. Luoxi Shi shook her head, indicating she didn't know. A lotus. It symbolizes divinity, purity, and elegance. They are quite common on the Milis continent, Dan Feng explained to Fia, then suddenly remembered that Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae seemed to have lotus characteristics. The three of them then left the area, though Dan Feng picked a lotus before departing. Found it. Afterward, they finally found the target of their commission and began their herb pulling journey. This also resulted in mud and such getting all over their clothes, except for Dan Feng, because he was slacking off. But Luoxi Shi knew what Dan Feng was doing, so she didn't bother him. After some time, Luoxi Shi and Fia had collected over 20 stalks. By now, the sun was not far from setting. After noticing something, Dan Feng quietly whispered to Luoxi Shi and then vanished from the spot. 10 more to go, I must find them, Fia said with a determined tone, indicating she wouldn't leave the mountain until she found them. Then we'll have to hurry. The sun will be down soon. Seeing Fia's serious expression, Luoxi Shi also silently put more effort into her movements. Meanwhile, Dan Feng's side was a different scene entirely. Killing the princess will get us a huge sum of gold coins. Hurry up, a man dressed as an adventurer said to the others. Their pace was fast, and they were only a few minutes away from Luoxi Shi and the others' position. Dan Feng observed this group of people who wanted to assassinate the princess from a tree, a faint smile appearing on his expressionless face. When they were about to pass under the tree where Dan Feng was, a white lotus drifted down from the branches. In that instant, Cloud Striker sped down like a lightning bolt and then slammed heavily into the ground. Clang! Who's there? The men shouted in bewilderment, their faces full of suspicion as they looked at the scene before them. However, Dan Feng turned a deaf ear to their questioning. He quickly grabbed Cloud Striker and charged at the man in front. To protect the princess, the most effective method was to quickly eliminate the threat before him. His movements were as fast as the wind, leaving no time for anyone to react. In the blink of an eye, Cloud Striker pierced through the man's chest with staggering speed and power. Immediately afterward, a powerful burst of wind magic erupted from the spear's tip, instantly tearing the man's body to shreds and turning him into a mangled mess of minced meat. The others' faces turned pale at the sight. They stared with wide, terrified eyes and scrambled to draw their swords in an attempt to block Dan Feng's attack. Yet, it was all in vain. How could such clumsy swordplay possibly compete with Dan Feng's superb spearmanship? In less than half a minute, those people were helpless before Dan Feng, falling one by one as blood splattered everywhere. Seeing that only a few enemies remained, Dan Feng felt a slight sense of relief. However, at that moment, a person suddenly jumped down from a tree. This person instantly appeared behind the last survivor and cut him down with a single stroke of his blade. After completing this, he slowly raised his head and cast a cold gaze toward Dan Feng. Dan Feng wasn't afraid. He knew this was the princess's guard, which could be told just by looking at that magnificent golden sword. You even stole one of my kills. Guard. 35. Number 35 The Princess's Fate. Chapter 35. The Princess's Fate. The guard shot Dan Feng a glance and said nothing more, leaving the area. After Dan Feng silently incinerated the corpse, he prepared to go find Luoxi Shi and Fia. When he returned to the place where Luoxi Shi and the others were gathering herbs, he found the two of them lying on the grass resting. Hearing the sound of someone approaching, Luoxi Shi quickly sat up from the grass. You're back? How was it? Is it settled? Seeing that it was Dan Feng, Luoxi Shi hurriedly asked. She knew exactly what he had gone to do. Dan Feng nodded, indicating it was handled. Are you two done gathering? We're done. I'm exhausted. We searched for so long. Fia slowly crawled up from the ground and then asked the two of them, what were you guys just talking about? Nothing, just a private matter. It's settled now. Then let's go. We need to get back and submit the commission, Fia said, stretching her limbs. Afterward, the three of them descended the mountain at great speed and successfully returned to the city. Once inside the city, the three of them rushed to the Adventurers Guild without stopping. Here are the materials collected for the commission. Fia took the materials from Luoxi's hands and handed them all to the staff member. The Adventurers Guild staff member carefully inspected the materials Fia submitted. After confirming everything was correct, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked up at Fia and asked with concern, "Excuse me, did you sustain any injuries while performing this commission?" Fia clearly hadn't expected the staff member to ask this so suddenly. She was stunned for a moment but quickly reacted. The corners of her mouth curled up into a confident smile as she replied proudly, "Not at all. This commission was a piece of cake. It couldn't have been simpler." Standing to the side, Dan Feng and Luoxi looked at each other upon hearing Fia's answer, secretly feeling uneasy. They both knew very well that if Fia had actually been injured, this country would likely hold them accountable. After all, Fia was an important figure in this country. The thought that their fates could be easily manipulated by others was truly an agonizing feeling. After confirming that Fia was safe and sound, the staff member handed the commission form to the three of them to sign for confirmation. The three took the form and each signed their names. Once the signing was complete, the staff member handed the commission reward to Fia. Fia took the reward and immediately distributed a portion to Dan Feng and Luoxi, saying with a smile, "Here, this is your share of the reward." Dan Feng and Luoxi took the reward and thanked her. Although they had received their due payment, their moods did not lighten because of it. Especially when they saw Fia's face full of smiles, they felt something was off. Fia had already changed back into her previous armor. Her smile looked a bit strange, as if hiding a trace of regret. But soon, that trace of regret was replaced by a look of resignation on her face. Even though Fia said she had a great time today, Dan Feng and Luoxi could still sense that her heart wasn't truly in it. "Alright, I should head back," Fia said to the two of them. "Yeah, if there's a chance in the future, let's party up again," Luoxi said, putting away her reward and offering a smile. "Indeed. Thank you. Let's team up again if there's a chance. Farewell." Fia's expression didn't change. She smiled, but it carried a sense of distance that night. Dan Feng, Luoxi, and Etril sat together in a restaurant. They were there for dinner. After all, it was their last dinner in this country, so of course they had to eat at a restaurant. In any case, they enjoyed their meal. While eating, Dan Feng and Luoxi listened to Etril recount the gossip she had heard. "Did you know? This is some inside information," Etril said to the two of them mysteriously. The two looked at her with puzzled gazes, waiting for her to continue. "Wasn't I reciting poetry at a tavern in the Xylong Kingdom today?" Etril's voice betrayed a hint of excitement, as if what she was about to say would be incredibly shocking. Dan Feng and Luoxi glanced at each other, both seeing curiosity in the other's eyes. "Then guess what news I heard?" Etril kept them in suspense, intentionally letting them guess. Dan Feng thought for a moment and then shook his head. "The world is huge, I can't guess," he said bluntly. Luoxi also nodded, agreeing with Dan Feng's view. Seeing this, the corners of Etril's mouth curved up into a mysterious smile. "Then I'll tell you. This is classified information. Spreading it could get you executed." Dan Feng and Luoxi's curiosity was completely piqued. They leaned forward in unison, wanting to hear more clearly. Etril lowered her voice, speaking at a volume only the three of them could hear. "This country is going to send the princess to marry into a neighboring country to stop the war." "What?" Luoxi's face was full of disbelief. "The princess of this country? Wouldn't that be Fia?" Without a doubt, Fia was about to be married off to a neighboring country. But there's no other way. The fate of a princess is basically to be used as a political marriage tool to end wars, Etril said with a sigh, seemingly accustomed to such things. Dan Feng took a sip of cold water, feeling refreshed, and then said, "Respect the fate of others. When things escalate to the national level, it's not something just anyone can stop." Dan Feng said this for Luoxi's benefit. Although they had only known Fia for a day, Fia gave Luoxi the feeling of a best friend from a past life. Even though Fia would occasionally look down on her, she was still a very decent person. Luoxi understood this very well in her heart. She fully understood what it meant for the kingdom to make such a decision. However, she didn't have the slightest intention of trying to stop it, because she knew deep down that this was an unchangeable fact. However, one question kept lingering in Luoxi's mind. Was Fia truly willing? After all, based on her understanding of Fia from today, this girl's personality was quite stubborn. Yet the reality was vastly different from Luoxi's guess. In truth, Fia had long been aware of her fate. She knew she would be married to the neighboring country to end the war between the two nations. This was the helpless fate of a princess from a weak nation, and Fia had chosen to accept these arrangements gladly. It was precisely because of this that she had received permission to go out today and had the chance to see the outside world with her own eyes. For Fia, doing this would not only solve the war between the two countries but also pave the way for her younger brothers and sisters. As long as the two countries achieved peaceful coexistence through a political marriage, they would stand on the same front, and the strength of both nations would surely see a qualitative improvement. In this way, this originally weak nation could hope to leap into becoming a slightly more powerful country in one go. 36. Number 36 Red Dragon's Lower Jaw. Chapter 36. Red Dragon's Jaw. The next day, Dan Feng and his two companions set out once again on their journey toward the Asura Kingdom. The Xilong Kingdom had provided them with a unique experience, leaving Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi curious about what the Asura Kingdom would be like. However, not long after leaving the city, the three of them found themselves in a dilemma. There were two paths to the Asura Kingdom. The first was to head straight to the Red Dragon's Jaw and cut directly through the central mountain range. This was undoubtedly the fastest route, but also the most dangerous choice. After all, one might encounter the S-rank monster, the Red Dragon, on this path. Worse still, Red Dragons were pack monsters. Even if they encountered a single stray, Dan Feng and the others would likely find it difficult to win with their current strength. Red Dragons could not only fly but also possessed powerful fire magic. This was a nightmare for warriors, as humans simply couldn't contend with a red dragon in the air. Once encountered, only a powerful magician would stand a chance. In contrast, the second path was relatively safer. They would need to head to the Zone of Strife first, then cross the mountains to reach the Asura Kingdom. However, the problem with this route was that the Zone of Strife was in a perpetual state of war, and Dan Feng and his companions might be affected by the conflict. The good news was that the probability of encountering a red dragon while crossing the mountains was relatively low, so the main concern was whether they would happen to run into an outbreak of war. After Dan Feng shared this information with the other two, all three fell into deep thought. They began to carefully weigh the pros and cons of both routes, considering which path was the most suitable choice for them. Dan Feng leaned toward the first option, as most people passed through the Red Dragon's Jaw. The probability of meeting a red dragon was low, though not zero. As an adventurer of over 10 years, Luoxi Shi was already well acquainted with the rumors regarding red dragons. The situation was similar to how everyone knew about the Spalood clan. In fact, almost all adventurers had heard legends of the world's strongest monster, the red dragon. It was said that the strength of an adult red dragon was comparable to that of an S-rank adventurer. Because of this, Luoxi Shi was filled with curiosity about the red dragon's true appearance, but she also harbored a sense of dread, fearing she might lose her life if she wasn't careful. This conflicting mindset left her in a dilemma. Should she go and see for herself, or choose the detour? Etrel appeared more easygoing, respecting the decision made by Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. After all, she was just someone traveling with them and didn't have much say in choosing the path. After some careful consideration, they finally decided to pass through the Red Dragon's Jaw. Though the path was fraught with danger, it was the fastest way to reach the territory of the Asura Kingdom. With the route decided, the three finally officially embarked on their journey to the Asura Kingdom. This leg of the journey was not easy, as there were almost no places to rest on the way from the Xilong Kingdom to the Red Dragon's Jaw. To prepare for any situation, Dan Feng had specifically purchased a large amount of food and other daily necessities this time. His thinking was simple: it would be best if they could hunt game along the way, but if they were unlucky and couldn't find any, they would have to rely on the purchased jerky and other food to stave off hunger. If they were fast enough, they might reach the Asura Kingdom's territory in just a few short days. Time passed day by day. One day, they discovered a B-rank bear-type monster. This was a pleasant surprise. The bear was not only massive but its meat was delicious, especially the paws, which were a true delicacy. Seasoned with some spices, the flavor left Dan Feng and the others with a lingering aftertaste. And so, they enjoyed several sumptuous meals. After a period of trekking, they finally arrived smoothly at the Red Dragon's Jaw. This was a place perpetually covered in snow and ice, exceptionally cold. Fortunately, Dan Feng had some prior knowledge of the conditions here and had specifically asked Luoxi Shi and the others to buy thick clothing to withstand the severe cold of the Red Dragon's Jaw. Standing at the foot of the mountain and looking up at the towering peak before her, Luoxi Shi couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was definitely the highest mountain range she had ever seen. Standing at the base, even before truly setting foot on the range, one could clearly feel the biting cold and the wild, howling winds. Let's go. Once we cross this, we'll be in the Usir territory of the Asura Kingdom, Dan Feng said to the two of them, then led them slowly into the Red Dragon's Jaw. As they moved through the area, massive creatures would occasionally fly overhead. Without a doubt, those were red dragons. However, in this world of ice and snow, the flying red dragons couldn't spot them. Luoxi Shi watched a red dragon that had just flown overhead, her heart filled with shock. It was her first time seeing a creature of legend. It truly was quite a novel experience. If she had the ability to hunt one, it would certainly cause a massive sensation across the central continent, but for now, they only hoped the red dragons wouldn't notice them. Before long, they reached a section that required climbing. This was a mandatory path for many heading to the Asura Kingdom's territory and a key point in crossing the red dragon's jaw. Dan Feng stopped, looked back at Luoxi Shi and Etrel, and asked with concern, "Do you two need to rest?" As a bard, Etrel's physical stamina naturally couldn't compare to adventurers like Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. She had been on the red dragon's jaw for quite a while and hadn't stopped once along the way. By now, she was exhausted and had no energy left. Seeing this, Dan Feng immediately cast the Earth Fortress spell, and a sturdy Earth Fortress instantly rose from the ground, enclosing the three of them tightly within. This Earth Fortress not only shielded them from the biting winds but also provided a relatively warm environment for rest. Once inside the fortress, Dan Feng quickly lit a campfire. The roaring flames dispelled the cold, warming the entire space. Then, using fire magic combined with Luoxi Xi's water magic, they had hot water as well. There was still jerky in the backpack to eat, which tasted better when heated up. The three sat around the fire, enjoying the hot water and food while feeling the temperature inside the Earth Fortress gradually rise. In this cozy atmosphere, their bodies slowly regained some strength. Dan Feng decided to take a short nap, waiting for Luoxi Shi and Etrel to fully recover their stamina before continuing the climb. After all, the journey ahead was still long and required sufficient energy to complete. Seeing this, Luoxi Shi and Etrel also closed their eyes to rest, knowing they would be more refreshed for the climb after a bit more sleep. If all went well, they would reach the Asura Kingdom's territory in just a few more hours. 37. Number 37 Accident. Chapter 37. An accident. After resting, the trio began their ascent. Fortunately, there were paths carved by those who had come before, so they didn't have to climb the mountain in a straight line. The wind and snow no longer had much of an effect on Dan Feng. He seemed to have started adapting to this temperature. Luoxi Shi held her magic wand, the tip of which emitted a slight heat, as if a flame had been lit in this world of ice and snow. However, this flame was not meant for Luoxi Shi herself, but for Etrel behind her. Etrel was currently suffering from the torture of the severe cold. Despite wearing thick clothes, as someone who was not an adventurer, she clearly found it difficult to quickly adapt to such a harsh environment. Her steps appeared exceptionally heavy, and every single stride was a struggle. "Are you alright, Etrel?" Luoxi Shi stopped and looked at the slowly moving Etrel with concern, her eyes reflecting her worry for the girl. Hearing Luoxi Xi's call, Etrel struggled to make her voice clear amidst the howling cold wind. "I'm fine. It's difficult, but this level of cold won't do anything to me." Her voice trembled slightly, clearly trying her best to hide her physical discomfort. Looking at Etrel's feigned strength, Luoxi Shi couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. She told Etrel solemnly, "Make sure not to push yourself too hard, okay? We will wait for you." Etrel gave a smile to reassure Luoxi Shi. Just then, a strong gust of wind swept over, blowing away the cloth Etrel used to cover her hair and eyes. She quickly pulled the cloth back, but this movement allowed Luoxi Shi to see her original appearance for the first time. She was a very beautiful person. "We'll reach the passage cave soon," Dan Feng said to the two behind him as he looked at the cave entrance getting closer and closer. "Okay," Luoxi Shi replied, then she took Etrel's hand and sped up. Once they reached the passage cave, it would only be an hour's journey to the Asura Kingdom. With Luoxi Shi pulling her, Etrel's speed increased significantly. Being close to Luoxi Shi, she could feel the warmth surrounding her. The magic stone on the magic wand was continuously emitting heat from fire magic. Shortly after, Dan Feng was the first to reach the passage cave. It was exactly as described, a transit cave carved out of the mountainside, from which one could see the scenery on the side. Not long after Dan Feng ascended, Luoxi Shi arrived with Etrel. Etrel collapsed to the ground, her body riddled with frostbite in many places. Seeing this, Luoxi Shi immediately cast healing magic on her. Dan Feng decided to rest in the cave for a bit. He then used earth magic again to block the wind and snow, gathered some firewood, and lit a fire. It had to be said that Dan Feng's current backpack was truly heavy, containing almost everything imaginable. As long as they could reach the Asura Kingdom, he could replace this heavy backpack with a small and light one. After all, the Asura Kingdom was a densely populated place. No matter where one walked, they would encounter many villages and towns. Dan Feng thoughtfully poured 2 cups of steaming hot water for the two of them to warm their bodies first. Etrel took the hot water handed over by Dan Feng with a heart full of gratitude. To her, who didn't know magic, this cup of hot water was undoubtedly precious. She didn't even care if she might get burned and took a sip impatiently. As the hot water slid down her throat, Etrel's expression instantly relaxed, as if the exhaustion of her entire body had been dispelled by that single sip. This truly solved her immediate problem, because during the climb, she was not only cold but also thirsty, and this cup of hot water happened to solve both issues simultaneously. To the side, Luoxi also drank her hot water unhurriedly. Compared to Etrel, she appeared much more composed. After all, she had even traversed the demon continent, which was far more dangerous than this environment. A snowy mountain like this was relatively easy for her. Take a rest, Dan Feng said to the two. This time, the earth magic didn't create a Patrick Star house, but rather an outward-facing earth wall. Since the wind was only coming from the side, blocking that area was enough. Time passed minute by minute, until Dan Feng heard an unusual sound. Dan Feng's heart tightened. The sound was exceptionally sharp, making his nerves tense up instantly. Without hesitation, he shouted loudly, warning Luoxi and Etrel to prepare to leave immediately. However, just as they were about to turn and flee, a powerful air current suddenly hit them, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. Dan Feng was shocked to find a massive crimson figure slowly landing at a crevice in the cliffside. It was a giant crimson lizard, its body was enormous, and every scale shimmered with a crimson light, like a burning flame. Dan Feng realized this wasn't a lizard but a red dragon. The moment the red dragon landed, its massive wings flapped violently, whipping up a gale. The gale was like a violent wave, frantically pouring into the cave, bringing with it bone-chilling cold and a powerful impact. Looking at the red dragon's majestic figure, Cloud Striker immediately appeared in Dan Feng's hand. He knew full well the power of a red dragon. This was an extremely dangerous existence. With his current strength, he definitely couldn't defeat it. Red Dragon run. Dan Feng's voice sounded a bit weak in the gale, but he still shouted to Luoxi and Etrel with all his might. Their luck was truly abysmal this time, to actually encounter a stray red dragon here. These creatures usually lived in packs. Once discovered by a group of red dragons, the consequences would be unthinkable. However, the red dragon's eyes were fixed on Dan Feng, and hot air was constantly billowing from its massive maw. It seemed to have locked onto Dan Feng. Holding Cloud Striker, Dan Feng shouted to Luoxi and Etrel. Dan Feng, aren't you leaving? That's a red dragon. After running a distance, Luoxi saw that Dan Feng had no intention of following and couldn't help but shout anxiously. You and Etrel leave first, it seems to have set its sights on me, Dan Feng said calmly to Luoxi in the distance. At this moment, he and the red dragon were staring at each other, as if they would start fighting the next second. The red dragon's breath was incredibly heavy, its wings and feet gripping the edge tightly. It might also have been intimidated by the faint aura emanating from Dan Feng's body. Therefore, it naturally didn't dare to act rashly. But Luoxi wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Dan Feng. Don't worry, I will do my best to survive. You should have seen my strength already, Dan Feng said quickly. You are a magician, and the red dragon's body is extremely hard. With your current magic, you won't be able to pierce through its dragon scales, Etrel said, pulling Luoxi back while calmly analyzing the situation. The red dragon had already locked onto Dan Feng. He had no chance of escape. 38. Number 38 Transformation into a Dragon. Chapter 38, Draconic Transformation. You must survive, Luoxi shouted at Dan Feng. She didn't want to experience another parting. Her teacher, her teammates, her captain, her life had been filled with too many goodbyes. And so, Luoxi and Etrel ran quickly toward the kingdom of Asura. Luoxi knew that staying there would only interfere with Dan Feng's battle. At least if she left, Dan Feng would have a glimmer of hope to escape. She prayed silently in her heart, hoping Dan Feng would be alright. She was the one who wanted to bring him to the central continent. If Dan Feng died here, she might live with the guilt for the rest of her life. At this moment, the situation Dan Feng faced was exceptionally tense, as if every second could decide his life or death. The red dragon had clearly reached its limit of patience. Finally unable to suppress its inner impulse, it suddenly launched a fierce attack on Dan Feng. The red dragon spread its massive wings, and the dragon claws on them struck toward Dan Feng with a sharp, menacing momentum. However, while this blow was aggressive, it lacked a bit of speed, giving Dan Feng enough time to react. Dan Feng's figure flashed with agility, easily evading the lethal strike. While dodging the attack, Dan Feng did not just wait for death. He skillfully employed his no-incantation magic technique, launching a relentless counterattack against the red dragon. Dozens of wind blades flew straight toward the red dragon. Although these magic attacks were slightly lacking in power, their sheer number and unpredictability left the red dragon somewhat overwhelmed. Though they caused no real damage, they succeeded in distracting it. Immediately after, Dan Feng took advantage of the brief moment the red dragon was distracted by the magic to close the distance rapidly. With both hands gripping the spear named Cloud Striker, he slashed ruthlessly at the red dragon without hesitation. Cloud Striker could easily pierce through tough dragon scales. As Dan Feng swung it rapidly, Cloud Striker left several deep gashes on the red dragon's body, and blood instantly gushed from the wounds. Suffering heavy damage, the red dragon let out a roar of pain. Its fury completely ignited as it continuously spat out scorching breath. Seeing this, Dan Feng immediately retreated, but it was already too late. The red dragon's breath had finished charging in an instant, and it was released almost directly against Dan Feng's face. He seemed about to die again. Dan Feng was no longer as calm as usual. Instead, just like his first day here, his face was filled with panic. He hadn't spent enough time in this world yet. He hadn't even undergone his draconic transformation, and his second life hadn't fully begun. Damn it, I can't do anything. Dan Feng cursed himself in his heart at the end. Even with a system, he was still going to die. He really was a piece of trash. Open black lens bracket 30% close black lens bracket. The virtual screen immediately popped up before Dan Feng's eyes. At this moment, the dragon breath was only one body length away from him. The progress bar had reached 30%. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of moon drinking. Incomplete close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the active skill Draconic Transformation close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Draconic Transformation. Use the Dragonheart, Chongyuan Pearl, to enter the Imbibitor Lunae state. All attributes are enhanced. While holding the Chongyuan Pearl, magic scale is increased and consumption is reduced. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Since this is the first time obtaining Draconic Transformation, it is being automatically activated for you. Close black lens bracket. Instantly, the Chongyuan Pearl flashed from the tassel of the Cloud Striker to Dan Feng's side. Dan Feng's body was completely submerged by a surging torrent of water. At this moment, he was tightly wrapped by a powerful force, looking like a dragon egg that had yet to hatch. The water rushed rapidly with a splashing sound, forming a solid curtain of water. The dragon breath was like a blast of scorching flame erupting from the red dragon's mouth, yet when it touched the water, it didn't even cause a ripple, as if blocked by an invisible shield. The red dragon's eyes widened, looking at the scene in disbelief. Its attack actually had no effect on Dan Feng. It could feel the aura emanating from Dan Feng growing stronger and stronger, a power that struck fear into its heart. The red dragon began to attack frantically, spreading its massive wings to whip up a gale, attempting to blow away the layer of water. It tore through the air with its sharp claws, letting out a piercing whistle as it pounced toward Dan Feng. However, no matter how hard the red dragon tried, its attacks could not penetrate that layer of water. The water was like an indestructible line of defense, protecting Dan Feng perfectly. Meanwhile, the teachings of Dragon Venerable Dan Feng continuously emerged in Dan Feng's mind. These teachings were like a trickling stream, flowing incessantly into his consciousness. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng taught him how to use the power of moon drinking and the resolve known as protection. Companions are always the greatest help, you must risk everything to save them. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng's voice echoed in Dan Feng's ear, telling him to bravely face the power brought by the transformation and learn the techniques of using the power of moon drinking. Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae, also known as the Azure Dragon, is the Azure Dragon among the four symbols, possessing powerful abilities such as controlling water and summoning wind and rain. Although the power of moon drinking Dan Feng currently possessed was only incomplete, in this world, it was already enough to make him a powerful existence. Perhaps at this moment, he could even wipe out a nation. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng looked at the Dan Feng before him with eyes full of calm. Because the person before him was not him, yet he possessed the power of moon drinking. Besides, hadn't he already reincarnated? Dan Feng's clothes had now been completely renewed, changing into garments just like those of Dragon Venerable Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae. Azure energy manifested as dragon horns, slowly emerging on Dan Feng's forehead. Due to the incomplete power of moon drinking, Dan Feng's dragon tail was not yet able to manifest. His ears also changed from human ears to those resembling the long-eared race of elves. Cloud Striker had returned to the system space, leaving the Chongyuan Pearl floating quietly in front of Dan Feng. Seeing that the Dan Feng before him had mastered the power of moon drinking, Dragon Venerable Dan Feng nodded and then slowly dissipated within Dan Feng's mind. The moment he opened his eyes, a powerful dragon pressure swept down like surging waves, crushing directly toward the red dragon. This dragon pressure was no ordinary intimidation. It originated from the absolute authority of a superior being. In the world of the dragon race, the nobility of one's bloodline directly determined their status, and the Imbibitor Lunae form Dan Feng displayed now undoubtedly represented an extremely noble bloodline. Then, with a wave of his arm, Dan Feng easily caught the Chongyuan pearl as if taking something from his own pocket. The moment it felt the power of moon drinking, the pearl seemed to be activated, bursting with a dazzling golden light like a golden sun held in Dan Feng's hand. Without hesitation, Dan Feng continuously poured his own mana and the power of moon drinking into the Chongyuan pearl. As the power was injected, the originally dim golden runes on the Chongyuan pearl began to light up one by one, slowly circulating around the pearl. Finally, Dan Feng took a deep breath and recited word by word in a majestic tone. Hidden realm of the Imbibitor Lunae, Azure Dragon cleansing the world. 39. Number 39 Turning Point 1. Chapter 39. Turning Point I. The moment Dan Feng's voice fell, towering waves suddenly surged all around him, their momentum majestic. With an unfazed expression, Dan Feng gripped the Chongyuan pearl tightly and threw it upward. Without hesitation, the Chongyuan pearl, carrying a powerful force, shot straight toward the rocks overhead. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded. The rocks above were struck by the Chongyuan pearl and shattered instantly. Debris flew everywhere and dust filled the air, and within that dust, a massive azure dragon forged from water suddenly appeared. This azure dragon had a slender body like a winding serpent, but its head was as majestic as a qilin's, and the horns on its head resembled those of a deer. Even though it was only an azure dragon made of water, the pressure it radiated made living creatures tremble with fear. When the water azure dragon successfully manifested, the majestic pressure it brought was like a heavy mountain, pressing straight down onto the red dragon on the ground. The red dragon was pinned down by this pressure, unable to move. Before this powerful force, it was so small and fragile. The water azure dragon looked down upon the red dragon from above, its cold gaze seeming to convey a message: submit or die. However, the red dragon clearly did not understand what that meant. It only knew that the creature before it was of a higher rank. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, it had no room for resistance. There was no choice but to submit. As the rocks overhead were shattered by the azure dragon, the blizzard-swept environment outside was revealed to those nearby. The cold wind howled and snowflakes fluttered down. Look, what is that in the Red Dragon mountain range? The nearby adventurers looked in terror at the scene in the distant sky, where the teal water azure dragon swam freely, as if looking down on everything in the world. Heavens, what is that thing? Something big is happening in the Red Dragon mountain range. Come on, let's go see. The surrounding adventurers ran toward the Red Dragon mountain range, all wanting to see what exactly had happened there. At this moment, Dan Feng naturally felt no pity for the Red Dragon before him. He formed a sword seal gesture with his hands, his movements as natural and smooth as flowing water. Then, he pointed his finger sharply at the Red Dragon. The water azure dragon, which had been circling in the sky, dove toward the Red Dragon as if receiving an order, its speed like lightning and its momentum as fierce as thunder. The water froze rapidly under the effect of the cold air, and the flow, carrying endless dragon chi, struck the Red Dragon. In just an instant, a massive hole appeared before Dan Feng's eyes, and the Red Dragon turned to dust under that single strike. The Chongyuan pearl slowly floated back into his hand. Dan Feng looked coldly at the hole created by his own strike, his heart completely unruffled. Because he knew this was the power of moon drinking. In this world of swords and magic, as long as he filled this progress bar, he could walk through it unopposed. Having just caused such a phenomenon, people would surely come running, so he had to leave quickly. Just as Dan Feng thought this, his intent shifted, and he used the Chongyuan pearl to achieve rapid movement. Only a puddle of water remained where he had stood. Dan Feng's path to dragonhood had finally reached an important milestone. He had successfully completed the initial process of transformation. However, this achievement was not limited to his personal growth. It had a profound impact on the fate of the entire world. Like the butterfly effect, a tiny change could trigger a series of chain reactions, eventually leading to massive shifts. Originally, the people of this world should have followed their predetermined paths of destiny, but the birth of the power of moon drinking was the first to break this balance. At this time, Luoxi Shi and Etril, who had already gone down the mountain, also noticed the abnormal phenomenon in the Red Dragon mountain range. That teal creature brought them immense shock, making them deeply worried about Danfeng's safety. After all, the Red Dragon itself was an extremely powerful existence, and with that unknown creature added to the mix, could Danfeng really survive unscathed? When Danfeng teleported down, he clearly felt that the power of moon drinking in his body had been exhausted. This depletion of power made him realize that the dragon transformation profound art might have certain limitations. It seems I can't just expose this ability to the public. It's better to keep it as a trump card, Danfeng thought to himself. This transformation made him fully realize the strength of the power of moon drinking, a power that did not belong to mana. Although the incomplete power of moon drinking could not yet reach Dan Heng's level of strength, it was still a power that could look down upon all living beings. Moreover, Danfeng knew that it would take time for this incomplete power to fully recover. Meanwhile, far away on the Becalite continent, Orsted looked toward the Red Dragon mountain range and murmured, "Unfamiliar dragon chi. Strange, has such a thing ever happened?" He currently had white hair, was very tall, and had terrifying Sanpaka eyes. An ordinary person would be scared speechless just by seeing him. He was the current dragon god, Orsted. Orsted decided to go to the central continent to take a look. Will something different happen in this cycle? Orsted thought as he stepped on the sand, walking slowly toward the house where his transfer magic circle was kept. As he walked over a place with a noticeable depression, a giant worm immediately burrowed deeper into the ground, seemingly in fear of Orsted above. Orsted walked on, not paying the burrowing worm any mind. When Orsted returned to the house with the transfer magic circle, he entered a room, changed his clothes, and stepped into the magic circle glowing with white light without hesitation. White light filled the entire house, and Orsted's figure disappeared from within. Danfeng successfully made it down the mountain, and his condition could only be described by one phrase. His clothes were slightly dusty. The Imbibitor Lunae clothing had disappeared after the transformation ended, replaced by his original clothes, and the long-eared trait of the long-eared race had also vanished. The pair of dragon horns formed from teal energy had also disappeared. The current Danfeng was still the same Danfeng who was human. Since he had obtained the power of moon drinking and learned to control it, the template progress bar had reached 32%. Additionally, a personal status panel was unlocked. Open black lens bracket name. Danfeng close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender. Male close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket race. Human. Vidyadhara close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket bone age. 19 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket talents. Inch long, inch strong. Dragon transformation profound art. Dragon vein close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket abilities. No incantation magic technique. No incantation healing magic technique. Basic cloud knight spear technique. Mastered. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket weapons. Cloud striker. Chong Yuan pearl close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket buff. Power of moon drinking continuously influencing the world's fate close black lens bracket. 40. Hash 40. I'm so glad you're alright. Chapter 40. It's great that you're alright. After descending the mountain, Danfeng walked along the road. He was now heading to reunite with Luoxi Shi and the others. Next, Danfeng saw many adventurers heading up the mountain. He stopped a fellow who looked easy to talk to and asked him a question. "Brother, what are you all doing?" Danfeng's tone seemed very confused, but he knew they were likely heading for the azure dragon he had manifested. "You don't know?" The adventurer looked at Danfeng suspiciously. Since Danfeng was walking in the opposite direction, the man assumed he had come down from the mountain and shouldn't be ignorant of the recent phenomenon. Danfeng shook his head. Although his expression remained stoic, his honest-looking face made others believe he wasn't lying. The adventurer then told Danfeng everything he had just witnessed, mentioning some new monster, a flying giant serpent, and how it looked incredibly domineering. After finishing, the adventurer hurriedly bid Danfeng farewell and continued up the mountain. It seemed he really wanted to see that cyan-colored creature. Confirming that they were indeed there for the phenomenon he created, Danfeng decisively continued forward. Not long after he walked, he saw a girl with aqua blue hair and a woman hiding her face resting up ahead. Seeing them, Danfeng quickly walked toward them. Hearing footsteps, the two women quickly turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. When Luoxi Shi saw that the newcomer was an unharmed Danfeng, her large aqua blue eyes lit up. It was clear she was pleasantly surprised. Danfeng, Luoxi Shi hurriedly stood up and then trotted toward him. Danfeng also looked at Luoxi Shi with a smile. "It's so good that you're okay. Did you notice that cyan creature?" I thought. Luoxi's eyes voice trailed off as she spoke. She had thought she was about to experience the death and departure of a teammate once again. I told you, I would do my best to survive, Dan Feng said unhurriedly. He had indeed nearly died. If the progress bar hadn't suddenly reached 30% in that emergency, he definitely would have died from the red dragon's face-to-face breath attack. Luoxi then began to ask about the red dragon and the cyan creature. Her gaze fell on Dan Feng, hoping he could provide a detailed description. Dan Feng hesitated slightly before saying, that cyan creature suddenly appeared and started fighting the red dragon. I was terrified at the time and didn't have time to see clearly before I hurried to escape. His voice was very calm, showing no signs of being terrified. But Luoxi and the others believed him after hearing this. Luoxi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for Dan Feng. She smiled at Dan Feng and said, Dan Feng, you're really lucky to be able to escape in such a dangerous situation. That's wonderful. This laughter wasn't perfunctory, it was genuine happiness. The fact that Dan Feng survived was enough to make her very happy. At this moment, to Luoxi, Dan Feng was no longer just a traveling companion, but a person of vital importance. Along the way, Dan Feng had basically been taking care of her, from daily life to support when facing difficulties. He was meticulous in everything. Luoxi's heart was filled with gratitude toward Dan Feng, and she gradually began to see him as the most important person in her life. However, while she felt fortunate for Dan Feng's safety, a hint of doubt welled up in her heart. She began to ponder what kind of existence her feelings for Dan Feng actually were. This feeling felt both special and like the intimacy between good friends, yet it seemed to transcend the scope of ordinary friendship. Luoxi couldn't help but ask herself, could this feeling I have for Dan Feng be what people call liking someone? For someone with almost zero knowledge of romance, this question left her feeling very lost. She didn't know what this vague feeling meant, nor did she know how to face or handle it. Under such uncertain circumstances, Luoxi wouldn't rashly pursue anything, so she kept this doubt in her heart, waiting for an answer later. You know my weapon is a spear, right? Dan Feng suddenly spoke up. Luoxi nodded in confusion, not knowing why Dan Feng suddenly asked her that. Since ancient times, lancers have had E-rank luck. Luoxi, eh? What kind of saying is that? Nothing, just saying it casually. After resting for a while, they continued their journey. They were now in the Usir territory of the Asura kingdom. Dan Feng and the others successfully arrived at the first city of the Asura kingdom. As soon as they arrived, Etrel requested to bid them farewell. Etrel, are you really only going this far? Luoxi asked with some reluctance. Etrel smiled and nodded, replying, yes, Luoxi, I'll stop here. Thank you so much. You and Dan Feng provided so much inspiration for my poetry, and thank you for bringing me to the Asura kingdom. Her words were filled with sincere gratitude. The bard Etrel thanked the two of them wholeheartedly, then waved gently at them, officially saying goodbye. Bye-bye. With that farewell, Etrel turned and left, her figure gradually receding until she finally disappeared at the end of the street. Bye-bye. Luoxi also waved back at Etrel, watching her leave. After saying goodbye to the bard, Dan Feng and Luoxi were momentarily at a loss, not knowing what to do next. For them, this city didn't have many places worth sightseeing. It was more like a transit station, suitable for replenishing supplies and taking a short rest. However, after the long trek through the Red Dragon mountain range, Dan Feng and Luoxi just wanted to have a good rest and relax their bodies and minds. As for continuing the journey, there was plenty of time anyway, so they weren't in a hurry. So, the two of them wandered aimlessly through the city, enjoying this moment of leisure. As they walked, they found an inn and decided to check in and have a good night's rest. Here, the prices of the Asura kingdom were displayed before them. They were slightly more expensive than in the Xylong kingdom, and this was just a remote city. They didn't dare imagine how high the prices in the capital, Yars, would be. After putting away all their luggage, the two agreed to visit the city's Adventurers Guild together and then go to eat. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild, the two focused solely on the request wall. Fortunately, there were still many requests here, and A-rank requests were even more numerous. After Dan Feng and Luoxi exchanged a glance, they both nodded in unspoken agreement. In the days to come, they would have plenty of things to do. For example, speed running the A-rank requests here. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41 Simple Delegation. Chapter 41. a simple commission. Every day after that, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi went to the Adventurers Guild to accept commissions. They discovered that in this remote city of the Asura kingdom, there were actually so many A-rank commissions that they seemed endless. Perhaps because it was close to the Red Dragon mountain range, there were even more commissions for the snowy terrain than for the forest. They had noticed before that information regarding the cyan-colored creatures appearing in the Red Dragon mountain range was actually an S-ranked commission, and today happened to be the first day of the year 398 of the Armored Dragon calendar. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi stood before the commission wall of the Adventurers Guild, picking out the commission they would do today. Since they still had many places to go, they needed to save up some money. The few dozen gold coins remaining in their pockets definitely wouldn't be enough. Dan Feng, look at this commission to subjugate a pack of snow leopards. What do you think? Luoxi Shi took down an A-rank commission and handed it to Dan Feng. Dan Feng took it and looked it over, finding that the commission was inside the Red Dragon mountain range. Considering the risks, he rejected it. There's still a chance of encountering a red dragon. It's not safe and could easily cost us our lives. Dan Feng posted the commission back in its original spot, then continued looking at others with Luoxi Shi. Finally, Dan Feng spotted a commission that didn't involve the snowy mountains. Look at this one. Dan Feng immediately took down the commission and read it together with Luoxi Shi. Open black lens brackets subjugate the giant locusts and rockworms in the forest near the village. Close black lens bracket. It was hard to imagine that this was actually an A-rank commission. Back in Malixian, these kinds of monsters existed in the surrounding great forest. To put it bluntly, the giant locusts were just oversized grasshoppers, and the rockworms, larger and harder than normal earthworms, were practically things a normal adventurer could crush with their bare hands. Isn't this too simple? Besides, a commission like this actually pays one large silver coin. Looking at the description on the commission, Luoxi Shi also felt it was far too easy. Let's take this one. We'll head out immediately after registering. After saying that, Dan Feng led Luoxi Shi to the front desk of the Adventurers Guild and registered the commission. Next, they needed to go to the requester's home so he could tell Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi the exact location. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi left the city and walked along a road flanked by golden wheat fields. Watching the people working back and forth nearby, a strange sense of a cozy life welled up in their hearts. By the way, Luoxi Shi, you've been using that magic wand for quite a while now, haven't you? Isn't it time for a new one? Bored during the journey, Dan Feng cast his gaze toward the magic wand in Luoxi Xi's hand. Hearing Dan Feng say this, Luoxi Shi also looked at her magic wand. She had indeed used this magic wand for a long time. She had bought it on credit back in Zante Port. At that time, she had no money and had to buy now and pay later. Fortunately, there were many commissions during the rainy season, so she successfully finished paying off the wand. After that, she rescued the beast race girl and then arrived in Malixian. It's still usable for now. Once we settle down later, I'll go conquer a dungeon to obtain a mana stone and then craft a magic wand exclusively for myself. Luoxi Shi blinked, the image of that wand already surfacing in her mind. It would surely be one of a kind, featuring a very beautiful blue mana stone and white decorations. However, she also knew that obtaining a mana stone was no easy feat and would require a lot of effort and time. Seeing Luoxi Xi's excited expression, the corners of Dan Feng's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He knew Luoxi Shi was a determined person. Once she set a goal, she would definitely go all out to achieve it. As they chatted, the two of them unwittingly walked into the village listed on the commission sheet. The village wasn't large. The houses were scattered neatly on both sides of the road, giving off a peaceful and tranquil feeling. The person who posted this commission seems to be the village chief. Let's ask a passerby for the chief's house. Dan Feng took out the commission sheet, checked the information carefully, and then led Luoxi Shi to the door of the nearest house. He knocked gently on the door, making a crisp knock 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 sound. After a moment, the door slowly opened, and a middle-aged woman walked out of the house. May I help you? The middle-aged woman asked with a confused look, sizing up the pair, one tall and one short, before her. Dan Feng smiled politely and said, "Hello, we are adventurers here for the commission. Could you tell us where the village chief's house is?" Hearing the word adventurer, a smile appeared on the woman's face. As a resident of this village, news of the chief posting a commission to subjugate monsters had already spread throughout the community. So, the middle-aged woman volunteered, "Oh, so you are adventurer lords, let me take you to the village chief's house." Afterward, the middle-aged woman brought Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi to the largest house in the village. This was the village chief's home. Once she had brought them there, the middle-aged woman departed. Dan Feng knocked on the door again. Soon, a very kind-looking elderly man walked out. "Hello, are you Mr. Slag Powers? We are the adventurers who accepted the commission you posted. So you're the adventurers, please. Come in. Come in." The old gentleman tried to invite Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi inside, but the two politely declined. "No, thank you. Let's just talk about the commission directly," Dan Feng said, getting straight to the point. The old man nodded upon hearing this and then told Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi everything. It turned out that swarms of giant locusts flew to their fields every night, destroying their crops, and the appearance of the rockworms was severely disrupting the quality of their soil. It was that simple. The main reason it was rated at such a high rank was primarily due to the sheer numbers involved. These giant locusts could fly, which made the task of exterminating them difficult, while the rockworms possessed the ability to burrow, allowing them to easily evade attacks. Faced with such a tricky situation, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi both nodded in understanding after hearing the introduction, indicating they were aware of the complexities. Not only that, but Dan Feng also quickly formulated a strategy. Since the giant locusts usually descended on the wheat fields at night, they decided to wait in the fields at night and use magic to eliminate them as soon as they appeared. For now, they only needed to head to the forest surrounding the village to deal with the rock worms that were damaging the environment. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi headed to the forest on the outskirts of the village. The rockworm, a monster that looked like an earthworm but was actually a C-rank monster, possessed a certain level of danger. The annoying part was that they also caused environmental pollution. However, finding these rockworms wasn't difficult. Since it had just rained the previous night, the ground was moist, exactly the kind of environment rockworms preferred. As a result, they would temporarily abandon their burrows and crawl to the surface to enjoy this rare moisture. So Dan Feng and the other only needed to wander around the forest, and they were very likely to find traces of these rockworms. 42. Number 42 Mate Selection Criteria. Chapter 42. Standards for a partner. The operation to eliminate the rockworms went very smoothly. Dan Feng led Luoxi Shi specifically into those dark and damp environments. As soon as they discovered a rockworm, Luoxi Shi would use ice magic to freeze it without hesitation, and then Dan Feng would use fire magic to incinerate it. The process could be described as quite easy. Before long, the rockworms in this area were completely cleared out by Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. As for whether more rockworms would come, Dan Feng and the others didn't know. Regardless, after clearing a place, they would sprinkle monster-repelling powder in that area. There was still a long time before dark. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi felt they had plenty of time, so they decided to wander around the vicinity to see if there was anywhere that needed help. The temperature distribution in this other world was very peculiar and completely random. Only specific areas would maintain a constant temperature year-round. The Asura Kingdom happened to be just such a country with a pleasant climate, very suitable for the growth of crops because the winters here were very short, so short that crops wouldn't freeze to death. If conditions allowed, enjoying one's later years here would be a quite pleasant thing. In this world, Dan Feng also noticed an interesting phenomenon. Magic power seemed to permeate everywhere. Not only that, but even the soil used for planting contained magic power. Perhaps this was the reason why food crops in this world grew so rapidly. Just as Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi strolled into the fields, they saw a group of people gathered around a tool used for plowing. Dan Feng looked around curiously but didn't see any sign of oxen. Could it be that these people intended to pull the plow themselves? Sure enough, Dan Feng witnessed this scene. The group of people placed the ropes from the plowing tool over their shoulders and then prepared to pull it together. Seeing this, Dan Feng stepped forward quickly and reached out to stop them. "Are you planning to pull this thing yourselves?" The group looked at each other, somewhat at a loss for a moment, appearing to exchange glances as if to say, "If we don't pull it ourselves, could someone else possibly do it?" Seeing this, Dan Feng hurriedly explained, "Look, this thing can actually be hitched to a raised ox, and then you let the ox pull it. Wouldn't that be much easier?" However, his words were like a stone sinking into the sea, failing to elicit any reaction from the group. There was a dead silence on the scene, with only Dan Feng's voice echoing in the air. Dan Feng looked around at the indifferent faces and couldn't help but wonder to himself, could it be that no one in this village raises oxen at all? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, is there really no one in this village who raises oxen? Hearing this, everyone nodded one after another, indicating that it was indeed the case. Seeing this, Dan Feng sighed helplessly, thinking, this is truly an unexpected situation. I thought every village would have someone raising oxen. However, since things had reached this point, it wasn't appropriate for Dan Feng to continue questioning further. After a moment of silence, he said, "Well, all right, I have the right to remain silent. With that, Dan Feng actually took the initiative to join the group and began helping them plow the field. He used wind magic to push the plow forward. After all, he and Luoxi Shi were quite bored here anyway, so he treated it as finding something to do. Luoxi Shi sat on a wooden crate nearby. Her petite physique couldn't offer much help. Because of Dan Feng's help, the people shared their food with them. After a while, Dan Feng walked toward Luoxi Shi carrying a basket of sandwiches. There was no dirt on him. After all, Dan Feng was someone who valued cleanliness. Dan Feng also sat on the wooden crate and then shared the sandwiches with Luoxi Shi. Thank you. Luoxi Shi thanked Dan Feng, then began to take small bites. Just then, the group was ready to head back, so they came over to Dan Feng and said, Mr. Adventurer, we're heading back first. We'll leave the farmland and everything to you. Dan Feng nodded to show he understood, and then the workers all returned to their homes. Then, looking at the golden wheat fields and eating sandwiches, they waited quietly for the swarm of giant locusts to arrive in the evening. Luoxi Shi also gazed at the wheat field with Dan Feng. My teacher once spoke of the golden wheat fields of the Asura kingdom. I used to long for them because my teacher said such a life is very happy and pleasant. Dan Feng listened silently to Luoxi Shi relaying her teacher's words and agreed. It is indeed very pleasant. Do you like this kind of life? Luoxi Shi tilted her head and looked at Dan Feng. It's not bad, Dan Feng replied simply. The conversation had been opened by Luoxi Shi, and the two of them began chatting again. Does Dan Feng have any standards for a partner? After all, you've been an adult for so long. Have you considered finding a significant other? Luoxi Shi asked Dan Feng curiously. What would the standards for a partner be for someone as outstanding as Dan Feng? Dan Feng thought for a moment and then said slowly, I don't have any standards for a partner. I'll just let nature take its course. This was the truth. Dan Feng didn't know what type of person he liked. Seeing beauties like Meibea and Etril left his heart completely unmoved. The only time his heart seemed to have been stirred was in the labyrinth when Luoxi Shi and the others faced the threat of death. Even Dan Feng felt this sensation was inexplicable. Fate? Luoxi Shi was slightly surprised. It was the first time she had heard of choosing a partner based on fate. And what about you? What are your standards for a partner? Following Luoxi Zai's question, Dan Feng also became interested in her internal standards. Sigh, I'm of the Miglid tribe. Demons basically don't consider the Miglid tribe as romantic partners, and in human territories, I've learned that most humans like those with good figures, while mine isn't great at all. Luoxi Shi said this with a depressed expression. Many people treated her like a child. I see. I understand. And then, if it were my standards for a partner, Luoxi Shi began to think carefully. Someone a bit taller would be better. I prefer someone I can look up to. Then, a chest that feels very firm. Lean is definitely better than chubby. When touching him, it should make one feel, also reliable. As for looks, just being clean and refreshing is enough. Luoxi Shi paused for a moment and then spoke again. Furthermore, I hope the other person also likes me for who I am, the kind of person who watches me constantly, where I can look up, meet their gaze, and then we smile at each other. And if I had to say more, it's okay if they don't have money. In fact, I can be an adventurer to earn money and support the family. It would be great if he thought that way. However, I've heard that some men lock the women they love at home after marriage. I prefer freedom. Of course, if the other person said something like, you are my property, I don't allow you to leave the house, I would probably just obediently comply. Luoxi Shi spoke eloquently, her eyes full of happiness as she described her standards. It was as if she would be completely satisfied as long as she had that kind of life. After she finished speaking, Luoxi Zai's face felt slightly warm, and her shy expression made her look even more adorable. This was the first time she had discussed her inner standards with someone else, especially someone of the opposite sex, so being shy was quite normal. 43. Number 43. Do you eat roasted grasshoppers? Chapter 43. Would you like some roasted grasshoppers? Listening to Luoxi Zai's words, Dan Feng couldn't help but marvel at her meticulous criteria for choosing a partner. He looked at Luoxi Shi curiously, while she was still in a state of embarrassment. However, upon hearing Dan Feng's inquiry, she mustered the courage to look up and meet his gaze. Luoxi Shi thought for a moment and then said slowly, actually, I often hear others talk about their views and expectations of love. Whenever that happens, I can't help but wonder what my own thoughts would be if it were me. Her voice was soft yet firm, revealing a serious attitude towards love. Dan Feng listened quietly to Luoxi Zai's beautiful aspirations. Luoxi Shi continued, I've been an adventurer for so long and heard many love stories. Those stories have sweet moments and painful partings, but most end with a happy conclusion. Perhaps it was precisely because of the influence of these stories that Luoxi Shi was currently full of longing for love. Dan Feng nodded in understanding. He thought to himself that Luoxi Shi was indeed a delicate person to think so deeply about such matters. That does seem like something you would do, Dan Feng said with a hint of admiration in his tone. A flash of joy crossed Luoxi Zai's face as she whispered, "Is that a compliment?" Dan Feng quickly replied, "Of course, I didn't mean anything else." The two continued their conversation, the topics light and pleasant, mostly trivial matters. However, time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was late at night. Dan Feng lit a fire around them, illuminating the area where they stayed. The moonlight fell upon the wheat, plating the golden stalks with a silver veil, making the quiet surroundings look exceptionally beautiful. But such a beautiful scene did not last long. Loud rustling sounds echoed from the forest not far ahead. This thoroughly sounded the alarm for Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. The giant locusts must be coming. Dan Feng stood up quickly and instantly retrieved the Chongyuan pearl from his system space. He didn't plan to transform into a dragon. Instead, he used the Chongyuan pearl as a magic stone, which could greatly enhance the power of his magic and reduce mana consumption. Luoxi Zai's attention, however, remained on the forest where the rustling came from, as she silently began to condense ice magic. Before long, a buzzing sound grew from distant to near, as if some massive entity was approaching. Immediately after, a large swarm of giant locusts rose from the forest like a dark cloud, even blocking out the moonlight. These locusts were massive and bright green, quite different from the yellow locusts commonly seen during plagues. This meant the attack power of this swarm was relatively weak, but even so, they remained a force to be reckoned with. Outside of plague periods, these giant locusts usually fed on crops, ruthlessly devouring the harvests the local farmers had worked so hard to grow. However, once a plague descended, they would become exceptionally fierce, leaving no blade of grass where they passed, whether crops or other plants. Everything would be wiped clean. Facing the advancing swarm, Luoxi Shi unhesitatingly unleashed Ice Spear Blizzard. Countless ice spikes shot toward the locust swarm like a rain of arrows. These spikes were incredibly sharp, and the locust's seemingly hard carapaces were defenseless against their impact. In an instant, several locusts were hit in the head, falling straight to the ground like kites with severed strings. However, this did not stop the swarm's advance. Their craving for the crops had surpassed their fear of death, and they continued to fly forward without hesitation. In the dark compound eyes of the locust swarm, there was only the golden wheat field. At the same time, Dan Feng reacted quickly. He immediately cast wind magic and fire magic. A gust of howling wind swept through, carrying raging flames that surged toward the locust swarm like a fire dragon. Dan Feng carefully controlled his magic, ensuring the flames could effectively kill the locusts while making sure not to harm the villagers' crops. There were already over 100 giant locusts, making it necessary to use fire magic to attack them. When the fire burned them, it caused a chain reaction among the insects, which was a drawback of their large bodies. Luoxi Shi, you protect the wheat. I'll handle the fire magic, Dan Feng said quickly to Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi nodded and hurried to the edge of the wheat field. Immediately, the magic stone on her magic wand emitted a brilliant water blue light. Every time Dan Feng's flames burned a locust to death, Luoxi Shi would immediately use Water Ball spell to extinguish the fire on the locusts falling from the sky. Soon, these hundreds of locusts died rapidly under Dan Feng's fire magic, with none spared. However, along with the deaths of the locusts, charred corpses fell like raindrops, covering the ground. A strong aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Wow, Dan Feng, do you smell that fragrance? Luoxi Shi suddenly caught the peculiar scent, her heart full of confusion. In this silent night, what exactly could be emitting such an inviting aroma? She walked over to Dan Feng and looked around, trying to find the source of the smell. Dan Feng said nothing, but silently pulled Luoxi Shi along, walking straight toward a locust that had been roasted golden brown. This locust was much larger than the others, clearly the leader of the swarm. After stopping, Dan Feng pointed at the locust and said to Luoxi Shi, "Smell this. Is it this scent?" Hearing this, Luoxi Shi curiously leaned closer to the locust and took a careful sniff. Sure enough, that familiar fragrance was emanating from this very locust. "Would you like some roasted grasshopper? I've heard they're delicious," Dan Feng said calmly, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. However, only he knew that while he had heard of roasted grasshoppers in his past life, he had never actually tried them. After all, looking at this blackened, roasted locust, he found it quite difficult to accept, let alone eat. "What do you mean by that?" Luoc Shi looked bewildered. She had no concept of the roasted grasshoppers Dan Feng mentioned. This unfamiliar term left her very confused, and she couldn't help but wonder what Dan Feng was talking about. I mean, do you want to try a taste? Maybe it's delicious? It smells good, but looking at it all pass. Luoc Shi shook her head. She wasn't someone who would eat just anything. She wouldn't touch something that looked so unappetizing unless she was on the verge of starvation. If Etrel were here, we could let her try it. Luoc Shi revealed a rare wicked smile. If it were on a brown-haired, green-eyed fellow, it would have looked quite wretched. Somewhere in a tavern, the singing Etrel suddenly sneezed. Strange, why did I sneeze? Etrel looked confused, but she didn't think much of it and resumed chanting the poetry she had written. Since the commission is complete, let's go find the village chief to sign off, Luoc Shi suggested. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. It looks like we'll be sleeping outdoors tonight, Dan Feng said slowly. After all, disturbing an elderly person's sleep was poor behavior. 44. Number 44 about magic disaster. Chapter 44. Concerning mana calamities. After that, Dan Feng and Luoc Shi began grinding commissions like crazy, saving up money for their future travels elsewhere. Their reputation gradually spread throughout the surrounding area. The adventurers of the Asura kingdom were fortunate enough to experience the same treatment as those in Malixian. Trying to compete with Dan Feng for commissions was no easy feat, as you had to wake up earlier than him. However, average adventurers usually slept until nearly noon, as they often spent their nights enjoying themselves at taverns. By the time they leisurely strolled into the Adventurers Guild, the high-paying and easy-to-complete commissions had long since been snatched up by Dan Feng and the others, leaving only troublesome ones with meager rewards to choose from. During this time, Dan Feng and Luoc Shi's savings grew daily like a rolling snowball. Because they could complete multiple commissions in a single day, their income was quite substantial, and they finally stopped worrying about not having enough money. Although Dan Feng originally had a fair amount of gold coins, his past life's experience with poverty left him with lingering fears. As long as he felt he didn't have enough money, he would do everything possible to earn more. Just like that, in a few short months, Dan Feng and Luoc Shi's wallets were stuffed full of gold coins. Originally, they just wanted to save enough for travel expenses to the capital, Yars, but they later heard from other adventurers that the Adventurers Guild in Yars didn't even have commissions above C rank, as the surrounding monsters had already been cleared out by the Yars army. This news served as a wake-up call for Dan Feng and Luoc Shi. They realized they couldn't continue doing commissions so leisurely. Thus, they began frantically taking on all sorts of commissions, not letting a single opportunity to make money slip by. And now, after a period of hard work, they were finally ready to embark on their journey to Yars. Everything is ready. It will take about half a month to walk from here to Yars, Dan Feng said, looking at the map to see the distance between this city and royal capital Yars. It's fine. We've been traveling for so long anyway. Half a month doesn't matter much. Luoc Shi sat obediently to the side, waiting for Dan Feng to decide when to set off. In my opinion, we could buy a horse. That would make the journey faster. Buy a horse? Won't that cost a lot of gold coins? Luoc Shi looked at Dan Feng with a face full of shock, seemingly very surprised by the suggestion. Dan Feng calmly closed the map in his hand and said unhurriedly, I'm not sure. We'll find out when we go look. With that, he turned and walked out of the inn room. They had been staying at this inn for the past few months, and because they had rented 2 rooms long-term, the innkeeper had given them a discount. Dan Feng and Luoc Shi walked side by side toward the area where livestock was sold. Not only were there various kinds of livestock here, but there were also slaves for sale. In this world, slaves were quite common. They were either picked out and bought by nobles or sold to others to be used as hard labor. In the slave market, long-eared race and beast race slaves were the most valuable, especially those with good looks, who could fetch a high price. However, Dan Feng didn't have much interest in these slaves. His gaze remained fixed on the horses for sale. Dan Feng was already well aware of the rules of survival in this otherworldly realm. He led Luoc Shi straight to the horse-selling area and began inquiring about the prices. To his surprise, the price of horses here wasn't expensive. One could ride away with a horse for just a few silver coins. Why is it so cheap? Dan Feng looked at the owner, puzzled. The horse seller sighed and then said slowly, few people buy horses here, so these few can't be sold at all. Besides, I've heard rumors of a mana disaster lately, so even fewer people are coming to buy horses. Why do you say there's a mana disaster? Dan Feng looked even more confused. He knew about mana calamities, but why would they know in advance? Hearing the words mana disaster, Luoc Shi's expression shifted, but Dan Feng didn't notice her change and continued listening to the owner. You wouldn't know, but a powerful magician came here before. His water magic was truly breathtaking, the owner said with a look of awe, as if the magician's magic was still fresh in his memory. Dan Feng felt quite curious about the owner's description and pressed further. So, just how powerful was this magician? The owner thought for a moment and replied, as far as I know, he should be a saint-rank magician or higher. Dan Feng was startled. A saint-rank magician or higher wasn't something you saw every day. Such a person could serve as a general and a main force for a nation. Alright, I understand. Dan Feng nodded. He then pulled a few silver coins from his pocket and handed them to the owner. This is for the horse. The owner took the silver coins and said with a smile, good, you can go pick out the horse you like. Dan Feng turned toward the stables. He carefully observed each horse and finally chose one that looked relatively strong. Just as he was about to lead the horse away, he suddenly noticed that Luoxi's eyes expression was somewhat unusual. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Dan Feng asked with concern. Luoxi shook her head. Her face was somewhat pale, and her aqua-blue eyes weren't as lively as usual. Seeing this, Dan Feng couldn't help but worry about Luoxi. He pressed further, are you sure you're okay? You don't look well. Luoxi took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice calm. I'm fine, I just remembered some unpleasant things. It was about her captain dying indirectly because of a mana disaster, which was also the event that caused their adventurer squad to fall apart. During that time, she was very lost. She didn't know what to do next or what she should be doing. Afterward, she boarded a ship to the Millis continent with a face full of confusion, experiencing racial discrimination for the first time. Then, she remembered what her teacher had said. The world outside is wonderful. So, she used that as a goal to reignite her fighting spirit. Although Dan Feng was somewhat puzzled, he didn't press any further. He knew everyone had their own secrets, and some things might not be suitable to speak aloud. Dan Feng, Luoxi called out softly, then looked at him with a gentle gaze. What is it? Dan Feng stared at the Luoxi before him. At this moment, she gave off the feeling of a little girlfriend who needed to be cared for. Will there really be a mana disaster? Dan Feng shook his head, indicating he didn't know. I'm not sure if it's accurate. In the records concerning mana calamities, there are many different types. For example, things like tsunamis, thunderstorms, and earthquakes. There are so many types of mana calamities that people have discovered. There's no end to them. Are you afraid of mana calamities? This time, Dan Feng accurately observed the change in Luoxi's eyes expression. When he mentioned thunderstorms, there was a noticeable change in Luoxi's eyes expression. 45. Number 45 The Influence of Dragon Veins. Chapter 45. The Influence of the Dragon Vein. After purchasing the horse, Dan Feng rode back to the inn with Luoxi. They gathered their belongings, checked out with the innkeeper, and prepared to set off. The skill of horsemanship was something he had learned on the Holy Sword Avenue with Gadara back in Malixian. It was quite simple, as long as you had enough courage, you could master it. Dan Feng placed his and Luoxi's belongings on both sides of the saddle, then he mounted the horse with Luoxi sitting behind him. Originally, Dan Feng had considered looking for a carriage, but after thinking it over, he felt it wasn't necessary. They then set out on the road toward the royal capital Yars. Although the prophecy mentioned a possible mana disaster, Dan Feng felt the likelihood was low. They needed to head northwest continuously. The path was flat all the way, so relying on a horse was sufficient. Sitting behind Dan Feng, Luoxi's thoughts were unknown, but her cute cheeks were currently flushed red. She was likely thinking about something strange. The scenery along the way was hardly worth stopping for. Aside from the occasional small village and endless stretches of forest, there was almost nothing special about it. Dan Feng felt that the scenery here was a world apart compared to the Millis continent. On the Millis continent, they would have been in the mood to appreciate the picturesque views, but on the central continent, most of it consisted of plain, unremarkable villages, which failed to pique any interest. Along the way, they encountered many travelers like themselves, all of whom appeared to be heading toward Yars. Everyone walked in silence with little communication between them. Since they had bought a horse, their travel speed was much faster than walking on foot. A journey that would have originally taken half a month could now be completed in about a week. However, even with the help of a horse, the long journey still left them feeling exhausted. As night fell and the horse finished grazing on the roadside grass, it also lay down on the ground to rest. After a whole day of travel, even a strong horse would feel tired. A faint flame flickered gently in a secluded corner, looking as though it might be extinguished by the wind at any moment. Dan Feng and Luoxi leaned against a nearby tree and fell into a deep sleep. There was no need for a night watch. Dan Feng's alertness was extremely high, and he would immediately notice any sound that wasn't just the wind blowing through the grass. Thus they could sleep peacefully without worrying about any danger descending upon them. For the past few days they had repeated this routine. One day, however, Dan Feng suddenly noticed a faint golden light shimmering on Luoxi's body. He sensed that Luoxi's total mana capacity had increased slightly, and a trace of power similar to the Imbibitor Lunae had appeared. Dan Feng looked at the scene before him with a puzzled expression, then remembered that he had unlocked a passive skill when his progress bar reached 20%. Dan Feng then opened his status panel and found the Dragon Vein skill. Will continuously influence the state of those around? Dan Feng read the words carefully. He and Luoxi had been traveling together for so long. Was she only just being affected now? In any case, from the current perspective, the Dragon Vein state only brought benefits to Luoxi. After all, an increase in total mana was extremely useful for a magician whose mana was usually fixed from birth. Thinking of this, Dan Feng stopped pondering and closed his eyes to rest. As Luoxi's good friend, being able to help her was already good enough. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves and fell on Luoxi's face, causing her to slowly open her eyes. Upon waking, Luoxi felt as if every cell in her body had been awakened. An indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout her entire being. This sleep had been exceptionally sweet, as if all her fatigue had been dispelled overnight, as if she had used a powerful healing magic. Recalling the travel experience of the past few days, whether it was lying on the hard ground created with earth magic or leaning against a tree trunk to rest, her body had suffered, and her sleep quality had naturally been greatly compromised. Yet today, she felt as if she had been touched by healing magic, sleeping so comfortably. Luoxi slowly stood up from the ground, stretched her somewhat stiff limbs, and then let out a gentle yawn. After stretching, her gaze naturally fell upon Dan Feng, who was still sound asleep nearby. Dan Feng leaned quietly against the tree trunk. His face was cold and resolute, and his black hair fell over his forehead like a waterfall, adding a touch of mystery to his handsome face. Gazing at Dan Feng's face, a strange sensation welled up in Luoxi's heart. It was a feeling of her heart skipping a beat, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. Luoxi's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, and her cheeks flushed with a faint red glow. She quickly looked away, not daring to keep watching, as if another glance would make the feeling even more intense. Luoxi felt somewhat confused by her own reaction. She didn't understand why she was having such feelings toward Dan Feng. Her body seemed to be trembling slightly. It was a throb, an uncontrollable impulse. However, she didn't know that this was actually the influence of the Dragon Vein. Under the effect of the Dragon Vein, Dan Feng was providing Luoxi with a trace of the power of moon drinking. Although this trace of power was faint, it was subtly influencing Luoxi. However, for living creatures, the influence of this dragon vein was almost negligible. Like a dragon's kin, it merely allowed one to escape the category of being disliked. Her favorability toward Dan Feng was skyrocketing like a rocket, a feeling that was both unfamiliar and a bit frightening to her. Luoxi shook her head vigorously, as if trying to drive those strange thoughts out of her mind. Despite her efforts, the thought remained stubbornly entwined around her. However, this struggle wasn't entirely useless. At least it allowed Luoxi to gradually regain some of her composure. As her emotions settled, she began to feel the sudden throb from earlier slowly receding, like a tide pulling back, until it vanished without a trace. Luoxi let out a long sigh of relief. To fully clear her head, she decided to use water magic to splash her slightly flushed cheeks. Under her control, the stream of water gently patted her face, bringing a refreshing coolness. This chill not only made her cheeks feel comfortable but also made her state of mind more peaceful. However, this small commotion unexpectedly woke Dan Feng up. When he slowly opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Luoxi using water magic to pat her face. "Are you washing your face?" Dan Feng asked with sleepy eyes, his voice carrying a hint of morning hoarseness. Hearing Dan Feng's voice, Luoxi's body stiffened suddenly, as if she had been startled. She turned her head in a panic to look at Dan Feng, a flash of embarrassment in her eyes. But when she realized that the strange feeling had truly vanished completely, her heart relaxed slightly, so she replied softly, "Yes." After their brief exchange, neither of them spoke again. After having breakfast, they mounted their horse and continued their journey toward Yars. 46. Number 46 Wangdu Yars. Chapter 46, Royal Capital Yars. Wow, the city walls are so high and massive. Luoxi looked up at the enormous walls before her eyes filled with shock. To be honest, the walls of Royal Capital Yars were likely the largest and tallest in the entire world. As the world's #1 superpower, it had to have this level of prestige. The area outside the walls was crowded with people, all waiting to enter the city. After asking those ahead, it turned out that someone with a bounty from the Adventurers Guild had tried to blend into the crowd to sneak into Yars, but was intercepted by the soldiers at the city gate. In the end, they were surrounded by a group of soldiers and escorted away to the Adventurers Guild. If such a dangerous person were allowed into Yars, there's no telling how much chaos they would cause. Meanwhile, Dan Feng silently read his book as they waited for their turn in line. After waiting for who knows how long, it was finally the duo's turn to register and enter the city. After successfully entering, the two handed their horses over to the stable manager at the city gate and paid the caretaking fees for a period of time. They were both slightly dazed as they stepped onto the exceptionally spacious street. As expected of the royal capital of the world's #1 superpower, even the streets are so wide. Luoxi Shi scanned her surroundings with curious eyes. Then, she seemed to see something and ran toward it. Seeing Luoxi Shi head that way, Dan Feng followed after her. "Excuse me, what is this?" Luoxi Shi asked, smelling the meatballs roasting on the rack, which emitted an aroma that drew her in. "Little lady, would you like a stick? These are very delicious meatballs." The vendor greeted her warmly with a face full of smiles. Luoxi's eyes gaze was captivated by the skewers of fragrant meatballs. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, saying, I'll take one skewer then." The vendor quickly took a steaming skewer of meatballs from the grill and handed it to Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi took the meatballs and was about to take a bite when she suddenly remembered something. She turned to Dan Feng and asked, "Dan Feng, do you want a skewer too? It really smells wonderful." When Dan Feng heard Luoxi's eyes question, he immediately shook his head. He felt that eating this wasn't cost-effective at all. So, he gave a gratified smile and gently shook his head, declining, "No thanks, I'm not hungry." Seeing this, Luoxi Shi didn't insist further and returned her attention to the meatballs in her hand. At that moment, the vendor smiled and said to Luoxi Shi, "Little lady, this skewer of meatballs costs 1 large copper coin." Hearing this, Luoxi Shi couldn't help but exclaim, "The prices are so expensive." She grumbled inwardly that a single skewer of meatballs actually cost a large copper coin. In a place like Malixian, that price could buy several skewers. However, this was the royal capital of the world's #1 superpower after all, so it seemed understandable that prices were a bit higher. Luoxi Shi stopped dwelling on the price, paid the money, and then couldn't wait to take a bite. Instantly, the meatball burst in her mouth, the savory juices overflowing and the aroma filling her entire mouth. With that one bite, Luoxi Shi felt incredibly satisfied, as if all her fatigue had been dispelled in that moment. The streets were packed with people, so Dan Feng had to hold onto the hood of Luoxi's eyes adventurer's cloak to prevent her from getting lost. "Dan Feng, I remember that the monsters around Yars have all been cleared out by the night order, which means high-level requests won't appear on the Adventurers Guild's bulletin board," Luoxi Shi said while eating. The reason they had been making money like crazy in that previous city was because Yars had no requests. "That's true, but let's go take a look later anyway." Afterward, Dan Feng found a relatively affordable inn nearby. However, when he asked if there were any other vacant rooms, he received depressing news. Only one room was left. Dan Feng looked at the innkeeper in disbelief, his hands pressed firmly on the front desk. "Boss, are you sure there really aren't any other rooms?" The innkeeper nodded helplessly and explained, "The nobles have events recently, and people from all over the world are flocking to the Asura kingdom to join the excitement. Rooms are in very short supply. This is already the last one." After saying this, the innkeeper took a key from the drawer and slowly pushed it toward Dan Feng, as if telling him this was the only choice. Dan Feng hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Luoxi Shi standing beside him. He had intended to tell her about the lack of other rooms, but just then he noticed that Luoxi's eyes gaze wasn't on him, but was fixed on some flowers to the side, seemingly oblivious to the awkward situation. Dan Feng cleared his throat to get Luoxi's eyes' attention and then said, Luoxi Shi." However, before he could finish, he was suddenly interrupted by Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi turned her head quickly, a trace of an unnatural smile on her face as she forced herself to stay calm. "I don't mind." Even though she tried to make her tone sound relaxed, Dan Feng still keenly noticed her unease. Especially Luoxi's eyes' originally fair cheeks, which had turned bright red like a ripe apple. "As long as you don't mind." Since the lady didn't mind, why should he, a three-good youth of the 21st century, mind so much? Afterward, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi walked into that last remaining room together. As soon as they pushed open the door, a breath of fresh air greeted them, making them feel exceptionally comfortable. This was due to the green plants inside the room. The room's decor was simple, and compared to all the rooms they had stayed in before, this place was clearly much better. However, the only eye-catching thing in the room was that single bed, standing lonely in a corner, looking somewhat conspicuous. Dan Feng placed the luggage gently on the floor, then turned his gaze toward Luok Shi. You take the bed, I'll just sleep on the floor. Seeing this, Luok Shi hurriedly waved her hands. How can that be? You've been traveling all this way, you must be more tired than me. You should sleep on the bed. Dan Feng shook his head and insisted, no need, it's fine for me to sleep on the floor. Although he and Luok Shi were already quite familiar with each other, he still had his own principles and bottom lines regarding certain matters. After some back and forth, Luok Shi eventually took the bed, while Dan Feng picked up a quilt and pillow to set up on the floor. Once everything was settled, Dan Feng and Luok Shi stepped out of the room, planning to head to the Adventurers Guild to take a look. The two discussed their next plans as they walked. They intended to first go to the Adventurers Guild to get a sense of the situation, then find a place to eat and reward themselves for the fatigue of the journey. But it seemed the roads were all for horses. 47. Number 47. The early bird catches the worm. Chapter 47. The early worm gets eaten by the bird. The two of them, having arrived at the Adventurers Guild, truly witnessed the reality of a place with no commissions. Not only was the massive Adventurers Guild completely empty, but even the staff members were pitifully few. The commission wall only held scattered everyday requests. Commissions like subjugating monsters were nowhere to be found. It's just as those people said, there really aren't any commissions on the wall that we can take, Luok Shi said regretfully, looking over all the requests on the commission wall. You see, if prices in a certain place are particularly high, then the rewards for commissions at the Adventurers Guild will be correspondingly higher. It was an extremely tragic thing that there were no commissions to take in Yars, where prices were the highest. Let's go. Dan Feng didn't know what to say either, so he remained silent. Just as the two of them were about to leave the Adventurers Guild, two girls entered from outside. They were chatting and laughing, but upon seeing Luok Shi, the surprise in their eyes was plain to see. Excuse me, are you a new adventurer? You look a bit unfamiliar. Would you consider teaming up with us? One of the girls asked Luok Shi. What, do I look like a rookie? Luok Shi looked at the two girls in disbelief. Look, I'm in A rank, you know. Luok Shi pulled her adventurer card from her clothes, which clearly displayed her status as an A rank adventurer. Eh? No way, you're actually A rank, you look even younger than us. The two girls crowded around Luok Shi, carefully examining the card belonging to an A rank adventurer. I'm not young, I only look young, but I'm already 25. It's my first time seeing an A rank adventurer. How amazing, seeing that Luok Shi really was an A rank adventurer. The admiration in the two girls' eyes was fully on display. After being flattered by them for a while, Luok Shi left the Adventurers Guild with Dan Feng. It seems A rank adventurers are quite rare in Yars, Luok Shi remarked. After all, Yars had fertile land and abundant water, and monsters were all eliminated by the Yars Night Order, making the Adventurers Guild here little more than a decoration. Such a safe country was practically hell for adventurers. Any adventurer above A rank who wanted to live here would need certain connections. This was because there were places the Night Order couldn't reach that required outsourced mercenaries to handle. A rank has always been rare. Most adventurers are B rank, Dan Feng said casually. Next, the two of them found a restaurant for dinner and then returned to the inn. The inn had extra blankets, so Luok Shi asked the innkeeper for one. At night, when it was time for bed, Dan Feng was still reading while Luok Shi tossed and turned in bed. Dan Feng happened to look up and noticed Luok Shi wriggling incessantly on the bed. Filled with confusion, he asked her, "Can't you sleep?" Hearing Dan Feng's words, Luok Xi's body stiffened slightly before she slowly spoke. "A little. Something on your mind?" Dan Feng could tell at a glance that something was troubling her. Otherwise, as a veteran adventurer, sleeping anywhere would be second nature to her. "I suppose so." Luok Shi sat up in bed, her dejected expression revealed under the glow of the candlelight. "Want to talk about it? I miss my parents." Dan Feng. So he tried to comfort her, saying, "It's fine. You can just go back and visit them when you have time later." Hearing this, Luok Shi shook her head. "I never want to go back. That village is too quiet. I can't communicate with anyone except my parents." Dan Feng had also learned about Luok Xi's story from Traveling the World, and felt deep sympathy for her experiences. After that, Luok Shi said no more and lay back down on her own. Dan Feng silently extinguished the candle on the table. At this moment, what Luok Shi needed was self-motivation, not his comfort. As soon as she lay down, Luoxi felt drowsiness surge over her, thinking that indeed, it's best to confide one's troubles to someone else. Then, the two of them slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Dan Feng and Luoxi woke up early. Their goal for today was to tour Yars and see as much as they could. Having finished getting ready, the two of them didn't delay and headed straight out. As the saying goes, the early worm gets eaten by the bird. Dan Feng and Luoxi were currently experiencing exactly that. Didn't you say this was an indestructible magic attachment item? Why did it crack the moment I touched it? Luoxi looked indignantly at the ugly-looking vendor in front of her. I don't care about that. You broke it, so you must give me 1 gold coin, the vendor said menacingly. 2 burly men stood beside him, and by the looks of it, they meant trouble. Seeing this, Dan Feng stepped forward without hesitation and stood firmly in front of Luoxi. He stared straight at the vendors expressionlessly, his eyes exuding a sense of authority. What evidence do you have to prove that we broke this? Dan Feng's voice was low, carrying an irresistible power. Quote, could it not be that the item itself was too old and worn, leading to its damage? His words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight toward the vendors. However, the vendors were not intimidated by Dan Feng's aura. Relying on the support of the 2 burly men beside them, they became increasingly arrogant. I don't care about this or that, one of the vendors shouted rudely at Dan Feng. Quote, you're paying today whether you like it or not. Seeing this, Dan Feng couldn't help but shake his head helplessly and sighed. I didn't expect such a place to have people like this. With that, he pulled up Luoxi's hood and turned to leave. Hey, don't pull me, I can walk on my own. Luoxi swatted Dan Feng's hand away. You haven't paid yet, you two. Get them, what are you just standing there for? Seeing Dan Feng turn to leave, the vendor hurriedly urged the 2 burly men beside him. Hearing this, the 2 burly men immediately snapped out of it and stepped forward, trying to block Dan Feng and Luoxi. However, the very moment they took a step, a transparent current of air slammed hard into their chests. Bang! After a dull thud, the 2 burly men were sent flying backward as if struck by a heavy hammer. Their bodies, like kites with broken strings, crashed straight into the vendor's stall. The wooden stall wasn't sturdy to begin with. How could it possibly withstand the weight of these 2 burly men? With a sharp crack, the wooden table instantly shattered into pieces, and various magic attachment items scattered all over the ground. What are you 2 bastards doing? The vendor looked at the shattered magic attachment items on the ground in shock and began cursing at the 2 of them. Throughout this, Dan Feng and Luoxi never looked back, and no one at the scene saw them cast any magic. This air current was, of course, the no-incantation wind magic released by Dan Feng. He hated unscrupulous merchants the most. If they were in the wild, these people would have already become corpses. 48. Number 48 Request for more updates. Chapter 48. Request to urge an update. Honestly, there are profiteers like this even here? I thought they only existed on the demon continent, Luoxi muttered with a look of resentment, so angry that her signature ahoge stood straight up. One should know that the demon continent was a notorious gathering place for profiteers. Certain individuals among the demon race there were insatiably greedy and loved nothing more than making money against their conscience. Beside her, Dan Feng remained silent, only nodding occasionally, seemingly not offering much of a response to Luoxi's complaints. This farce caused the two's originally good mood to instantly turn sour. I say, Dan Feng, should we go check out a bookstore next? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Luoxi quickly threw out a new topic, trying to alleviate the current awkward situation. Hearing this, Dan Feng hesitated for a moment before replying faintly, anything is fine with me. This answer caused a surge of inexplicable irritability in Luoxi's heart, leaving even her feeling confused. Why am I feeling this way? Luoxi murmured to herself. Thus, the two walked slowly along the street and began searching for a bookstore. However, to their surprise, although the street was quite long, they searched for a long time without seeing even a shadow of a bookstore. How strange. On such a long street, how can there not even be a place that sells books? Luoxi muttered to herself, her face full of suspicion. In Yars, books should be considered fairly common items for the general public, so why were they so hard to find? Let's look a bit more. Dan Feng also found it strange. He didn't believe there were no books for sale here. At that moment, Luoxi's gaze turned toward the crowd in the distance. A figure that looked familiar to her seemed to have just walked past. Teacher, Luoxi shouted in surprise, then immediately ran toward the spot where the figure had passed. Dan Feng was puzzled but followed after Luoxi anyway. What's wrong? Dan Feng instantly matched Luoxi's running speed and then asked. I just saw my teacher. Excitement was hard to hide in Luoxi's eyes. The person she wanted to see most right now was her teacher. Teacher? Bladikin? Dan Feng remembered the name of Luoxi's teacher, so he began observing the surroundings to help Luoxi look, but he suddenly realized he had never seen Bladikin before. Looking for someone like this was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Teacher Bladikin, please wait a moment. A woman wearing glasses with her eyes squinted ran out of the crowd unsteadily. She looked out of breath, clearly the result of just having engaged in high-intensity exercise. What, Teacher Bladikin? Luoxi had very good hearing and was able to catch the keywords instantly amidst the noisy crowd. The woman also immediately caught the name, Bladikin, and turned her head toward Luoxi. The two's eyes met, and they then said in unison, "Are you an acquaintance of hers? Please, both of you, have a seat on the sofa." The woman led Dan Feng and Luoxi into a house, then went to the nearby kitchen to bring out tea and snacks. So many books and pens. Luoxi looked around curiously, while Dan Feng picked up a hand-drawn magazine on the table and began reading. The woman placed the tea and snacks on the table, then introduced herself. "I am Arlaria. I work at this publishing house and am currently in charge of Teacher Cand." Publishing house? Luoxi was quite unfamiliar with these words. Her large water-blue eyes filled with confusion. "It's likely the place responsible for authors who write books," Dan Feng explained to Luoxi. Leaning back on the sofa, he thoughtfully recalled the fragments Arlaria had just mentioned, gradually sketching out the role of a publishing house in this world in his mind. Unlike the institutions in his previous life that specialized in distributing books, the publishing houses in this world seemed more like editors. Their duty was not just to push books to the market, but specifically to urge authors to complete their creations. Dan Feng became interested in this mode of operation. He secretly wondered if becoming an author himself would increase his progress bar. Writing books could also be considered a form of understanding, right? While Dan Feng was lost in thought, Arlaria looked at the two of them with a smile, then turned her gaze to Luoxi and asked softly, "May I ask what your relationship is with Teacher Cand?" Her voice was very gentle, the kind of voice that people could trust. Luoxi looked up, meeting Arlaria's squinted eyes as memories flooded back like a tide. She said with a smile, "She visited my village back when she was on the Demon Continent. I was only about 10 years old then. Later, she taught me how to use magic. That period of time was truly special to me." As Luoxi spoke, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up, as if those days spent with Bladikin were still vivid in her mind. That was the happiest time of her childhood. It was like a deaf-mute person finally meeting someone who knew sign language after a long period of loneliness. The feeling of no longer being seen as an outcast made her feel incredibly warm and happy. "Eh? The Demon Continent? How long ago was that? Aren't you only about 12 years old?" "Oh, I'm of the Miglid tribe and I'm already 25 years old now, a complete adult," Luoxi said, puffing out her cheeks like a child. Just then, Arlaria seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly said, Oh, so you're the Miglid tribe member mentioned in Teacher Cand's book, Traveling the World." Hearing this, a look of pride immediately appeared on Luoxi's face, and she nodded vigorously. However, Dan Feng suddenly spoke up, "Speaking of which, that book Traveling the World doesn't seem to be finished, does it?" Arlaria was clearly stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then showed an embarrassed smile and explained, Well, it's like this. Teacher Cand indeed only finished a part of it, but I took the liberty of publishing it without her consent at the time." The reason Dan Feng said this was actually because he had read Traveling the World carefully, and found that it only described the Central Continent and the Demon Continent. It didn't even mention the Milis Continent, which was a necessary path to the Demon Continent. "It's actually not finished yet?" Luoxi looked at Arlaria in shock. "Teacher Cand is always like this. I just found her a moment ago and went to chase after her." Arlaria adjusted her glasses and then said again, "She has been obsessed with playing around these past few years and has been delaying her drafts for a long time. It is indeed well written, but it's quite a shame that it's unfinished." Dan Feng shook his head. Speaking of this made him a bit annoyed. He had thought he was just unlucky and had bought a copy with pages torn out. Right? When I first saw Teacher Cand's manuscript, I was instantly captivated, and then I hurried to sign a publishing contract with her. As Arlaria said this, her squinted eyes rarely opened wide, but getting the manuscripts back after that was very difficult. Even when I did get them back, the amount was pitifully small. Now she only occasionally brings over some drafts, sometimes not even a single page. The president is even thinking about withdrawing the decision to publish. How can it be like this? Luoxi Shi said in surprise, the image of teacher Blattakin in her heart completely shattering. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you studied magic under teacher Kand, right? Arlaria suddenly thought of what Luoxi Shi had said earlier and hurriedly took Luoxi Zai's hand. Eh? Luoxi Shi looked completely puzzled. Since you're her disciple, maybe you can catch her. Can I ask this favor of you? Arlaria seemed to have grabbed onto her last straw of hope, her eyes wide open. One could tell she was very sincere. P.S. Dear readers, are there any poisonous points in the story so far? Please feel free to speak up, and I'll see if I can make revisions. Except for the magic techniques. 49. Hash 49 The Elusive Blattacander. Chapter 49. The Elusive Blattakin. You want me to go catch teacher Blattakin? Luo Kixi Migrudia pointed at herself in disbelief. Exactly. If it's her own disciple, she'll definitely let her guard down, making her easier to catch, right? Arlaria said with a beaming smile, as if capturing Blattakin was already a certainty. Can I really do it? Luoxi Shi still lacked confidence in herself. You definitely can. Please go to Teacher Kan's house and catch her. Teacher's house? Luoxi Shi fell into a daze for a moment, then her demeanor shifted as she became instantly filled with motivation. I understand, leave it to me. Luo Kixi Migrudia. Looking at Luoxi Shi like this, Dan Feng didn't think she had the ability to catch anyone. Seeing that Luoxi Shi had agreed, the smile never left Arleria's face. She then took out a pen and paper and wrote down Blattakin's address. She then solemnly handed it to Luoxi Shi. I'm counting on you. Luoxi Shi nodded solemnly. Rest assured, leave it to me. Luoxi Shi walked straight toward the door, but then thought of something and returned to the side of the sofa. Dan Feng, come with me. Fine. Dan Feng followed Luoxi Shi to go apprehend the person. On the way, Luoxi Shi asked Dan Feng to help her catch teacher Blattakin if she tried to run away. Later, Dan Feng nodded, indicating there was no problem. A short while later, relying on the address on the paper, Luoxi Shi successfully found the building where Blattakin was staying. Blattakin was also staying at an inn. Since she traveled frequently, she hadn't bought a house in Yars. Room 2 on the 3rd floor, Luoxi Shi said slowly, holding the slip of paper before walking into the building with Dan Feng. They informed the innkeeper that they were there to find someone. You're from the publishing house looking for Blattakin, right? Go on up, she hasn't been back for long. Thank you. Luoxi Shi thanked the owner and then led Dan Feng to the door of room 2 on the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. Standing before the door, Luoxi Shi took a deep breath and then gently knocked. Her heart rate quickened slightly, and she couldn't help but feel uneasy, fearing that her teacher might have forgotten her. After a moment, the door finally opened slowly. A woman wearing glasses with freckles on her face appeared at the door. Her hair was a mess, clearly disheveled by the wind during her previous escape. Who is it? Blattakin looked at Luoxi Shi outside the door with confusion, her voice carrying a hint of impatience. The moment Luoxi Shi saw Blattakin, an excited smile bloomed on her face. She cried out excitedly, teacher. However, before Luoxi Shi could finish her sentence, Blattakin suddenly interrupted her. Oh? Calling me teacher, which means, as Blattakin spoke, she quickly pushed up her glasses. Then, as if realizing something, she abruptly turned her head and sprinted toward the window. It's the people from the publishing house, Blattakin's voice echoed through the room. Luoxi Shi was stunned by this sudden turn of events. She watched helplessly as Blattakin climbed over the windowsill and leapt down from the 3rd floor. I haven't written much of the manuscript yet. Please come back tomorrow. Blattakin's voice drifted up from below, seemingly tinged with a bit of teasing. Luoxi Shi was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She immediately ran to the window. Wait, teacher, I'm not from the publishing house, Luoxi Shi shouted from the window, but Blattakin had already landed and was running off into the distance. Leave it to me, Dan Feng said to Luoxi Shi, then he also vaulted out of the window. 3 stories posed no difficulty for him. He found it a bit hard to understand how this Blattakin dared to just jump down like that. As soon as Dan Feng landed, he looked in the direction Blattakin was fleeing and could still see her. So, Dan Feng began to run rapidly, giving chase to Blattakin. Dan Feng quickly drew near Blattakin. Just as he was about to pull level with her, Blattakin also noticed the man chasing her. You can actually catch up to me? Did the publishing house hire a high-level adventurer? Even as she spoke, Blattakin pulled a copper coin from her bosom and activated it with magic power. Her speed increased significantly as a result. It was clearly a type of acceleration magic tool. As expected of someone who has traveled the whole world, she actually has strange magic tools, Dan Feng thought, then continued to increase his own speed. Because they were currently in the middle of a street and it was midday, the road was very crowded. In such an environment, neither of them dared to recklessly charge through the crowd to avoid collisions. Consequently, they both intentionally controlled their speed, not daring to go too fast. Just a short distance ahead was a corner. This corner was undoubtedly the decisive point for this speed chase. Seeing that Blattakin was about to turn, in the blink of an eye, Dan Feng instantly appeared beside her. Following that, his right hand swiftly grabbed the back of Blattakin's neck, her scruff of destiny. This sudden development caught Blattakin off guard. Her body jerked to a halt, and she stopped her flight. No way, handsome. How much did the publishing house pay you for it to be worth this much effort? Blattakin said with a face full of resentment. However, Dan Feng ignored Blattakin's complaints. He simply carried Blattakin by the scruff like a little chick and walked straight back to the inn. As soon as they stepped through the inn's door, the innkeeper laughed heartily as if seeing a rare sight. Blattakin, how did you get caught today? Judging by the owner's reaction, it was clear that many people were well aware of Blattakin's daily escapes. Currently being carried by Dan Feng, Blattakin looked quite pathetic. She could only offer an awkward smile, unable to make any other response. Dan Feng carried Blattakin back to the room from before. Luoxi Shi was sitting on a chair waiting for Dan Feng to return, believing that he would definitely be able to catch teacher Blattakin. When there was movement at the door, Luoxi Shi turned to look. Coming toward her was Blattakin with an embarrassed smile, followed by an expressionless Dan Feng. Dan Feng set Blattakin down. I brought her back. Thank you, Dan Feng. Luoxi Shi stood up immediately, her face full of gratitude. She then turned her gaze toward Blattakin. Teacher, do you still remember me? I'm Luo Kixi Migrudia. Luoxi Shi looked at Blattakin expectantly, wanting her to remember. Luoxi Shi? All little Luoxi Shi. The moment Blattakin heard the name, she knew exactly who the girl in front of her was. 50. Number 50. Your own teacher is the one who urges you to update. Chapter 50. Nagging your own teacher to update. Teacher, do you still remember me? Luoxi Shi was pleasantly surprised to hear. Little Luoxi Shi, that was what Blattakin used to call her when she was young. I've only ever taught magic to one person, so of course I remember. Blattakin walked over to Luoxi Zai's side and pulled her down to sit with her. Luoxi Shi hurriedly embraced Blattakin and then began to complain about why she had left without saying goodbye. With a smile on her face, Blattakin gently patted Luoxi Zai's back as if to offer her comfort. Luoxi Shi sat there quietly, telling Blattakin about all the things that had happened since she left the Miglid tribe village. Dan Feng stood to the side, silently watching this scene. Knowing that the two, who had been separated for so long, surely had much to discuss, he decided to leave for the time being. He had another important matter to attend to, so he quietly turned and left the room. Dan Feng walked quickly downstairs to the first floor of the inn. He found the innkeeper and briefly explained the situation. Because this place was relatively remote and far from the noble district, not many people were renting rooms. Furthermore, the innkeeper mentioned that the prices of inns near the noble district had already skyrocketed past normal rates because a child had been born to the king of Asura, and people of status and background from all over the world had been invited to gather. Dan Feng nodded upon hearing this, indicating he understood, and then unhesitatingly rented 2 adjacent rooms. He understood in his heart that Blattakin meant a great deal to Luoxi Shi, and Luoxi Shi was someone who would surely put her heart and soul into fulfilling her promises. To allow Luoxi Shi to focus on nagging Blattakin to update her work, Dan Feng decided to stay with Luoxi Shi and temporarily become her neighbor, so Luoxi Shi could better urge her to update. After completing the rental arrangements, Dan Feng slowly left the building and headed toward the inn where they had stayed the previous day. He was going to retrieve his and Luoxi Zai's belongings and check out at the same time. Dan Feng walked briskly through the streets as the midday sun shone on him, bringing a touch of warmth. This sunlight wasn't as harsh as the summer sun in his previous life. The temperature was just right, neither hot nor cold. He soon reached yesterday's inn and went into the room to pack his and Luoxi Zai's luggage. He carefully organized the luggage, ensuring nothing was left behind. Then, carrying the 2 pieces of luggage, he checked out and left. Before long, Dan Feng returned to the new inn and placed his luggage and Luoxi Zai's luggage into the 2 rooms he had just rented. Once everything was settled, Dan Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Then he returned to Bladikin's room once more. The two were still chatting, and Luoxi Shi seemed to have forgotten her original purpose. Cough, Luoxi Shi, there's still official business to discuss, Dan Feng said calmly. Hearing this, Luoxi Shi finally remembered why she was there today. Her expression shifted from happy to serious. Teacher, please update properly. You absolutely cannot leave things half-finished, Luoxi Shi said, raising an index finger. Her very young-looking face combined with her forced serious expression was truly amusing. Hearing Luoxi Shi say this, Bladikin could only sigh helplessly and then said reluctantly, writing really takes up too much time. It's better to just go play. No way, you still have 2 regions left to write about. I will supervise you until you're finished. I won't leave yours until you're done. Luoxi's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Of course, she would be the one to nag her own teacher to update. Sigh. Alright. Bladikin tossed her hair and then pulled a stack of paper and a quill from under the bed. Are you going to write right now, teacher? What else? I'll write a few pages first. Then Bladikin began her creative work. While Bladikin was writing, Dan Feng kept eyeing the bookshelf right next to him, which was filled with handwritten books. He politely asked Bladikin if he could look at them and received her permission. Dan Feng casually pulled one out, and upon opening it, he felt that this book was not simple. In his hands was a magic book that recorded many magic incantations and principles of release. Dan Feng was immediately stunned. There were all types of magic in there, including divine strike magic, healing magic, and detoxification magic. When Dan Feng saw the creator on the first page, he immediately turned his gaze toward the person who was currently writing furiously. Written clearly there were the words, Bloody Count Bladikin of the Asura Kingdom. I really didn't expect this Bladikin to actually have a title, but whether she has one or not has nothing to do with me. It's more important to quickly memorize these spells. Thinking this, Dan Feng stopped worrying about Bladikin's title and focused all his attention on the magic book in front of him. The explanations in the book were very clear and simple, and the handwriting was beautiful, making it a pleasure to read. Dan Feng read quickly, and before long, he had completely mastered the knowledge within the book. Without hesitation, Dan Feng picked up another book. However, when he opened this book, he found it wasn't a magic book, but a book about the construction concepts of basic magic circles. Magic circle? Could this be what I saw in that basement before? The scene from that basement immediately surfaced in Dan Feng's mind. There, he had seen a skeleton, and what summoned the skeleton was a pure white geometric pattern. Dan Feng was full of interest in that magic circle. He immediately opened the book, wanting to see how magic circles were formed in this world. However, when he truly began reading, he was hit by a massive torrent of knowledge from the book that left him feeling a bit dizzy. This book contained not only various complex diagramming methods but also contract script, methods of mana balancing, and so on, all knowledge that Dan Feng had never encountered before. Having never systematically studied knowledge related to magic circles, Dan Feng felt as if his head were about to explode with unbearable pain. However, he remembered most of the surface-level information. He just needed to find a day to experiment with it. During the time he spent learning, his progress bar surged all the way to 35%. Open black lens bracket progress bar has reached 35%. Obtained the true inheritance of Dan Hang Imbibitor Lunae's spearmanship, requires self-learning insights, and mastery of all weapons, requires self-learning insights, close black lens bracket. Hearing the system's voice, Dan Feng was slightly stunned, then he opened the template. He found that his progress bar had reached 35% and a new learning insights function had appeared on the template. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51 Learning Reflections. Chapter 51. Learning Insights. Dan Feng looked at the Learning Insights function, a wave of doubt rising in his heart. Does it want me to practice in a virtual world? This thought swirled in his mind, but it was merely a guess. However, Dan Feng did not hesitate for long. He resolutely pressed the Learning Insights button. In an instant, the colors around him receded rapidly, as if time were flowing backward. The system must have used the world. In the blink of an eye, Dan Feng found himself surrounded by pitch-black darkness, so dark he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. What on earth is going on? Dan Feng looked at the surrounding darkness with a hint of shock, his heart filled with confusion. He quickly calmed down, reassessed the situation, and cast his gaze toward the template once more. Just then, the surrounding darkness gradually dissipated, replaced by a bright scene. To his surprise, Dan Feng found himself standing upon a surface of water as clear as a mirror, its ripples reflecting the clouds in the sky. Suddenly, several large characters flashed across the template. Open black lens bracket learning insights has begun close black lens bracket. Immediately afterward, a figure appeared directly in front of Dan Feng. The person wore an elegant embroidered robe of white and cyan. With their sleeves fluttering, they possessed a very celestial aura. His hair was jet black and long, and a pair of teal dragon horns grew from his forehead, giving him a majestic appearance. Dan Feng looked closely and saw that this person looked exactly like him. It was none other than Dragon Venerable Dan Feng, the Imbibitor Lunae. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng gave a light wave of his right hand. A phantom light flashed, and Cloud Striker appeared in his hand as if by magic. Cloud Knight's spear technique combined with Vidyadhara arts. The movements are bold, and the spear momentum is vast and majestic. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng stated expressionlessly before raising his spear and thrusting it toward Dan Feng. Because the speed was incredibly fast, Dan Feng immediately sensed the danger and brought out Cloud Striker to parry the thrust. However, Dragon Venerable Dan Feng's strength was immense, knocking him back several meters. Skidding across the water's surface, Dan Feng immediately controlled his posture, preventing himself from falling. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng performed a flourish with his spear, the tip grazing the water before he charged at Dan Feng again. This time Dan Feng reacted, attempting to dismantle Dragon Venerable Dan Feng's offensive. However, his skill was certainly inferior to Dan Feng's. When he tried to use Cloud Striker to entwine Dragon Venerable Dan Feng's Cloud Striker, he was seen through instantly. His Cloud Striker was immediately flicked away, and Dragon Venerable Dan Feng easily ran him through. Memories from just before his death flooded into Dan Feng's mind like a tide. This was essentially watching a death replay, a sign of having grasped a bit of the essence. Then his figure, like teal particles of light, gradually dissipated in this space until it vanished completely. At the same time, his consciousness slowly returned to his own body. Dan Feng's physical expression had not changed in the slightest from beginning to end. When he looked at the template's learning insights function again, he unexpectedly discovered that this function actually had a time limit. In other words, he could only activate this function once the time reached a specific point. At this moment, there were still 3 full hours until he could use the function again. System, did you make a mistake? I died in there, so why is there a time limit? Dan Feng questioned the system deep within his heart. Open black lens bracket. Your mental strength is insufficient to support uninterrupted use of this function. Close black lens bracket. The system's reply was concise and clear. Dan Feng, but he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the system's settings were fixed, and he couldn't change them. So, Dan Feng decisively closed the system panel and refocused his attention on the busy writing duo. Under Luoxi's eyes' constant urging, Bladekin was scribbling away desperately. Her hand speed was extremely fast, as if she wanted to release all her inspiration in this single moment. After only a short while, 3 pages were already filled to the brim by her. Meanwhile, Luoxi flipped through Bladekin's travel notes, carefully selecting key contents and reading them aloud to her. Bladekin listened with full concentration, her quill dipping into the ink before racing across the paper like a whirlwind. The handwriting was identical to the script in the book Dan Feng had just read, both filled with a unique, aesthetic style. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, Dan Feng stood up, preparing to go out and find something to eat. So he asked the 2 of them if they wanted to take a break and go grab dinner together. Hearing this, Bladekin immediately put down her pen, then looked at Luoxi and said slowly, "Eat first. We'll talk about writing after dinner." Luoxi nodded obediently, and then the 3 of them walked downstairs together. Bladekin led Dan Feng and Luoxi to an old adventurer's barbecue shop. Why come here? Naturally, it was because the taste was excellent. Barbecue? Why come to a barbecue shop? Dan Feng asked in confusion, looking at the words written on the sign. Don't look down on this barbecue shop. The owner was an adventurer for 50 years and only opened the shop a few years ago. Bladekin recounted the story of this adventurer, because during his adventures, he discovered a type of spice that makes barbecue taste incredibly fragrant, so this shop is very popular. Spice? Luoxi asked, puzzled. She didn't know what kind of spice would make barbecue taste so good. As soon as they entered the building, the smell of alcohol accompanied by the scent of sweat rushed into their noses. However, for adventurers like them, this was nothing at all. So the 3 of them found a corner and sat down. Soon, an older-looking man walked over and asked Bladekin what she wanted. He and Bladekin were old acquaintances. They had traveled together for a period during Bladekin's journeys, and they had gradually become familiar. Both being S-rank adventurers, they had teamed up with others to go to the world's second most dangerous continent, the Bagarit continent. Dan Feng observed this older-looking man. His muscles were actually still very well developed. Based on what Bladekin said, he could guess this man was likely in his 60s. Yet his muscles were still so robust. After Bladekin finished ordering, the man left. Before long, he brought over the barbecue and alcohol. A familiar scent immediately wafted into Dan Feng's nose along with the steam from the barbecue. It was the smell of cumin. Do you two drink? Bladekin turned her gaze toward them. I can drink, Dan Feng nodded, and Luoxi Shi followed suit with a nod. That's good. 52. Number 52 The King's Banquet. Chapter 52, The King's Banquet. After a few rounds of drinks, Bladekin was in high spirits. She kept pulling Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi to raise their glasses and drink deeply, muttering that this was a reward for her hard work today. As for Luoxi Shi, because she had met her teacher today, she was in an exceptionally good mood, so she rarely refused Bladekin's urging to drink, downing glass after glass. Back in Malixian, Luoxi Shi had flatly refused Meibea's attempts to get her to drink. At the rate they were drinking, it wouldn't be long before they both got drunk. Dan Feng knew this well, so he only took a few small sips and didn't touch his glass again. In contrast, the barbecue on the table became Dan Feng's main food source. After all, drinking fills the stomach easily, so Bladekin and Luoxi Shi naturally couldn't eat much of it. However, the dinner didn't last long, and Luoxi Shi was the first to give in. She swayed in her seat, her cheeks flushed and her eyes hazy, clearly quite intoxicated. Soon after, she fell asleep. Little Luoxi Shi is really, Bladekin started to say something, but before she could finish, she suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped onto the table with a thud, unconscious. Dan Feng watched the scene helplessly and sighed. He had expected this outcome, so he was mentally prepared to take them both back to their rooms. Innkeeper, the bill. Dan Feng waved to the burly, muscular man, signaling him to come over. The man heard the call and immediately walked over quickly. How much for this? Dan Feng asked, pointing to the table full of leftovers and empty bottles. It's already been settled. The man's slightly aged voice reached Dan Feng's ears. Who paid? Dan Feng looked at him in confusion, and then the man pointed to the passed-out Bladekin. Bladekin settles her tab once a month, so she usually doesn't have to pay when she comes here. Dan Feng nodded slightly, indicating he understood. The man stared at the dead-drunk Bladekin and said slowly, I'll have my wife take her back. Hearing this, Dan Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, does she get drunk often? The man replied with a bitter smile, she's a notorious drunkard. Back when we traveled together in a temporary adventurer squad, she'd definitely head to a tavern for a drinking spree in every town we reached. Dan Feng understood and said, then I'll leave it to you. With that, he carefully picked up Luoxi Shi and slowly walked out of the barbecue shop. It was better not to have to take Bladekin back. After all, it would be a hassle to carry two people by himself. He could have done it, but it would have been uncomfortable for the drunk people. This shop was very close to the inn where Bladekin stayed, and it only took a few short minutes to arrive safely. Even though it was night and pitch black around them, Dan Feng's steps were still light, and he soon reached his destination. After safely returning Luoxi Shi to her room, Dan Feng turned back to his own. At this moment, he was covered in a strong smell of barbecue, which was somewhat unpleasant. So he decided to take a bath first to remove the odor before challenging Dragon Venerable Dan Feng in his learning insights. Dan Feng practiced water magic with ease, and in a moment, cold water surrounded him. Dan Feng didn't know why, but since coming to this world, he no longer liked taking hot baths and always used cold water. Once everything was settled, Dan Feng lay lazily on the bed, opened the template, and clicked the Learning Insight button, preparing for the upcoming dungeon challenge sometime later. When Dan Feng's consciousness returned to his body, he felt extremely exhausted. I can't beat him. The gap in martial arts is too large. Dan Feng clenched his right fist and tapped his head. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. During this period, Luoxi Shi had been urging Bladekin to write, and the chapter on the Milis continent was almost complete. Meanwhile, Dan Feng constantly flipped through the books Bladekin had transcribed and entered the Learning Insight dungeon every day to challenge Dragon Venerable Dan Feng. In the first few attempts, he was instantly killed, but later he could hold out for a few minutes. Though he died every time, his spearmanship was slowly improving bit by bit. One day, Bladekin suddenly stopped after filling a page with writing. Luoxi Shi felt very confused and asked, "What's wrong, teacher?" "I have something to do tomorrow," Bladekin said to Luoxi Shi. What is it?" Luoxi Shi looked at Bladekin, her large aqua blue eyes blinking. At that moment, Dan Feng also walked in from outside, carrying 2 portions of egg fried rice. He had made this himself, having borrowed the innkeeper's kitchen. Tomorrow is a banquet hosted by the king of Asura. As a count of the Asura kingdom, I must be present, Blattakin explained to Luoxi Shi with a solemn face, adjusting her glasses. A banquet? Hearing the word, Luoxi Shi couldn't help but start thinking back. Suddenly, she remembered that when she first arrived in Yars, the innkeeper had said many people came to the Asura kingdom to join the fun. Thinking about it now, it must have been because of this banquet. Does little Luoxi Shi want to go? Blattakin looked at Luoxi Shi with a smile. Quote, I can take you to the outer grounds of the royal palace. Is that really okay? Luoxi Shi hesitated. Quote, after all, I'm a demon. Would it be inappropriate for me to appear at a banquet among nobles? The outer grounds are outside the palace, and it's basically just famous adventurers. The inner grounds are where the real noble banquet is, Blattakin explained patiently. Quote, so you don't have to worry. Besides, the outer grounds are very lively, and there are many interesting things to see. Oh, so that's how it is. Luoxi's eyes lit up. Quote, that sounds quite interesting. By the way, Dan Feng can come along too. Blattakin seemed to suddenly remember something and turned her gaze toward Dan Feng, who had just entered the room. Quote, I recall the outer grounds of the palace are quite large and grand. You should like it too. However, Dan Feng just nodded and said expressionlessly, you guys eat first. Alright, then it's settled. Let me tell you beforehand, Luoxi Shi, you must stay away from the noble area, especially a fat noble. Blattakin recalled that person's appearance and background. His name is Darius Silva Ganius. He's a high minister of the Asura kingdom. He lost his memory years ago and is now extremely perverted. 53. Number 53 God is trying to spy on your life. Chapter 53. The human god is attempting to peer into your life. The next day, Blattakin put on a noble banquet gown and brought Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi to the central-most area of Yars. This was the residence of the king and his offspring. As another prince had been born, a banquet for the nobility was being held. This signified that the prince would have the right to inherit the throne in the future, and it was also a perfect opportunity for vassal states and dukes to express their loyalty. There were several times more people on the road than usual, and the entire royal capital Yars was immersed in a chorus of cheers. Blattakin sat with Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi in a carriage specially dispatched by the kingdom for titled nobles. The carriage sped along and soon arrived near the royal palace. In front of the palace gates, all sorts of carriages were already parked, most of them carrying prominent and influential figures. Wow, there are so many people, Luoxi Shi marveled as she looked through the carriage window at the bustling crowds outside. It was her first time seeing such a lively scene, and a sense of novelty welled up in her heart, though she also felt a slight bit of discomfort. In a desolate place like the Demon Continent, such liveliness was almost impossible. It's only natural. The Asura kingdom is the world's leading power today. Its influence has spread across the globe, and people everywhere long to gain this country's favor, Blattakin explained to Luoxi Shi with a smile. Dan Feng also gazed quietly out the window, yet for some reason, a strange sensation welled up in his heart. He felt as if something bad was about to happen today. How strange, Dan Feng muttered to himself, resting his chin on his hand while thinking inwardly, why'd I have this feeling? It felt as if he were being watched by some unknown person, making him feel uneasy all over. Before long, the carriage carrying Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi arrived smoothly at the outer grounds of the palace. When the carriage slowly came to a stop, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi stepped out without hesitation. Since Blattakin needed to enter the inner palace and couldn't stay in the outer grounds for long, she bid a brief farewell to Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi before hurriedly departing. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi stood where they were, watching the carriage fade into the distance, and then the two began to stroll around the outer grounds of the palace. The palace was exceptionally lively today because many adventurers from other regions had come, drawn by its reputation. To ensure the palace's security, the king of Asura had specially recalled a portion of the Asura kingdom's night order to guard the palace just in case. Luoxi Shi looked around curiously as she walked. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to the magnificent palace in the distance, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, is this the Asura palace? It's several times larger than the cathedral in Malixian." The palace's exterior was resplendent with gold and jade, shining with a dazzling light. Even from a distance, one could sense its internal grandeur and magnificence. One could only say it was truly worthy of being the palace of the world's strongest nation. The outer grounds were also filled with maids in uniforms, who were constantly moving back and forth carrying exquisite food prepared by the kingdom's chefs, placing it on the tables outside. Naturally, Luoc Shi spotted a white cake at a single glance. Shall we go get something to eat? Luoc Shi turned to ask Dan Feng, who at that moment was quietly watching an old lady in the distance who looked to be in her 50s. The old lady sat there quietly, appearing to have no presence at all, but Dan Feng felt a faint sense of familiarity. It was a sensation he had felt while learning to perceive space, an aura that was incredibly difficult to detect. The state of Dragon Venerable Dan Feng when he was motionless was exactly the same as this old lady's current state. This was the battle aura that would be generated when one's cultivation reached a certain threshold. Having died so many times during his perception training, Dan Feng had also touched the threshold of battle aura. It was precisely because of these experiences that he could see the terrifying battle aura emanating from the old lady. Dan Feng had also guessed a little bit about the old lady's identity. Because in this world, there were only 3 most prominent schools of swordsmanship. They were the sword god style, which was the fastest, most decisive, and had the most piercing attacks. Then there was the water god style, which focused on defense followed by a fatal strike, known for its steady defense and counterattacks. And then there was the North God style, which relied on clever tricks. However, it was said that there were 2 branches of the North God style. The most common eccentric branch and the strength branch directly descended from the North God. Dan Feng had once seen a description of the Water God style in a book, stating that the Water God style dojo was located in Yars, the royal capital of the Asura kingdom. This old lady was very likely Water God Lethalia, who belonged to the Asura kingdom and was the current head of the Water God style. Afterward, Dan Feng stopped thinking about it. Someone of the god tier was not yet someone he could interact with. Dan Feng? What are you thinking about? Luoc Shi asked again, seeing that Dan Feng had not answered for a long time. It's nothing, I was indeed thinking about some important matters just now. Dan Feng shook his head and then followed Luoc Shi to partake in the palace's free food. Just then, a carriage that looked extremely luxurious drove in from the palace gates. It then slowly came to a halt in this area. A hairless man dressed in a lavish suit slowly stepped down from the carriage. His appearance was the kind that would make one feel uncomfortable, a bloated physique, sagging cheeks, and a nauseating gaze. All of this combined made him look like an old raccoon. This person was exactly the Darius that Vladikin had mentioned not long ago. He walked with slow steps toward the old lady Dan Feng had just seen. Isn't this the water goddess? Why aren't you going inside? Do you dislike His Majesty the King? Darius looked at the water goddess with a mocking expression. Aren't I waiting for you? Water goddess Leda slowly uttered a few words, then stood up to look at Darius. Shall I take you inside with me? Darius said to the water goddess. He happened to have matters to discuss with her as well. Let's go. The water goddess did not refuse Darius and boarded his carriage. Darius shook his head, glanced casually toward the outer grounds, and noticed Dan Feng over there. However, he didn't think much of it and subsequently left the area in his carriage. In that instant, Dan Feng was enveloped by an uncomfortable sensation, as if someone were secretly peering at him. Dan Feng immediately looked around but could not find the source of that unpleasant gaze. Open black lens bracket warning close black lens bracket. The system panel suddenly popped up, with 2 large red words appearing on it. Open black lens bracket. The human god is attempting to peer into your life. This has been blocked by the system close black lens bracket. Human god? Dan Feng was quite unfamiliar with these 2 words. He had read so many books but found no record of a human god. This unknown human god can see me, but was stopped by the system. Dan Feng reached this conclusion. Why peer at me? And from where is he peering at me? These 2 questions surfaced in Dan Feng's mind. This turn of events also made Dan Feng alert to his surroundings. He didn't know if this human god harbored ill intent, and Dan Feng didn't believe he could currently fight a god-tier enemy. His current dragon transformation could only be considered emperor tier at best, because his power of moon drinking was currently incomplete. P.S. Although the dragon transformation is currently emperor tier, that is because the current incomplete power of moon drinking is not as much as Dan Heng. Imbibitor Lunaes in Honkai. Star Rail. This is not suppressing combat power, it's just that the power the protagonist has obtained at this stage is like this. I'm not writing an invincible type novel. 54. Number 54 Paul Notos Grerot. Chapter 54. Paul Notos Grerot. Dan Feng looked around, carefully observing everyone in the vicinity, trying to find the person whose battle aura could rival that of the water god from moments ago. After all, the term human god clearly suggested a god of humanity, so their battle aura would surely be incredibly dense. However, after sensing for a while, he did not find such a person existing there. since he didn't know where this so-called human god actually was. The worry in Dan Feng's heart gradually dissipated. Since the system has already stepped in to block it, perhaps nothing will happen? Dan Feng thought to himself, but despite this, he still silently etched the name, human god, into his memory. Next, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi began to wander around, enjoying the free and exquisite delicacies. It had to be said that compared to the food outside, the food in the royal palace had a distinct difference in texture and flavor. Food outside was usually served in large quantities to fill one up, while the food inside the palace was served in small, delicate portions, with each dish looking like a piece of art. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi strolled through the area, picking out food that looked delicious and appetizing. Just as they were immersed in the world of gourmet food, they suddenly heard someone shout, "The Duke has arrived." This shout instantly drew the attention of most of the adventurers. They all looked toward the palace gates as one, watching as a line of luxurious carriages slowly drove in. "It's the Natos family's carriage," someone shouted excitedly. The Natos family was one of the branches of the Grerit family. The other three branches were the Boreas, Euros, and Zephyrus families. In other words, the ducal titles of the Asura kingdom were all inherited by the Grerit family. These carriages did not stop at the outer perimeter but headed straight into the interior of the palace. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi watched the nobles leave. Having eaten their fill, they had nothing else to do and could only wait for Bladekin to come out so they could leave together. After an unknown amount of time, a young boy ran out from inside the palace. He had brown hair, green eyes, and a visible handprint on his face from a slap. Hypocritical bastards, the boy didn't seem sad about the slap. Instead, he walked straight to the open ground of the outer court. He gazed at the group of A-rank and higher adventurers, his green eyes sparkling with light. He disliked the constraints of noble rules, he yearned for freedom. His father, Amaranth Natos Grerit, was a fellow who placed great importance on traditional noble etiquette. Because of the boy's casual personality in public today, his father had slapped him in front of everyone, which was why he had run out. He didn't care what the king thought. Nor did he want to become the head of the Natos family, but his father insisted on forcing him to learn how to be a proper family head. He was only 10 years old, an age that should have been carefree, yet reality was quite different. Every day, he was forced to study so-called noble etiquette. These complex rules made him feel incredibly annoyed. In contrast, he was quite interested in studying the sword god style, as swordsmanship gave him a sense of freedom and power. He felt only disdain for that useless noble etiquette, even feeling that not even a dog would learn it. He secretly resolved that once he trained his sword god style to the advanced level, he would sneak away from his family and embark on a journey to become an adventurer alone. To better understand the life of an adventurer, he decided to find some adventurers first and ask them for advice on what to watch out for after becoming one. Thus, he came to a place where many adventurers were gathered and quietly listened to their conversations. "Have you heard? An S-rank labyrinth was discovered near the Lunae kingdom," an adventurer said, excitedly. "What? An S-rank labyrinth? You actually dare to go to a labyrinth that even S-rank adventurers aren't sure about?" Another adventurer looked at the speaker as if he were a fool. "Yeah, I heard a suicide squad went in before, and none of them came back. You really have some guts, daring to go to a place like that? How will I know if I don't try? Maybe there's a huge treasure hidden inside." Listening to them heatedly discussing the labyrinth, the boy couldn't help but feel a surge of longing for such a dangerous place. He yearned to explore those dangerous locations. Only then could he become the strongest adventurer in the world. He didn't want to be like the other members of his family, trapped in a kingdom for a lifetime, going to great lengths just to become an unremarkable duke. He would use his talent in swordsmanship to pursue true freedom and glory. That was the dream of Paul Natos Grerit. However, Paul seemed a bit out of place among this crowd. No matter how hard he tried to join their conversation, he could never manage to get a single word in. So, he sighed helplessly and decided to give up on communicating with this group, turning instead to run toward another group. But when Paul asked this other group with great expectation, he was met with unprecedented cold treatment. It seemed no one was willing to pay attention to this little boy. They ignored his presence entirely, treating him as if he were invisible. Despite this, Paul was not discouraged. He didn't put on the airs of a noble, nor did he easily give up on asking about the precautions for being an adventurer. After moving around for a bit, Paul finally arrived by Dan Feng's side. His gaze quickly swept over Luoxi Shi standing nearby, because in his eyes, she looked to be about his age and likely wasn't an adventurer. In comparison, the taciturn young man before him looked more like an experienced and powerful adventurer. "Hello, Mr. Adventurer," Paul said without hesitation. Quote, "I want to become an adventurer in the future, so I'd like to ask, what should I pay attention to during adventures?" His question was concise and direct. Speaking this way was very polite, Basically, anyone without an arrogant personality would answer. Dan Feng was somewhat surprised by Paul's sudden question. He couldn't help but frown, showing a puzzled expression. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, Dan Feng decided to offer his opinion. Caution, Dan Feng replied expressionlessly, his voice calm. After dozens of seconds passed, Paul spoke up tentatively, Is that it? Dan Feng nodded. That was his advice. When doing commissions, being cautious was undoubtedly the best way. Paul nodded, half understanding. Although Dan Feng had only said 2 words from start to finish, he felt that as an adventurer, caution was indeed extremely important. 55. Number 55 Doubts Between God and Man. Chapter 55. The Human God's Doubts. Afterward, Paul left. He had to return to the carriage and head back with them. Dan Feng didn't pay any mind to Paul. After telling him to be cautious, he began to daze off, though he was actually entering the learning and comprehension space. It was still that familiar scene, as if time had never passed. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng stood there just as before, exactly the same as during the last session, without having moved an inch. You've come? Dragon Venerable Dan Feng's voice was icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, but the meaning was clear. He was asking if Dan Feng was ready for this duel. Not to be outdone, Dan Feng fixed his gaze on Dragon Venerable Dan Feng and said loudly, I've come and I'm ready. Before his voice even faded, he swiftly summoned Cloud Striker. Immediately after, Dan Feng stepped onto the water without hesitation, charging toward Dragon Venerable Dan Feng like an arrow from a bow. He knew deep down that he currently had no chance of winning this duel, so he was no longer obsessed with victory. At this moment, the only desire in his heart was to grasp the essence of Imbibitor Lunae, spearmanship from Dragon Venerable Dan Feng. However, Dragon Venerable Dan Feng was not affected by Dan Feng's momentum. He simply stood there quietly, like an immovable statue, silently watching Dan Feng approach step by step. Just as Dan Feng was about to reach him, Dragon Venerable Dan Feng slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, a massive torrent of water swept in like surging waves, immediately enveloping both Dan Feng and himself. This current came so suddenly that Dan Feng had no time to react at all. He felt as though he were being suppressed by an immense force. His body lost all control, and even standing up became exceptionally difficult. This was no ordinary water, but a powerful force created by Dragon Venerable Dan Feng using imaginary energy. Facing such an attack, Dan Feng realized his strength was still far from enough to contend with it. Watch closely. Today I will teach you the cloud chant technique. When combined with spearmanship, there will be a qualitative leap. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng silently raised his hand, and the water was manipulated into several long spears. These flowing water spears condensed from all directions, much like Archer's unlimited blade works, and each one carried a massive amount of imaginary energy. The cloud chant technique, which is water manipulation, when you have cultivated it to a certain level, you can conceal your form and even control any place where water flows. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng said slowly. Do you understand? As Dan Feng listened, he felt as if something was flooding into his brain. Isn't this spearmanship training? The cloud chant technique is also an important part of spearmanship. With those words, Dragon Venerable Dan Feng waved his hand, and countless water spears pierced through Dan Feng. His consciousness returned to his body, and his mind wasn't quite clear. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng had essentially forced the transmission of the cloud chant technique to Dan Feng, which left him with a severe headache when the banquet ended. The night order began to clear the guests, and Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi successfully reunited with Bladikin. Teacher? Was anything said in the palace? Luoxi Shi looked at Bladikin with curiosity and asked. Bladikin shook her head and said, Nothing much was said. It was all noble pleasantries, flattery, and giving gifts to the new prince. That sounds so boring. Little Luoxi Shi is right, it really is boring. Bladikin agreed completely. If not for her status as a count, she really wouldn't have wanted to go. With this count status, she could accomplish many things in the Asura kingdom. Meanwhile, on Darius's side, his consciousness suddenly arrived in a pure white space. There were no objects or decorations here, only endless white. The entire world was covered in this single color. Just as Darius was feeling lost and confused, a pure white humanoid mosaic suddenly appeared before him without warning. The mosaic's body outline was blurred, but his voice was exceptionally clear. Hey, I say, you should have recruited the water god by now, right? The mosaic's tone was full of playfulness, making it sound very unpleasant, even a bit punchable. However, when Darius heard this voice, it was as if he were hearing the voice of a god. His body trembled violently, and then he crawled to the humanoid mosaic's feet without hesitation. Darius's movements were somewhat humble as he knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Lord Human God, I have already successfully recruited that old hag, the water god, just as you said." His tone revealed a hint of pride, as if he were very satisfied with his results. The humanoid mosaic seemed pleased with Darius's performance. He nodded and said, Very good, very good. You've done a great job. Next, you must continue to help Grable Zaphon Asura well, helping him smoothly ascend to the throne of the Asura kingdom." Hearing this, Darius couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He had already been planning to help the first prince fight for the throne in the future, so he quickly replied, "Yes, Lord Human God, I will definitely go all out to help the first prince obtain the throne." The human god seemed satisfied with Darius's attitude. He held up a finger and began to detail what he wanted Darius to do. Darius listened with rapt attention, for fear of missing a single word. Finally, when the human god finished all the requirements, a hideous smile bloomed on Darius's normally flabby cheeks, a smile that contained both a thirst for power and expectations for the future. This Darius had once accidentally lost his memory, and when his life was hanging by a thread, it was the human god who reached out to help. The amnesiac Darius listened to everything the human god said and successfully survived, thus becoming a loyal believer of the human god at that time. "As long as you know. My intention, after all, is to help you. That way, as the one who assists the first prince to the throne, you will also obtain supreme glory and wealth in the Asura kingdom." Lord Human God is truly too kind. Darius's ugly face was instantly moved to tears by the human god's words. "It's what I should do. After all, I am the god of humanity." Although the human god said this, the fact that he couldn't see that person's future clearly using future sight earlier made him a bit puzzled, because he saw a blurry figure through Darius's vision and felt a slightly unusual soul. He had used future sight. His future sight could discern fate and the direction of the future. Relying on this, he would contact people while they were dreaming and offer advice. However, the suggestions the human god offered were all beneficial for him to achieve his own goals. Once the person he contacted fully believed in him, they would become a loyal apostle of the human god. The human god's ultimate goal was to become the sole true god of this six-faced world, and currently, the only difficult problem was the dragon god Orsted. What he commanded his apostles to do was all intended to consume the dragon god's mana. Due to a curse, the dragon god's mana recovery speed was 1,000 times slower than that of an ordinary person. The human god was playing a grand game of chess with the dragon god, unaware that a variable had already been the first to barge into this match. P.S. Please leave a review. I'll do anything. Open black lens bracket, go close black lens bracket. 56. Number 56 Union Yushui Chapter 56 Cloud Chant Water Control. Because the dragon god was cursed, any creature in this world that got near him would flee in terror as if they had seen a ghost. The human god took advantage of the dragon god's isolation to gather the apostles of the human god and weaken his power. The dragon god needed to find the world of nothingness where the human god was sealed and then kill him. After the noble banquet ended, Dan Feng and the others returned to their daily lives. Luoxi Shi urged Bladekin to update as usual, while Bladekin could only helplessly keep her head down and work hard. Because the details of the Becalite continent were too complex and there was so much content to describe, Bladekin felt like she was on the verge of a breakdown. "Little Luoxi Shi, please let me off today. I'm really too tired," Bladekin said, slumped over the table with a miserable expression, looking as if she were about to cry from the torture. However, Luoxi Shi remained unmoved. She shook her head quickly and said decisively, "No, I already promised Arlaria that I would make sure you finish writing the book as soon as possible." Hearing this, Bladekin's expression became even worse, and she cried out in despair, "No." She had originally thought that reuniting with her disciple would be a happy occasion, but she hadn't expected this disciple to be so heartless, not only robbing her of her free time but also leaving her unable to refuse. While Bladekin was falling into despair, Dan Feng was leisurely sitting on his bed in his room, legs crossed, preparing to use the cloud chant technique he had recently learned. Dan Feng pressed his fingers together, concentrated his mind, and mobilized the faint power within his body that belonged to the Vidyadhara Imbibitor Lunae. With a low shout, he cried, "Cloud chant water control." Flowing water instantly generated around him. In essence, it was no different from water magic. He now wanted to use the cloud chant technique to perform cleaning duties. The streams of water seemed to be endowed with life as they drifted slowly toward the floor. Their target was very clear, the dirt scattered on the floor. However, for Dan Feng, who had not yet undergone dragon transformation, controlling these streams of imaginary energy water was not that easy. After all, he was still essentially part of the human race, and there was still some distance before he truly became a Vidyadhara. Dan Feng secretly guessed that perhaps when the progress bar reached 70 or 80%, he might truly transform into the Vidyadhara race. At this moment, he was fully focused on controlling the water, watching as the stream lightly curled around the pile of grime. Seeing this, Dan Feng felt that the water control was going a bit more smoothly than he had imagined. Next, he intended to send the mass of water, now saturated with dirt, into the bathroom to complete the final cleaning process there. However, the moment he controlled the mass of water to fly toward the bathroom, an accident occurred. There was a sudden bang. The mass of water seemed to lose control and slammed straight into the bathroom door. In an instant, a large hole was smashed through the middle of the bathroom door, and wood splinters flew everywhere. This sudden turn of events caused Dan Feng to daze for a moment. And in that moment of distraction, because his attention was divided, the water generated by imaginary energy suddenly lost its support and fell straight toward the floor. Seeing the mass of water about to make intimate contact with the floor, Dan Feng's heart tightened. He hurriedly concentrated his mind and used the cloud chant technique again, trying to regain control of the water. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. After a tense series of maneuvers, he finally managed to stabilize the water just before it fell. Phew, Dan Feng let out a long sigh of relief, secretly feeling lucky. If he hadn't controlled the water in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Not only would the bathroom door need replacing, but he might have had to pay a large sum of money. Dan Feng then dispelled the mass of water. As expected of a technique that all Vidyadhara know, using it with my current human body is still too much of a strain. Dan Feng sighed slightly. However, he was not discouraged. As long as the progress bar increased, he was one step closer to becoming the Dragon Venerable. He opened his template, and after not checking it for a few days, he was slightly stunned. The progress bar had already risen to 38%. What's going on? Learning the cloud chant technique can also increase it? Dan Feng thought as he looked at the template. He then decisively opened his learning insights, and the surrounding space transformed once again into that area filled with flowing water. Dan Feng, teach me again how to use the cloud chant technique correctly, Dan Feng said to the Dragon Venerable. Dan Feng, sitting cross-legged on the flowing water. Your body is not Vidyadhara at this moment, so how could you learn it? Dragon Venerable, Dan Feng, stared at Dan Feng with his teal eyes, as if saying, I teach you the secrets of the cloud chant, and you want to control it in human form? Could it be? Dan Feng was awakened by these words. In other words, to fully master the cloud chant technique, one must be in the Vidyadhara form. Dan Feng's gaze fixed on Dragon Venerable, Dan Feng, seemingly waiting for an affirmative answer. However, Dragon Venerable, Dan Feng, kept his eyes closed and remained silent, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Seeing this, Dan Feng did not hesitate much. He decided to verify this hypothesis himself. Thus, he began the process of dragon transformation within this space. The Chong Yuan pearl in his hand suddenly appeared, emitting a faint golden light. At the same time, the surrounding flowing water seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, surging toward Dan Feng and wrapping him tightly. As time passed second by second, Dan Feng's body gradually underwent a change. Dan Feng finally appeared in this space in his Vidyadhara form. His appearance was exactly the same as his previous dragon transformation, but on his template, the original human race entry had quietly changed to Vidyadhara. Dan Feng felt the continuous surge of power within his body, a power that came from the flowing water. He couldn't help but exclaim, I can clearly feel this power restless within me. Due to the characteristics of the cloud chant technique, wherever there is flowing water, one can control the water and command the rain. This meant that in this area full of flowing water, Dan Feng could use the cloud chant technique without restraint, without needing to consume the power belonging to the Imbibitor Lunae. I finally understand. A flash of realization crossed Dan Feng's eyes as he finally understood the true purpose of the dragon transformation. In places with flowing water, he could completely bypass reliance on the Imbibitor Lunae's imaginary energy and directly use that powerful strength through the cloud chant technique. Although it would lack the damage of imaginary energy, he could use the cloud chant technique to release Azure Dragon, cleansing the world. In this way, he could obtain the all-around enhancements of dragon transformation while maintaining the dragon state indefinitely. This was simply an exploit. 57. Number 57 Letter of Recommendation. Chapter 57. Recommendation Letter. That's the first time I've heard of such a race. Luoxi's eyes widened, looking at Blattakin with a face full of surprise. Seeing this, Blatikin smiled slightly and continued to explain unhurriedly, yes, that's how the Chilka race is, so they can't be included in the Central Continent volume. Her tone was calm as she spoke slowly. Luoxi's eyes' curiosity was completely piqued, and she couldn't wait to follow up. Why can't they be included? Her gaze was fixed on Blatikin, hoping to get a satisfying answer from her teacher's mouth. Blatikin took a deep breath and then said slowly, because they glow. Luoxi clearly didn't understand this answer, so she frowned and said, I know that, but what does it matter? Her words revealed her confusion. However, just as she was about to continue questioning, she seemed to suddenly think of something important and closed her mouth, swallowing the words she had prepared. Adults can control it, but children will glow constantly, making the night much brighter. Moreover, even if they cut off their hair, the hair can continue to glow for a year. If used for sale, don't you think it would be a very good business? Blatikin's lips curled up, revealing a sly smile. Furthermore, it is recorded in the kingdoms that the flower buds on the heads of the Chilka race can cure incurable diseases. Her gaze fell on Luoxi, as if commenting on her naivety. Hearing this, Luoxi was suddenly stunned. Something that can cure incurable diseases has an obvious and immense value. If it were to circulate in the market, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing Luoxi remain silent, Blatikin put away her manuscript on her own, then stood up, preparing to go to the publishing house to request publication. At that moment, Blatikin suddenly remembered a question. She turned her head to look at Luoxi and asked, by the way, what are you going to do next, little Luoxi? Luoxi's thoughts were interrupted by her question. She hesitated for a moment and then replied, me? I might go to Lunae Magic University with Dan Feng. Blatikin nodded, expressing her approval of Luoxi's decision, a good decision. She thought that since they wanted to go to Lunae Magic University, she would help the two of them. Afterward, Blatikin took Luoxi with her to the publishing house. Meanwhile, Dan Feng stayed in the room the whole time. At this moment, Dan Feng was in the room, eyes closed, using the cloud chant technique to control the water flow to lift and suspend himself over the bed. He was currently in his Vidyadhara form. Although it was slightly different from what he had expected, he had managed to maintain this state for a long time. Originally, he thought that as long as he didn't use imaginary energy, he could remain as a Vidyadhara forever, but after his consciousness returned, he discovered while using it that the dragon transformation also slowly consumes Imbibitor, Lunae's imaginary energy. He had tried to see how long his incomplete power of moon drinking could maintain the dragon transformation state without using imaginary energy. The answer was 6 hours. This was quite a surprise for Dan Feng. He had originally intended to use the dragon transformation as a trump card, but now that he could maintain it for so long, he could use it unscrupulously to enhance his combat power. He just couldn't use imaginary energy to cast skills, that's all. Moreover, as long as he was in the dragon transformation state, the cloud chant technique could be used at will. If he used water magic to create a large amount of water first, wouldn't he be invincible? However, Dan Feng was just thinking casually. After all, reality and speculation might differ. He then deactivated his Vidyadhara form and returned to his human form. He looked at the template. The progress was stuck at 39%. But Dan Feng wasn't in a hurry. Having thoroughly researched this dragon transformation was already very good. At least he could now use it for a long time. I remember Blatikin was almost finished writing. I'll go upstairs and check, Dan Feng thought, then slowly stood up and walked toward the door. He knocked on the door but there was no response inside, which made Dan Feng feel a bit disappointed. Strange, are they not here? Maybe Blatikin finished writing and they went to submit the manuscript. I'll wait for them to come back, Dan Feng guessed. A short while later, Luoxi and Blatikin were coming upstairs. Teacher, how much money can you make from this one book? Luoxi had just watched the publishing house hand a large bag of money to Blatikin. I'm not sure. Anyway, they still have to transcribe it themselves, but the profit is split 70-30 with me. That's so much. As they chatted, they walked up to the 3rd floor. As a result, they saw Dan Feng standing silently at Blatikin's door. Dan Feng also saw them. Dan Feng, why are you standing here? Luoxi looked at Dan Feng in confusion. I intended to look for you, but found you weren't here, so I've been waiting here. Dan Feng replied. Just in time, we can set off in a while. Let's go buy some things for the journey first, Luoxi said, then quickly came to Dan Feng and pulled him downstairs. Blatikin watched the scene and smiled, then opened the door and went inside. She was now going to write 2 recommendation letters for the two of them, recommending the two of them to go to Lunae Magic University to become special students. A short while later, after Dan Feng and Luoxi returned from buying things, Blatikin handed the 2 letters to them. What is this? Dan Feng looked at Bladikin in confusion. These are recommendation letters for Lunae Magic University. If you take these to the principal of Lunae Magic University, he should let you become special students, Bladikin said slowly, though her expression at the moment was quite arrogant. Teacher, you actually know the principal of Lunae Magic University? Luoxi Shi cried out with a face full of amazement. Bladikin smiled slightly, seemingly quite satisfied with Luoxi's eyes reaction. She said softly, that's natural, after all, I've been in the magic world for quite some years. After saying that, she suddenly seemed to remember something important, turned to the shelf on the side, and took down her iconic hat. Oh right, it's time to give this to you as well, Bladikin said as she gently placed the hat on Luoxi's eyes head. Eh? Teacher's hat? Luoxi Shi touched the hat on her head in surprise, then looked up at Bladikin, her eyes full of pleasant surprise. Bladikin smiled gently and explained, I think I probably won't be going out often in the future, so I won't be needing this hat. I decided to give it to you. I hope you like it. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely cherish this hat. Standing to the side, Dan Feng noticed that the magic hat looked exceptionally suitable on Luoxi's eyes head. Luoxi's eyes head was small to begin with, and the size of this hat was just right for her, as if it were tailor-made for her. P.S. At this point, Luoxi Shi is in her complete form. 58. Number 58 Roya. Chapter 58. Roa. Afterward, Bladikin introduced Luoxi Shi to the relevant matters regarding Magic City Sharia in the Lunae Kingdom in detail. She first emphasized the importance of joining the Magicians Guild, as one could borrow research papers from other magicians there, which would be very helpful for increasing one's knowledge base. Then there was the matter of entering Lunae Magic University as a special student. She told Luoxi Shi that in the first year or two of enrollment, neither Dan Feng nor she would need to undergo regular study like ordinary students, as most of the courses were practices in basic magic. Since Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi had actually mastered advanced techniques like a causal magic, they could completely skip these basic courses and spend more of their time in the Lunae Magic universities. Bladikin particularly emphasized the importance of the, which housed a large number of academic papers, including even precious research papers like saint-level magic. She told Luoxi Shi to make full use of the resources and continuously enrich her knowledge. That way, by the time she graduated, Luoxi Shi would be able to find some very good jobs. Finally, Bladikin mentioned that if they encountered any problems in their studies or life, they could go directly to the principal of Lunae Magic University. As she mentioned the principal's name, Bladikin suddenly adjusted her glasses, a sly smile appearing on her face. When you go to see him, you can ask him for something by the way. As long as you mention my name, he will definitely give it to you. Bladikin's tone was very certain when she said this. It seemed she really had some history with the principal of Lunae Magic University. Luoxi Shi listened quietly, then nodded, indicating she understood. Since teacher has said so, I will do as told. The next day, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi took their luggage and went to the stables at the city gates of Yars. They came this time to retrieve the horse they had bought in the city at the foot of the Red Dragon mountain range. Since they had stayed here for so long, Dan Feng paid the stable fees. The horse had been well fed and watered here every day, and its body had gradually grown stronger. Just as Dan Feng wanted to mount the horse, Luoxi Shi suddenly spoke up. Dan Feng, can you let me sit in front? You're too tall, I can't see the scenery ahead at all. Dan Feng nodded upon hearing this. If Luoxi Shi wanted to sit in front, so be it. Her height of 145 centimeters wouldn't block his view of the road ahead. So, Luoxi Shi climbed onto the horse's back, took off her hat, and held it in her arms. Seeing this, Dan Feng also quickly flipped onto the horse's back, then reached his arms around Luoxi's shoulders to grab the reins. Afterward, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi headed toward the northern gate of Yars. They passed through the city gate smoothly and then began their long journey once more. The next rest area was in Roa, the territory under the jurisdiction of Boreas Grarit. Once they reached Roa, they would have to sell the horse. Because Roa and the Lunae Kingdom were separated by the Red Dragon's upper jaw, they would need to cross the mountain on foot, but those were matters to consider after reaching Roa. For now, they just needed to relax and travel. A few days later, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi successfully arrived in Roa at dusk. During the journey, they passed through many villages. One night, when they were preparing to rest near a village, something unexpected happened. A villager actually took the initiative to invite them to rest at his home. However, for the two who were used to sleeping outdoors, this invitation made them feel a bit surprised. After all, they were complete strangers to this villager, and such unprovoked hospitality made one instinctively wary. As the saying goes, excessive courtesy masks hidden motives. Despite this, they politely declined the villagers' kindness. After all, they preferred to trust their instincts rather than easily trust a stranger. Continuing forward, they finally arrived at Roa, the town near Yars. The scene here was completely different from the previous villages, full of vitality. At the massive city gate, carriages came and went. As soon as they entered the city, they could see rows of outdoor vendors with a dazzling array of goods that left one overwhelmed. Not far away were the stables and inns. Following the usual practice of going to the stables first upon entering a city, Dan Feng went straight to the stables and asked if anyone wanted to buy their horse. The merchant took one look at the horse and decided without hesitation to take it. Dan Feng was a bit surprised because he had bought this horse in the city in the Red Dragon mountain range for one large silver coin, and now, the merchant actually took the horse for the same price. This meant that not only had he spent no money, but he had also traveled by horse for free. This result was completely beyond Dan Feng and Luo Xi's expectations. They were to rest here briefly before continuing their journey to cross the mountains and reach the Lunae kingdom. First, they needed to find a suitable inn as a base to properly store their belongings. So, the two began searching back and forth along the bustling commercial street. On both sides of the street, the dazzling array of shops was overwhelming, and various shouts and cries rose and fell. Along the way, Dan Feng and Luo Xi were drawn to the outdoor vendors by the roadside. These small stalls sold all kinds of food, emitting tempting aromas. There were always some hungry adventurers who would go and buy their food. Compared to Yars, the prices in Roa were significantly cheaper, which made Luo Xi overjoyed. She unhesitatingly bought many delicacies, indulging in this rare treat. Dan Feng also bought some food to satisfy his hunger, eating as he walked. As they walked, Dan Feng suddenly noticed something unique about this city. Roa was known as a fortress city and had a unique historical background. It was said that during the thrilling war between the human and demon races 400 years ago, Roa served as the final line of defense and played a crucial role, successfully withstanding the demon race's fierce assault. This town had witnessed that magnificent history of the human-demon war and carried countless stories. Thinking of this, Dan Feng involuntarily cast his gaze toward the massive building in the very center of the city. Although it was called the Lord's Mansion, from its appearance, it looked more like a grand castle. Once Dan Feng and Luo Xi had eaten their fill, they also successfully found an inn. Since there were many adventurers in this town, the inn rooms were always kept in ample supply. Dan Feng and Luo Xi each opened a room, preparing to have a good rest. They only needed to reach Lunae Magic University before the year 399 of the Armored Dragon calendar, as the new semester would begin then. 59. Number 59 Red Dragon Equipment. Chapter 59. Red Dragon Equipment. The next day, while Dan Feng and Luo Xi were enjoying a rare meal at a restaurant in Roa, they happened to overhear a few adventurers discussing something. Apparently, Boreas had acquired several pieces of equipment made from a red dragon. It was said that a group of adventurers had slain a lone juvenile red dragon a while ago, and the materials from its body were crafted into various pieces of equipment. Boreas then commissioned someone in the Neris Duchy to turn these items into magic tools. They were subsequently put up for sale in an equipment shop under the Boreas name. Magic tools made from red dragon materials? Luo Xi was somewhat surprised. She had witnessed the power of a red dragon with her own eyes. It was said that it was impossible for a magician to kill one without emperor-level strength. Yet here a red dragon had been turned into several pieces of equipment. Dan Feng felt that equipment from a juvenile red dragon wouldn't be that powerful. After all, the Cloud Striker in his hand could be considered a god-tier artifact. What's wrong? Do you want to go take a look? Dan Feng swallowed his food and asked Luo Xi, I really do want to see it. After all, the red dragon we encountered at Red Dragon's Jaw that day looked terrifying. Luo Xi felt a wave of lingering fear at the thought. Dan Feng had stayed behind alone to cover their retreat against that fearsome red dragon, and fortunately, he had managed to survive. If she hadn't left then, she might have distracted Dan Feng, and as a water advanced level magician, she lacked the power to pierce a red dragon's defenses. Alright, I want to see them too. No sooner said than done. Dan Feng and Luo Xi finished their meal and stepped out of the restaurant. Although they didn't know the exact location, all the adventurers on the road were heading in the same direction, so that was likely where the red dragon equipment was being sold. Thus, Dan Feng and Luo Xi followed the crowd until they arrived in front of a shop. There was only one vendor on the wide street because the entire road had been temporarily occupied by the Boreas family. Since it was their territory, taking over a street was a simple matter. Furthermore, almost only adventurers would come to see this kind of red dragon equipment. Ordinary people found such equipment useless, and aside from traveling merchants, almost no one else could afford it. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi blended into the crowd. They also wanted to see if anyone would actually buy it. The shop assistant then looked around, seeing the area packed with all sorts of adventurers. Some were whispering about what kind of equipment it might be, while others watched him with expectant faces. The shop assistant took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and shouted, "I'm sure you've all heard that our Lord commissioned several pieces of Red Dragon equipment, haven't you?" He stood at the shop entrance, his voice echoing through the street. The adventurers all turned their eyes toward him, and the originally noisy street gradually fell silent. Then, the shop assistant turned his gaze inside, where other staff members were carefully bringing out pieces of crimson equipment. These pieces of equipment shimmered faintly in the sunlight, as if they were still exuding the aura of a red dragon. Observing the equipment closely, one could see that most of it was designed for warriors. This included light armor, heavy armor, shields, and combat boots, each looking incredibly sturdy and heavy. The shop assistant picked up a piece of red dragon light armor and tapped it lightly with his finger, producing a crisp clanging sound as if demonstrating its quality and durability to the crowd. Materials from a red dragon are exceptionally hard, so armor crafted from them is naturally indestructible, the shop assistant continued, his tone full of confidence, causing people to hold even higher expectations for the red dragon equipment. Not only that, but the shop assistant also specifically emphasized the red dragon's resistance to fire magic. He explained, "The red dragon's resistance to fire magic is remarkably high, you could almost say it's immune to it." This meant that when a swordsman wore such armor, they would be able to close the distance on powerful magicians more easily. For a magician specializing in fire magic, a swordsman wearing this equipment would be a truly troublesome opponent. Once a swordsman successfully closed in on a magician, no matter what level the magician was, they could easily be cut down. This was a widely accepted theory and one of the reasons why Red Dragon equipment was so highly anticipated. How can you be sure this equipment is that tough? Why not let the people here test it? Someone in the crowd shouted, looking to stir up trouble. The shop assistant nodded, agreeing to the request. The Lord had already given such instructions, having anticipated that people would doubt the effectiveness of the equipment. A live test was the wisest choice. Moreover, these items were already magic tools, and their effect was increased durability. Very well, who would like to come up and test them? The shop assistant asked the many adventurers. Several people immediately volunteered and stepped forward to the Red Dragon equipment. First, they used their own weapons to test the hardness of the Red Dragon equipment. Since most of the adventurers were swordsmen, their weapons were naturally longswords. They hacked away at the Red Dragon equipment, but it remained completely unscathed. The adventurers then stepped back in silence. Seeing this, the shop assistant continued to look for other adventurers to come up and test. Dan Feng, do you want to go up and try? Luoxi Shi asked Dan Feng. Dan Feng nodded. He was also a bit curious about the Red Dragon equipment. Since he had used imaginary energy to crush the Red Dragon that day, he hadn't really felt its hardness. Cloud Striker could easily slice through it. He wondered how tough this Red Dragon equipment actually was. As the latest round of adventurers returned to the crowd, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi slowly stepped forward. The shop assistant looked at the petite Luoxi Shi and didn't seem to pay her much mind, simply waving his hand to signal that they could begin their demonstration. Luoxi Shi took a deep breath and then chanted softly, "Small sparks shall burn away great blessings, open black lens bracket flame ray close black lens bracket." Before her voice had even faded, a blazing arrow of fire erupted from her hand and surged toward the Red Dragon equipment. However, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi had no intention of revealing their no incantation magic technique in public. They knew doing so might bring unnecessary trouble, as very few people in this world were aware of such a technique. In fact, when Bladekin first heard that Luoxi Shi and the others could perform magic with no incantation, she was absolutely stunned. She stated that in this world, besides the two of them, no one else currently knew a causal magic, at least in all her travels around the world. This was the first time she had seen it. Dan Feng had once shared the no incantation magic technique with Bladekin, but while she could achieve shortened incantations, she could never truly grasp the essence of no incantation like Luoxi Shi. Therefore, Bladekin suggested that after going to Lenoa Magic University, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi should write a thesis on the no incantation magic technique and publish it upon graduation. Once this technique was spread, magicians all over the world would go wild for it. 60. Number 60 piercing through the clouds and piercing the Crimson Dragon Shield. Chapter 60. Cloud Striker pierces the Red Dragon shield. Just as Luoxi's eyes flame ray collided with the Red Dragon heavy armor, a faint flicker of fire flashed across the armor before quickly being extinguished. This scene left everyone present in awe. The fire magic resistance of this red dragon equipment was truly as high as the clerk had claimed, as even flame ray could only burn slightly on its surface. The surrounding adventurers, witnessing this, also gained a deeper understanding of the fire magic resistance of this red dragon equipment. They whispered and discussed among themselves, full of praise for the equipment's powerful attributes. And in the crowd, one figure was particularly eye-catching. He was tall, with gray hair, red eyes, and a black peacock tattooed on his left cheek. His appearance was very bizarre. This man was Aubert Corbett, who had recently risen to the rank of Northern Emperor. Aubert stared fixedly at the red dragon equipment, especially that seemingly thin but exceptionally hard red dragon light armor, a hard-to-conceal longing flashing in his eyes. He said softly, "This light armor suits me very well." Although his voice was not loud, it was exceptionally clear amidst the noisy surroundings. Hearing his words, the surrounding adventurers turned to look at him, one of them laughing and saying, "Every piece of equipment here suits us, but the price is definitely not something we can afford." Since they couldn't afford it, why did the clerk display it? It was because they relied on these adventurers to promote the efficacy of the red dragon equipment, so those who could afford it would surely come to buy. Aubert ignored their talk and kept his eyes fixed on the few people in front who were doing their utmost. Luoxi stopped after using magic a few times. She had confirmed that this equipment could indeed grant immunity to fire magic. She turned her gaze to Dan Feng, who was still feeling the texture of the red dragon equipment. Then, two other adventurers stepped down after seeing that their swords could not break the defense of the boots and light armor. Aubert walked up after seeing this. He wanted to personally test the hardness of this light armor. If he felt it was truly good, then he would buy the light armor. You ask where he got the money? He's the Northern Emperor, the world's #1 of the North God-style eccentric faction, and the person who taught him swordsmanship was the legendary adventurer Bei Shen too. With such strength, how could he be short of money? It was just that the public had not yet spread the word that he was the Northern Emperor, so his fame wasn't very great yet. Previously, a merchant had sought him out to serve as a guard to the Becalite continent, paying with a whole chest of gold coins. Dan Feng, why haven't you started yet? Luoxi looked at Dan Feng with a puzzled gaze. Dan Feng did not answer immediately. His gaze slowly moved to the clerk standing nearby, and then he asked, "If this equipment is broken by me, do I need to pay compensation?" The clerk hurried to shake his head and replied, "The Lord said that anyone who has the ability to break this equipment should go ahead and do so. No compensation is required." Hearing the clerk's words, Dan Feng felt a bit more at ease. He then summoned the Cloud Striker without hesitation. With a gentle wave of his hand, everyone was astonished to see a long spear suddenly appear in Dan Feng's hand. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded, and they couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Does he have some kind of storage magic tool?" Without a doubt, he must, otherwise, how could that long spear appear so suddenly? The adventurers below also began to discuss heatedly. After all, storage magic tools were extremely rare in this world, usually only obtained by nobles with great luck. However, Dan Feng seemed completely indifferent to the surrounding discussions. His attention was entirely focused on the red dragon shield before him. With a slight shake of his arm, the Cloud Striker in his hand lunged like a dragon, thrusting forward fiercely. This thrust was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. The spear tip pierced through the red dragon shield in an instant. The entire process was exceptionally swift and did not produce the slightest loud sound, as if the spear had not pierced a hard shield but rather soft flesh, quiet and noiseless. The surrounding noise vanished instantly, and the adventurers all looked at Dan Feng with shocked eyes. Dan Feng said nothing, simply withdrawing the Cloud Striker, and in the middle of that red dragon shield, a gap pierced by the long spear had appeared. Aubert was also shocked to see Dan Feng pierce the red dragon equipment. He then drew his own sword and struck the red dragon light armor with all his strength. Clang! Aubert's sword only managed to scrape a tiny white mark on the dragon scales, showing the hardness of the equipment. His bizarre face now wore an expression of disbelief. He then quickly walked to the shield in front of Dan Feng and tried it with his own blade, but still could only hack out some white marks. "How did you do it?" Aubert turned to look at the expressionless Dan Feng. "By stabbing," Dan Feng replied briefly. Hearing this, Aubert also tried stabbing with his own blade, but it was still the same. How can this be? Seeing that he could not damage the red dragon equipment no matter what, Aubert also began to doubt himself. "Can you try again?" Aubert looked at Dan Feng once more. Dan Feng remained expressionless, but his hand was already prepared to take out the Cloud Striker. The clerk was also shocked because the red dragon shield had been pierced. Seeing that Aubert wanted Dan Feng to demonstrate again, he quickly spoke up to stop him. Wait. Wait, don't. Aubert looked at the clerk with a face full of confusion and then said, I'll buy one in a moment. Anyway, this shield already needs to be reforged, so what's the harm in letting him try again? But the clerk simply didn't believe that Aubert had the strength to buy a piece of red dragon equipment, as he had never seen someone like Aubert in this area. Because there were many adventurers in Roa, some famous ones would be remembered by them, while he felt that an unknown adventurer like Aubert definitely couldn't afford it and was just bragging. So he quickly took the shield back and said bluntly, how could an unknown adventurer like you possibly afford it? Aubert also lost his temper. Although he was a person who knew how to adapt to circumstances, being looked down upon as a northern emperor was very infuriating. So he started arguing with the clerk. As for getting physical, it was completely unnecessary because this was Boreas Greyrat's territory, and he had come here this time at the invitation of Darius to go to Yars. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi exchanged glances and quickly left the place. Because of the peacock tattooed on Aubert's face, Luoxi Shi felt that this person did not seem like a good person. But Dan Feng saw that the battle aura on this man was quite majestic, even more so than his own current battle aura. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61 Progress bar at 40%. Chapter 61. Progress bar at 40%. After Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi left, Aubert successfully persuaded the shop assistant and subsequently purchased that piece of red dragon light armor. Before he left, those adventurers and the shop assistant couldn't believe that this strange man before their eyes actually managed to buy one. Meanwhile, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi returned to their residence. Since it was a period of rest and reorganization, they naturally needed to keep their energy levels high. After Dan Feng returned to his room, he decisively began his dragon transformation and continued practicing the cloud chant technique. Dan Feng practiced like this, and the cloud chant technique was skillfully utilized by him. Now, Dan Feng controlled the water flow to turn into a small azure dragon, making it circle around him. The cloud chant technique is almost fully cultivated. I just need to practice more later. Now I can go find Dan Feng to properly learn spearmanship, Dan Feng thought to himself. He then immediately opened the template and clicked on Learning Insights. While Dan Feng had already entered the Learning Insights space, Luoxi Shi stayed in her room, feeling a bit lost for a moment, not knowing what she should do. She paced in the room, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings, finally resting on the paper and pen on the table. Perhaps I can write down my understanding of the no incantation magic technique, Luoxi Shi muttered to herself. Then she slowly stood up, walked to the table, set out the paper and pen, and began to grind the ink. She took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and recalled the key points about a causal magic that Dan Feng had told her before. Feel the flow of the magic power trajectory within the body during an incantation, and then use magic power to follow that path once, Luoxi Shi whispered softly, her pen rustling against the paper. As she wrote, she carefully considered every step in detail. Although a causal magic does not require chanting spells, it demands extremely high control and guidance of magic power. Luoxi Shi simulated the trajectory of magic power flowing through her body and her mind, describing this sensation in words as accurately as possible. After writing for a while, Luoxi Shi stopped her pen and reviewed what she had written. She felt it wasn't perfect yet and needed to include the specific feelings when using no incantation. So, she closed her eyes and once again recalled that wonderful feeling when she cast a causal magic. It was an experience of being closely connected with magic power, letting the magic power move through the circuits within the body. The magic power gathered and released within her body according to her will. This feeling brought an immense sense of peace. Luoxi Shi opened her eyes and quickly recorded this sensation on the paper. Her brushstrokes were fluid and natural, and her elegant handwriting revealed her profound understanding of a causal magic. When she finished the last character, she looked at her results with satisfaction. These notes on the no incantation magic technique were not only her summary of this skill but also a testament to her learning. Use your full strength during the collapse phase. That's not how you thrust. Dragon Venerable Imbibitor Lunae said to Dan Feng expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Dan Feng immediately adjusted his posture, gripping the long spear tightly with both hands, concentrating all his body's strength onto the spear shaft. Immediately after, Dan Feng exerted force suddenly, using the spear shaft as an axis, and the spear tip thrust forward as quickly as a lightning bolt. This strike carried endless majesty. It was precisely the collapse form in spearmanship. Following Dan Feng's movement, a massive azure dragon of flowing water roared out, charging toward Dragon Venerable Dan Feng along with his long spear. That azure dragon charged forward with magnificent momentum, as if it wanted to tear the Dragon Venerable Dan Feng before it into pieces. However, facing such a sharp offensive, Dragon Venerable Dan Feng appeared exceptionally calm. He simply tilted his body slightly, easily avoiding the azure dragon's frontal impact. Immediately following that, the long spear in Dragon Venerable Dan Feng's hand flashed like a bolt of lightning, striking the azure dragon with unerring accuracy. In an instant, the azure dragon let out a mournful cry and then exploded with a bang, turning into countless raindrops that scattered throughout the space. It seems you have mastered the essence of spearmanship, but the forms of spearmanship still need more practice, especially your offensive spearmanship, Dragon Venerable Dan Feng said slowly, looking at Dan Feng. I understand. Again, Dan Feng's eyes were brighter than sunlight, those teal-green pupils staring intently at Dragon Venerable Dan Feng. During the learning process, he observed every movement of Dragon Venerable Dan Feng with total concentration, wanting to engrave these movements into his mind. However, Dragon Venerable Dan Feng shook his head gently, his voice calm. You must now prepare to receive a portion of the power. Dan Feng couldn't help but be stunned upon hearing this. Although he was expressionless, his tone already reflected his confusion. Huh? What do you mean? Dragon Venerable Dan Feng did not answer immediately but remained silent for a moment before saying slowly, since you have already utilized this power, the consequences within it can only be borne by yourself. However, you need not be overly worried because you will never become me. He paused and then continued. Take this power and go find your true self. Let it become a power that belongs to you. Before Dragon Venerable Dan Feng's voice had even faded, the system suddenly popped up. Open black lens bracket progress bar at 40% close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of moon drinking. Incomplete close black lens bracket. At this moment, you possess even greater power. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng looked at Dan Feng, a faint, imperceptible light flashing in his eyes. As Dan Feng felt the power surging within his body, subtle changes began to occur. The originally illusory dragon horns became clearer and clearer, and behind him, an illusory dragon tail actually grew out, swaying gently. The flowing water in this space seemed to come alive, all of it rushing toward Dan Feng. At this moment, he only felt that powerful force within his body constantly washing over him, restlessly surging inside. But after feeling the dragon tail, he immediately controlled the power within his body and retracted it, for no other reason than it was too conspicuous. When you have gathered all of my power, you will transform from a human into a Vidyadhara. I know. Dan Feng looked at Dragon Venerable Dan Feng, his eyes filled with unprecedented excitement. At this moment, he felt his power was inexhaustible, though there were still defects. It seemed he had only gathered the half of the power that belonged to Dan Heng. Although I was created by this so-called system of yours, I possess all of Dan Feng's memories, and I also know that by using this power, you will be tainted by karma. All consequences, I shall bear them, Dan Feng said solemnly. Afterward, Dan Feng began his spearmanship practice again. Along the way, Dragon Venerable Dan Feng kept saying things that left him puzzled. However, the spearmanship training was going quite well. He felt that in a few more years, he could reach the level of Dragon Venerable Dan Feng. P.S. The so-called karma is not the karma from Honkai Star Rail, but the karma of this world. Also, asking for good reviews and power, it's coming soon. 62. Number 62 Avalanche Crisis. Chapter 62. Avalanche Crisis. The next day, after Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi finished packing everything, they headed north from Roa with their luggage. It was worth mentioning that after mastering the second fragment of the power of moon drinking, he could now perform the cloud chant technique in human form. The two of them were going to cross the snowy mountains to reach the Lunae kingdom directly. This was unavoidable. If they didn't cross the snowy mountains, they would have to head toward the holy land of the sword, which would waste a lot of time. Thus, crossing the mountains was the only logical solution. Roa was quite deserted in the morning. Not many outdoor street vendors had come out to set up their stalls yet. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi walked all the way to the north gate and successfully left the city. As soon as he left the city, Dan Feng noticed a carriage driver outside the gate. He led Luoxi Shi over to the driver to ask where he was headed. Excuse me, are you going to the Lunae kingdom? Dan Feng asked the driver expressionlessly. Seeing a potential customer, the driver quickly replied, no, the Lunae kingdom is a bit too far from here. Hearing this, Dan Feng pointed toward the distant, faintly visible snowy mountains and continued, then can you take us to the foot of the snowy mountains? The driver looked in the direction of Dan Feng's finger and immediately understood what he meant. He nodded slightly, indicating that it wouldn't be a problem at all. Dan Feng turned to Luoxi Shi and asked, "Do you have any objection to taking a carriage to the foot of the mountain?" Luoxi Shi smiled, shook her head gently, and said softly, "It's fine, I'll follow your lead. Getting to the base of the Red Dragon's Jaw Mountains will take an entire day, so the fare will be quite expensive," the driver said to Dan Feng. Dan Feng thought to himself, this price is almost as much as the cost of a horse. However, he didn't care too much. After all, he currently had quite a lot of wealth on him. Dan Feng pulled out a large silver coin from his robe, it was from selling the horse, and handed it to the driver. The driver took the silver coin, glanced at it, and nodded with satisfaction. A short while later, the driver had prepared the necessary items and drove the horse to pull the carriage slowly forward. The wheels rolled, making a creaking sound. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi sat inside the carriage, facing each other. Although the space inside the carriage wasn't large, the arrangement was decent, and the relatively soft cushions made it quite comfortable, since it would take a day to reach the foot of the snowy mountains. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi decided to rest and build up their strength inside the carriage. After all, they would have to cross the mountains on foot later, which was a task that would consume a lot of physical energy. Because he didn't have to control the horse himself, Dan Feng had a very relaxing day. In the evening, after Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi finished eating, they prepared to get off the carriage for a walk. By the time they came out, the driver had already fallen asleep leaning against the wooden wall of the carriage. After focusing on controlling the carriage for a whole day, it was normal to be exhausted. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi wandered around the area casually. The woods at night were quite desolate, with only the intermittent chirping of insects echoing through the air. Since they were already quite close to the snowy mountains, the temperature at night was somewhat cold, so both of them had put on thicker clothes. After walking for a while, they felt the surroundings were a bit boring, so they decided to do something more meaningful. First, they summoned a spirit of light to illuminate the darkness of the area. Then, the two of them put some distance between each other. "Luoxi Shi, use Ice Spear Blizzard on me," Dan Feng said to Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi did not hold back at all. Raising her magic wand, she cast Ice Spear Blizzard. Instantly, countless ice cones hurtled toward Dan Feng. Dan Feng held Cloud Striker and swung the spear, blocking all of those ice cones. They were training to help Luoxi Shi better resist threats from melee combat. After blocking all the ice cones, Dan Feng didn't pause for a second. Lifting his spear, he dashed toward Luoxi's ice position. Luoxi Shi, of course, wouldn't just sit and wait. Although it was training, she was fully focused. Seeing Dan Feng constantly closing in on her, Luoxi Shi calmly released Two Jaw, attempting to stop Dan Feng's progress. Every time the Two Jaw was about to wrap around Dan Feng's feet, it was naturally broken by Cloud Striker. Seeing this, Luoxi Shi ran toward the left. Before running, she also gifted Dan Feng a combined magic spell. It was the Magic Open Black Lens Bracket Mist Close Black Lens Bracket, created by combining water magic and fire magic. It was a magic spell used to disrupt the enemy's vision. However, Dan Feng could also use magic. Seeing this, he immediately used wind magic to blow away the mist, and then instantly flashed in front of Luoxi Shi. Just as Cloud Striker was about to be held against Luoxi's eye's neck, Luoxi Shi used wind magic to pull herself away from Dan Feng's position. Since it was training, Dan Feng did not use his full strength against Luoxi Shi. Otherwise, he would have already thrown Cloud Striker. Not bad. Using wind magic to repel both yourself and the enemy to create distance, a very smart decision. Dan Feng praised upon seeing this, though his facial expression remained the same as always. Rock Cannonball, Luoxi Shi condensed a sharp earthen spike in front of her, which then quickly charged at Dan Feng. Dan Feng dodged the strike with a slight sidestep, but Luoxi Shi had already quickly approached him. She was surrounded by countless ice spears. As she neared Dan Feng, those ice spears seemed to find their target and instantly attacked him. Cloud Chant Water. Dan Feng used the Cloud Chant technique, and those ice spears were frozen in place by him. How can this be? Luoxi Shi looked at the scene before her in shock, realizing she could no longer control the ice spears she had created with her own mana. Then Dan Feng placed his hand on her head. "Alright, you lost. I know," Luoxi Shi said softly. She hadn't expected to win in the first place. "By the way, how did you control my Ice Spear Blizzard?" Luoxi's aqua blue eyes were full of confusion. The principle is actually similar to water control art. Dan Feng couldn't easily explain his Cloud Chant technique, but it was indeed similar to water control art, just at a higher level. Can water control art really do that? Luoxi didn't understand at all, but she didn't think about it further. Then the two of them walked back toward the carriage. Back in the carriage, the two of them each took a side and began to rest. Tomorrow morning, they would arrive at the Red Dragon's Jaw snowy mountains. The next day, Dan Feng and Luoxi successfully arrived at the foot of the snowy mountains. The driver left after delivering them. He planned to rush back to Roa to rest for a day and then continue picking up passengers. Seeing this, Dan Feng said simply, "Let's go." Then, Dan Feng and Luoxi set foot on the path leading into the snowy mountains. The snowy mountains towered into the clouds, and the snow at the base was deep. Red dragons might also appear in the red dragon's upper jaw, but the probability of that happening was relatively small. After all, red dragons usually preferred to be active near Dragoncry Mountain, and since this area was close to the Lunae kingdom, the sight of a red dragon was indeed quite rare. However, compared to the red dragon's jaw, the climate here was slightly warmer. Although there were fewer howling gales, the snow underfoot was much thicker than at the red dragon's jaw, making walking quite difficult. Dan Feng led Luoxi, walking forward one footprint at a time. In this way, Dan Feng and Luoxi kept walking without stopping as time quietly slipped away. When the sun hung high in the middle of the sky, it was already noon. They decided to stop for a short rest and eat something to replenish their strength. Dan Feng took out some jerky from this other world from his backpack. This jerky was an important food source for them during their journey. It had to be said that the jerky in this other world was incredibly delicious. Not only was it rich in mana, but it could also help one quickly recover spent physical strength. Dan Feng and Luoxi sat on cushions created by earth magic, with a rack also made by earth magic placed between them. They placed the jerky on the rack and heated it with fire magic. Before long, the jerky emitted an enticing aroma. Luoxi sat quietly to one side, warming herself by the fire. Her small face was flushed red by the cold wind, which made her look even more cute and moving. "Eat, the jerky is heated up," Dan Feng said to Luoxi, then picked up a piece and handed it to her. "Thank you. Sorry for the trouble," Luoxi responded politely. Then the two of them quickly finished the jerky, drank some hot water, and continued on their way to the Lunae kingdom. They estimated it would take another 2 days to reach the Lunae kingdom. After all, crossing the snowy mountains on foot was quite difficult, so it would take that much time. Footprints appeared one by one on the snowy mountain as Dan Feng and Luoxi kept walking. The higher they went, the heavier the wind and snow became, and the colder it got. Later on, Luoxi had to use fire magic to keep her body warm. "Are you okay?" Dan Feng turned to look at Luoxi, who was walking silently behind him, a look of concern flashing in his eyes. "I can keep going." Luoxi shook her head, her eyes full of determination. She was a stubborn person who liked to push herself. "Let's take a rest anyway. It'll be dark in a little while," Dan Feng said, then pulled Luoxi to sit on a platform made of earth magic. They couldn't sit on the snow, of course. If their clothes got wet, it would be very cold. Luoxi sat on the earth magic platform and exhaled a breath of hot air, then said slowly, "It should be even colder at night, that's for sure, but as long as we use fire magic, it shouldn't be a big problem," Dan Feng said confidently. As he spoke, he quickly cast fire magic, and a powerful surge of mana gushed out like a surging wave. The fire instantly blazed up, dispelling the surrounding cold. The fire grew more and more intense, but there was no ripple of emotion on Dan Feng's face. He calmly observed the changes in the flames to ensure they wouldn't go out of control. After a while, Luoxi's voice broke the silence. "How about we go a bit further? I feel much better now." Dan Feng turned to look at her, and seeing that her complexion was indeed better than before, he nodded in agreement. So Dan Feng stood up, patted the snow off his body, and then signaled for Luoxi to follow him. Luoxi stood up without hesitation, and the two walked forward side by side. However, when they walked to the foot of a mountain, the surrounding snow suddenly began to vibrate. At first, the vibration was very weak, like the earth was lightly sighing, but as time passed, the vibration became more and more intense. To Dan Feng and Luoxi, it felt as if the entire world was shaking. Dan Feng and Luoxi stopped and looked around with confusion, not understanding what this sudden vibration was about. Just then, Dan Feng suddenly looked up and saw a massive amount of snow pouring down from the mountain peak. Avalanche, the thought flashed through Dan Feng's mind. His usually calm face rarely showed a hint of panic. However, he quickly regained his composure and realized that now was not the time to hesitate. They had to escape this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Dan Feng tightly gripped Luoxi Zai's hand and turned to run without hesitation, his speed as fast as lightning. Luoxi Shi was pulled by him and also ran desperately, her heart filled with fear. She had only read about avalanches in books, they were very dangerous. As she ran, she couldn't help but look back. She saw the avalanche quickly pouncing toward them, burying everything in its path under a thick layer of snow. While running, Dan Feng scanned the surroundings, quickly searching for anything that could withstand the avalanche. However, to his disappointment, the scene before him didn't offer a shred of hope. It seemed nothing could block the surging wave of snow. Facing such a desperate situation, various response plans quickly flashed through Dan Feng's mind, but in the end, he had to accept a cruel fact: there was no better choice. So, he decided to take the most direct method, which was to transform into a dragon and carry Luoxi Shi to fly directly over the avalanche. Just as Dan Feng was about to act, Luoxi Shi suddenly pointed to a protrusion not far ahead, panting as she shouted excitedly, "Dan Feng, from this angle, that looks like a cave." Hearing this, Dan Feng looked in the direction Luoxi Shi pointed and indeed found the protrusion. From the angle, it really did look like a cave. This discovery lifted Dan Feng's spirits. He picked up Luoxi Shi without hesitation and ran like an arrow from a bow, charging straight toward the protrusion. His speed was incredibly fast, even faster than when he was chasing Bladekin. Finally, Dan Feng successfully reached the protrusion while carrying Luoxi Shi. When they leapt down, they were pleasantly surprised to find that it really was a cave below. Dan Feng didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately ran into the cave behind them with Luoxi Shi in his arms. At the very instant Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi rushed into the cave, the avalanche roared past over their heads. The avalanche also successfully buried the cave entrance. Phew, safe. Luoxi Shi breathed a long sigh of relief and then collapsed onto the ground, without any regard for her image. She was just a magician, after all, with limited physical strength. That burst of running just now had exhausted her completely. Seeing this, Dan Feng took out a scroll and summoned a spirit of light. As soon as the spirit of light appeared, it illuminated the dark surroundings. By the light of the spirit of light, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi finally saw the full extent of the cave. The surrounding rock walls were a deep blue, appearing hard and smooth. Water was still slowly dripping from the rocks overhead, making a pitter-patter sound. 63. Number 63 Snow Demon Cave. Chapter 63, Snow Demon Cave. The avalanche is still going on outside, so we can only stay in this cave for now, Dan Feng said to Luoxi Shi, feeling the tremors from outside. How unlucky, to actually run into an avalanche, Luoxi Shi said gloomily. Fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. There's nothing we can do about it, Dan Feng said calmly, then looked around. Quote, we might as well take advantage of the avalanche to explore this cave a bit. With that, Dan Feng began to observe their surroundings carefully. This cave is huge, Luoxi Shi exclaimed, aided by the light radiating from the spirit of light. It is quite large, Dan Feng agreed. Even the space they were currently in was the size of 4 hotel rooms, and there was a path not far away. A breeze blew from that path from time to time, and it was unclear where it led. Let's look ahead and stay alert. Saying this, Dan Feng brought out the Cloud Striker, preparing himself for any danger. After all, caves were almost always inhabited by creatures. Hearing Dan Feng's words, Luoxi Shi also gripped her magic wand tightly and focused her mind. Dan Feng then let the spirit of light illuminate the path ahead, and the two of them followed behind it. Although the passage was spacious, it became even wider as they went further, and the wind gradually grew stronger. The wind is getting stronger, which means there's an exit at the end, Dan Feng analyzed as he walked, then quickened his pace with Luoxi Shi. Soon, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi arrived at another spacious area. The spirit of light floated out, its soft glow illuminating the originally pitch-black space. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi followed closely behind the spirit of light, stepping out of the darkness in an instant. However, as they fully entered the illuminated area, they immediately discovered a group of humanoid monsters hidden there. These monsters were clearly very wary of Dan Feng and Luoxi Zai's appearance, letting out a series of low, deafening roars. Immediately after, the monsters quickly stood up and charged straight at Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. Dan Feng's heart tightened. He had some knowledge of the monsters in the snowy mountains, and he immediately recognized these humanoid monsters as snow demons. The snow demon had a massive build and immense strength, its entire body covered in thick, snow-white fur. Not only did it possess extremely high defense, but its attack power was also not to be underestimated. Snow demons were best at hiding their tracks in the snow and then delivering a fatal blow when their prey was off guard. They were difficult A-rank monsters to deal with. It's snow demons, be careful, Dan Feng quickly warned Luoxi Shi, while simultaneously raising the Cloud Striker in his hand and charging without hesitation toward the snow demons rushing at them. He had even killed an S-rank red dragon. How could he possibly fear these mere A-rank snow demons? He used water magic to release a stream of water, then used the cloud chant technique to coat the tip of his spear. This greatly increased the sharpness of the Cloud Striker, though even without the coating, its sharpness could easily pierce dragon scales. At the very moment Dan Feng was about to make contact with a snow demon, his body suddenly moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Dan Feng's figure appeared behind the first snow demon, his long spear having easily pierced through its body. This was because Dan Feng had instantly used a single dream, the technique he had used previously in the labyrinth. The snow demon pierced by the long spear didn't even have time to let out a scream before it fell straight to the ground with a dull thud. This sudden turn of events left the other snow demons stunned. They clearly hadn't expected Dan Feng to break through their line of defense so easily. Meanwhile, Luoxi Shi was continuously casting Flame Ray. She knew that the effectiveness of water magic against snow demons would be greatly reduced, as they naturally possessed a certain resistance to cold. Therefore, she decisively chose to use fire magic to attack them. However, to her surprise, although the flame ray successfully hit the group of snow demons, they didn't seem to take much damage. They only let out pained screeches before continuing to lunge fearlessly at Dan Feng. Facing the frenzied snow demons, Dan Feng's face remained expressionless as the Ji Yun long spear in his hand danced incessantly. With his movements, the water at the tip of the spear began to slowly coalesce, gradually forming a lifelike azure dragon. Under Dan Feng's control, this azure dragon appeared magnificent and powerful. As the azure dragon fully condensed, Dan Feng's figure suddenly vanished from the spot once more. Following that, a series of swishing sounds could be heard, as if countless streams of water were darting through the air at high speed. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of those snow demons were split into many pieces, as if they had been sliced by an incredibly sharp blade. The last snow demon stared with wide, terrified eyes, blankly watching the scene unfolding before it. It was an A-rank monster, belonging to the group with the highest intelligence among monsters. But at this moment, it was paralyzed with fear. The tragic death of its kin struck fear into its heart, and its body trembled uncontrollably. Just as it was about to turn and flee, a powerful stream of water roared like an azure dragon and swept toward it, carrying staggering force as it charged straight ahead. This stream of water was incredibly fast, closing in on the snow demon in an instant. Boom! A loud crash echoed. The cloud striker within the water stream struck the snow demon's body with immense force, pinning it firmly against the stone wall. The snow demon's body was fixed tightly to the wall, unable to move, and could only let out pained wails. However, it wasn't over yet. The cloud striker didn't stop upon hitting the target. The water surrounding it continued to exert powerful force, repeatedly battering the snow demon's body, each impact bringing a surge of intense pain. The snow demon's vitality gradually faded under the violent battering until it finally lost all signs of life. When the snow demon's body stopped moving, the cloud striker seemed to have fulfilled its mission, turning into countless tiny particles and slowly dissipating into the air. After dealing with the last snow demon, Dan Feng slowly turned around and looked toward Luoxi Shi nearby. A faint expression appeared on his face, seemingly telling Luoxi Shi that everything was fine and all the monsters had been dealt with. Luoxi Shi looked at Dan Feng, a hint of amazement flashing in her aqua-blue eyes. She slowly walked toward Dan Feng, praising him as she went. Dan Feng, you're really too strong. You finished off all these A-rank monsters in such a short time. Hearing this, Dan Feng said softly, if I couldn't even quickly deal with these slow-moving monsters, I would truly be unworthy of this spear of mine. They then approached the corpses of the snow demons. There was nothing particularly valuable on them. The only useful part was their thick fur, which could be used for warmth. Everything else was worthless. Thus, killing snow demons was a thankless task, and not many people were willing to take on such subjugation commissions. 64. Number 64 Kingdom of Lunae. Chapter 64, Lunae Kingdom. Let's keep moving forward and take a look. Dan Feng controlled the spirit of light, making it drift further ahead. Afterwards, he and Luo Kixi continued walking towards the source of the wind. When they finally reached the windy spot, they discovered only a fist-sized hole letting wind in. There was no exit. So there's no exit? What a wasted trip. Dan Feng remarked calmly upon seeing this, feeling he had wasted his energy dealing with those snow demons. Let's go. We'll head back the way we came. With that, Dan Feng and Luo Kixi began their return journey. By the time they returned to the original cave entrance, the shaking sensation had long since vanished, meaning the avalanche had stopped. Dan Feng, the shaking has stopped. We can get out, Luo Kixi exclaimed happily, feeling the absence of tremors. After all, they had nearly lost their lives to the avalanche not long ago. I know, Dan Feng said, then raised his right hand. Open black lens bracket gust thrust close black lens bracket. A violent surge of wind magic instantly gathered in Dan Feng's right hand. This wind magic rapidly condensed in his palm, forming an invisible whirlwind. With a light shout from Dan Feng, the whirlwind shot straight towards the piled snow blocking the cave entrance. A dull impact sound echoed as the whirlwind violently struck the snow, instantly tearing open a gap. Without hesitation, Dan Feng seized this opportunity, quickly grabbed Luo Kixi's hand, and they both dashed out together. The moment they stepped out of the cave, the entrance seemed to come alive, sealing itself tightly with snow again as if it had never been opened. Looking around, Luo Kixi suddenly felt a wave of bewilderment. Compared to before, the snow on the path was now much deeper, as if the entire world was blanketed in white. This meant they had to be extremely careful while walking. One misstep could plunge them into a deep, bottomless snow pit, with unimaginable consequences. Dan Feng said to Luo Kixi, "Don't worry. As long as you stay close to me, there won't be any problems." After speaking, he pulled out a map from his robe and studied it carefully, seemingly searching for their onward direction. After determining their route, Dan Feng took the first step, with Luo Kixi following closely behind. They trudged forward with difficulty through the thick snow. However, the mountain night was exceptionally cold. Dan Feng and Luo Kixi couldn't stay outdoors for long. They had no choice but to find a relatively safe place to spend the night. In the end, they used earth magic, open black lens bracket earth fortress close black lens bracket, to construct Patrick Starr's house. Though crude and cramped, this earth fortress at least provided them with some shelter and warmth. Dan Feng and Luo Kixi huddled tightly inside the earth fortress, leaning against each other to withstand the night's bitter cold. Fortunately, Dan Feng used powerful fire magic to clear the snow from the floor of the earth fortress. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known how cold the night would be. Dan Feng and Luo Kixi sat on the ground, leaning against the earth fortress wall, and slept like that. Over the next 2 days, apart from encountering a few snow wolf monsters, they didn't face any further dangers. Dan Feng and Luo Kixi successfully arrived at the Lunae kingdom. It was also snowing in the Lunae kingdom, but the temperature was much warmer than on the snowy mountain. Dan Feng and Luo Kixi entered the first city they came to in the Lunae kingdom. Their immediate priority was to get some proper rest. In a few days, they planned to go to the Magic University in the Magic City Sharia to enroll. Having just entered the city, Dan Feng and Luo Kixi immediately headed to this city's Adventurers Guild to exchange their currency for Lunaean money. Prices in the Lunae kingdom were cheaper than in the Milis Holy Nation, which effectively doubled the amount of gold coins Dan Feng and the others had. After exchanging their currency, the two found a restaurant to eat, replenishing the nutrients they had missed during days of eating only dried meat. After their meal, the two found an inn and checked in. Inns in the Lunae kingdom seemed to be equipped with fireplaces. After all, this country was covered in snow for 1/3 of the year, making fireplaces an indispensable feature. At this moment, Dan Feng and Luo Kixi were each in their own rented rooms. Dan Feng was in his learning and comprehension space, practicing spearmanship with Dragon Venerable Dan Feng. He wielded his long spear with intense focus, each thrust and slash precise and powerful, yet every single strike was effortlessly blocked by Dragon Venerable Dan Feng. Meanwhile, Luo Kixi remained engrossed in writing about a causal magic. However, after several hours, she suddenly found her train of thought blocked by what she was writing. A question arose in her mind. Does the no incantation magic technique truly require innate talent? This question plunged her into deep thought, making it difficult for her to continue writing for a while. After pondering fruitlessly, Luo Kixi decided to put down her pen. She put on her shoes and walked to Dan Feng's door next door. By this time, Dan Feng had already concluded his practice session in the learning and comprehension space. He was now lying leisurely on his bed, reading a book while organizing his thoughts on spearmanship. Just then, a soft knocking sound came, breaking the room's tranquility. Dan Feng, are you resting? Luo Kixi's gentle inquiry came from outside the door. Lying in bed, Dan Feng suddenly heard a soft knocking at the door. He sat up, somewhat puzzled, wondering who it could be at this late hour. Hearing the voice from outside, he instantly understood, it was Luo Kixi. Dan Feng got out of bed and walked quickly to the door. He gently opened the door to find Luo Kixi standing outside, her face showing a hint of shyness and apology. It's about the thesis on no incantation. I've already started preparing it, Luo Kixi said softly, looking down. Seeing her somewhat embarrassed expression, Dan Feng understood the situation. He said, no incantation? I see. Come in. Luo Kixi looked up, gave Dan Feng a grateful glance and entered the room. Dan Feng closed the door and the two sat opposite each other at the table. I've always been a bit confused about the no incantation magic technique, but after researching it recently, I think I've found a way to solve it, Luo Kixi said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Dan Feng nodded. He knew Luo Kixi was very intelligent and always full of dedication to her studies. However, there's one problem that's been troubling me for several hours. I just can't find the answer, Luo Kixi said, frowning with some distress. Dan Feng looked at her and said, it's okay. Tell me, and we can discuss it together. Luo Kixi hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage and said, I think the no incantation magic technique might require a certain level of innate talent. Someone without talent might never learn it in their lifetime. After hearing this, Dan Feng said calmly, your thinking is correct. The no incantation magic technique does indeed have certain requirements regarding talent. However, having talent doesn't mean one can learn it immediately. One still needs to rely on their own hard work. Hearing Dan Feng's words, Luo Kixi nodded thoughtfully. The answer was just as Dan Feng said. While the no incantation magic technique requires talent, acquired effort is equally indispensable. No incantation isn't about memorizing incantation words. It's about remembering the flow of mana within your own body when casting magic. Then, without relying on incantations, you can activate the magic through your own mastery. 65. Number 65 Magic City Sharia Chapter 65, Magic City Sharia. A few days after Dan Feng and Luo Kixi arrived in the Lunae Kingdom, they successfully reached the Magic City Sharia. The Magic City Sharia is located at the junction of the three great magic nations, the Lunae Kingdom, the Naris Duchy, and the Basharant Duchy, and it belongs to the Lunae Kingdom. The three magic nations are in an alliance, with the Lunae Kingdom as the leader. Thus, the Magic City Sharia serves as a vital hub for exchange between the three countries and is one of the most important cities. Due to this triple alliance, the Lunae Kingdom's status as the world's fourth largest power is firmly established. Dan Feng and Luo Kixi entered Sharia through the south gate, so what met their eyes were numerous open-air vendors and inns lining both sides of the street. The urban design of Sharia was modeled after Malixian. In the center of town stands the Magic Guild built with modern magic-resistant brick. To the east is the student district centered around Lunae Magic University. To the west is the workshop district centered around magic tool workshops. To the north is the commercial district centered around the Merchant Guild. And the south side where Dan Feng and the others currently are is the inn district used to receive foreign travelers and adventurers. I can't believe there are so many people setting up stalls in such cold weather, Luo Kixi remarked as she walked down the street, taking in the bustling scene. It's all for a living, after all. If they don't earn money, they might not even have food to eat, Dan Feng said flatly. He had long since seen clearly in this world that not many people would offer charity to someone on the verge of starvation. Yes, that's true. Luo Kixi agreed with Dan Feng's view. After all, the situation on the Demon Continent was even more severe than what Dan Feng described. Do you want to look around here for a bit, or should we head straight to Lunae Magic University? Dan Feng asked for Luo Kixi's opinion. He didn't mind either way, as there was no immediate rush to register. Sure, I want to go to that shop over there that looks like a dessert shop, Luo Kixi pointed excitedly at a shop nearby, where various cakes and sweets were displayed on tables, making one's mouth water. Dan Feng looked in the direction she was pointing and nodded, and then the two of them walked toward the dessert shop together. As soon as they entered the shop, Luo Kixi was captivated by the various delicious desserts. She stood before the table, carefully selecting the flavors she liked. In the end, she ordered 2 different desserts. One was a boca pie, and the other was a honey-glazed apple pie, thinking to herself that one would be for Dan Feng and one for herself. However, when the shop owner brought the desserts out, Luo Kixi suddenly suffered a bout of indecision. She looked at the 2 exquisite desserts, her aqua-blue eyes fixed on them, filled with a look of conflict. Which one should I choose? They both look so good, Luo Kixi murmured to herself, looking back and forth between the boca pie and the honey-glazed apple pie, seemingly unable to make a decision. Watching Luo Kixi like this, Dan Feng couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. So, Dan Feng gently pushed both desserts toward Luo Kixi and said, "You eat them." We're going to have a meal later anyway. Luoxi Shi looked at Dan Feng with some surprise, seemingly not expecting him to say that. She hesitated for a moment and then asked cautiously, "Are you really not eating? Then I'm really going to eat them, okay?" Dan Feng nodded in agreement. Immediately after, Luoxi Shi picked up a spoon without hesitation and began devouring the desserts in large mouthfuls, as if they were the most delicious things in the world. Luoxi Shi herself couldn't help but wonder why she had such a soft spot for desserts. Could it be because of the Miglid tribe genes? However, she had never seen her parents or fellow tribespeople eat sweets, so she couldn't verify it. The thought flashed through her mind but was quickly drowned out by the deliciousness of the sweets. Before long, those two exquisite desserts were completely finished by Luoxi Shi like a whirlwind, sweeping through clouds. She licked her lips contentedly, an enchanted expression on her face, as if she were still savoring the lingering sweetness in her mouth. That was so delicious," Luoxi Shi exclaimed with satisfaction, then gently rested her chin on her hands and squinted her eyes, as if trying to keep that wonderful taste in her mouth forever. Once Luoxi Shi snapped back from the world of desserts, Dan Feng said, "Now that you're done eating, let's head out. We'll have a simple lunch first, and then we can go register at Lunae Magic University." With that, Dan Feng stood up, straightened his clothes slightly, and then left the dessert shop with Luoxi Shi. Afterward, they came to a restaurant that was exceptionally popular. There were many people eating inside this restaurant. The reason Dan Feng chose this restaurant was that he felt places with many people usually meant the food tasted good. After eating a bit of food, they left the small shop. Although the taste was passable, it was still a notch below the egg fried rice he cooked himself. The restaurant's location was already near the commercial district to the north. Dan Feng had a sudden thought and turned to ask Luoxi Shi if she wanted to get to know what kind of shops were there first, so they wouldn't have to struggle to find them later. Luoxi Shi agreed to this. She had always been quite interested in things like magic circles and wanted to study them once she started school, so it was a good time to see if there were any shops specifically selling materials for magic circles. Thus, the two of them hit it off and walked toward the northern commercial district together. The deeper they went into the commercial district, the more people there were. The level of excitement here even surpassed that of the Inn district in the south. The streets were lined with various stalls. Some displayed rolls of scrolls, while others showcased various magic tools and magic attachment items. Compared to the Inn district, this area was clearly more business-oriented. When Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi reached a weapon shop, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. "This magic stone is so big." Luoxi Shi looked at a large green magic stone hanging on the wall, sounding shocked. "The price certainly won't be cheap," Dan Feng remarked calmly. "To be honest, it's about time I replaced this magic wand. After I enroll, I'll have to occasionally run to the surrounding dungeons to look for magic stones," Luoxi Shi said, a flash of determination in her eyes. Magic stones are mostly found only within dungeons, and it depends on luck. A magic stone might not even be there, and even if there is one, its size might only be as large as a fingernail. If you need help, you can call me, of course. If it's dangerous, I'll call you. After all, we're still an adventurer squad, Luoxi Shi said to Dan Feng. The adventurer squad they had formed previously still existed. They hadn't gone to the Adventurers Guild to disband it. 66. Number 66 Lunae Magic University. Chapter 66, Lunae Magic University. That's Lunae Magic University ahead, Dan Feng said to Luoxi Shi, who was looking around, as he walked across the sky bridge leading to Lunae Magic University. "Wow, this place is really magnificent. You can see that huge expanse of forest below," Luoxi Shi exclaimed, looking outside in shock. Not only could they see the forest outside, but they could also view the entire panorama of Magic City Sharia from here. The commercial district, hotel district, and workshop district were all clearly visible from this vantage point, giving the feeling of looking down on a city from a mountaintop. And the first thing they saw was definitely Sharia's most iconic magician guild. "Don't worry about all that for now, let's focus on getting registered first." "I understand." Luoxi Shi nodded obediently, then followed Dan Feng toward the main gate. The main gate was covered in vines, giving it a sense of age. Dan Feng looked at the deserted gate, his heart filled with doubt. The gate doesn't have any guards? Aren't they afraid of unknown people entering? Dan Feng wondered, but he stepped inside nonetheless. Luoxi Shi followed closely behind, entering Lunae Magic University. Upon entering the campus, the first thing that came into view was a fountain, standing quietly ahead, continuously spraying water from its center. Behind the fountain was a cluster of buildings designed in a European medieval architectural style. These structures were grand and magnificent, conveying a sense of solemnity. These buildings were constructed using new-style magic-resistant brick. Their appearance was unique, and the pointed structures on the roofs were particularly eye-catching, though their purpose was unclear. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi strolled along the paths of Lunae Magic University. The surroundings were unusually quiet, with hardly any people in sight. It seems there aren't many people here. We need to find the principal's office, Luoxi Shi said helplessly, looking at the empty road. No choice but to check every building, Dan Feng replied, then led Luoxi Shi toward the nearest large building. As soon as they entered the building, they were met with an atmosphere strongly reminiscent of Hogwarts. The style was incredibly similar. Although the building looked like a tall structure from the outside, it seemed to only have one floor inside. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi walked slowly down the corridor, carefully checking the nameplates on each door as they went. Figwin's laboratory? Luoxi Shi softly read the sign on one of the doors, then reached out to try and open it. As expected, the door was tightly locked and couldn't be opened at all. This is someone else's laboratory. Of course, it won't open, Dan Feng said flatly, seemingly unsurprised by the situation. He continued walking forward. Seeing this, Luoxi Shi stopped lingering at the door and quickly followed Dan Feng's steps. Dan Feng looked around as he walked, hoping to see someone they could ask for the principal's exact location, saving them the trouble of searching room by room. As they walked, a sound of arguing suddenly reached their ears. I'm telling you, this is how I'm going to write it. This is my research result, and you, just an assistant, have no right to tell me what to do, a voice that sounded like a young man roared, filled with anger. Immediately afterward, with a swoosh, a room door was violently pulled open, and a figure rushed out. The man who came out saw Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi carrying luggage and spoke impolitely. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in the laboratory. What are you doing here? We were recommended to enroll here. May I ask where the principal of Lunae Magic University is? Dan Feng inquired expressionlessly, though his tone was polite. Hearing Dan Feng's polite words, the man calmed down. He realized he had been rude to strangers because he was still fuming from the argument. The principal is in the innermost room of the building across the way. Stop wandering around the experiment building, the man told Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi, his tone much better than before. Having finished speaking, the man walked past Dan Feng and headed outside. Let's go. We know where the principal is now, so let's go register first, Dan Feng said, looking at Luoxi Shi, then led her away from the area. Leaving the experiment building, Dan Feng followed the man's directions and walked straight into the building across the way. He then headed toward the innermost room. Upon reaching the end, he saw the words, Principal's Office. Immediately, Dan Feng politely knocked on the door. A voice immediately responded from inside, come in. Dan Feng pushed the door open and entered with Luoxi Shi. Can I help you two students? The principal appeared to be a man over 70 years old. He adjusted his glasses and looked at Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. Hello, Principal. These are our letters of recommendation. Dan Feng handed both his and Luoxi Xi's letters of recommendation to the principal of Lunae Magic University. The principal accepted them with a look of confusion, then opened the first one and began reading. Bladekin? How long has it been since I last saw her? The principal muttered to himself, then shifted his gaze to Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. So you were recommended by her. That settles it. In a moment, you'll just take a few special student tests with me, and then you can officially enroll, the principal told them. Oh, right, the letter mentioned her disciple. Which one of you is it? The principal suddenly recalled the content of the recommendation letter, turned to the two standing before him, and asked. Hearing this, Luoxi Migrudia stepped forward without hesitation, stood before him, took a deep breath, straightened up, and solemnly bowed to the principal, saying, Pleased to meet you, Principal. I am Luoxi Migrudia, the disciple of teacher Bladekin. The principal looked at the short girl in front of him, smiled, and nodded, then asked, Luoxi Migrudia, are you of the Miglid tribe? Luoxi Shi nodded again and replied, Yes, Principal, I am of the Miglid tribe. The principal thoughtfully stroked his beard, then slowly said, I've heard about you from Bladekin. She mentioned that you cannot use the ability telepathy. Luoxi's eyes brightened slightly. She clearly hadn't expected her teacher to mention her to someone else, especially concerning her congenital defect. However, she did not feel discouraged or inferior because of this. Instead, a joyful smile appeared on her face as she said, It is my honor to be mentioned by teacher Bladekin. The principal looked at Luoxi's undisguised happy expression and burst into laughter, saying, Haha, truly Bladekin's disciple. Your way with words is quite similar to hers. P.S. It was suppressed and held. Hurry up and come to the new 110-539-81786. 67. Number 67 Entrance Examination, Part 1. Chapter 67. Entrance Exam, Part 1. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi followed the principal into a massive building. This is our school's magic training ground. Don't worry about getting injured, as the floor is inscribed with saint rank healing magic circles. Even a severed limb can be reattached instantly, the principal said, walking with a hunched back. Dan Feng observed his surroundings as he walked, his heart filled with awe. Rumors said that saint rank healing magic could reattach limbs immediately after they were severed, restoring them as if they had never been injured. Of course, it was rumored that king rank healing magic, which was even more powerful than saint rank, could even achieve the miracle of regenerating severed limbs, a feat impossible in his previous life. Before long, the principal suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi also stopped in their tracks. Next, I will conduct the entrance exam for special students to see if you meet the standards, the principal said softly, looking at the two with a smile and eyes full of affection. Dan Feng's heart stirred, curious about the principal's strength, so he asked, "May I ask what rank of magician you are?" The principal smiled slightly and said slowly, "I am an Earth King rank magician. I will be in charge of this test. But don't worry, there is absolutely no danger to your lives during the process." Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi exchanged a glance. Seeing this, the principal turned his gaze to them and asked gently, "So, who will take the test first?" Dan Feng was about to go first to gather intel on the principal for Luoxi Shi, but she beat him to it. "I'll go first." Luoxi Shi held her magic wand and stepped in front of the principal. Seeing this, Dan Feng didn't say anything. After all, it was just a test. The principal surely wouldn't be shameless enough to use king rank magic, right? As expected of Bladikin's disciple. "I look forward to your performance," the principal said, his words full of praise and admiration for Luoxi Shi. "Very well. Remember the rules. Magic must not be aimed at the opponent's head, and stop once a point is made," the principal told the two, then slowly backed away from Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi also gripped her magic wand and walked a distance away. Once a significant distance was established between them, the entrance exam began. The principal did not use a magic wand. Instead, he raised his hand and began to chant. Luoxi Shi, on the other hand, raised her magic wand and used her strongest move, Ice Spear Blizzard. Instantly, the magic stone at the tip of the magic wand began to flicker with a brilliant blue light, as if activated by Luoxi's eyes mana. Around Luoxi Shi, the air seemed to freeze instantly, and countless ice cones emitting cold mist emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. These ice cones were crystal clear, numbering about 20, and looked extremely sharp. The moment they fully condensed, Luoxi Shi willed them forward, and the ice cones flew toward the principal like arrows released from a bowstring. The ice cones were as fast as lightning, closing in on the principal in the blink of an eye. The speed was likely because Luoxi Shi had increased the mana input while casting the magic, modifying the base speed of the ice cones. Every single ice cone carried a fierce momentum. Facing this sudden attack of ice cones, a look of shock couldn't help but appear on the principal's face. However, he did not panic at all. He simply raised his wrinkled hand slowly. The moment the principal raised his hand, a powerful surge of earth element energy suddenly rose around him. These earth elements gathered rapidly, forming a solid earth fortress in the blink of an eye, wrapping the principal tightly within. The ice cones slammed into the earth fortress like a torrential rain, producing crisp clashing sounds. Each impact kicked up a large amount of dust, which filled the air to form a gray haze of smoke. As the dust gradually settled, the principal was standing in place completely unharmed. Although the earth fortress was riddled with holes from the ice cone attacks, it still stood firmly. The principal looked at Luoxi Shi in shock, as if he were seeing something that defied the heavens, and murmured, "You didn't chant you used no incantation water magic, huh?" Both Dan Feng and I know the no incantation magic technique. Didn't teacher Cand write that in the recommendation letter? Luoxi Shi looked at the principal's exaggerated expression with confusion. Under normal circumstances, one should list all the strengths of the two individuals in a recommendation letter, but Bladikin had not done so. Her true intention was to let the principal of Lenoa Magic University experience the wonders of the no incantation magic technique for himself, so that Luoxi Shi and the other could rightfully ask him for things later. Bladikin did not mention this in the letter. The principal shook his head in confusion as he recalled the contents of the letter. "Ah, is that so?" Luoxi Shi was equally surprised. Since she and Dan Feng received the recommendation letter, neither had opened it, so this was the first time they were hearing about its specific contents. If this technique could be mastered by magicians worldwide, then magicians would no longer need to fear swordsmen. Could it be that Bladikin has already learned this no incantation magic technique? The principal asked Luo Xi suspiciously. Luo Xi quickly waved her hands and explained, teacher can only achieve simplified chanting. She is still some distance away from complete no incantation. Our theory is that mastering the no incantation magic technique likely requires extremely exceptional talent. I see, so it depends on talent? The principal murmured to himself thoughtfully, as if considering something important. Then, as if he had finally reached a conclusion, vitality returned to the principal's aged face. Come, let's finish your entrance exam first. Afterward, Luo Xi and the principal resumed their magical duel. However, Luo Xi was using the no incantation magic technique, so her casting speed was definitely faster than the principal's. This resulted in the principal's casting wind-up being longer than Luo Xi's eyes. Without using magic above the saint rank, the principal stood no chance at all. Congratulations, student Luo Xi, on becoming a special student of this school. Next is Dan Feng. The principal turned his gaze toward Dan Feng. He had just heard from Luo Xi that this person also knew no incantation, making him a genius as well. Dan Feng, looking at your build, you don't seem like a magician, do you? You look like a warrior, the principal inquired while staring at Dan Feng's physique. Yes, I am indeed a warrior, though I also know a bit of basic magic, Dan Feng replied expressionlessly, his eyes filled with unprecedented calm. 68. Number 68 Entrance Examination, Part 2. Chapter 68. Entrance Test, Part 2. I see. In that case, I'll find a swordsman to test you, the principal said, looking at Dan Feng before walking slowly toward the door. Although Lunae Magic University was a place for studying magic and magic circles, there were also students who specialized in training their swordsmanship. Therefore, the principal had specifically invited sword sanctums from 2 different styles to teach those students who studied the sword. Since the school provided meals for the teachers as long as they stayed on campus, most teachers would stay in the faculty dormitory if they had nowhere else to go. Moreover, with the new semester starting in just a few days, the teachers who had gone home to enjoy their vacation had all returned. Dan Feng, this principal gives off a very comfortable feeling. He's a dedicated and responsible principal, Luo Xi said beside Dan Feng, her attention then drawn to the saint rank healing magic circle beneath her feet. He is indeed a good principal, much better than those who drop gold bars from their pockets. Every 2 steps, Dan Feng agreed with Luo Xi's eyes view. Based on his observation of this principal, the man must truly love the students in his school. After all, Dan Feng and Luo Xi had wandered around Lunae Magic University and thoroughly felt the atmosphere of extravagance. Every building was constructed from the latest magic-resistant bricks, and there was even a saint-rank healing magic circle here. No matter how you looked at it, these things were incredibly precious, right? Taking advantage of this time, Dan Feng took Cloud Striker out from the system space. Meanwhile, Luo Xi was examining the structure of the saint rank healing magic circle beneath her feet. Dan Feng noticed Luo Xi's eyes' curiosity regarding the magic circle and spoke up. What do you want to know about this magic circle? Hearing Dan Feng's inquiry, Luo Xi didn't turn around but replied, I want to see the script structure within it. Dan Feng glanced at the structure and contract script of the saint rank healing magic circle beneath his feet and said calmly, you haven't studied contract script yet, so you won't be able to understand it for now. Wait until the semester starts and you've learned the basics of magic circles before looking at it. Dan Feng's theoretical knowledge of magic circles had been gained from that incredibly detailed book written by Bladekin herself. There was no doubt that Bladekin deserved her title of Countess. After all, someone so talented that they could master both magic and magic circles to such an extent was a true genius. Every book she wrote was very easy to understand, a point that Dan Feng greatly admired. Is that so? Alright then. But Dan Feng, how do you know so much? Luo Xi's aqua blue eyes gazed intently at Dan Feng. Dan Feng felt Luo Xi's eyes gaze and said slowly, I learned all of this from the books written by Bladekin. What? Teacher actually knows magic circles too. Luo Xi's voice revealed a hint of surprise. Her mouth slightly agape as if she found this very unexpected. Dan Feng nodded. That is indeed the case. Why didn't you let me read them with you back then? Luo Xi's tone carried a bit of a complaint. She felt she had missed an important learning opportunity. Dan Feng explained helplessly, weren't you always busy nagging Bladekin for updates? There was simply no time. Hearing Dan Feng's explanation, a flash of embarrassment crossed Luo Xi's face as she realized her behavior at the time was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Afterward, both fell into a brief silence. However, this silence did not last long. Before long, the principal walked back in, accompanied by a tall man holding a longsword. The principal introduced him to Dan Feng with a smile. Dan Feng, this is Mr. Heji. He is a saint-rank swordsman of the sword god style. Dan Feng offered a greeting and then carefully sized up this sword sanctum. He was dressed in brown clothes, looking much like what those adventurer swordsmen wore. In his hand, he held a longsword with a red crystal embedded in its hilt. The blade shimmered with a cold light that sent a chill down one's spine. Although the shape of this sword looked more like a katana in this world, katanas and swords were collectively referred to as swords. He nodded to Dan Feng with a smile, indicating he was already aware of his identity. Shortly after, Dan Feng's entrance test began. Mr. He, please use your full strength. It is a sign of respect to me. Dan Feng looked at He in the distance with an expressionless face, his tone flat. This He looked at Dan Feng in confusion, then turned his gaze toward the principal to ask for his opinion. The principal merely nodded slightly upon hearing this. Since Dan Feng had requested it himself, it should be granted. After receiving the principal's permission, He prepared to use his full strength to deal with Dan Feng. He believed that as long as he used the light katana right from the start, he could instantly defeat Dan Feng. On the other side, Dan Feng watched the battle aura emanating from Heji's body and then silently activated the cloud chant technique. This was because the sword god style was universally recognized as the style with the fastest speed and strongest attack. The cloud chant technique was now fully mastered by Dan Feng. Through precise control of the flow of water molecules in the air, he could keenly perceive the subtle changes in the surrounding atmosphere. Even the slightest rustle or movement could not escape the detection of the cloud chant technique. At that moment, the principal's voice rang out. Then, let Dan Feng's entrance test begin. Before the words had even faded, Heji's figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Dan Feng. His body emitted a powerful battle aura that covered the sword in his hand, making his speed faster and faster, as if he intended to crush Dan Feng in an instant. Open black lens bracket light katana close black lens bracket. With a roar from Heji, the first strike instantly closed the distance between him and Dan Feng. However, this was only the beginning. The second strike followed immediately at an even faster speed than the first. Its speed was so great that an ordinary person without a foresight eye would likely be unable to see the speed of this light katana at all. In other words, in the blink of an eye, Heji had swung his sword twice in succession. An average person would likely have already fallen under this fierce offensive. Yet, just as Heji's sword was about to touch Dan Feng suddenly moved. He raised the Cloud Striker in his hand with a posture that seemed casual but was actually full of profound intent. With a crisp clang, the sword god style secret technique open black lens bracket light katana close black lens bracket was actually blocked by Dan Feng with ease. What? Heji was shocked. He hadn't expected the secret technique of the sword god style to be blocked so easily. Then, Dan Feng's gaze sharpened. He swung the Cloud Striker with his right hand, instantly thrusting toward Heji's right hand, intending to injure it so he could no longer hold his sword. But Heji reacted quickly as well. He hurriedly moved his sword to block in front of his right hand, taking the blow head-on with his blade. However, something unexpected happened. The Cloud Striker instantly pierced through Heji's sword. The powerful impact immediately knocked Heji back several meters, and a large hole, pierced by the Cloud Striker, was left in the blade of Heji's sword. 69. Number 69 Become a special student. Chapter 69. Becoming a special student. To actually be able to react to the open black lens bracket light katana close black lens bracket, the principal, hunched over, watched the battle between Dan Feng and Heji, his eyes filled with wonder. Simply being able to react to the open black lens bracket light katana close black lens bracket was enough to ensure Dan Feng passed the test. After all, that was not something a normal person could block. Watching this scene, Roxy felt a surge of excitement in her heart. The resolute expression on Dan Feng's face when he blocked that strike caused her heart to skip a beat involuntarily. Dan Feng is really amazing, Roxy marveled silently. The moment Heji was repelled, Dan Feng didn't hesitate to charge forward, pressing his advantage. He gripped the end of the spear tightly with his right hand, then exerted sudden force, channeling all his strength into this single strike. Cloud Striker pierced toward Heji's stomach like a bolt of lightning, with thunderous speed. Seeing this, Heji hurriedly moved to defend. However, his reaction was a beat too slow, because the essence of the sword god style is that the best defense is a good offense. Cloud chant water control. Dan Feng coldly uttered those 4 words, his voice carrying a chilling edge. In an instant, water gathered on Cloud Striker like a surging torrent. Following the spear tip, the water struck Heji like a violent storm. With a loud boom, the powerful stream of water instantly slammed into Heji's body. Heji was launched back like a cannonball, crashing violently into the incredibly hard magic-resistant brick behind him. The impact was like a demonic pearl striking a spirit bead. Heji's body, covered in battle aura, actually smashed a human-shaped crater into the magic-resistant brick. Immediately after, Heji's body fell straight down from the wall. With a thud, he hit the ground hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, Dan Feng hadn't used lethal mana, and Heji had managed to concentrate his battle aura on the surface of his body at the critical moment, barely withstanding Dan Feng's devastating blow. Even so, Heji suffered heavy injuries. A huge hole had been pierced through the sword in his hand, looking as if it might break at any moment. His own physical strength had also been completely exhausted by that open black lens bracket light katana close black lens bracket move just now. At this moment, he lay limp on the ground as if all the strength had been drained from his body, unable to move even a finger. So, he simply lay there on the spot to rest for a while. Just then, a burst of crisp applause suddenly rang out. It was the principal. With a smile on his face, he unreservedly clapped for Dan Feng. Following him, Roxy also began to clap. Wonderful, the principal couldn't hide his excitement as he praised loudly. Combining no incantation water magic with a spear is truly ingenious. You are simply a genius. The reason the principal was so excited was that the miraculous effect of combining water magic with other weapons was something no one had tried since ancient times. After all, using this technique required the skill of a causal magic, which predecessors seemingly lacked, and today, he had actually witnessed this scene with his own eyes. How could he not feel shocked and delighted? The principal overpraises me, Dan Feng said. Though his face showed little expression, his tone sounded very humble. Before his voice had even faded, the cloud striker in his hand instantly transformed into countless cyan particles, slowly drifting away like mist until it vanished without a trace. The principal didn't show much surprise at this sight. As the principal of Lunae Magic University, he naturally knew much about various magic tools. After all, right next to the Lunae Kingdom was an allied nation specializing in researching and manufacturing magic tools. He had long since seen many magic tools capable of storing items. Just then, Heji, who had been lying quietly on the ground, moved slightly and then slowly propped himself up to stand. In fact, he had been conscious the whole time, but because of the abdominal injury, any slight exertion caused unbearable pain. So he had remained lying there, waiting for the Saint Rank healing magic circle to heal his wounds. Dan Feng, you are very strong. Heji stood up, his gaze falling on Dan Feng as he praised unreservedly. Based on your current strength, you are already comparable to a sword king. Facing Heji's praise, Dan Feng didn't show the slightest pride. He responded flatly, you are also very strong. It was purely luck that I could break your open black lens bracket light katana close black lens bracket. Haha, is that so? Hearing this, Heji laughed heartily. Then how about we schedule another match some other day? His laughter echoed in the air, revealing his bold and familiar personality. No problem. Afterward, Heji took his leave, saying he had a dinner date with someone he liked. Since the test was over, the principal naturally didn't keep him. Since the entrance tests for the 2 special students are complete, you are now part of our Lunae Magic University. The principal smiled, a kind light shining in his eyes. Looking at Roxy and Dan Feng before him, the principal marveled inwardly. The aptitude of these 2 children is truly extraordinary. With their talent and potential, they will surely become great figures in the future. Thinking of this, the principal's smile grew even more radiant. He seemed to already see Lunae Magic University becoming famous once again because of a certain student. The reputation of Lunae Magic University came from its excellent teaching quality and living conditions, which drew many children of the nobility to travel long distances to study here. The new semester is about to begin. At that time, you can enter the school as first-year special students. The principal continued. Quote, for now, you can move into the student dormitories. I will arrange for someone to take you there. Having said that, the principal stood up and signaled for Dan Feng and Roxy to follow him out of the magic training ground. The 3 of them walked through the campus paths and arrived in front of a spacious and bright classroom. The principal pushed open the door, entered the classroom, and spoke a few words with the person inside. The person in the classroom seemed to take the principal's words very seriously. She nodded solemnly, then walked up to Dan Feng and Roxy and said, follow me. Dan Feng and Roxy exchanged a glance and then followed her out of the classroom. Along the way, this teacher introduced them to the school's situation, including the locations of various teaching buildings, the opening hours, and so on. Finally, they arrived at the base of the girls' dormitory. It was still the same magic-resistant brick and a similar architectural style. Lunae Magic University had several dormitory buildings, but the distance between the boys' and girls' dormitories was quite significant. So, the teacher took Roxy to choose her dormitory first. Because every special student was entitled to a single room, Dan Feng felt very comfortable with this. He didn't like being disturbed. The thought of potentially having a moronic noble roommate made him shake his head. 70. Hash 70. Is their relationship heating up? Chapter 70. Warming feelings? That evening, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi moved into the student dormitory of Lenoa Magic University. Since the students of Lenoa Magic University had not yet returned to school, the entire student dormitory felt very empty. Dan Feng was the only person in the massive dormitory building. However, he wasn't afraid of staying in a place alone at all. In fact, he quite liked this quiet and peaceful environment. After all, for someone like him who preferred tranquility, such an environment couldn't be more suitable. As for Luoxi Shi, being an adventurer who had traveled alone for a long time, she naturally didn't feel the slightest bit of fear about staying in a building by herself. The rooms for special students were located on the top floor. Each room was for single occupancy and came fully equipped with all necessary facilities. Upon entering the room, the first thing that caught the eye was a basic single bed located in the center. Though simple, it was comfortable enough. Next to the door, a set of table and chairs was placed for the daily use of the special students. In the wall to the left of the bed was a small fireplace, which could bring warmth to the room on cold days. At the foot of the bed, a chest was placed for storing clothes. On the other side of the room, right next to the door, was an independent toilet. However, there were no modern facilities like faucets here. If one wanted to solve the water problem, they had to rely on Dan Feng's own water magic. Once Dan Feng had finished organizing all his belongings, he could finally take a short rest. He slowly sat on the stool, took a book from his backpack, and began to flip through it leisurely. Actually, reading wasn't his hobby, but rather a habit used to increase his progress. Currently, his progress had been stuck at 40%, with very little increase afterward. Dan Feng guessed that he still needed to hunt monsters frantically to grow faster. After all, he remembered Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae was a military general. Meanwhile, after Luoxi Shi finished organizing her things, she ran into the bathroom. This world didn't have bathtubs or shower facilities. For ordinary people, bathing was usually done with a bucket. However, magicians naturally had a different way. She stood in the center of the bathroom and began to mobilize the mana within her body. Then, a stream of clear water appeared out of thin air, pouring down like a waterfall and accurately drenching her body. The continuous flow of water washed over Luoxi Zai's body, taking away all the dirt and fatigue. Before long, her skin became smooth as jade, like a fragrant and soft blueberry cupcake. When bathing, she would undo the 2 aqua blue braids on her head, as it made washing her hair easier. After finishing her bath, Luoxi Shi wrapped herself in a soft towel and slowly walked out of the bathroom. Her wet, aqua blue long hair fell over her shoulders, though that cowlick still stood tall on top of her head. Next, she sat on the stool and cast a weak fire magic and a strong wind magic, allowing the 2 types of magic to merge. The warmth of the flames and the blowing of the wind acted together on her hair, making the wet strands dry in an instant. When she finished all this, she lay down on her own bed with a sigh of relief. Her thoughts gradually drifted away, recalling the events that had occurred today. During the entrance test with the principal, the no incantation magic technique Dan Feng taught her had shown incredible power. It was even able to suppress the principal, who hadn't used saint-level magic or above. One could see what no incantation meant to a magician, and Dan Feng had taught this miraculous technique to her without reservation. Thinking of this, Luoxi Zai's emotions reached a new height. That special feeling toward Dan Feng also gradually began to sprout. Then there was Dan Feng's resolute expression during the test, which gave Luoxi Shi an extreme sense of security. Aloof, tall, and handsome. These were the surface characteristics Luoxi Shi summarized for Dan Feng, and his inner characteristics were gentle, serious, and resolute. Luoxi Zai's face unknowingly turned red. It was unclear what she was thinking, but she felt as if her body, fresh from the bath, was now radiating heat. Woo! Early the next morning, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi agreed to go check out the Adventurers Guild in the Lenoa Kingdom. After all, most of the adventurers here had reached rank C or above, which showed the intensity of the commissions around the Lenoa Kingdom. Early in the morning, Dan Feng was already waiting for Luoxi Shi downstairs at the girls' dormitory. Having just finished getting ready, Luoxi Shi walked out of the dormitory building. As soon as she came out, she saw Dan Feng waiting in the distance. Luoxi Shi instantly became embarrassed, but she still walked quickly toward Dan Feng. Since there were no cell phones and Dan Feng had nothing else to do, he silently practiced the cloud chant technique. He felt that he could now use the cloud chant technique to conceal his figure. Sorry, Dan Feng, I'm really sorry for making you wait so long. Accompanied by a familiar voice, Luoxi Shi suddenly appeared in front of Dan Feng, her face brimming with an apologetic smile, seemingly feeling very bad about making Dan Feng wait. Seeing this, Dan Feng quickly said, "It's fine, I only arrived a short while ago myself." While speaking, Dan Feng gently handed the breakfast he was carrying to Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi took the breakfast with great joy, but when she saw clearly what was inside the craft paper bag, she was stunned. It was actually her favorite apple pie. Her eyes widened. The tempting aroma and the golden, crispy crust were all teasing her taste buds. The moment Luoxi Shi saw the apple pie, her gaze seemed to be glued to it, unable to look away. If Luoxi's eyes' favorability toward Dan Feng was 60% before, then at this moment, that number undoubtedly grew by 5%. And just how much favorability did Dan Feng have toward Luoxi Shi? That was probably something only he knew in his heart. However, it was certain that their relationship was definitely not as simple as just being good friends. As for how it would develop in the future, they would probably need some wingmen to assist before it would be possible to unlock more possibilities. Wow, thank you so much. Luoxi Shi finally came back to her senses. She happily took the apple pie and spoke with a face full of happiness. Then, she impatiently opened the packaging and began to eat heartily. Her satisfied look made anyone who saw it feel pleasant as well. Dan Feng was also bored, so he just silently watched Luoxi Shi quickly finish the apple pie bite by bite. Unknowingly, the corners of Dan Feng's mouth curled up slightly, the kind that was hard for others to notice. After Luoxi Shi finished eating, they walked toward the main gate of Lunae Magic University. They planned to take on some commissions to expand the funds they would need for school, and then buy some daily necessities on their way back. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71 School starts. Chapter 71. School starts. Before school started, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi began a period of frantically taking on commissions. The commissions in the Lunae Kingdom were truly enticing. Although they appeared extremely dangerous, they weren't safe in the slightest. However, the rewards were high, and there was a massive number of them. Additionally, Dan Feng and the others discovered something. In the Lunae Kingdom, they could actually take on S-rank commissions. You see, they had only taken on an S-rank commission back in the Xilong Kingdom, and that one had been far too simple, looking more like a C-rank commission. But the S-rank commissions in the Lunae Kingdom were extremely dangerous. For instance, subjugating snowfield iceworms or snow dragons. They were all very perilous. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi couldn't take on the snow dragon subjugation commissions for the time being because snow dragons were nowhere to be seen, yet it was strange that such commissions still existed. Regardless, there were plenty of commissions in the Lunae Kingdom, which provided a safeguard against any future lack of funds. Time flew by as they spent their days taking on commissions, and soon the opening day of Lunae Magic University arrived. Generally, there were no holidays during the term, but this condition meant nothing to special students. Special students didn't even have to attend classes, but they had to achieve passing grades on the final exams. On this day, students of Lunae Magic University flooded into the school, and the student dormitories became unusually noisy. "We have to hurry. I heard the principal of Lunae Magic University is going to give a speech in person this time," a senior student said to his classmate. Commoner students like them could only share a dormitory with others, while children of nobility received the same treatment as special students, or even better. For example, their dormitories were private rooms, and the cafeteria had 3 floors in total. The first floor was for commoner students, the second was more expensive, and the third was exclusively for noble students. This design effectively avoided conflicts between commoners and nobles. After all, putting people from these two classes in one place would inevitably lead to frequent conflicts and constant disputes. Hasn't the vice principal always given the speech in the past? Could it be that some great figure has arrived this time? Someone muttered suspiciously. The principal of Lunae Magic University was elderly and had long intended to retire, with the intention of having the vice principal succeed him. However, the vice principal wasn't actually much younger than the principal. At this moment, most students were heatedly discussing the speech. After all, this was a major event concerning the principal's prestige. The reasons for the principal giving the speech instead could only be a few. Either an honored guest had come to Lunae Magic University today, or the principal had an important announcement to make publicly. Dan Feng naturally knew that today was the first day of school and the freshman orientation. Speech in the auditorium was an unavoidable part of it, so he sat up in bed just as dawn was breaking. With a slight lift of his fingertips, a stream of clear water converged according to his will, condensing into a handful of cool spring water in his palm. This was the water magic he was best at. Splashing this coolness onto his cheeks, his sleepiness vanished instantly, and he felt completely refreshed. I need to find Luoxi Shi first. The freshman orientation speech requires special students to stand together, so I can't be late, Dan Feng whispered to himself, adjusting his collar. He then gently turned the doorknob, the wooden door making a soft sound as he slowly walked down the stairs. Exiting the dormitory was exceptionally smooth. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, Dan Feng's gaze immediately locked onto a figure under the shade of a nearby tree. It was Luoxi Shi. Her signature aqua blue hair was still braided into two plaits, which swayed gently with her light jog. The light blue ribbons at the ends of her braids fluttered along, making her look playful and cute. Dan Feng stood still for a moment, stunned. He was supposed to be the one waiting at the girls' dormitory, but now Luoxi Shi was running toward him, carefully clutching something in her hand, her steps as light as a forest deer's. This sudden initiative surprised Dan Feng. He instinctively raised a hand to rub his brow, recalling the agreement they had made yesterday. How had it ended up with her waiting for him? Instead, Dan Feng, a crisp shout drifted over with the wind. When Luoxi Shi ran up to him, a thin layer of sweat beaded on her forehead, and her cheeks were tinged with a faint blush from the run. A brilliant, unstoppable smile graced her lips, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. Seeing her panting, Dan Feng's eyes held a hint of confusion. He spoke with a touch of doubt in his voice. Why did you come all the way here to wait for me? Didn't we agree yesterday that I would find you at your dormitory? Luoxi Shi ran up to Dan Feng, stopped, and said after catching her breath, because I managed to wake up early for once, so I thought I'd come here to wait for you first. Her aqua blue eyes sparkled, looking exceptionally bright in the early morning. Looking at Luoxi Shi, a warm current surged in Dan Feng's heart. Unlike usual, this time Dan Feng truly felt the sensation of being held in someone's heart. I prepared this breakfast specifically for you. Luoxi Shi handed the breakfast to Dan Feng, her smile growing even brighter. It was a breakfast that didn't look like much, placed casually in a craft paper bag without any special packaging. However, despite its unremarkable appearance, as Dan Feng drew closer, an enticing aroma wafted into his nose. The scent came from a sandwich. Although its presentation might not have been outstanding, the aroma it gave off stimulated the appetite. Dan Feng looked at Luoxi Shi in surprise as she handed him the sandwich and couldn't help but ask, "Did you make this?" Luoxi Shi was clearly surprised by Dan Feng's question and asked back in confusion, "Eh? How did you know?" She wondered to herself. She hadn't said anything yet, so how did Dan Feng realize she had made the breakfast? The corners of Dan Feng's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a rare smile. He shook his head gently and replied, "Intuition." This answer left Luoxi Shi even more puzzled, but she didn't press him. Instead, she said hurriedly, "Stop talking and eat quickly. I've been using fire magic to keep it warm." Hearing Luoxi's eyes urging, Dan Feng nodded, picked up the sandwich, and took a large bite. The crust of the bread was slightly charred, and this just right smokiness added a unique flavor to the sandwich. Combined with the fresh vegetables and tender slices of meat inside, every bite felt incredibly satisfying. Dan Feng ate with great relish, and before long, the entire sandwich was devoured. He wiped his mouth with satisfaction and said to Luoxi Shi, "It's delicious." Although the words were simple, the praise they contained made a happy smile bloom on Luoxi Zai's face. "Really? Then I'll make it for you often," Luoxi Shi said in surprise. Getting praised for her first real attempt at cooking for someone else made her feel incredibly happy. "Really, this is as good as the sandwiches the proprietress makes." 72. Number 72 Speech and Student Representatives. Chapter 72. Speeches and Student Representatives. Lunae Magic University is funded by 3 countries and the Magic Guild, making it the largest school in this world. The area of the playground alone can accommodate 10,000 people. At Lunae Magic University, there is no such thing as racial discrimination. Even the often discriminated demon race or the hard-to-get-along-with beast race can enroll, as long as they have a bit of magical talent. Students mostly stay at the school for 7 years, and they can repeat up to 2 grades, making the maximum stay 9 years. This is why the school has so many people, added to the fact that new students enroll every year. By this time, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi had already found the area where the special students were standing, and they stood there quietly, waiting for the principal to begin his speech. The playground was now a sea of people. At a glance, one could only see a dense crowd of heads. Humans, demons, and beast races were all present, though there were no members of the sky or sea races. That would have been too far-fetched. On the podium of the Lunae Magic University playground, the principal waited quietly for everyone to arrive, then turned his gaze toward a female student nearby. Your Highness, you will be going up to give your speech shortly. The principal smiled as he looked at the princess of the Lunae kingdom. Her name was Nephilia Lunae, the princess of the Lunae kingdom. She was currently the student council president of Lunae Magic University and also the student representative. She nodded and said seriously, "Don't worry, principal. I did this last year too." Hearing her say this, the principal turned his gaze back to the students below. Soon, all the students of Lunae Magic University had arrived at the playground. Then, the principal cleared his throat. It was unclear what kind of magic tool he used, but his voice reached everyone's ears. "Everyone," the principal stood on the podium and said in a loud voice. "For many years, magicians have been looked down upon by swordsmen. Have you heard of such a thing?" He scanned the students below, but no one responded immediately. The principal didn't seem to mind and continued on his own. Indeed, the swordsmanship created by the likes of the sword god can be called supreme, but magic is also supreme as long as we can discover the methods. Magic is omnipotent. He paused, letting his words echo in the students' ears, then continued, "Of course, I don't mean to disparage swordsmanship. I only want to say that magic will never be inferior to swordsmanship. Moreover, soon you will be able to witness two people leading the world's magicians with a new magical technique, so that they will no longer fear swordsmen." The principal's words caused a stir among the students, and they began to whisper and murmur to one another. Clearly, the two people the principal mentioned had piqued their interest. The students below began to discuss it one after another. What? A new magical technique? Has the Magic Guild discovered a new technique besides incantation? My god, does the principal mean that magicians will be able to defeat swordsmen in the future? If I learn both, can I become one of the powerful? As soon as those words were spoken, the surrounding students looked at him like he was an idiot. As a fellow freshman, how can you be so stupid? Learning both magic and swordsmanship unless you're a god. You won't master either without specializing. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi glanced at each other. Luoxi Shi asked Dan Feng in confusion. Dan Feng, the principal couldn't be talking about us, could he? Probably, Dan Feng said plainly, then stared at Luoxi Shi. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Luoxi Shi tilted her head and looked at Dan Feng in confusion. Do you think you can defeat a swordsman with a technique like no incantation? Dan Feng asked Luoxi Shi. Hearing this, Luoxi Shi thought for a moment and then said slowly, "It depends on the situation. If I face a swordsman below the saint rank, I'm 100% sure I'd win. But if I face someone above the saint rank, I wouldn't even be able to react to something like the light katana released by teacher Heji. So number incantation isn't a guaranteed win against swordsmen. After all, swordsmen can condense battle aura to resist some damage. If it's from a distance, then the magician has the advantage," Dan Feng analyzed. While Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi were chatting, the principal had finished his speech. "My speech ends here. May the path of magic be with you all." After saying this, the principal walked toward the back. Next was the speech by the student council president of Lunae Magic University. "I am Nephilia Lunae, the student council president of Lunae Magic University and the princess of the Lunae kingdom." Her voice reached the students' ears, giving off a very quiet and gentle feeling. "I'm sure you all come from various races, such as humans, beast races, and demons. I believe there is no racial discrimination here. Because this is a magic university, it is a place for everyone to learn. If you see any racial discrimination, I hope you will tell the student council. The student council will resolve such matters. Finally, I wish you all a pleasant campus life and hope you all gain something here." After saying these words, Nephilia Lunae smoothed her hair and slowly walked off the stage. "Is that the princess of the Lunae kingdom? She looks so beautiful. Isn't that obvious? Are there any princesses who aren't beautiful?" Then the crowd began to leave the playground in an orderly fashion. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi decided to wait until the crowd had dispersed before leaving. They found a step and sat down. "Dan Feng, by the way, have you thought about what you want to study?" Luoxi Shi looked at Dan Feng and asked. "Me? No." Dan Feng shook his head. He wasn't sure what to learn either. His magic was already at the advanced, so if he were to learn more, it would have to be at the saint rank. As for magic circles, he had only learned some basics. He thought about going to the Lunae Magic University later to see if there were any powerful magic books he could study. What about you? Dan Feng turned his gaze to Luo Xixi. At this moment, Luo Xixi was hugging her legs, and a flash of white underneath was exposed. I'll go learn about magic circles and then study some more magic, Luo Xixi said. Dan Feng looked into the distance, where the crowds were leaving. The new classes wouldn't start until tomorrow, so the students were relatively free today. Luo Xixi, Dan Feng called out softly. Luo Xixi looked at Dan Feng in confusion. Do you want to go for a walk in the streets? It's quite relaxing right now. Eh? Sure. 73. Number 73 Forget-Me-Not. Chapter 73. Forget-Me-Not. Dan Feng and Luo Xixi, having arrived on the street, decisively chose to go to the commercial district, as it was the only area worth shopping in. The other districts were uninteresting. Areas like the workshop district and the inn district had nothing worth browsing. Then there was the Magic Guild, but they didn't need to interact with that yet. Dan Feng and Luo Xixi strolled leisurely down the snow-covered streets, observing the open-air vendors lining both sides of the road with great interest. Rather than just looking at the open-air vendors, they were observing the items being sold, as they might buy anything that caught their interest without hesitation. Walking and observing like this, before they knew it, Dan Feng and Luo Xixi arrived in front of a shop specializing in adventurer supplies. Although the shop's sign was a bit old, the goods inside were neatly arranged. Upon entering the shop, the first things that came into view were everyday necessities for adventurers, such as backpacks, sleeping bags, ropes, and so on. Furthermore, there were healing scrolls for sale in the shop. For adventurers who couldn't use magic, these scrolls were undoubtedly vital life-saving items. Dan Feng, there are so few things here, Luo Xixi exclaimed as she looked around at the relatively small amount of goods in the shop. Little girl, it's not that my shop has few things, it's that you came too late. The shop owner, who had been sitting intently reading a book, raised his head and explained with a smile upon hearing Luo Xix's words. Luo Xix's gaze was drawn to the book in the owner's hand. Because the title was all too familiar to her, it was the exact one the princess had been looking at in the bookstore before. Are there that many adventurers? It's not even noon yet, and all these things are sold out? Luo Xixi couldn't help but ask in surprise. Usually they don't sell out, but recently, it seems a new labyrinth was discovered nearby, and many adventurers have come here, so everything in my shop sold out quickly. The owner generously shared the information he knew, then continued reading. Another new labyrinth? Luo Xixi felt a little apprehensive hearing the word labyrinth. After all, when they were acting as a suicide squad on the Milis continent, she had almost died under the legs of that spider. If Dan Feng hadn't exerted himself, she would have died in that labyrinth. Thinking of this, Luo Xixi glanced at Dan Feng with grateful eyes. Dan Feng noticed Luo Xix's gaze and wondered internally, what's going on? Why is she suddenly looking at me like that? I didn't even say anything? Self-conquest is the most fatal. After gathering some more information from the owner, they left the shop. They certainly wouldn't go to that labyrinth right now. If they went, it would definitely be after more information came out, as the unknown is the most terrifying thing. Afterward, Dan Feng and Luo Xixi continued walking aimlessly down the street. During this time, Luo Xixi bought some desserts and shared them with Dan Feng. Dan Feng accepted them without hesitation. They sat down on a bench by the street and began enjoying the desserts Luo Xixi had just bought. Dan Feng ate quickly, finishing one dessert in no time. After eating, he sighed internally, as expected. Sometimes eating dessert makes the mood a little better. However, Luo Xixi was eating unusually slowly today. Dan Feng noticed this too. He wondered why Luo Xixi, who usually devoured desserts quickly, was eating so slowly today, so he blurted out, "Why are you eating so slowly today? Are you in a bad mood?" Luo Xixi stared at Dan Feng with a questioning look, as if she hadn't clearly heard what he said. "Are you in a bad mood?" Dan Feng asked again. "No, I was just thinking about what I should do in the future." Luo Xixi took small bites, meaning, what should she do next in her life? What difference would learning advanced magic make? Just then, a flower-selling girl walked past them, but upon seeing Dan Feng and Luo Xixi sitting on the bench, she suddenly turned back. "Big brother, buy a flower for this big sister. The color of this flower is the same as big sister's hair, it's very beautiful," the little flower girl said earnestly to Dan Feng. Seeing that it was a little girl, Dan Feng was very patient with children, which was related to his experiences in his previous life, so he decided to buy a flower for Luo Xixi and, incidentally, support the little flower girl's business. The flower was entirely blue, dotted with yellow and white in the center. Can this flower grow in this kind of weather? Dan Feng was a little confused. Mom grew the flowers herself, and because they are kept indoors, they won't freeze to death, the little girl explained to Dan Feng. Dan Feng carefully selected from the cluster of flowers and finally picked a brightly colored bloom. He quickly plucked the flower from the cluster and handed it to Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi looked at the flower Dan Feng handed her with some surprise. She hesitated for a moment before slowly reaching out to take it. Dan Feng then handed the money for the flower to the little girl standing nearby. The price of this flower was not expensive, requiring only 4 Lunae large copper coins. The little girl happily accepted the money, flashed a sweet smile, and said, "Hee hee, I wish big brother and big sister eternal happiness." After speaking, she bounced away. Dan Feng looked at the little girls receding back with some confusion, quietly pondering the words she had just said. He thought for a moment and concluded that the little girl probably thought he and Luoxi Shi were a couple, which was why she offered the blessing. But they weren't actually. Finally, he shook his head, gave up thinking, and stopped dwelling on the issue. However, unlike Dan Feng, Luoxi's cheeks immediately flushed crimson upon hearing the little girl's blessing. Her heart was pounding like a startled deer, making her feel flustered. Actually, ever since she mistook the lotus flower last time, she had deliberately looked up some books and picture albums about flowers. In the process, she accidentally saw an introduction about the flower currently in her hand. This flower is called forget-me-not, and its language is eternal, unchanging love, often used as a gift for lovers. It symbolizes the cherishing of feelings, never forgetting the other person's intentions and companionship, regardless of the passage of time. Dan Feng actually carefully selected the forget-me-not among so many flowers. Does this mean? Luoxi Shi cautiously glanced at Dan Feng, finding his expression normal. So she mustered her courage, preparing to ask Dan Feng if there was any hidden meaning behind giving her the flower, but Dan Feng stood up. "Let's go, Luoxi Shi. Let's go check out the weapons shop over there. You can look at styles for the magic wand you want to craft later," Dan Feng said, turning back to the blushing Luoxi Shi. "Huh? Why is your face so red?" Dan Feng was puzzled, so he approached Luoxi Shi and touched her forehead with his hand. Eh? Luoxi's cheeks were even redder now, several times redder than before. Strange, she doesn't have a fever either? Dan Feng muttered to himself. He didn't know if the concept of fever existed in this world. At least, he hadn't seen it. This was likely because people in this world all had magic power and lived daily in a magical environment, resulting in exceptionally healthy bodies. PS3 chapters today. Thank you to all the big shots for the gifts. Love you all. So please send more power. 74. Number 74 Loki's Magic Circle Attempt. Chapter 74. Luoxi's Magic Circle Attempt. Time passed quickly in an environment of study. Some time had gone by since the start of the semester, and Luoxi Shi was keeping that forget-me-not in her own room. It seemed she deeply cherished the flower Dan Feng had given her. During this period, Luoxi Shi finally got her wish and began her courses on magic circles. To her, this subject was full of mystery, filling her with anticipation for the art of magic circles. For the time being, Luoxi Shi and Dan Feng had excluded magic theory courses from their schedule. After all, as first-year freshmen, the magic they could learn would certainly only be at the elementary level. Since they had already mastered all elementary magic except for divine strike magic, attending those magic courses didn't hold much meaning for them anymore. Today, Luoxi Shi woke up early and headed to Sharia's commercial district in high spirits, preparing to buy the materials needed to study magic circles. In the magic circle supply shop, she carefully selected various items, including specialized ink for drawing magic circles and some precious magic crystals. As Luoxi Shi walked out of the shop, she suddenly felt a sharp pang of pain in her heart. The reason was simple. These magic crystals were just too expensive. A single one cost 2 Lunae silver coins. For Luoxi Shi, this was no small sum. It was enough to buy a lot of desserts. Despite the high price, Luoxi Shi gritted her teeth and bought them so she could study magic circles smoothly. Afterward, the teacher instructing her on the basics of magic circles suggested that as a freshman, she could use 2 magic crystals first, and once she became proficient, she could switch to using only mana-infused ink. Carrying these expensive materials, Luoxi Shi arrived at an open space feeling a bit gloomy. She spread out a sheet of white paper, preparing to practice drawing a magic circle. Then, Luoxi Shi crushed a magic crystal, mixed the powder into ordinary ink, and opened her class notes to begin thinking carefully. Next, Luoxi Shi picked up her pen, dipped it in the ink, and began drawing a magic circle on the paper. The one she was drawing now was an elementary water magic circle. Once completed, it would continuously produce a stream of water until the mana inside was exhausted. Good, just like this, it might actually work. Luoxi Shi wore a serious expression. Her eyes focused solely on the magic circle before her. After Luoxi's eyes' careful drawing, a magic circle consisting of a circle with geometric shapes inside was completed. Finished, now I just need to inject a little mana into it. Luoxi Shi looked at the magic circle she had drawn, then slowly placed her small, fair hand upon it. Then she mobilized the mana within her body and began channeling it into the magic circle. Shortly after, the magic circle began to glow with a faint blue light. Then, clumps of water spheres emerged from the center of the magic circle. These water spheres floated slowly above the paper with no intention of falling. Seeing this, Luoxi Shi tried to control the water with her own mana, and she succeeded. I did it, I succeeded on my first try drawing a magic circle. Luoxi Shi was very happy. She immediately deactivated the elementary magic circle, picked up the paper, and left the area. Meanwhile, Dan Feng was in the Lunae Magic University. It had to be said, this was truly massive, even larger than the cathedral in Malixian. The books inside were countless. One could find books on almost any academic subject in the world here, and the rest were academic papers from generations of Lunae Magic University students. For example, some papers on saint-level magic could be found in this, though it depended on luck. Because there were simply too many books, one could only see a dense mass of volumes at a glance. Dan Feng was holding a book titled Labyrinth S and reading it. It introduced the most powerful and some unique labyrinths in the world. The world's three great labyrinths were the Dragon God Hole, Hell, and the Demon God's Cave. The Dragon God Hole was located in the Dragon Cry Mountain between the northern part of the central continent and the Zone of Strife. Dragon Cry Mountain was the highest sacred mountain in the world. Hell was located on the Heaven Continent. The Heaven Continent was the highest altitude region in this world and was known as the Forbidden Zone of Death. The Heaven race lived there and generally did not interact with other races. The Demon God's Cave was located in the center of the Lin Gussi Sea. These three labyrinths were hailed as the three most difficult in the world. To this day, no one had conquered them. Any adventurer who entered to attempt a conquest never came back out. If my progress bar reaches a certain point, maybe I can try challenging these labyrinths, especially the Demon God's Cave. Dan Feng thought to himself. As for why he was more keen on the Demon God's Cave, it was probably because it was in the middle of the sea. Luoxi Shi ran all the way back to Lunae Magic University, then hurried toward the. She knew there was a high probability Dan Feng was in the, as he had told her a few days ago that he would be staying there for self-study. When Luoxi Shi ran to the, she saw Dan Feng at a glance. At that moment, Dan Feng was sitting not far from the main entrance, quietly reading the book in his hand, looking exactly as he usually did. Seeing this, Luoxi Shi hurried inside and quickly came to Dan Feng's side. Dan Feng felt someone sit down next to him, so he turned his head and saw it was Luoxi Shi. "Why are you here?" Dan Feng asked Luoxi Shi in a low voice. Luoxi Shi smiled and then took out the magic circle she had drawn. "Look, I drew it." Luoxi's eyes voice was full of excitement, like a student who had just scored 100 on an exam and was showing off to a classmate. Dan Feng looked at the magic circle Luoxi Shi had drawn and then silently gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive. Come with me outside to test it out." As she spoke, Luoxi Shi picked up the magic circle and the ink she had bought and headed out. Dan Feng shook his head at this, then silently closed his book and followed her outside. Before leaving, he registered his information with the librarian and borrowed the book he was holding. He followed Luoxi Shi all the way to the magic training grounds, where Luoxi Shi set up her magic circle. She then began to input mana, and soon the same water spheres as before floated above the magic circle. "Look!" Luoxi Shi looked at Dan Feng with an expression that practically begged for praise. "It's already very impressive to achieve this on your first try, but could I borrow your ink for a moment?" Dan Feng looked at Luoxi Shi. "Here." Seeing that Dan Feng wanted to use it, Luoxi Shi handed over the ink she had spent a fortune on without hesitation. She knew Dan Feng was going to start correcting the flaws in her magic circle. "You've added too many contract script here. The speed can be adjusted to 0. Dan Feng said as he used a quill to draw here and there on the magic circle. He had essentially just added a new condition, setting the speed of the water spheres to be much faster. When he was finished, Dan Feng reached out and placed his hand on the magic circle, then injected mana. Instantly, water spheres shot out from the magic circle like bullets, splashing and creating ripples as they hit the ground. 75. Number 75. A water-based magic thesis of saint level caliber. Chapter 75. Water Saint Rank Magic Thesis. Luoxi Shi stared wide-eyed at Dan Feng's operation, her heart filled with shock. The speed of a magic circle can actually be changed? She asked in disbelief. Dan Feng glanced at her expressionlessly. He didn't seem surprised by her astonishment and explained calmly, of course. Perhaps you haven't reached this part yet, but it was mentioned in a book written by Bladikin that magic circles are just like magic. Their release speed can be altered through certain techniques. After saying that, Dan Feng used his mana without hesitation to instantly shut down the magic circle that was continuously spitting out water balls. The entire process was clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation, looking like the work of someone very skilled. Luoxi's aqua blue eyes were now filled with admiration for Dan Feng. That's incredible, Dan Feng. Even though you've never actually practiced it, you can do it so easily just by relying on theoretical knowledge. You're simply amazing. Dan Feng didn't react much to Luoxi's praise, only responding calmly. These really don't require much practice, you just need to master some basic contract script. With that, he handed the pen back to Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi happily took the pen. She quickly pulled out another sheet of paper, carefully placed it on the ground, dipped it in ink, and prepared to try drawing the magic circle again. Rewrite speed, base 0, Luoxi Shi murmured. The pen in her hand seemed to come alive, dancing swiftly across the paper. Although this was only her second attempt, her extraordinary talent meant she didn't encounter any stutters during the drawing process. Everything appeared natural and smooth. Before long, Luoxi Shi also successfully drew the water ball machine gun. The water balls spat out from the magic circle without pause, just like bullets. I learned that this is incredible. Luoxi Shi stared excitedly at the magic circle she had just drawn, her eyes shining even more brilliantly than when she had succeeded before. The effect of this magic circle was exactly the same as the one Dan Feng had drawn, which made her feel immensely proud. As long as she reached the same level as Dan Feng, she would feel this sense of accomplishment. Seeing this, Dan Feng's lips curled up slightly as he whispered, "Congratulations." Though his voice was calm, his words contained praise for Luoxi Shi. Luoxi's attention was so consumed by her achievement that she didn't realize how quickly time was passing. It wasn't until her stomach suddenly growled that she realized it was already noon, and she had actually forgotten to eat because she was so focused on her studies. It's already noon. Let's head to the cafeteria for a meal first, Luoxi Shi said to Dan Feng, touching her stomach a bit sheepishly. Dan Feng nodded and replied, "Sure." And so, the two of them stood up together and walked toward the cafeteria. After entering the cafeteria, they didn't hesitate and headed straight for the second floor. Having eaten on both the first and second floors before, they found that while the food on the second floor was relatively more expensive, it was several times more delicious than on the first floor. So now, every time they came to the cafeteria to eat, they would go directly to the second floor. It had to be said that as a well-known university, Lunae Magic University's cafeteria was quite impressive in scale and variety. The food offered here was a feast for the eyes, covering a wide range of cuisines and flavors. Perhaps considering that there were demon and beast race students in the school, most of the dishes contained meat and the portions were very large, fully meeting the students' needs. After a full meal, both Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi felt a bit stuffed. Since they had nothing else to do for the moment, they decided to head back to continue exploring the sea of knowledge. Dan Feng wanted to increase his progress bar, while Luoxi Shi wanted to improve herself. Luoxi Shi wanted to find some academic books that could take her abilities to the next level. Here, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi weren't walking side by side because Luoxi's height of 145 centimeters was simply too short. Even with her upright ahoge, she only reached Dan Feng's shoulder. Because the duo was so conspicuous walking down the path, many students frequently glanced their way. Because Dan Feng's expressionless face was so handsome, coupled with the cute little girl beside him, some people misunderstood their relationship. Some women, seeing the girl next to Dan Feng, felt it inappropriate to approach him, as the overall quality of students admitted to Lunae Magic University was decent, except for some profligate noble scions. Once they arrived at the two gradually quieted down. Then, when Luoxi Shi asked Dan Feng to help her look for academic books, he agreed. They walked together into the section filled with academic books. This area definitely held the largest collection in the world. After all, the shelves were so high that one had to rely on ladders to reach the books at the top. "What kind of academic book are you looking for?" Dan Feng asked Luoxi Shi. "Something magic related. It would be even better if there were academic books on saint level magic." Luoxi Shi thought for a moment and gave her suggestion. "Saint level? Dan Feng paused. He had been coming to the for a few days, but he hadn't looked for books regarding saint-level magic, instead reading history or geography books every day. With Luoxi's eyes reminder, he suddenly remembered that the of Lunae Magic University seemed to actually have theses on saint-level magic. So, Dan Feng began searching through the bookshelves. Luoxi Shi took charge of the bottom few rows, while Dan Feng handled the top ones. While Luoxi Shi was still searching slowly, Dan Feng had already quickly checked several rows. He stood on a ladder, looking at the titles on the very top shelves. After some time searching, the two finished when Luoxi Shi cried out in surprise, "I found it." Dan Feng slowly climbed down from the ladder and looked at the book Luoxi Shi was holding. Water Saint Rank Magic, Heavy Thunderstorm Cloud Thesis, Author, GIAI. Dan Feng slowly read the words on the cover. A Water Saint Rank Magic Thesis. If I study it carefully, I might be able to learn Water Saint Rank Magic, Luoxi Shi said, impatiently flipping to the first page. The thing about theses is that without a certain level of knowledge, you might not necessarily understand them. At this moment, Luoxi Shi felt like she was looking through a fog. Why is this written so complexly? It even explains knowledge about human mana circuits. Luoxi Shi looked at the text on the first page, feeling her head spin. The first page should be all the prerequisites for learning Water Saint Rank Magic. Look, it clearly mentions a total mana capacity test here. It seems magic above saint level consumes a lot, Dan Feng said slowly. Then, giving Luoxi Shi a, "Leave it to me." Look, he took the Water Saint Rank Magic Heavy Thunderstorm Cloud Thesis. This GIAI was quite the extraordinary person to be able to write such a thick book for a single saint-level magic thesis. 76. Number 76. I have explained the truth of the paper. Chapter 76. The truth of the thesis, I have deciphered. How is it, Dan Feng? Luoxi Shi looked at Dan Feng beside her, her gaze filled with doubt. At this moment, Dan Feng was focused intently on the Water Saint Rank Magic Thesis in his hand, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. He had been reading so intently for an entire afternoon, yet he had only reached the halfway point. One could imagine that the length of this book's content definitely exceeded ordinary people's imagination. Dan Feng seemed completely immersed in the world of the thesis, oblivious to any outside interference. Hearing Luoxi Zai's inquiry, Dan Feng slowly shook his head and then said in a faint tone, "Magic usually only requires incantation words to have a high probability of being successfully cast. However, this thesis mentions a crucial point." Dan Feng's words paused for a moment, as if he were thinking about how to express this point more accurately. Seeing this, Luoxi Shi couldn't wait to follow up. "What exactly is it?" Dan Feng took a deep breath and continued. The author, GIAI, mentioned in the thesis that the heavy thunderstorm cloud can be used to change the weather, specifically, to make rainy weather turn clear instantly. Luoxi Zai's mouth dropped open in surprise upon hearing this. She widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, "This Water Saint Rank magic can actually change the weather?" Dan Feng nodded and continued to explain, "I haven't finished reading this thesis yet, so I'm not very clear on the specific details. However, according to the author GIAI, it is indeed possible to do this." As he spoke, Dan Feng turned the thesis to the relevant page and handed it to Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi hurriedly took the thesis and looked closely. Sure enough, she saw the description regarding using the heavy thunderstorm cloud to change the weather. Magic and such are very simple. As long as one has enough mana, they can be learned. "We'll find a place to test it another day," Dan Feng said expressionlessly. "Alright, then let's find a time to go test it." That night, Dan Feng borrowed the thesis written by GIAI, deciding to study it thoroughly during the evening as well. Dan Feng returned to his room, lit the oil lamp, and sat on a chair, quietly flipping through the book. The dim yellow light shone on the words as Dan Feng read seriously. Finally, Dan Feng saw the incantation for the Water Saint Rank magic, Heavy Thunderstorm Cloud. "Grand Water Spirit, Prince of the Thunder Emperor who ascends the heavens, grant my wish. Bring forth violent blessings, and let the lowly witness your power. Strike the anvil with the hammer of God. Manifest your dread, and let the floods submerge the whole earth. O rain, wash away everything and drive all things out." It's too long. As expected, a causal magic is more convenient, Dan Feng commented silently. As long as the incantation is memorized, this magic can be used provided there is sufficient mana. But if this magic can disperse dark clouds, could his cloud chant technique do the same? Dan Feng speculated as much, but the Lunae kingdom was still covered in ice and snow. He would have to wait a while until the floods occurred to test it. Every time the season changed from winter in the Lunae kingdom, there would be floods and prolonged rain, so magicians specialized in solving these problems would be hired. Although the four major magics, wind, earth, fire, and water, are known as attack magic. They can also be general-purpose magic. Just as this thesis describes water dispersing dark clouds, others should also be able to resolve some extreme natural disasters. Thinking of this, Dan Feng slowly stood up. He prepared to take a bath and then sleep to replenish his spirit after a day of reading, so he could continue tomorrow. Before sleeping, Dan Feng glanced at the progress bar. Open black lens bracket 45%, close black lens bracket 45%, and it hasn't given anything important? Dan Feng looked at the virtual panel and complained. Dan Feng lay in bed preparing to fall asleep, but suddenly sat up like a dying man startled awake, remembering he hadn't done his daily task today. So he unhesitatingly opened Learning Insights to go receive his beating from Dan Feng. Dan Feng was as cold-faced as ever, completely different from the Dan Heng in the game. But this was normal. Dan Feng was a dragon who looked down his nose at people. As Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae, he was extremely arrogant. After all, so many dragon preceptors were suppressed by him alone, and his words carried an irresistible authority. Prepare yourself now that you're here. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng slowly stood up, his teal pupils staring fixedly at the Dan Feng before him. I have now mastered the cloud chant technique, so I can at least hold my own briefly. Dan Feng summoned the Cloud Striker, his dragon horns and dragon tail manifesting. His clothes were identical to those of the Dragon Venerable Dan Feng opposite him. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng intended to demonstrate his spearmanship to Dan Feng. Otherwise, with such a massive gap in martial arts skill, Dan Feng would be killed instantly. Shortly after, Dan Feng was beaten into sleep. After all, the two were not in the same league. Dan Feng basically couldn't touch him. Furthermore, Dan Feng's current endurance was still very weak and couldn't withstand a few hits. After a period of having the thesis, Dan Feng finally understood all the information within it. And the winter of the Lunae kingdom finally ended. The sky began to clear, and the ice and snow began to melt. So that day, Dan Feng found Luoxi Shi, who was still furthering her studies in magic circles. The truth of the thesis, I have deciphered. Now, only practice remains, Dan Feng said seriously to Luoxi Shi. Afterwards, Dan Feng took Luoxi Shi to a place far from Sharia, as it seemed saint-level magic could not be released near a city. If a magic of saint level or higher was released in the vicinity, they might be treated as a group endangering the kingdom. This was a mountain peak. From their position, they could see the bare forest below. Dan Feng, start. I'm ready to see the power of water saint rank magic, Luoxi Shi said with a look of anticipation. That was saint-level magic. If she were still an adventurer, advanced would already be the ceiling. Dan Feng nodded and then took a deep breath. Since it was a rare occasion to chant, he had to do it perfectly. Then Dan Feng closed his eyes and began to chant in a low voice. As Dan Feng chanted, a strange change began to occur in the surrounding sky. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. The sunlight was obscured, and the surroundings turned dark. With the conclusion of each line of Dan Feng's incantation, more dark clouds appeared in the sky and rapidly gathered together. Gradually, these dark clouds formed a massive vortex, slowly rotating in the sky. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning pierced the dark sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. This lightning struck the ground not far away, instantly scorching that patch of earth and sending up wisps of blue smoke. As the thunder rumbled, a torrential rain poured down. Raindrops hit the ground, splashing everywhere. 77. Number 77 Water Saint Level. Chapter 77. Water Saint Level. Just like that, Dan Feng released the heavy thunderstorm cloud. Getting soaked in the rain, Luoxi Shi watched this soul-stirring scene before her eyes, unable to utter a single word. The scale of this heavy thunderstorm cloud was simply too vast. It had already almost completely covered this entire area. Luoxi Shi, this magic is not the key. The key is how to disperse the weather, Dan Feng said to Luoxi Shi, and then he stopped channeling mana into the heavy thunderstorm cloud. Gradually, the heavy thunderstorm cloud completely dissipated from the area, leaving only a few puddles to prove it had just existed. When you cast the heavy thunderstorm cloud later, I will try to disperse yours. Then we can verify if my understanding is correct. Dan Feng picked up the thesis and handed it to Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi took the thesis, then looked at the incantations written on it and slowly raised the magic wand in her hand. Immediately, Luoxi Shi began to chant according to the incantations. The mana within her body was continuously channeled into the magic stone of the magic wand. The surrounding sky was once again covered in dark clouds, returning to the same color as before. The magic stone on the magic wand was now shining with an unprecedented blue light, brighter than any time before. This was due to the excessive mana output. After all, the consumption of saint-level magic was not something high-level magic could compare to. Luoxi Shi only felt the mana inside her body being consumed frantically. Just as she was about to finish the chant, with a sound similar to glass shattering, the magic stone that had accompanied Luoxi Shi for many years finally shattered under the heavy burden. Luoxi Shi was stunned for a moment, but then she made a prompt decision and immediately threw her magic wand aside, starting to channel mana with her hands. Finally, Luoxi Shi successfully released the Water Saint rank heavy thunderstorm cloud, and in one fell swoop, she became a Water Saint level magician. Heavy rain began to fall over the area again, followed closely by the sound of thunder. Luoxi Shi suddenly lost her footing and was about to collapse to the ground, but she was steadily caught by Dan Feng. After all, it was her first time using so much mana in an instant. It was quite normal for her body to experience discomfort. "Are you alright?" Dan Feng asked Luoxi Shi about her condition with a hint of concern. Hearing this, Luoxi Shi immediately stood firm, her face showing an untimely blush as she waved her hands anxiously. I'm fine. I just used too much mana at once." Dan Feng didn't say anything more, instead turning his attention to the heavy thunderstorm cloud Luoxi Shi had just released. He raised his hand and gave a wave, attempting to use mana to disperse the mass of dark clouds. He channeled the same amount of mana as the heavy thunderstorm cloud and successfully gained control over that mass of dark clouds. Then, that mass of dark clouds was instantly dispersed by him. The heavy rain and thunder ceased, sunlight shone back onto the area, and the surrounding environment returned to a sunny day. As expected, what the thesis says is correct. As long as you precisely control the dark clouds in the same way you release the heavy thunderstorm cloud, you can change the weather, Dan Feng said slowly. Then I can also use the cloud chant technique to control the weather, Dan Feng thought to himself. Seeing this, Luoxi Shi applauded Dan Feng and then praised him. So impressive. To think you actually learned the entire content of a whole thesis in such a short time. Just luck, Dan Feng said modestly with an expressionless face. It's just that my magic wand is broken. I'll have to go clear a dungeon to find a magic stone later, Luoxi Shi said somewhat helplessly, while bending down to pick up the now ruined magic wand. A magic stone had originally been embedded in the wand, but now that stone had shattered into countless small fragments scattered on the ground. Seeing this, Dan Feng asked curiously, "How many years has this magic wand been with you?" He remembered how, after obtaining the Cloud Striker, he had discarded the spear that had accompanied him for 2 years without hesitation. Luoxi Shi recalled for a moment and then replied, it should have been 2.5 years. She remembered that when she first bought this magic wand, she even needed a loan to afford it. 2.5 years? That's a magical length of time, Dan Feng murmured thoughtfully to himself. Eh? What do you mean? A confused expression appeared on Luoxi's eyes' cute face as she looked at Dan Feng in bewilderment, seemingly waiting for further explanation. However, Dan Feng only shook his head gently, indicating it didn't mean anything special. Seeing this, although Luoxi Shi was still a bit curious, she didn't press him further. After all, Dan Feng often said things that left people scratching their heads, and she had already become accustomed to it. Thus, the two of them headed back towards Sharia. They chatted along the way. In this way, I am also a Water Saint level magician. Luoxi Shi was visibly happy. After all, Saint level magicians were very rare, and so she felt like she was now part of that rare group of people. With your talent, this was an inevitable result, Dan Feng said flatly. He was telling the truth. Even without him, Luoxi Shi would surely have learned Water Saint rank magic. After all, her talent for magic was right there, it was only a matter of time. Dan Feng thinks too highly of me. Clearly, your talent is even stronger than mine, Luoxi Shi said with a serious face, her gaze firm, seemingly convinced of her assessment. Hearing this, Dan Feng felt a slight stir in his heart, and he responded softly, "Is that so?" His voice was small but carried a trace of doubt. Then Dan Feng's thoughts gradually drifted away as he began to ponder this matter carefully in his mind. If not for the system, what would he be like in this world? Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to learn the most basic magic. After all, the martial arts and talent he currently possessed were all bestowed by the system. Was he, like this, truly still the original him? That unremarkable, ordinary person, Dan Feng? Dan Feng knew very well that he was just a lucky ordinary person. However, now in this other world, he possessed the power of Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae from his previous life's game. He knew he wasn't the real Imbibitor Lunae, but at this moment, his behavior was becoming more and more like Imbibitor Lunae. The young man who originally spoke in slang and had a relatively cheerful personality had now become a man of few words. He also understood that this power indeed belonged to him now, but his behavior and emotions were step by step aligning with Imbibitor Lunae. Was this really still him? Dan Feng couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. He felt as if he had lost control over himself. He needed some time to think, to re-examine himself. Actually, Dan Feng just wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out once they reached his mouth. What's wrong? Luoxi Shi heard that, actually, so she looked at Dan Feng with a questioning gaze. After the two of them locked eyes, they both looked away in tacit understanding. It's nothing. I'll tell you later. Right now, I also need some time to think, Dan Feng said flatly with an expressionless face. 78. Number 78. I've figured it out. Chapter 78. Figured it out. After returning, Dan Feng lay on his bed, his thoughts surging like the tide. Memories of his life flashed through his mind, from his initial confusion upon arriving in this world, to gradually adapting and integrating, and finally to the dilemma of personality assimilation he faced because of the template. He remembered himself when he first arrived. Back then, he wasn't much different from his previous life. However, since obtaining the template, his personality seemed to be slowly influenced and changed by it. This change made him feel uneasy, for he knew that if he allowed this assimilation to continue, he would no longer be his true self. If I'm assimilated like this, will I still be me? Dan Feng murmured to himself while lying on the bed. This sentence was like a bolt of lightning, clearing the mist in his heart and making him determined not to let his personality lean further toward Imbibitor Lunae. After all, he wasn't the real Imbibitor Lunae. He was just an ordinary person who had accidentally obtained his power. He had his own unique personality and values. He shouldn't be swayed by someone else's character. Having figured this out, Dan Feng's mood lightened slightly. He decided to stop agonizing over the influence of the template and instead hold fast to himself, returning to his true self. However, doing so was somewhat difficult. After all, this was a change brought by the template, and he didn't know if this was a karma he had to bear. Thus, he immediately thought of someone. Subsequently, Dan Feng entered the learning insights space once again. This was where he improved his strength and comprehended skills, and also where he communicated with Dragon Venerable Dan Feng. Dan Feng remembered that in the game text, it was mentioned that Dragon Venerable Dan Feng seemed to have experienced something similar. So, he decided to ask him for advice to see if he could find a way to solve the problem. The scene shifted, and Dan Feng once again arrived at that familiar place. The water here was still crystal clear, without a single impurity, like a giant mirror reflecting everything around it. Here, Dan Feng could always see Dragon Venerable Dan Feng sitting cross-legged in the distance. At a glance, upon hearing the movement, Dragon Venerable Dan Feng slowly opened his clear, bright eyes, which reflected Dan Feng standing opposite him. I know why you have come to see me. Please remember what I am about to say, Dragon Venerable Dan Feng said slowly, his tone brooking no doubt. Dan Feng nodded and sat down cross-legged on the spot. In the process, Dan Feng's dragon horns and dragon tail appeared one by one, and he transformed into his Vidyadhara form. From the moment I was born, all the Vidyadhara people placed high hopes on me. Because the previous generation's Dragon Venerable, Reincarnation, was so brilliant, they pushed me toward the same position. Thus, since I became conscious, I have lived in that person's shadow. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng slowly spoke. Because of this, I was instilled with many concepts of mortals being like dust. The divinity of Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae gradually replaced my humanity, and I began to doubt myself. But, just like your current state, I began to think about what my own path truly was, whether I was Dan Feng or the next reign. Parting. During my period of confusion, I met the most important people in my life. You should know them. They are the other members of the High Cloud Quintet. As Dragon Venerable Dan Feng spoke these words, his eyes were filled with nostalgia. That period was his happiest time as Dan Feng. Compared to those hypocritical preceptors, I preferred being with them, which allowed my humanity to be gradually recovered. That was the first time I felt sincerity. From then on, I began to be recognized, so I opened my heart and began to face myself squarely, gradually deviating from Reincarnation's path. Afterward, I no longer walked Reincarnation's path but instead walked a path that belonged only to me, Dan Feng. I began to rely on, trust, and protect my companions. This was my path, the Dan Feng who regarded his companions as most important. Do you understand this story? Dragon Venerable Dan Feng looked at Dan Feng with a majestic gaze. I also hope that when you obtain the power of Imbibitor Lunae, you do not let the dragon heart affect your true heart. You must always remember, you are not them, you are yourself. This sentence was like a flash of lightning piercing the gloom in Dan Feng's heart, making him instantly realize something. The voice of Dragon Venerable Dan Feng echoed in his ears, and his thoughts gradually became clear. I am Dan Feng. I am not Imbibitor Lunae, Dan Feng whispered to himself. At this moment, his state of mind became incredibly clear, just like the clear water around him, without a single impurity. Dan Feng's heart was thoroughly cleansed by these words, and all doubts and confusion vanished. He finally understood that previously, both he and Dragon Venerable Dan Feng had mistakenly believed that accepting the power of Imbibitor Lunae meant he had to bear the corresponding karma. However, that was not the case. He was not the reincarnation of the Dragon Venerable. He had simply been granted the power of Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae by the system. Only Dragon Venerable Dan Feng was the true reincarnation, so he was the one who needed to carry the karma. This discovery made Dan Feng feel a sense of relief. He realized that using the power of Imbibitor Lunae did not require him to bear any burden. The system had given him this power, so it already belonged to him. He could completely regard it as his own power to use without worrying about any negative effects. Just as you thought, I also spoke incorrectly before. You are not the Dragon Venerable, and the world you are in now has no eons. When using it, you do not need to bear the karma that should be there. Be yourself and use the power of Imbibitor Lunae. After finishing his conversation with Dragon Venerable Dan Feng's spirit returned to reality. He now completely understood. He was Dan Feng, not Imbibitor Lunae. It was just that the system happened to grant him the power of Imbibitor Lunae, and he didn't need to bear Imbibitor Lunae's karma for this power. He would walk his own path and become his true self. Having figured this out, Dan Feng decided not to hide anymore. He would find a time to show his Vidyadhara form to the public. Since there were no eons in this world, he was the only Vidyadhara, and the first Imbibitor Lunae of this world. Thus Dan Feng felt completely at ease. At this moment, the power of Imbibitor Lunae was extremely formidable. In this world, as long as you had strength, no fool would come looking for trouble. After all, there were no reports of anyone daring to challenge the 7 great powers, who were recognized as the strongest in the world. Those with strength wouldn't be bored enough to challenge someone with no reputation. So even if he exposed his Vidyadhara form, no one would come to harass him. Most people would just treat him as a member of the demon race. 79. Number 79 Luo Kixi is preparing to conquer the S-rank dungeon. Chapter 79. Luo Kixi prepares to conquer an S-rank labyrinth. During this time, Dan Feng had not gone out, because he decided to reveal his Vidyadhara form. He was constantly seeking guidance from Dragon Venerable Dan Feng. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng did not kill Dan Feng, but stopped at the point of contact and then provided healing to Dan Feng. However, the price for this was making Dan Feng sleep even longer. It must be said that after his dragon transformation, Dan Feng truly had a qualitative leap. His strength became immense, his reflexes reached levels his human form couldn't achieve, and his mana increased by several times. In his Vidyadhara state, although Dan Feng could be considered a perfect mage, it would be a regret for a magician not to know close-quarters combat. So he trained his spearmanship desperately, wanting to defeat Dragon Venerable Dan Feng as soon as possible. Dragon Venerable Dan Feng just shook his head after understanding Dan Feng's thoughts, then said indifferently, "How can you truly defeat me when you don't even have the power of healing?" Dragon Venerable Dan Feng's words made a lot of sense. An Imbibitor Lunae without the authority of healing is incomplete, and its power will never reach the true Imbibitor Lunae. Only when the authority of martial arts and healing are both gathered can one be the true Dan Heng Imbibitor Lunae. Therefore, these two things are indispensable. If one is missing, the other will never reach its peak. Dan Feng hadn't eaten anything good during this time, surviving entirely on the jerky left over from his previous travels. While Dan Feng was indoors, Luo Kixi still attended classes as usual. She also noticed Dan Feng seemed to have disappeared recently, but she wasn't worried at all. After all, Dan Feng was very reliable in her heart. He surely had his own matters to attend to. Since the first stage of the Magic Circle course was over, Luo Kixi had some free time. Luo Kixi always felt like something was missing without a magic wand, so she bought information about a labyrinth near the Lunae kingdom. She planned to conquer the labyrinth herself and find a high-quality magic stone to have someone craft a magic wand exclusive to her. When preparing to go to the labyrinth, Luo Kixi specifically found the principal of Lunae Magic University to explain the matter. "Oh, you're saying you want to conquer a labyrinth by yourself?" The principal of Lunae Magic University sat in his chair, showing a look of praise. "Yes, principal. I came today to ask for a magic tool because my teacher said you would give me one," Luo Kixi said politely. "Since you are her disciple, of course I will give it. After all, I owe her a life." The principal shook his head with a smile, then stood up and walked toward the cabinet behind him. He rummaged through it and finally took out a water blue necklace. "Here, this is for you." The principal handed the necklace to Luo Kixi and explained its function. "It's called Lingus Terror. It was given by a master I know who specializes in making magic tools. Its effect is to help you resist one fatal blow, the principal said slowly, his eyes reflecting memories. Unfortunately, that person passed away early. There are very few things he left in the world, and this is one of them. Luoxi Shi blankly accepted the lingus tear and bowed solemnly to the principal. After all, this was a magic tool that could block a fatal blow. It was extremely precious. Moreover, a magician is most worried about being killed instantly, and blocking a fatal blow could serve as a backup for when she fails to react. By the way, which labyrinth are you going to conquer? The principal suddenly remembered and asked. The S-rank labyrinth in the northeast of the Lunae kingdom, Luoxi Shi answered truthfully. Just by yourself? The principal was slightly surprised. Challenging an S-rank labyrinth alone showed great courage. Yes, because I am already a water saint level magician. I think I can conquer this S-rank labyrinth with existing information alone. Luoxi Shi gave a confident smile. Having completely mastered heavy thunderstorm cloud, she was quite overconfident, although it couldn't be used inside the labyrinth. What? You're already water saint level? Is it heavy thunderstorm cloud? The principal was stunned, feeling her talent was terrifying. Yes. Luoxi Shi nodded, as expected of someone Vladikin took as a disciple. You learned saint-level magic in such a short time. By the way, did Gina's teach you? The principal continued to ask. Gina's? Luoxi Shi was confused for a moment, then realized he was the author of the thesis she had returned, and shook her head. Not him. Dan Feng borrowed Senior Gina's thesis from the, learned it, and then taught me, Luoxi Shi said slowly. The principal marveled at Dan Feng's talent and lent his magic wand to Luoxi Shi. Although the magic stone is for earth magic, it's much better than your transparent magic wand. The principal gave a kind smile. Ah, thank you, Principal. My magic wand shattered while I was learning heavy thunderstorm cloud. I was planning to buy a cheap one later. Luoxi Shi took it happily. It solved her urgent problem. Luoxi Shi bid farewell and prepared her things. After she left, the principal was thoughtful. This Dan Feng's talent is too exaggerated. Although there are incantations in the thesis, it's impossible to learn saint-level magic if the total mana and control aren't up to standard, the principal murmured to himself, looking out the window. Luoxi Shi went to her dormitory to get luggage, then to the commercial street in Sharia to buy supplies. She spent a lot of effort buying the labyrinth information from an information broker. Although rated S rank, its danger level was no longer that high. The reason dates back to a while ago when the North God personally visited and successfully conquered it. This feat attracted many adventurers hoping to scavenge some leftovers or find precious treasures left by the North God. A large number of adventurers flooded in, making the challenging labyrinth crowded. Monsters and traps were continuously triggered and depleted, reducing the danger. According to the broker, it would take half a year to return to S-rank danger. Currently, it was at most A-rank difficulty. For Luoxi Shi, an A-rank labyrinth was no challenge. After all, she was a water saint-level magician with her strength and no incantation magic technique skills. An A-rank labyrinth was a piece of cake, something she could handle with ease. 80. Hash 80. What a beautiful water magic stone. No danger is approaching. 4500. Chapter 80. A beautiful water magic stone? No, it's the arrival of danger. 4500. And so, a few days passed. Luoxi Migrudia exhaled deeply as she stood before a cave entrance surrounded by withered trees. Gazing into the dark, deep cavern, she thought to herself, this should be the S-rank labyrinth mentioned in the intelligence, right? She vigilantly scanned the surroundings, observing the environment. The cave entrance was enveloped by a desolate patch of dead trees, with not a single ray of light penetrating through. After confirming there were no anomalies, Luoxi Shi quickly pulled a scroll out of her luggage. This was a summoning scroll for a spirit of light, given to her by Dan Feng a long time ago, though she had never used it before. At this moment, however, this scroll became her best tool for conquering the labyrinth. Luoxi Shi injected her mana into the scroll, and the light on the scroll gradually began to glow. Immediately after, a spirit of light slowly flew out from the scroll. Alright, spirit of light, please go in first and scout the way for me, Luoxi Shi said softly to the spirit of light. The spirit of light seemed to understand her words and flew gracefully into the cave. Seeing this, Luoxi Shi quickly put away the scroll on the ground and followed closely behind the spirit of light, stepping into this S-rank labyrinth. As soon as she entered the labyrinth, a bone-chilling cold rushed at her, making Luoxi Shi shudder involuntarily. Even though winter had ended outside, the temperature inside was exceptionally cold due to the special nature of the labyrinth. Fortunately, Luoxi Shi had obtained relevant information beforehand and had specifically worn warm clothing to withstand the invasion of the severe cold. The light of the Spirit of Light illuminated everything around her, and with its help, Luoxi Shi quickly found the stairs leading to the first floor of the labyrinth. They were still stone stairs, and even with the light of the Spirit of Light, she couldn't see the situation at the bottom, so she could only go down with the Spirit of Light to check it out. The Spirit of Light flew ahead of Luoxi Shi while she gripped her magic wand and slowly descended. The sound of her boots treading on the stone steps echoed through the surroundings. Fortunately, the steps were safe, and Luoxi Shi reached the first floor smoothly. The intelligence regarding the first floor said there were only poisonous monsters like centipedes and spiders, but standing there now, Luoxi Shi didn't see a single monster. Strange, have all the monsters been cleared out by other adventurers? Luoxi Shi said in confusion, then moved forward with the Spirit of Light. Since there are no monsters, I'd better hurry to the lower floors. After all, magic stones only form in places with dense mana, Luoxi Shi muttered to herself, her feet never stopping. A short while after Luoxi Shi had walked past, an entirely black centipede slowly crawled over from the distance. It paused for a moment at the spot where Luoxi Shi had been, then unhesitatingly crawled in the direction she had gone. By this time, Luoxi Shi had already found the stairs to the second floor. What's this? Is there really nothing on the first floor? Not even a single valuable item, Luoxi Shi said, speechless, before immediately heading down to the second floor of the labyrinth. Clearly, only humans could have built such stairs. This labyrinth must have been constructed by humans before it became a labyrinth. It grew colder the further down she went, but Luoxi Xi's heart, excited by the prospect of conquering the labyrinth, had long since developed a degree of immunity to the cold. The second floor was finally normal. Luoxi Shi immediately saw a group of skeleton monsters standing not far away, holding weapons of various styles. Skeleton monsters, as expected. These are the most common monsters in labyrinths, Luoxi Shi murmured. Then, before the ordinary skeletons could notice her, she unhesitatingly raised her magic wand. Ice Spear Blizzard. Countless ice cones condensed around Luoxi Shi and then shot frantically toward the group of skeletons. Ice cones struck ice cones, creating a massive amount of freezing mist within the enclosed space. This mist was like a thick curtain, tightly obscuring Luoxi Xi's vision and making it difficult for her to see the situation ahead. Luoxi Shi reacted quickly, unhesitatingly casting wind magic. The powerful wind instantly blew away the freezing mist caused by the Ice Spear Blizzard. As the mist dissipated, the scene before her was revealed. The group of skeletons had been shattered by the Ice Spear Blizzard, their bone frames scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, Luoxi Shi felt slightly relieved. She had easily dealt with the group of skeleton monsters, and her mood relaxed accordingly. With a light step, she walked toward the remains of the skeletons, preparing to continue her exploration of the labyrinth. However, just as she reached the pile of skeleton remains, a sudden change occurred. The hand of one skeleton suddenly moved, extending with startling speed in an attempt to grab Luoxi Xi's foot. This sudden turn of events caught Luoxi Shi a bit off guard, but her reaction was still swift. She unhesitatingly stomped down hard. With a crisp crack sound, the bone hand stopped moving. The intelligence mentioned that there are skeletons with uniquely glowing eyes in this labyrinth, but they've likely been cleared out by the North God already. Luoxi Shi thought to herself, it should take them some time to recover, so until then, it'll be easy for me. After dealing with the suddenly revived skeleton hand, Luoxi Shi continued forward, encountering many skeleton monsters along the way. These skeleton monsters were extremely fragile. Basically, as long as they were hit once by her magic, they would immediately shatter into countless bone fragments. Therefore, for Luoxi Shi, this floor of the labyrinth was a piece of cake. She could easily handle these skeleton monsters and continue deeper into the labyrinth without any pressure. The scene on the third floor was somewhat eerie. Compared to the second floor, the number of monsters had clearly decreased significantly. However, in their place were sparkling gems all around, emitting a faint glow in the dark environment. Wow, such beautiful gems, Luoxi Shi couldn't help but exclaim. Attracted by the light of these gems, she involuntarily moved closer to them. When she got close, she realized these gems weren't as precious as she had imagined. In fact, they were just worthless trifles. No wonder there are so many gems and the North God didn't take them. Turns out they're all worthless. I thought I'd found a hidden treasure, Luoxi, she said, shaking her head in disappointment as her joyful expectations vanished instantly. She sighed, feeling she was far too naive to have held such high hopes for these seemingly beautiful gems. However, Luoxi didn't dwell too much on the value of the gems and quickly adjusted her mindset. After all, this labyrinth was so vast, and she still had a long way to go. Finding the stairs to the next floor was the top priority. Due to the massive scale of the labyrinth, it took Luoxi a considerable amount of time to find the stairs to the next floor. During this process, the light emitted by the spirit of light reflected off those worthless gems, making them look like stars in the night sky, flickering with a faint yet beautiful light. Among them, an aqua blue light stood out, seeming out of place compared to the light from the other gems. That light was hidden in the middle of many gems, in the least conspicuous part. Because Luoxi was relatively short, she noticed that particular light, different from the reflections of the other gems, at a glance. Why is the light from this gem so strange? Luoxi wondered. She slowly approached the aqua blue gem and placed her hand on the unusual stone. Luoxi felt that the texture of this gem was different from the others. This one was very smooth, while the others were slightly rough. Luoxi tried hard to pull the gem out, but it was embedded in the stone wall. How could it be pulled out so easily? So, Luoxi decisively used earth magic. She used rock cannonball to gently drill out the surrounding gems, revealing the true face of this particular stone. It was a teardrop-shaped magic stone, blue in color. In other words, this was a magic stone very suitable for water magic. The goal of Luoxi's ice trip, it's actually a magic stone suitable for water magic. Luoxi was slightly surprised. She then used rock cannonball again to slightly break the rock around the magic stone. In this way, Luoxi successfully removed the beautiful magic stone. What Luoxi didn't notice was that the moment she removed the magic stone, the patterns on the ground suddenly began to emit light. It was the pattern of a magic circle. Meanwhile, Luoxi carefully put the magic stone into her bag, preparing to leave. Since she had already obtained a magic stone, there was no need to explore the lower floors. But the moment Luoxi turned around, she noticed the abnormality beneath her feet. The pattern of the magic circle had already formed and was now emitting a bright white light. This was none other than a rare transfer magic circle. Luoxi cried out in confusion. Her figure instantly vanished from the third floor, while the spirit of light remained where it was. Luoxi felt the world spinning, and in the next second, she landed heavily on the ground. Ow, that hurts, Luoxi cried out in pain. Then, she gripped her magic wand and slowly scrambled up from the ground. The surroundings were pitch black, lacking the brightness of the third floor. Luoxi hastily fumbled in her bag, preparing to summon the spirit of light again, but something strange happening around her forced her to stop. Suddenly countless purple and green lights flickered all around. These lights swayed in the air like flames. By their light, Luoxi clearly saw the situation before her. It was a type of skeleton, the strongest kind, and there were quite a lot of them. Skeletons, Luoxi realized. No longer caring if the environment was enclosed, she immediately used fire magic to briefly illuminate the area. Luoxi spotted an empty path and dashed away. On the way, she pulled out the Spirit of Light scroll and summoned another Spirit of Light. This finally allowed Luoxi to see her surroundings clearly. As before, this was still a complex place, with hard stone walls on all sides, making one feel somewhat oppressed. Just then, a series of clack-clack noises came from behind. Luoxi whipped her head around and saw that the skeletons, which had been stationary, were actually starting to move slowly. Their movements were exceptionally stiff, as if they had just been awakened, their bodies very sluggish. Seeing this, Luoxi unhesitatingly cast Ice Spear Blizzard, and countless sharp ice spears shot toward the skeletons like raindrops. Amidst a flurry of crashing sounds, several skeletons were hit by the ice cones and instantly shattered, but the remaining skeletons were not much affected. They quickly scrambled up from the ground, their movements no longer sluggish but as fast as the wind as they charged toward Luoxi. So fast? Luoxi cried out in shock. She had never expected these skeletons' speed to suddenly become so fast. Looking at the large number of skeletons, she couldn't help but gasp, secretly estimating her own strength. She might be able to barely handle this many skeletons, but it would likely consume half of her mana. Just as Luoxi was preparing to turn and launch an attack on the group of skeletons, something happened that made her feel despair suddenly. Luoxi's eyes gaze was drawn back to where the skeletons had been standing, and she was shocked to find that new skeletons were continuously emerging from there. These skeletons were endless, appearing one after another from the darkness. Luoxi's eyes pupils dilated. She was completely stunned, unable to believe the sight before her eyes. Her heart rate accelerated rapidly. At this moment, she was so terrified she had become somewhat dazed, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. However, fear did not cause Luoxi Shi to lose her reason completely. On the contrary, it was like a powerful force, urging the adrenaline in her body to secrete rapidly. This physiological reaction allowed her to calm down quickly, and her thinking became exceptionally clear. How can this be? Why are there so many skeletons appearing continuously? Luoxi Shi shouted in slight panic, her voice echoing in the labyrinth. As she shouted, she unhesitatingly released various spells to attack. The spells hit the skeletons, instantly shattering them into piles of broken bones and debris. However, despite the great power of Luoxi Xi's attacks, her efforts seemed like a drop in the ocean in the face of such a massive number of skeletons. Worse still, because she was inside the labyrinth, Luoxi Shi couldn't use saint-level magic or fire magic. Otherwise, she would only need to cast a saint-level magic like Heavy Thunderstorm Cloud, and perhaps she could use the lightning flash to clear these skeletons in an instant. Left with no choice, Luoxi Shi could only rely on some low-level magic to fight the group of skeletons. Although the power of these spells was relatively small, as long as they could ensure the skeletons were killed, it was enough for her. Since she had to reduce her mana consumption as much as possible, only then would it be possible for her to escape successfully. After all, from the current situation, these skeletons seemed to be continuously teleported here, and their numbers were increasing. Therefore, she had to ensure she still retained enough mana to launch an attack at a critical moment to ensure her safety. Luoxi Shi fought as she retreated. Her steps were somewhat hurried, but exceptionally firm. Her gaze swept around, not missing any possible exit. However, this place was clearly reached via a teleportation circle. How could finding a way out be easy? The surrounding walls had no gaps or flaws, and the floor was level without any protrusions or depressions. The entire space seemed like a sealed cage, trapping her within with no way to escape. Luoxi Shi used earth magic to block the skeleton's advance, but it wasn't long before the skeletons broke through this line of defense. But it did buy Luoxi Shi some time to escape. As she ran, Luoxi Shi recalled the magic circle that had teleported her here. That was likely a teleportation circle, and she could probably get out as long as she found a similar magic circle. She remembered learning in class that this was a type of lost magic circle with only some materials available for reference. As for wanting to replicate it, that would only be possible through endless experimentation. Moreover, some of these magic circles were only one-way teleports. I absolutely cannot die here. I still have wishes to fulfill. I haven't experienced the taste of love yet, and I still have people I'm reluctant to leave, Luoxi Shi thought as she ran. The space here was several times larger than the third floor, and now those skeletons were chasing Luoxi Shi like zombies. Luoxi Shi only hoped to find a temporary safe place and then fight a defensive battle within Earth Fortress. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 81. Number 81 Maintaining a Clear Stance. Chapter 81. Vidyadhara Form. Just at that moment, Dan Feng was alone in his room when a strange feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. This feeling didn't come from the outside, but from within his body, as if his bloodline was trembling with fear. However, this state wasn't very obvious. Dan Feng couldn't help but feel very surprised. He had never experienced such a feeling before. So, he decided to open his template to see if there was anything unusual. When he opened the panel, his gaze was immediately drawn to the Dragon Vein column, because it was flashing with a brilliant red light. Dragon Vein? Dan Feng stared at the text on the panel and muttered to himself, I almost forgot about this ability. He remembered that he had once obtained the Dragon Vein ability, but since he had never paid much attention to it, he had gradually forgotten it. However, the abnormal flashing of the Dragon Vein at this moment made him realize that this ability might be related to the strange feeling in his body. So he clicked on the Dragon Vein without hesitation, wanting to investigate further. Sure enough, after he clicked on the Dragon Vein ability, he found an abnormal message. Open black lens bracket. The state of the Dragon Vein's bound target is abnormal due to external factors. Close black lens bracket. Dan Feng looked at this message, his heart full of questions. Can my Dragon Vein bind people? He really couldn't remember ever binding anyone. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind, Luoxi. After all, it seemed impossible for the dragon vein to actively bind people, but it would continuously affect the state of those around him, and the one who had been by his side the longest was Luoxi, so the bound target could only be Luoxi. Could something have happened to Luoxi? Dan Feng's brow furrowed tightly as an ominous premonition surged in his heart. Thinking of this, Dan Feng no longer hesitated. He stood up decisively, walked quickly to the door, pushed it open forcefully, closed it behind him, and hurried downstairs. He had only one thought in his mind: to find Luoxi as quickly as possible and find out exactly what had happened to her. To find Luoxi, he only needed to go to two places: the Magic Circle classroom and as Luoxi was basically always in one of those two places. The girls' dormitory could basically be ruled out because Luoxi was the type of person who wouldn't return to the dorm until it was dark. So Dan Feng ran toward the Magic Circle classroom at that moment. On the way, Dan Feng's behavior caused passers-by to stare frequently. Because he was running so fast, he attracted everyone's attention. Soon, Dan Feng arrived at Luoxi's Magic Circle classroom. Since the first phase of the Magic Circle curriculum had ended, the classes currently being held were elective courses. For this type of class, you could attend if you wanted to, and you didn't have to come if you didn't want to. At this moment, there were only about 10 people sitting in the classroom, and the teacher was still the one who taught Luoxi about magic circles. She was currently standing on the podium, but her eyes were fixed on the books on the desk. The students below were bowing their heads, silently writing something. Dan Feng stood at the classroom door, his gaze scanning every corner of the room, but he still didn't see Luoxi's figure. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Had Luoxi not come to class? Or was she sitting in a position on the side that he hadn't noticed? With these doubts, Dan Feng tapped gently on the door, making a crisp sound. This small action was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the classroom. The students who had been focused on the lecture turned their heads one after another, looking curiously at Dan Feng at the door. Dan Feng pushed the door open calmly and slowly walked into the classroom. His gaze met the teacher's on the podium, and then he said with a hint of apology, "Hello, teacher, I'm looking for someone." The teacher nodded with a smile, thinking that since Dan Feng came looking for someone during class time, there must be something urgent. So, she asked softly, "Student, who are you looking for? Is Luoxi here?" Dan Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet classroom. Hearing this, the teacher thought for a moment and then replied, "You're looking for Luoxi? She hasn't come to class for several days." Hearing the teacher's words, Dan Feng's heart couldn't help but sink. He had originally held a glimmer of hope, thinking Luoxi was just sitting in an inconspicuous spot, but he hadn't expected her to have been absent for several days. Dan Feng thanked the teacher and then turned to leave the classroom. However, just as he was about to step out the door, a voice suddenly came from below. "Classmate, please wait a moment." Dan Feng stopped and looked back in confusion. He saw a female student standing up from her seat. "A few days ago, I saw Luoxi walking back to the dormitory holding what looked like the principal's magic wand. After that, I don't know," the female student said to Dan Feng. Some students had seen the principal's magic wand during the opening speech, so it was easy to recognize. After all, the bright golden one was the easiest to remember. "Thanks," Dan Feng nodded to the female student and then walked outside again. Next, Dan Feng also went to but he wanted to save asking the principal for last. After all, how could Luoxi possibly be found at the principal's place? However, Luoxi was nowhere to be found in the vast either. Then there was only one place left. Not long after, Dan Feng arrived at the door of the principal's office. After a brief pause, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," the principal's kind voice came from inside. Hearing this, Dan Feng slowly pushed open the door and entered the room. When the principal saw who it was, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, but he soon returned to normal and smiled, gesturing for Dan Feng to sit down. Dan Feng walked to the chair opposite the principal and sat down slowly. His gaze fell on the principal, and he asked straightforwardly, "Principal, do you know where Luoxi went?" The principal was slightly startled, seemingly surprised by Dan Feng's question, so he asked back in confusion, "Didn't Luoxi tell you?" Dan Feng shook his head and explained, "I've been training these past few days and haven't been with her. She went to conquer an S-rank labyrinth alone." "What? S-rank?" Dan Feng stood up instantly, his face solemn. This explained everything. Because of the dragon vein, he had felt Luoxi's fear, and now that he knew she had gone to conquer an S-rank labyrinth alone, it made sense. Principal, where is that S-rank labyrinth? Dan Feng said anxiously, no longer possessing his usual calm. In the Deadwood Forest area north of the Lunae Kingdom. The principal pointed in the direction his window faced. After understanding the direction, Dan Feng decisively took out the Chongyuan pearl. Then, with only the sound of a drop of water hitting the ground, Dan Feng instantly transformed into his Vidyadhara form. Now he could only rush over using Vidyadhara flight. As for exposing this form of his in front of the principal, he didn't want to care at all. After all, he was already prepared to reveal this form. 82. Number 82. Great, I made it in time. Chapter 82. Great, I made it in time. The principal was currently in a state of utter shock. He had just witnessed with his own eyes cyan green horns appearing on Dan Feng's head, along with his clothes instantly transforming into a different style, all of which left the principal astonished. Student Dan Feng, what is going on with you? The principal looked at Dan Feng with a face full of confusion. We can talk about it after I get back. Luoxi Shi is in danger right now. Leaving behind these words, Dan Feng sped out from the principal's office window, disappearing from the principal's sight in the blink of an eye. The principal stood up from his chair in shock, trying to get a clear look at the direction Dan Feng had departed, but he only saw a flash of cyan light, like a meteor streaking across the sky, vanishing without a trace in an instant. This strange phenomenon naturally caught the attention of the surrounding Lunae Magic University students. Everyone looked up one after another, faces filled with expressions of surprise. Look, why is there green in the sky? A female student suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted loudly. Hearing this, her best friend also hurriedly looked in the direction she was pointing, and indeed saw that green phantom image streaking across the horizon at an incredible speed. At this moment, Dan Feng was high up in the air, his body enveloped in a layer of cyan light. This was the effect produced by his powerful imaginary energy. Relying on this power, Dan Feng was able to fly freely in the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the Lunae Kingdom. His expression was far from calm. After all, the person he was closest to in this world was currently in grave danger. At the thought of this, Dan Feng's heart felt as if it were being crushed by a giant boulder, heavy and suffocating. I hope I can make it, Dan Feng prayed silently in his heart. Then he took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and began to carefully observe the location of the dungeon. Flying in the air, he spotted the withered wood forest the principal had mentioned at a glance, and then he searched for traces of the dungeon. He soon saw the dungeon entrance surrounded by withered trees. Found it, and at this moment, Luoxi Shi was continuously depleting her mana. She gritted her teeth, fighting as she ran, her body constantly secreting adrenaline, which was why she hadn't felt tired despite running for so long. Whenever a skeleton quickly approached her, she would immediately use magic to attack it. Just as a certain balance was about to be reached, Luoxi Shi reached the end of the path. Luoxi Shi looked at the stone wall blocking her path with a face full of bewilderment, the fear in her heart reaching its peak. How could this be? Luoxi's eyes voice trembled. Then, hearing the commotion behind her, she immediately looked back at the group of skeletons chasing her, her eyes now filled with despair. She slowly raised the magic wand in her hand and then continuously released magic. This would be her final struggle. She knew one thing very clearly, the little mana left in her body could not resist this endless army of skeletons. She had already reached the end of her rope. Open black lens bracket fire sever close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket rock cannonball close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ice strike close black lens bracket. At this moment, Luoxi Shi couldn't care about anything else and used fire magic as well. Fire magic was very effective against these skeletons, but unfortunately, their numbers were simply too great, making it insignificant to the skeleton army. She no longer knew how much magic she had used, only that she had to keep releasing it. Luoxi Shi leaned against the cold stone wall, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her breathing became rapid and difficult, each gasp feeling like it took all her strength. Yet, facing the skeleton army surging like a tide, she had no choice but to cast low-level magic over and over again, trying to hold back their advance. As time passed, Luoxi's eyes mana gradually ran dry. She felt a wave of dizziness, and the scene before her began to blur. Suddenly, her vision went black, and her body, as if losing all support, instantly collapsed to the ground. When she immediately opened her eyes, she found herself lying on the ground, with the skeleton army drawing closer and closer. She struggled to stand up, but her legs felt as heavy as if they had been filled with lead, unable to move at all. Tears welled up in Luoxi's eyes. She knew this was the consequence of overdrawing her mana. So she could only use the strength in her hands to pull herself up and lean against the stone wall. Then she desperately tried to mobilize the mana that was already empty within her body. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't feel even a shred of a response. No, Luoxi's voice was filled with despair and fear, her tears falling in large drops like a flood breaking through a dam. She didn't want to die like this, she still had too many things left unfinished. However, reality was so cruel, and the skeleton army continued to close in on her ruthlessly. Her heart was filled with despair, and the magic wand in her hand trembled incessantly from fear. Someone save me, anyone, please save me. Luoxi closed her eyes as if she had already resigned herself to her fate. She knew very well that in such an environment, it was impossible for anyone to come and save her, but she still couldn't help but pray silently in her heart, hoping for a miracle to descend. Azure Dragon cleansing the world. Suddenly, in this environment filled with the sound of bone joints grinding, an abrupt shout pierced the silence. Immediately after, a giant azure dragon condensed from water came roaring from the end of the path. The turbulent current was like a powerful force, instantly smashing that group of skeletons into pieces. A surging wave of water swept through, submerging all the skeletons within it. After the wave receded, a tall, cyan figure appeared before Luoxi. He was clad in a white and cyan robe, looking like a deity descending. Great, I made it in time, Dan Feng, in his Vidyadhara form, said softly, his voice revealing a hint of relief. At this time, not a single intact skeleton could be seen at the end of this road, only broken bones and remains scattered all over the ground. Hearing that familiar voice, Luoxi thought she was having hallucinations before death. Well, it's fine to hear Dan Feng's voice before I die, she thought to herself, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly in a faint smile. Dan Feng. Luoxi slowly took off the hat on her head and then gently placed it over her chest. Dan Feng hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to reach out and grab Luoxi's collar. With a slight tug, he easily pulled Luoxi up from the ground, letting her stand steadily again. Luoxi opened her eyes when she was pulled up, and then she saw a scene she would never forget in her life. Her lips quivered as she spoke in an incredulous tone. Dan Feng, you fellow, didn't I tell you to call me when you came to conquer a dungeon? Look at you, you almost died here. Seeing Luoxi, Dan Feng couldn't help but feel angry. At this moment, there was not a trace of his usual calm demeanor. However, at this very moment, tears once again filled Luoxi's eyes. Disregarding her image entirely, she ran straight toward Dan Feng and hugged him tightly without hesitation. This sudden scene caught Dan Feng somewhat off guard. He clearly hadn't expected Luoxi to be so emotional, to the point that his body stiffened slightly. Wu Dan Feng, thank you for coming to save me. Luoxi's voice was choked with sobs, carrying an obvious crying tone. Seeing this, Dan Feng sighed helplessly. He knew how much Luoxi, who had just experienced a life-and-death situation, needed comfort right now, so he also extended his arms and gently held Luoxi, letting her release her emotions to her heart's content in his embrace. Thus, Luoxi cried in Dan Feng's arms for quite a while until her emotions gradually calmed down, and only then did she slowly release her hands that were hugging Dan Feng. Seeing this, Dan Feng extended a finger and lightly tapped Luoxi's cheek. Instantly, a ball of clear water emerged, flowing straight toward Luoxi's tear-stained face. Wash up, your face is all dirty from crying. Dan Feng's tone was calm, as if this were just a most ordinary matter. Luoxi obediently washed her face with the water Dan Feng had condensed, feeling the cool touch of the water sliding across her skin. This proved that she was truly still alive. After she finished washing her face, she slowly raised her head, her gaze happening to meet Dan Feng's. At this moment, Dan Feng's eyes were no longer black, but cyan green. Then Luoxi's gaze fixed straight on the pair of dragon horns on his head. Dan Feng, what's with the horns on your head? They look so cool. Luoxi looked at the ethereal dragon horns on Dan Feng's head with curious eyes. This should be considered another form of mine. 83. Number 83 Dangfeng, I like you. Chapter 83. Dan Feng, I like you. Time rewinds to a while ago. That day, Luoxi was taking notes in class as the teacher lectured. Her small notebook was filled with elegant handwriting. The classroom was filled with a studious atmosphere at this moment. The teacher on the podium looked at the students who had finished their notes, then glanced out the window, before turning back to the students and saying, "Alright, that's all for today's lesson. Class dismissed." As she finished speaking, the teacher strode out of the classroom. Judging by her flushed expression, she was likely rushing off to a date. Seeing this, Luoxi packed her things, preparing to leave the classroom. But just as she was leaving, the students in front of her began to chat. Ellen, wasn't that upperclassman handsome today? Did your heart skip a beat? A yellow-haired girl asked her deskmate. Oh, Yuli, is it that obvious? The girl named Ellen shyly gave Yuli a little shove. Of course it's obvious you look exactly like a young girl in love. The sound of their conversation quickly attracted a group of female students, and soon a large group was chatting about their ideal partners and stories of how they'd meet. Well, most of them were quite imaginative. For example, a prince riding a white horse, bringing the world's most beautiful flowers, kneeling on one knee before her to propose. Another was a hero in war who used his own body to block a cold blade to protect her, and then they fell in love amidst a pool of blood. Luoxi Shi found their words very interesting, so she stayed nearby to listen. Luoxi Shi actually quite liked topics like romance. Soon, the circle of girls had all finished describing their ideal types and fabricated stories, so they turned their gazes toward Luoxi Shi, who was eavesdropping from the back desk. Being the center of their attention, Luoxi Shi felt a bit awkward. After all, eavesdropping on others' conversations was quite rude. Just as Luoxi Shi was about to apologize, Yuli spoke up first. "You're Luoxi Shi, right? What about yours? Yours is the only one left," Yuli asked Luoxi Shi with a smile, while the others looked on with curious eyes. There was no distaste in their gaze, which allowed Luoxi Shi to relax completely. "Me?" Luoxi Shi began to imagine, then combined her previously mentioned criteria for a partner to start spinning a story. "One day, a tall, masculine young man with a youthful face will happen to save me deep within a labyrinth. Then, as we naturally journey forward together, feelings of love will blossom between us." Luoxi Shi spoke at length, weaving a story based on her background as an adventurer. Although it was a story, there was one person constantly in her mind whose appearance matched what she described. Hearing Luoxi Zai's words, the surrounding girls all showed expressions of longing. "Wow, falling in love deep inside a labyrinth, that's so romantic." Just as Dan Feng spoke those words, for some reason, Luoxi Shi suddenly recalled what she had said back then. "Deep within a labyrinth," Luoxi Shi murmured softly. "Yeah, so I'm not actually human, though I'm similar in some ways." Dan Feng was still explaining his current form, but Luoxi Shi was clearly not listening. Seeing Luoxi Shi not responding, Dan Feng asked in confusion, "Why have you gone blank?" Luoxi Shi swallowed hard, then gripped the magic wand in her hand and shouted, "Dan Feng, I like you, please marry me." "Huh?" Then, as if a dam had burst, Luoxi Shi began to frantically pour out her emotions to Dan Feng, this model youth who had been single since birth for who knows how many years. She laid out her love and gratitude for Dan Feng without reservation. During the long journey from Malixian to Lenoa Magic University, Dan Feng had always silently cared for and looked after Luoxi Shi. Whether in daily life or in her studies, Dan Feng always gave her meticulous care and help. This filled Luoxi Zai's heart with deep emotion. She had never imagined someone would treat her so thoughtfully. Since Luoxi Shi had set out on her own, almost no one had been so kind and considerate to her, except for her initial adventurer squad teammates. Especially during that Red Dragon incident, Dan Feng had let her and the Bard leave first without hesitation, staying behind himself to face the powerful Red Dragon. In that moment, Luoxi Zai's heart was filled with unease, just as panicked as when the team was on the verge of dissolving after Captain Delu died on the Demon Continent. As for why she fell in love with Dan Feng, Luoxi Shi couldn't quite explain it herself. Perhaps it was because Dan Feng had saved her from trouble many times, and despite living in Malixian, a place not friendly to the demon race, he had always helped her, a member of the demon race, without reservation. Or perhaps it was that time Dan Feng specifically bought flowers for her. Those were forget-me-nots, symbolizing eternity. At that time, Luoxi Shi had almost been unable to stop herself from confessing to Dan Feng directly, but Dan Feng had skillfully diverted her attention, making her miss that perfect opportunity. Luoxi Zai's gaze was more serious than ever before, a world away from the fearful look she had at the start. "Are you serious?" Dan Feng asked in surprise, his tone carrying disbelief. Luoxi Shi was about to nod, but another group of skeletons rushed over from not far away. Seeing this, Dan Feng said to Luoxi Shi, "Let's get out first before talking." Then, a rapid current of water once again crushed that group of skeletons to pieces. Afterward, Dan Feng successfully found the transfer magic circle to exit with Luoxi Shi, then pulled her out of that space. He then casually killed a giant black centipede and led Luoxi Shi upward. Shortly after, Dan Feng successfully led Luoxi Shi out of this S-rank labyrinth. Once outside, Luoxi Shi gathered her courage again and shouted, "Dan Feng, I'm serious." "Alright, Alright, I hear that you're serious, Dan Feng replied immediately, then seriously considered his feelings for Luoxi Shi. To say he didn't like her at all would be a lie, but if he hadn't found himself in time, he might never have noticed his feelings for her. But for his current feelings for Luoxi Shi, wasn't marriage a bit too early? That was what Dan Feng was thinking, and then he also seriously expressed his feelings to Luoxi Shi. Actually, I have feelings for you too. After all, we've been together for so long. But it's too early for marriage, we haven't even finished our studies yet. Dan Feng's tone was steady, and it finally no longer felt indifferent, but carried a touch of human warmth. Hearing this, Luoxi's eyes heart sank halfway. Weren't Dan Feng's words a tactful rejection? However, we can start as lovers first, and then get married in a few years when the time is right, Dan Feng said slowly. This was what he truly thought. Although she was someone he liked, the idea of a whirlwind marriage was still too difficult for him. After all, having lived 2 lives, he had never been in a relationship. Even if he got married, he wouldn't know how to fulfill the responsibilities a husband should. 84. Number 84 Dangfeng, may I borrow your back? Chapter 84. Dan Feng, can I borrow your back? Luo Kixi Migrudia listened intently to Dan Feng's words, as if they were a glimmer of dawn in her life. When she heard Dan Feng say they could start as lovers, a light of hope instantly reignited in her eyes, like aqua blue stars lighting up the night sky. In other words, we can start as lovers first, right? Luoxi's eyes voice trembled slightly as she asked Dan Feng cautiously, as if afraid the answer might suddenly vanish. After all, she had just experienced a life and death situation, an ordeal that gave her an unprecedented, urgent need for emotional connection. The shadow of death had loomed over her, making her realize the fragility and brevity of life. In that moment, all hesitation was cast aside. She only wanted to grasp the happiness before her. That was why Luoxi Shi was expressing her love for Dan Feng so directly now. She desperately needed a sense of belonging, an emotional anchor that could provide peace and warmth. Dan Feng looked at Luoxi Shi silently, a trace of complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He nodded gently in agreement with Luoxi's eyes words, but then added, "If you aren't afraid of me in this form." These words caused a surge of emotion in Luoxi's eyes heart, and she quickly replied, "That's wonderful." Tears welled up in her eyes, and she fought to keep them from falling, but eventually, a single teardrop slid down her cheek. Luoxi Shi quickly wiped the tear away, not wanting Dan Feng to see her vulnerable side again. Then she smiled at Dan Feng and said, "You look very handsome like this. How could I possibly be afraid?" After searching for a while, Dan Feng finally led Luoxi Shi to a relatively clean spot. There wasn't much dust or deadwood, and the surroundings were quiet, a good place to rest. Since Luoxi Shi had exhausted her mana not long ago, she desperately needed rest to recover her spirit and physical strength. However, the area lacked any proper facilities for resting, save for a large, smooth rock facing the sunlight. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi walked over to the large rock and sat down together. For a moment, both were silent, unsure of what to say. After a while, as if having made up her mind, Luoxi Shi spoke slowly, "Dan Feng, can I borrow your back?" Her voice was soft and laced with hesitation. Hearing this, Dan Feng quickly understood what Luoxi Shi meant. He silently retracted the illusory tail behind him and replied in a flat tone, "No problem." Upon hearing Dan Feng's response, the corners of Luoxi's eyes mouth curled up into a faint smile. She then slowly shifted her body, gently leaning her back against Dan Feng's solid one. Luoxi Shi seemed to enjoy leaning against things to rest when she was outdoors. Back on the snowy mountains, she was always used to sleeping against an earth fortress. Perhaps leaning against something like this gave her a greater sense of security. The moment Luoxi's eyes body made contact with Dan Feng's back, a look of pure enjoyment appeared on her face, as if all her fatigue was being released at that instant. For some reason, in his current Vidyadhara form, Dan Feng carried a faint fragrance, much like the scent of lotus flowers from before. "By the way, Dan Feng, how did you find your way here? You arrived so timely. I had already resigned myself to fate then," Luoxi Shi murmured softly, closing her eyes. "After I finished training, I had an ominous feeling. I looked everywhere for you, first going to your classroom, and then, after a classmate mentioned it, I went to see the principal. The principal said you had come to conquer an S-rank labyrinth alone. As soon as I heard it was an S-rank labyrinth, I asked for the specific location and rushed over immediately," Dan Feng answered calmly. "Then our fate really is wonderful." Dan Feng sensed it the moment I was in danger. Luoxi's eyes words were full of tenderness. Because her spirit was low at the moment, she didn't ask how Dan Feng had managed to arrive so quickly. "Also, I clearly told you to call me when you wanted to conquer a labyrinth. Where did those words go?" Dan Feng's tone carried a hint of unquestionable authority. Because I had the intel for the entire labyrinth. You know how simple a labyrinth becomes when you have all the information. Besides, this labyrinth was conquered by the North God long ago, so there were hardly any monsters left. I was almost successful on my own, but I accidentally pulled out a mana stone, which triggered a transfer magic circle by mistake, leading to this situation. Luoxi Zai's voice held a slight note of grievance. Dan Feng listened to Luoxi Zai's explanation in silence, understanding in his heart that it wasn't entirely her fault. After all, who could have predicted the sudden triggering of a hidden labyrinth? Given Luoxi Zai's strength, she truly might have succeeded in a solo run if not for that accident. Thinking of this, Dan Feng found it hard to say more and could only sigh helplessly. Thank you for coming to save me. Luoxi Shi thanked Dan Feng again, her voice filled with gratitude. It's what I should do, Dan Feng said slowly. Hearing Dan Feng's words, Luoxi Shi felt a wave of warmth in her heart. She leaned gently against Dan Feng's back and closed her eyes, beginning to regulate her breathing to let the mana in her body slowly recover. Dan Feng felt Luoxi Shi leaning on him and didn't speak, simply lending her his back so she could rest well. Dan Feng, Luoxi Shi called his name tenderly once more, a sound that made it impossible for Dan Feng's heart to remain calm. What is it? Dan Feng's tone was slightly puzzled. Shall we come to conquer a labyrinth together when we have time later? Sure. After receiving Dan Feng's reply, Luoxi Shi felt even more at peace. That sense of belonging was now tied to Dan Feng, making her feel an unprecedented emotion, acceptance. Not long after, Dan Feng heard Luoxi Zai's steady breathing, proving she had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Dan Feng thought silently that since they were now lovers, he had to fulfill the responsibilities a lover should have. Right first, he needed to change the way he spoke, which had been assimilated by the template. But this was extremely difficult because what Dan Feng thought would always be altered when spoken aloud. For example, if he wanted to say, "That's great, everyone is still alive," what might slip out is, "So everyone's still alive." This was something that couldn't be changed after being assimilated by the template. Personality and speech patterns would always be very similar. Perhaps this was the price for accepting this power. Dan Feng sat there quietly, not moving a muscle, for fear of waking the sleeping Luoxi Shi. 85. Number 85. The Vidyadhara clan was wiped out? Chapter 85. The Vidyadhara exterminated? Time passed quickly while Luoxi Shi slept, so it was already dusk. Luoxi Zai's consciousness gradually returned, and her eyes slowly opened. She felt the abundant mana within her, flowing through her body like a warm torrent. The first thing she noticed was the heat against her back, a reassuring warmth. As she became more alert, her back slowly pulled away from Dan Feng's. Dan Feng immediately felt the contact disappear. He turned his head and looked at Luoxi Shi with concern, asking, "Are you feeling better?" A look of joy appeared on Luoxi Zai's face, and she nodded vigorously, replying, much better." One could imagine she was surely very happy about what had happened not long ago. Looking at her smile, Dan Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of pleasure in his heart. He looked up at the sky and saw the sun was about to set. Night was fast approaching. This meant they wouldn't be able to make it back to Lunae Magic University today and would have to spend the night in the wild. Dan Feng felt a bit helpless. He actually wanted to fly Luoxi Shi back to the school, but with his current abilities, he couldn't seem to carry anyone else during high-speed flight. He'd have to wait until his progress bar had risen to the point where he could transform into a true dragon before he could fly with her. Dan Feng turned to Luoxi Shi and said, "Stay here and don't wander off. I'll go find something for you to eat." His tone fluctuated slightly, but overall it still seemed somewhat cold. After saying that, he turned and walked away. "Let's go together." Just as Dan Feng stood up, Luoxi Shi grabbed his sleeve from behind. Dan Feng looked back at Luoxi Zai's face. She looked anxious, likely not yet recovered from the fear of death. Dan Feng nodded, and the two of them walked back toward the direction Dan Feng had flown from. Dan Feng had seen monsters from the sky earlier, so they could go hunt a few to solve the dinner problem. After walking for a while, the situation ahead caught their attention. "Monsters fighting?" Dan Feng muttered as he watched the scene ahead. Ahead of them, a white porcupine and a black bear were fighting. Both are good ingredients. Seeing this, Dan Feng silently drew his Cloud Striker. Turbulent currents instantly wrapped around the Cloud Striker. Then, Dan Feng's gaze sharpened as he threw the Cloud Striker, along with the flowing water, at the two monsters. Sky Dragon's shadow. Wow, it smells so good. Luoxi Zai's eyes widened, staring unblinkingly at the meat placed on the grill made with earth magic. The meat was grilled to a fragrant sizzle, Her saliva swirled in her throat, looking as if it might drip out at any second. She hadn't eaten for most of the day and had consumed a lot of adrenaline earlier. Her stomach had long been growling. The tempting aroma gripped her stomach, making it impossible to resist. The meat is cooked, eat up. Seeing Luoxi's eyes' greedy look, a smile tugged at the corner of Dan Feng's mouth. He condensed several thin earth spikes, slowly skewering the grilled meat. These weren't ordinary earth spikes. Dan Feng had intentionally increased his mana output while making them as hard as iron. This way, he could easily skewer the meat without worrying about the spikes breaking during the grilling process. Luoxi Shi was so hungry she didn't even bother being polite. Taking the skewer from Dan Feng, she couldn't wait to take a bite. She let out a satisfied sigh. Though the grilled pork had no seasoning, it had a fresh, original flavor. The meat was tender and juicy. With one bite, the fragrance filled her mouth, leaving a lasting aftertaste. For adventurers spending the night outside, such simple grilled pork was already the finest delicacy. So delicious, Luoxi Shi showed a satisfied smile and began to feast. She couldn't help it. She was too hungry. I have mastered the knack of grilling meat, Dan Feng said indifferently, then began grilling even faster. Essentially, for every skewer he grilled, Luoxi Shi ate one. Soon after, Luoxi Shi was finally full, and Dan Feng began preparing his own dinner. The crimson firelight appeared exceptionally bright in this uninhabited withered wood forest. The scent of blood from the two monsters wafted around, drawing many monsters to linger nearby. But none dared to come forward to snatch the food because Dan Feng, sitting there silently grilling meat, was still in his Vidyadhara state. The pressure he emitted alone suppressed this group of low-level monsters. So Dan Feng, what race are you exactly? I don't think I've ever seen someone with your physical features before. Having eaten her fill, Luoxi Shi curiously examined Dan Feng's ears, which were quite similar to those of the long-eared race, and the exceptionally prominent illusory dragon horns on his forehead, asking in confusion. Dan Feng didn't answer immediately. His full attention was on the grilled meat. The meat sizzled, oil constantly seeping out and releasing bursts of aroma. After a while, Dan Feng slowly looked up and gave a brief answer, Vidyadhara. After speaking, he lowered his head again and continued to focus on grilling. Vidyadhara? I've really never heard of that race before. Hearing this, Luoxi Shi couldn't help but frown, thinking hard. She thought of the demon race and the beast race, but she had indeed never heard of a Vidyadhara among them. No matter how she tried to recall, she couldn't remember ever hearing about this race anywhere. Perhaps I am the only Vidyadhara left in this world, Dan Feng suddenly said indifferently, as if it were no big deal. Hearing this, Luoxi Shi couldn't help but cry out in shock. Her eyes widened as she looked at Dan Feng in shock, secretly guessing, could it be that all of Dan Feng's clansmen are dead? I'm sorry, Dan Feng. I didn't know the Vidyadhara no longer existed. Luoxi Shi quickly apologized, her aqua-blue eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach. Seeing this, the corners of Dan Feng's mouth curled up slightly into an imperceptible smile. He knew Luoxi Shi had misunderstood him, thinking his clan had suffered an extermination. However, he didn't explain much, simply continuing expressionlessly, it's fine. In reality, theoretically speaking, there wasn't a single true Vidyadhara in the human realm yet. Unknowingly, Luoxi Shi had already concocted some stories in her mind. The Vidyadhara were wiped out, Dan Feng escaped alone, came to Malixian by himself, was then taken in by the tavern proprietress, and finally became an adventurer. So now, the look Luoxi Shi gave Dan Feng carried a hint of heartache. She thought that if the Miglid tribe were wiped out, she would be very sad and then begin a relentless revenge against the perpetrators. 86. Number 86 The Principal's Entrustment Chapter 86 The Principal's Request A few days later, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi stepped through the gates of Lunae Magic University once again. As soon as they entered, Dan Feng's unique appearance and attire drew the gazes of many students. A pair of shimmering turquoise horns sat prominently on his head, a sight undoubtedly rare in the eyes of ordinary people. Look, why does he have horns on his head? Which race is he from? A boy asked his friend beside him, his face full of curiosity. His friend was equally bewildered, shaking his head as he said, I'm not sure, but he looks really handsome. As he spoke, his gaze was completely captured by Dan Feng, his eyes reflecting undisguised envy. In this world filled with magic, races were numerous and diverse, and most people took pride in being human. However, there was also a small portion of people with unique tastes and preferences. Dan Feng, do you really not need to hide the horns on your head? Luoxi Shi looked at Dan Feng with some concern and asked softly. Dan Feng shook his head without hesitation and replied in a firm tone. I intend to make this form my norm, so this is necessary. To him, his tail could be hidden, but his dragon horns were something that absolutely could not be concealed. With that, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi continued forward, heading straight for the principal's office. This return was partly to explain the matter of his Vidyadhara form, and partly for Luoxi Shi to return the principal's magic wand. Along the way, Dan Feng's appearance shocked a great number of students. After all, those shimmering, ethereal dragon horns were much cooler than ox or goat horns. Then there was Dan Feng's unfamiliar clothing. No one else had ever seen such a style of attire before. Just like that, he naturally became the hot topic of the school. Throughout this walk, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi felt as though they hadn't been stared at this much in their entire lives. They soon arrived at the principal's office. After 3 polite knocks, the principal let them in. The moment Dan Feng entered, the principal's eyes were fixed on him, filled with curiosity. Dan Feng, Luoxi Shi, you're back? Is Luoxi Shi alright? Although the principal had much he wanted to discuss with Dan Feng, he chose to check on his friend's disciple first. Dan Feng shook his head and then said, everything is fine now. Luoxi Shi then stepped forward to return the principal's magic wand, thanking him with deep gratitude. Thank you, principal, for lending me your magic wand. Haha, as long as you're safe. The principal gave a hearty laugh. Now, let's talk about what's going on with this form of yours, Dan Feng. Of course, I'm just curious, nothing more. The principal had the two of them sit down, then prepared to hear Dan Feng's explanation. Yes, this is my form as a Vidyadhara. Our race excels in water magic, though I am the only one left of my kind, Dan Feng said expressionlessly. Since Luoxi Shi already believed he was the last of the Vidyadhara, Dan Feng went along with it. Otherwise, it would be truly difficult to explain what the Vidyadhara were. I see. The principal nodded thoughtfully, then said regretfully, a pity. From what I can sense, this powerful race is even more formidable than the undead of the demon continent. After all, besides the undead demon king Atoph, no demon king can fly, yet your race can fly so fast. The principal's words left Luoxi Shi stunned, and she looked at Dan Feng with a gaze full of admiration. Flight, something that even current magic cannot achieve, yet Dan Feng's race could do it. One must know that in this world, aside from the sky race, most other races are incapable of flight. If a certain country obtained a group of magicians who could fly, that country's power would skyrocket. Swordsmen cannot fly, and flight allows one to evade most magical attacks. At this moment, Dan Feng was very important in the principal's heart. The principal overpraises me. My race's flight is the only thing worth looking at. We aren't so great in other aspects, and I only have a slight understanding of water magic, Dan Feng said modestly. However, he had his own hidden agenda, which was to avoid being deeply bound to Lunae Magic University. Listening to the principal's words, he felt the man intended to recruit him into the Lunae kingdom. He loved freedom and had no desire to become a caged dragon. After exchanging pleasantries with the principal for the rest of the afternoon, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi took their leave as evening approached. However, just before they left, the principal suddenly handed them a request. The reward for this request was exceptionally generous, moving both Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. Without almost any hesitation, the two of them accepted immediately. After walking out of the principal's office, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi chatted happily as they walked. Is this for real? The reward is actually a magic tool. Luoxi Shi could hardly hide her excitement, her voice filled with pleasant surprise. As she spoke, she pulled out that previous lingus tear from her bosom to examine it closely. Seeing this, Dan Feng explained in a level tone, it is indeed true. As long as we head to Rosenberg, the second city of the Bashelen Duchy, and help the principal retrieve the tools he ordered, we can choose any one item from a collection of magic tools as our reward. That's wonderful. The principal's magic tools are all very good, Luoxi Shi said, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. After all, the principal was getting on in years and it wasn't convenient for him to travel back and forth. He had originally intended to post this request at the Adventurers Guild, but after seeing Dan Feng's potential, he decisively chose to let these two special students, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi, complete it. Why do you say that? Dan Feng was puzzled. Why did she assume the principal's magic tools were so good? This is thanks to teacher Bladikin. Before I prepared to conquer the labyrinth, the principal gave me this magic tool called Lingus Tear. It can ward off a single fatal blow. Luoxi Shi handed the aqua blue necklace to Dan Feng. A fine item, and the color suits you well. Dan Feng looked at it for a moment before returning it to Luoxi Shi. The two, who had only been lovers for a few days, chatted the whole way. After having dinner together at the cafeteria, Dan Feng escorted Luoxi Shi to the base of the girls' dormitory. Before leaving, Luoxi Shi gave Dan Feng a hug and then urged him to leave quickly. Why? Dan Feng was confused. Because some girls really don't like boys passing by the girls' dormitory. That's why the male and female dorms are so far apart, Luoxi Shi explained to him. Fair enough. Dan Feng nodded, indicating he understood, and then slowly left the vicinity of the girls' dormitory. He needed to get back and study spearmanship. He hadn't studied properly or read his books for the past few days, and the talent, inch long, inch strong, wasn't being put to use. 87. Number 87 Custom Wands. Chapter 87. Customizing a magic wand. In the evening, Dan Feng lay on his bed, a somewhat helpless expression on his face. At this moment, he had reverted to his human form because it was more convenient. He wouldn't accidentally damage things by failing to control his strength. During the process of learning spearmanship just now, he had been crushed in every aspect. Simply because he told Dragon Venerable Dan Feng to treat him with full strength, the result was a crushing defeat. It seems there is still a long way to go before I fully master this spearmanship. Dan Feng sighed. Forget it, I should just sleep. After saying that, Dan Feng used wind magic to extinguish the candle on the table. On Luoxi Zai's side, things were a bit different from Dan Feng. She was currently organizing her belongings. She first washed the magic stone she found in the labyrinth several times and then began to examine it carefully. Having just experienced a life and death situation, she hadn't had the chance to look at the stone properly. This was the first time she had observed this water magic stone closely. The aqua blue magic stone was beautiful, taking on a greenish hue under the glow of the candlelight. I'll go customize a magic wand tomorrow. Once the wand is made, I can go to Rosenberg, the second city of the Beschellen Duchy, to complete the commission, Luoxi Shi thought as she pulled out all her savings. This would be the processing fee for the magic wand, though she would need to consult the shop for the specific amount the next morning. Sunlight shone through the window of Dan Feng's room onto his face. And so, Dan Feng slowly woke up from his slumber. He slowly sat up from the bed and then got up to wash. After tidying up his appearance, Dan Feng changed into his casual clothes. Stepping out of the boys' dormitory, Dan Feng leisurely walked toward the girls' dormitory. There were few people on the road in the morning. After all, there were still several hours before classes began, so most students of Lunae Magic University were still sleeping. After walking for a while, Dan Feng noticed a small aqua-haired loli slowly walking toward him. From a distance, it was Luoxi Shi. Luoxi Shi was carrying a handbag and some brown paper. Dan Feng guessed that his portion of sandwiches was inside the paper. When Dan Feng reached her, Luoxi Shi decisively handed the brown paper to him. Breakfast is sandwiches. Luoxi Shi looked at Dan Feng with a smile. Dan Feng quickly finished the breakfast Luoxi Shi had prepared for him and then asked her what she planned to do next. Accompany me to customize a magic wand, okay? Luoxi Shi asked Dan Feng, and he naturally agreed. The two then headed toward the main gate of Lunae Magic University. Their destination was the weapon shop in the commercial street. Only there could one customize an exclusive magic wand. Arriving at the commercial street, the two planned to check out various weapon shops first, comparing the customization prices and quality of each shop before making a final decision. Luoxi Shi, did you bring enough money? Dan Feng asked her. If she didn't have enough, he could contribute some. Definitely, I've been living frugally, so I've saved up quite a lot. Luoxi Shi puffed out her flat chest, seemingly very proud of her saving habits. Dan Feng found Luoxi Zai's appearance quite amusing. After all, both of them were quite thrifty, saving all the rewards from their commissions except for necessary expenses. Soon, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi arrived at the first weapon shop. The fee for a custom magic wand? It'll be about 50 Lunae gold coins, the middle-aged man with a potbelly said unhurriedly. His oily appearance made one think he must have scammed many people. Hearing this price, Dan Feng said calmly, that price is too expensive. Even forging a high-quality sword doesn't cost 50 gold coins. A hint of skepticism was evident in his voice. The owner was completely unfazed by Dan Feng's questioning, even revealing a disdainful smile. He curled his lip and said, how can a swordsman's weapon be compared to the weapon of a noble magician? A magic wand is the symbol of a magician. Its value naturally cannot be measured by the price of ordinary weapons. Dan Feng was speechless at the owner's words, but he knew that arguing further would be futile, so he pulled Luoxi Shi and turned to leave the shop. And so, Dan Feng and Luoxi Zai's first visit to a weapon shop ended abruptly. The reason was nothing else but the unreasonable price of this shop. The magic wand Luoxi Shi had bought directly in Zante port only cost about 4 Linoa silver coins, yet this shop had the audacity to ask for 50 Linoa gold coins. The price difference was like heaven and earth. However, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi did not give up. They continued to inquire about prices and quality at other weapon shops along the street. Yet, the results were disappointing. Either the price for a custom wand was too high, or the craftsmanship was terrible. They simply couldn't find a shop with reasonable prices and good workmanship. Sigh. Luoxi Shi sighed and then said to Dan Feng, "How about we go check out the workshop district? Maybe there are custom weapon makers there? Let's look a bit more. If we really can't find anything, we'll have to go there." After that, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi began wandering through various weapon shops again, and finally, they found a suitable one. This weapon shop's location was very remote, not on the main road but in a sparsely populated alley. The owner inside was a hairless old man who looked kind and gentle, much like the principal. "Boss, I see the weapons displayed in your shop are quite good. May I ask how many gold coins it costs to customize a magic wand?" Dan Feng's tone was cool, but his choice of words was very polite, so it didn't sound improper. Hearing a voice, the owner quickly sat up from his chair and said, "Do you have your own magic stone?" "Yes." Luoxi Shi took the water magic stone out of her handbag. Seeing this, the owner thought about the price. Usually, because of the location, his business was sluggish, with only a few regular customers visiting, so he wanted to keep Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. So he quoted, "If you have your own magic stone, then the processing fee will be 20 Linoa gold coins. Don't worry, the quality of everything in my shop is guaranteed. The weapons displayed here are all made by me," the owner added. Afterward, Luoxi Shi described the appearance she wanted to the owner and then handed over the water magic stone she had nearly traded her life for. The owner told them to come back in 3 days to pick it up, promising they would definitely be surprised. It's worth mentioning that just before Luoxi Shi paid, Dan Feng mentioned they were students of Linoa Magic University and could promote the shop for him, so the owner gave them a discount of 1 gold coin. 88. Number 88 in the student competition, he once again earned the title of Cold-Faced Little Green Dragon. Chapter 88, Student Competition, once again earning the title of Cold-Faced Little Azure Dragon. "It's so expensive," Luoxi Shi said, wanting to cry. Although she still had plenty of funds, she always felt like it wasn't quite enough. There's no helping it. After all, it seems the boss is going to use high-grade magic wood root materials for you, so the price is an unavoidable issue, Dan Feng explained calmly. Materials from high-grade magical creatures were quite expensive. For example, the fire-immune magic wood around the Malixian labyrinth belongs to low-grade, mutated magic wood. True high-grade magic wood looks like towering trees. Alright, by the way, what are we going to do next? It seems there's nothing left to do, Luoxi Shi asked Dan Feng, which also sent Dan Feng into thought. Let's buy some supplies first. After all, we'll be heading to the Bashellan Duchy soon, and the journey will take a few days, Dan Feng suggested. Since it was Dan Feng's suggestion, Luoxi Shi naturally had no problem with it. So, the two of them walked toward the adventurer supply store. After casually purchasing some dried food that could be preserved for a long time, the two prepared to return to Linoa Magic University. Upon returning to Linoa Magic University, the two noticed that the surrounding students were all rushing in one direction, so they looked at each other in confusion. "How about we go take a look together?" Luoxi Shi also showed a hint of curiosity and sought Dan Feng's opinion. If Dan Feng didn't want to join the crowd, then she wouldn't go either. Dan Feng thought about it. He felt there was nothing else to do at the moment, so it might be better to see what was happening there. Who knows, there might even be some opportunities. "Sure, let's go take a look together," Dan Feng said to Luoxi Shi. Subsequently, the two followed the crowd to a large building. Neither Dan Feng nor Luoxi Shi had been to this building before, so they didn't know what it was used for. They slowly entered the building, which was already packed with people by this time. "Have you heard? 2 noble young masters scheduled a match today. This is going to be good," the person in front of Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi said to his companion. By now, most of the students had taken their seats, and 2 people dressed in luxurious clothes were standing in the medieval-style arena. The 2 people on the stage were nobles from a certain country, seemingly from the Wenglong Kingdom. It appeared they had an argument over something, which was why they had come to this arena for a match. After all, the arena was equipped with a powerful healing magic circle. As long as the head wasn't hit, they could be saved. "Dan Feng, this seems to be an arena," Luoxi Shi said softly, listening to the chatter around them. Dan Feng nodded, indicating he understood. Then he turned his gaze to the 2 people on the stage. Both were currently holding swords, so it seemed they were competing in swordsmanship. Hey, Pardo, you actually dared to come? A cold sneer played at the corner of Beethoven's mouth as he looked at Pardo with eyes full of disdain. Quote, "It seems your family no longer has the power to continue protecting you, does it?" Facing Beethoven's questioning, Pardo appeared somewhat restless. His face turned pale, and a layer of fine sweat even broke out on his forehead. "Beethoven, what happened that day was my fault. It was all Benecolin's own choice. Why won't you listen to my explanation? Do you really have to face me with swords?" Pardo's voice trembled slightly, seemingly terrified of Beethoven's hostility. Hearing the conversation between the two, the students below immediately burst into a flurry of whispers, guessing what exactly had happened between them. "Is there anyone from the Wanglong Kingdom who can explain? Why can't I understand what they're talking about?" A student shouted loudly, his voice standing out in the noisy crowd. "I don't know, but Benecolin seems to be the daughter of a lower-ranking noble in the Wanglong Kingdom," someone answered, though this answer didn't give everyone a clearer understanding of the situation. Just then, the two on the stage suddenly moved at the same time. The longswords in their hands traced two streaks of cold light in the air, instantly clashing together with a crisp metallic sound. However, this so-called fierce battle was entirely different in Dan Feng's eyes. He watched the two on stage like children fighting, waving their longswords without any technique. Dan Feng secretly evaluated in his heart, their swordsmanship level is probably only at the intermediate level. Even Luoxi Shi commented, their swordsmanship wouldn't even be enough to be an adventurer, right? Thus, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi silently watched the two on stage hack at each other, finally ending with Beethoven's victory. "Ha ha ha, you think you're worthy of playing with my fiancé? With your strength, you should practice for another 2.5 years, Beethoven laughed loudly. Then, with an arrogant gaze, he looked up at the students in the stands and shouted, "Who else?" The student arena was a place for students to spar with each other. Generally, some stakes would be wagered, and the winner would get both their own and their opponent's stakes. The winner becomes the arena master, and others can challenge him. This was something the principal liked to see. This way, commoner students would study hard and then defeat their opponents to gain money. However, one cannot strike at vital points in this arena. Those who do not follow the rules will be expelled from Lunae Magic University and banned from entering for life. Dan Feng, this competition looks so boring. "Let's go," Luoxi Shi said in an exasperated tone. Dan Feng felt the same, so he and Luoxi Shi stood up, preparing to leave. But Dan Feng's aura easily attracted attention. As soon as he stood up, he was spotted by the arrogant Beethoven on the stage. "That black-haired kid, come down for a duel. I got my revenge today and I'm in a good mood, so I can give you a chance to challenge me," Beethoven shouted loudly toward Dan Feng. After noticing the surrounding gazes, Dan Feng only felt that this Beethoven was already far from the world of the living and very close to the divine. He prepared to just leave. Seeing that Dan Feng ignored him, Beethoven began to get anxious. He stated a condition that piqued Dan Feng's interest, a wager of 50 Lunae gold coins. "Fine, I accept," Dan Feng said calmly to Beethoven on the stage, then slowly walked down under the surprised gazes of the people around him. Luoxi Shi looked at the arrogant Beethoven on the stage and couldn't help but laugh inwardly, thinking that these nobles really had more money than brains. Just then, the match officially began. With a sudden upward flick of Cloud Striker, the sword was instantly sent flying. Dan Feng won easily. However, all of this happened in just 2 short seconds, so fast that people almost didn't have time to react. Meanwhile, Beethoven hadn't even had time to make a move before his neck was already held by Cloud Striker's blur of speed. Some students in the stands were stunned, their mouths hanging open. They never expected the match to end so quickly, and for the outcome to be such a one-sided defeat. Soon after, whispers began to ripple through the crowd, everyone shocked by Dan Feng's incredible strength. "You lost," Dan Feng said expressionlessly, looking at Beethoven. After speaking, he moved Cloud Striker away from Beethoven's neck. Unlike other nobles, Beethoven didn't act like a sore loser or make excuses. Instead, he very readily counted out 50 Lunae gold coins from his pouch and handed them to Dan Feng. This action undoubtedly signaled that Dan Feng had become the new arena master of the day. According to the rules, the arena master cannot refuse challenges from others. Consequently, many people who hadn't clearly seen Dan Feng's series of brilliant moves just now swarmed onto the stage wanting to challenge him, incidentally providing Dan Feng with a sum of tuition fees. Facing these challengers, Dan Feng naturally turned no one away. Those who knew swordsmanship were all disarmed in an instant as he flicked their swords away, thus losing the match. As for the magicians, they were even more pitiful. Often, while they were still chanting their spells, they had already been swept off the stage by a sweep of Dan Feng's spear. During this time, Dan Feng's expression and demeanor didn't change at all. This made those who lost both money and face very unhappy, because it seemed Dan Feng hadn't even swung his spear much to beat them. It was as if he were expressing the sentence, "I'm sorry for not letting Lord Dan Feng enjoy himself to the fullest." Meanwhile, students were continuously entering the arena. Someone who had been an adventurer in Malixian recognized Dan Feng's appearance and immediately cried out in the crowd, "Cold-faced little azure dragon?" Quote, after hearing this nickname, the surrounding students immediately asked why the Dan Feng on stage was called that, so that adventurer spread the stories of Dan Feng's deeds in Malixian. He himself had traveled thousands of miles to Lunae Magic University to study because he wanted to become like Dan Feng. Thus, the title spread throughout the area, and so, Dan Feng once again earned this title at Lunae Magic University. 89. Number 89. If you don't know me, you don't know me. Why say I'm your favorite? Chapter 89. If you don't recognize it, just say so. What do you mean, my favorite? Aside from the noble named Beethoven giving 50 Lunae gold coins, others gave significantly less, but the sheer volume of people still allowed Dan Feng to earn quite a bit of money. Dan Feng fought until no one dared to step up anymore. He then looked at Luoxi Shi and decided to give up his position as the arena champion. Since there were no more challengers, Dan Feng could naturally step down, and no one dared to force him to continue as the champion. Because no high-year students came here, the challengers were all quite weak. There weren't even many students with advanced level strength. Just as Dan Feng was slowly walking down from the stage, a voice suddenly drifted from somewhere. "Cold-faced little azure dragon." Immediately afterward, a deafening roar of cheers surged like a tide, as if it were about to submerge the entire arena. It was simple. Everyone was deeply impressed by Dan Feng's strength, having crushed dozens of people without even breaking a sweat. Dan Feng's footsteps came to an involuntary halt as he looked around the stands with a face full of confusion. His gaze swept over one unfamiliar face after another, seemingly trying to find an answer from these people and figure out how they knew this title. However, the people in the stands only shouted excitedly. No one stood up to explain. At that moment, Luoxi Shi quickly walked to his side, grabbed his arm, and whispered, "Ignore them. Let's leave here first." Dan Feng nodded. Although he was still puzzled, he followed Luoxi Shi out of the arena. Once outside, Dan Feng finally couldn't suppress his curiosity. He turned to Luoxi Shi and asked, "What exactly is going on? How did this title from Malixian spread all the way here?" A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Luoxi's eye's mouth. She covered her mouth and giggled, seemingly finding Dan Feng's confusion somewhat amusing. After a moment, she slowly said, "Just now in the stands, there was a student who used to be an adventurer in Malixian. As soon as he saw you, he excitedly shouted, 'Cold-faced little azure dragon,' which then triggered that scene." Hearing this, Dan Feng had a sudden realization. He shook his head helplessly and said, "So that's it. It makes sense now. Those adventurers in Malixian really have nothing better to do. I just picked a random title, and now everyone's calling me that." However, Dan Feng didn't take the matter too much to heart. After all, it was just a title. It wouldn't have any substantial impact on him. He shrugged and decided not to dwell on it any longer. "By the way, can you really earn this much from dueling in the arena?" Luoxi Shi looked at the bag Dan Feng was holding, which emitted the crisp clinking sound of coins. It was that noble who insisted on setting the reward at 50 gold coins. Luckily, he didn't go back on his word, otherwise Dan Feng didn't continue. After all, if the man hadn't paid, Dan Feng would have tortured him properly, using the methods Dragon Venerable Dan Feng used. For example, giving him hope and then delivering despair once he was completely exhausted. In the time that followed, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi had nothing else to do, so the two returned to the dormitory to put away the things they had bought before going out for dinner together a few days later. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi estimated that the magic wand should be finished, so they decided to go to the shop today to take a look. As soon as Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi stepped into the shop, they saw the owner holding a magic wand and pointing at other displayed weapons while questioning a young man. "What material is this made of?" the owner asked. "Birch wood." The youth answered the owner's question disdainfully, picking his nose from time to time. "And this one?" The owner switched to another weapon, a very long magic wand, made from an ordinary magic wood trunk. The youth answered correctly again. "Hey, you kid are learning pretty fast. Then what about this one?" The owner pointed to a white magic wand placed in a large wooden box in the middle of the path. The box lid was glass, so one could see the exterior of the magic wand and the water blue magic stone floating above it. "My favorite." Seeing this, the youth immediately stood at attention. He only saw that the texture was particularly good, but since he didn't know what material it was and didn't want to lose face in front of his master, he said that. If you don't recognize it, just say so. What do you mean, my favorite? The owner said speechlessly, then proceeded to tell the youth about this high-grade magic wood material. Seeing this, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi slowly approached the owner. The owner hadn't noticed Dan Feng and Luoxi Zai's arrival yet, instead talking to himself about how awesome this material was, claiming things like how it wouldn't break easily even if struck by a swordsman, and that its hardness was comparable to diamonds. It was unclear if there were elements of exaggeration, but the way he described it really made the magic wand feel high-end. A short while later, the owner finally finished speaking. He turned to look at the youth and then noticed Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi behind him. You're finally here, the magic wand is finished, just waiting for you to pick it up, the owner said cheerfully, then pointed to the magic wand in the wooden box, indicating it was Luoxi Zai's. Seeing this, Dan Feng slowly opened the lid. Luoxi Shi then used both hands to slowly pick up the wand. It was entirely snow white with a few black streaks interspersed. The top of the magic wand had an extended design, and in the center of the top floated that water blue magic stone, looking absolutely beautiful. The magic wand was just the right size for Luoxi Zai's height, and it could be held with either one or both hands. As soon as Luoxi Shi touched the magic wand, she felt that its grip was excellent, similar to the principal's. It's so light, I can definitely carry it, Luoxi Shi exclaimed. She then raised the magic wand with one hand, as if to show she wasn't lying. Haha, after all, how can ordinary materials compare to magic wood? Seeing Luoxi Zai's expression of love for the magic wand, the owner felt particularly proud. Is there anything more satisfying than being recognized by others? Afterward, Dan Feng's group went to the small courtyard behind the weapon shop. This was so Luoxi Shi could test if the magic wand was easy to use. If not, the owner could still make adjustments. Arriving at the grounds, Luoxi Shi began to chant, "O majestic water spirit." When Luoxi Shi uttered the first line, Dan Feng stopped her. Luoxi Shi, we're in the city, you can't use heavy thunderstorm cloud. Of course I know. I just wanted to see your reaction, Luoxi Shi said with a brilliant smile. Dan Feng, ice spear blizzard. Luoxi Shi held the magic wand high, and the water blue magic stone instantly burst with a dazzling water blue light. The temperature around Luoxi Shi dropped instantly, and those familiar ice spears immediately manifested beside her, then shot toward the objects used for testing in the distance. Luoxi Shi clearly felt that her mana consumption had decreased and her casting speed had increased. 90. Number 90. Preparing to depart for the Principality of Bashelen. Chapter 90. Preparing to set out for the Bashelen Duchy. It's very easy to use, Luoxi Shi exclaimed with a face full of surprise, extremely satisfied with the performance of this high-grade magic wood. The mana conduction speed of this magic wood was incredibly fast, allowing her to feel almost no delay during use, enabling her to quickly and smoothly channel mana into the magic stone. Standing to the side, the shopkeeper heard Luoxi Zai's praise, and the smile on his face grew so bright his mouth could hardly close. However, in stark contrast to the shopkeeper, that young man was staring intently at Luoxi Shi with a look of astonishment, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Miss Demon Race, did you just not chant? The youth asked, eyes wide and full of confusion, seemingly bewildered by Luoxi Zai's recent action. Luoxi Shi smiled slightly and did not answer the youth's question directly, instead turning her head to look at Dan Feng. Seeing this, Dan Feng decisively answered for Luoxi Shi, as you can see. His tone was calm, as if this wasn't anything worth making a fuss over. The youth was clearly shocked by this answer, muttering to himself, amazing, I recall that such a technique doesn't seem to exist in this world yet. His voice revealed admiration for the ability Luoxi Shi had displayed. Seeing the situation, the shopkeeper walked slowly to the youth's side, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, that was developed by her. That's someone else's skill. You should just focus on learning the craft of weapon making from me. The shopkeeper's words contained both praise for Luoxi Shi and encouragement for the youth. After all, he had taken an interest in the youth's talent and was thinking of taking him on as an apprentice. The youth nodded at the shopkeeper's words and said seriously, I know. I have no talent in magic or swordsmanship. Now I just want to learn a craft to barely make a living for the rest of my life, marry a wife, and spend my remaining years in leisure. Hey, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself. When I was young, I was constantly buried in weapon manufacturing, which is why I still don't have a wife today. The shopkeeper shook his head, lamenting his past. Since there's no problem with the magic wand, we'll take our leave. I'll recommend this shop to my classmates when the time comes, Dan Feng said to the shopkeeper, then left with Luoxi Shi, who was clutching her new toy like a child. Meanwhile, in a luxurious house somewhere in the Asura kingdom, a bald man with a massive stomach was snoring loudly in bed, having just finished some exercise with someone, so his sleep quality was exceptionally good. In his dream, that familiar humanoid mosaic slowly appeared before him. Your days are quite comfortable indeed. As expected of someone who listened to my advice. Not bad, not bad, the human god immediately approached Darius and said with a hint of sarcasm. Of course, this hint of sarcasm was something Darius was completely unable to pick up on. Lord Human God, I have successfully recruited the water god. As for the Northern Emperor, he said he'd consider it later, so he's gone off traveling again, Darius said respectfully, his fat and bloated body currently in a kneeling position facing the human god. That's fine. He'll come back eventually anyway. I've seen your entire future clearly, you know. And now, I'm going to give you a task. It will expand the strength of your private soldiers, and only then can I continue telling you about future events. The human god's mosaic face suddenly revealed a slight smile. Please tell me what I should do, Lord Human God. I need you to send your trusted subordinates to the zone of strife, then gather mercenaries without affiliations to go to Rosenberg, the second city of the Beschellen Duchy. There is a massive quantity of magic tools there. You only need to gather enough people to conquer Rosenberg and then quietly transport the magic tools back. I know what you're thinking. As a high minister, you certainly have enough capital to buy magic tools. But that batch of magic tools is different. They were ordered by powerful people from various regions. You can't order them without the right connections. With every word the human god spoke, Darius's loyalty to the human god grew a bit stronger. He didn't doubt the truth of the human god's words for a second. He only needed to do as the human god requested. After all, how could Lord Human God ever be wrong? By now, Darius had completely become an apostle of the human god. If the human god said go west, he wouldn't dare go east. He had become entirely dependent on the answers provided by the human god. Yes, I will go give the orders immediately, Darius shouted, his voice sounding particularly piercing as his fat compressed his vocal cords. Soon after, Darius slowly woke up. He glanced at the little beast race girl curled up in the corner. The first thing he did upon waking was shout, "Someone, come here." He then repeated the task the human god had given him. His confidant respectfully went down to make arrangements. He needed to gather a group of men to quickly head to the zone of strife to hire mercenaries. Then, he called someone else to deal with the little girl. There were only two possible outcomes, either being sold to the slave market or having all traces of her existence erased. Among the three great magical nations, aside from the Lunae kingdom which possessed combat power, the other two duchies had little to none. The Neris Principality specialized in manufacturing magic tools, while the Beschellen Duchy focused on magical academic research. The Beschellen Duchy's source of income relied entirely on the magic tools provided by the Neris Principality, and those magic tools were sold in the second city, Rosenberg, serving as the economic lifeblood of the Beschellen Duchy. The human god's plan aimed to create a massive disturbance to attract the dragon god's attention and take the opportunity to deplete the dragon god's mana. This way, when the dragon god went to investigate, the human god could cleverly pin the blame for stealing the magic tools on the dragon god, putting him on the defensive. At this moment, the human god stood alone in that void space, his voice echoing in the empty environment. Orsted, I will surely become the only true god in the six-faced world, and you will never be able to defeat me, nor can you kill me. His words revealed an absolute confidence and arrogance. The human god's originally indistinguishable face now showed an expression of utter disdain. Although he could only control 3 apostles at a time, he already had several apostles in his grasp, which was undoubtedly a major advantage for him. As long as he could properly nurture and develop these apostles, the dragon god would have no chance of defeating him. After all, how could a dragon god who had lost most of his mana contend with the human god? Remember to get some good rest. We set out for the Beschellen Duchy tomorrow, Dan Feng instructed Luoxi Shi before leaving. I understand. Luoxi Shi nodded, then headed toward the girl's dormitory carrying her magic wand. Seeing this, Dan Feng also headed toward the boys' dormitory. He planned to go back, practice with his spear, read some books, and then prepare to rest. Tomorrow they would take a carriage to Rosenberg, the second city of the Beschellen Duchy. The journey would take several days. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 91. Number 91 Principality of Bashland, Chapter 91, Beschellen Duchy. The next day, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi boarded a carriage bound for the Beschellen Duchy. The principal had specifically come to Dan Feng that morning to explain exactly where and from whom to retrieve the items. As for why the principal was so concerned about these magic tools, it was probably because they were genuinely important. Dan Feng listened and then indicated he understood. After all, the reward was any one of those magic tools. The more the principal valued them, didn't that just prove how precious those magic tools were? Since it wasn't a difficult assignment, and there likely wouldn't be any danger along the way, Luoxi closed her eyes and fell asleep in the carriage. Dan Feng, meanwhile, took out a book he had borrowed from his luggage and began to read. His progress bar was steadily rising, now at 46%. He had noticed that the further he got, the slower it increased. He guessed that he definitely needed to do something special to rapidly increase his progress, just like when he almost died fighting the Red Dragon. Time flew by quickly on the journey. When Dan Feng got tired of reading, he closed his eyes and slept, while Luoxi, having slept enough, sat there nonchalantly, seemingly lost in thought. In the evening, the carriage driver stopped the carriage in a safe spot, then began sprinkling demon-repelling powder around before eating his dry rations. They would spend the next few nights like this. Dan Feng and Luoxi's dinner consisted of the dried meat they had bought earlier. After all, besides hunting, dried meat was the only thing they could eat at night. After finishing their dried meat, the two lit an oil lamp, and its dim yellow light illuminated the entire carriage. They had slept during the day's journey, so they weren't very sleepy yet. So, the two began to chat. Dan Feng, I heard that the principal is about to resign from his position, and the vice principal might take over. Luoxi casually threw out a topic, trying to break the silent atmosphere in the carriage. After all, the atmosphere was too strange, completely unlike what a couple should have. Dan Feng seemed to have little interest in the topic but still politely nodded, responding, Indeed, the principal is getting old, it's time for him to retire. After speaking, he fell silent again, his gaze fixed on the book in his hand, which had no markings on its cover. Seeing this, Luoxi felt a little helpless but continued to find a topic, saying, Dan Feng, what are you reading? Her gaze followed Dan Feng's to the book, and she asked curiously. Dan Feng then came back to his senses, looked up, and replied calmly, It's just a storybook. I picked it up randomly from the... He paused, then explained, This book talks about the conflicts among the kingdom's nobles. I found it quite interesting, so I borrowed it to read. With that, he handed the book in his hand to Luoxi. Luoxi took the book, glanced at the cover, and indeed found nothing on it. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, Can this kind of book be circulated? Isn't the author afraid of being held accountable by some kingdoms? After speaking, she quickly flipped to the first page, wanting to see the author's name. An unfamiliar name, not someone famous. Luoxi shook her head and returned the book to Dan Feng. Even if they were, they'd probably be dead by now. This kind of book circulating in the world always affects the kingdom's reputation, Dan Feng said nonchalantly, as if he was already accustomed to the events described in the book. After all, he had read many works of this genre in his previous life, and the ending was often tragic. Then, he began to explain the contents of the book in detail to Luoxi. Legend has it that a long time ago, there was a princess of a certain kingdom. Beautiful and captivating, she fell in love with the son of a low-ranking noble of humble status. However, the class gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. Despite this, the power of love made them reckless. At a banquet, the son of the low-ranking noble secretly took the princess and fled the scene. The story continued, and people spread rumors that this country advocated for free love, and the state would not interfere with such freedom of love. This was also what the son of the low-ranking noble hoped to see, to use public opinion to make the king compromise on their relationship. However, unexpectedly, the king ultimately issued a warrant for the couple's arrest. In the end, the noble's son died tragically before the king, his entire family was slaughtered, and the poor princess became a tool for political marriage, losing her freedom and happiness. Dan Feng stopped here because he hadn't had time to read the rest of the story. However, Luoxi was completely engrossed in the story, listening intently. When she heard that the son of the low-ranking noble had died, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness for the princess. It turns out being a princess and a noble isn't a good thing after all, Luoxi sighed. I haven't read the rest of the story yet, but this book doesn't seem to finish it. The rest is probably still in the... Dan Feng said to Luoxi, closing the book. I see, I understand. Luoxi nodded obediently. Soon after, the two chatted for a while longer, then lay down on their seats and fell asleep. A few days later, the carriage successfully arrived at the Beschellen Duchy, where Dan Feng and Luoc Cixi were to disembark and then travel on foot to Rosenberg, the second city, which was closer to the sea. Although it was said to be closer to the sea, it was still some distance away. Upon entering the Beschellen Duchy for the first time, Dan Feng felt a distinctly chilly atmosphere, unlike anywhere else. Even though it was already spring in the northern continent, the thin layer of snow underfoot reminded him that the climate here remained cold. It's quite unexpected that there's still unmelted snow here, Dan Feng murmured, gazing around. His gaze swept across the streets, noticing that the architectural style here was unique and truly different from other countries. After all, other countries wouldn't expose their bricks, whereas the buildings in the Beschellen Duchy were all exposed bricks in plain sight. Dan Feng turned to Luoc Cixi beside him and asked with concern, "Are you cold? Do you want to put on another layer?" Luoc Cixi smiled and shook her head, replying, "I'm fine, not particularly cold." Dan Feng nodded, then suggested, "Let's go eat something first, fill our stomachs, then go to Rosenberg." With that, he stepped forward, leading Luoc Cixi to walk further in. The Beschellen Duchy is primarily known for magic-related research, so there weren't many street vendors. Instead, there were more adventurers hurrying about. Luoc Cixi held her magic wand, curiously observing the crowd around them. She softly said, "It seems there are indeed many adventurers in the three great magic nations. Even a duchy has so many adventurers. Perhaps the commissions in the northern continent are much better than those in the southern continent. After all, the Asura kingdom doesn't get many commissions," Dan Feng said calmly. 92. Number 92 Rosenberg, the second city. Chapter 92. The second city, Rosenberg. After a full meal, the two prepared to depart for Rosenberg immediately. They expected to arrive by evening, as it didn't seem too far from their current location. As they reached the city gate to leave the town, they noticed the Adventurers Guild there. Adventurers filled the area outside the Adventurers Guild, but this was of no concern to Dan Feng and Luoc Cixi, so they simply exited the city. Stepping out, the ground outside was also covered in snow, even thicker than inside the city. "Are you cold now?" Dan Feng asked Luoc Cixi with concern, while Luoc Cixi used fire magic to provide herself with warmth. She then shook her head, "I'm not cold anymore." Seeing this, Dan Feng said no more and headed directly towards Rosenberg, the second city of the Beschellen Duchy. Along the way, there was a forest full of snow, and Dan Feng and Luoc Cixi walked into this pristine white forest without the slightest hesitation. As for whether they would encounter danger, that was another matter. After all, with his strength after transforming into a dragon, Dan Feng was now incredibly powerful. The forest was very quiet, likely because the cold prevented wild beasts and demonic beasts from coming out. Dan Feng and Luoc Cixi walked slowly, leaving footprints in the snow-covered ground with every step. Soon after, they arrived at a large, empty clearing in the middle of the forest. This caused Dan Feng and Luoc Cixi to stop in their tracks. Simply because in this clearing, dozens of white bears lay at that moment. "Rasta bear," Dan Feng's voice was calm. His gaze fell upon the group of white figures in the distance, their habits and characteristics clear in his mind. These bears differed from ordinary polar bears. They had a black line running along their spine in the center of their bodies, which was the key distinguishing feature. Rasta bears are a gregarious type of bear, classified as B-rank demonic beast, possessing considerable danger and actively attacking humans. At this moment, those dozens of Rasta bears had clearly noticed Dan Feng and Luoc Cixi, who stood out conspicuously in the pristine white snow. Their gazes were fixed on the two, revealing undisguised hostility. Dan Feng unhesitatingly summoned Cloud Striker, then gave Luoc Cixi a look. Luoc Cixi immediately understood his meaning. She took a deep breath, concentrated, and then raised her magic wand high. Hellfire bullet. As Luoc Cixi let out a delicate cry, her magic wand suddenly erupted with a dazzling fiery red light. This light, like burning flames, instantly cast a red glow over the surrounding snowy ground. Huge fireballs rapidly gathered next to the magic wand. Their size was like great fireball, burning fiercely and emitting astonishing heat. Then they flew directly towards the group of Rasta bears. The hellfire bullets were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they struck the first few Rasta bears. Upon contact with the bears' bodies, the fireballs immediately exploded, and raging flames instantly enveloped the furry bodies of those bears. The flames spread rapidly, and those Rasta bears let out painful howls. Their snowy white fur quickly burned under the scorching flames, and black smoke billowed upwards. Seeing this, the other Rasta bears roared in anger. Their roars echoed across the snowy ground, and then they charged quickly towards Dan Feng and his companion on all fours. Dan Feng raised Cloud Striker and instantly rushed towards the remaining group of Rasta bears, while Luoxi Shi attacked the ones behind. Cloud Striker instantly cut across the body of the Rasta bear running at the front, and flesh mixed with white fur immediately scattered across the ground, and Dan Feng, twirling his spear, struck at the next one. Dan Feng, wielding Cloud Striker, weaved back and forth among the Rasta bears. Having studied spearmanship for so long, Dan Feng naturally felt no pressure at all. After all, Dragon Venerable Dan Feng often pressured him in fights, while others were simply outmatched. Soon after, the pristine white snow was stained red, covered in the dismembered remains of Rasta bears. Dan Feng put away Cloud Striker, and then Luoxi Shi slowly walked over from a distance. Dan Feng, do you want to try Rasta bear? Luoxi Shi was curious about the taste of the bear in the snow, so she asked Dan Feng for his opinion. If you asked Dan Feng, he naturally had no objections. Afterward, some intact and edible parts were specially processed by Dan Feng. Then, the two of them started a fire in the clearing and began cooking the Rasta bear. Fortunately, he had brought seasonings, otherwise it would have been bland, as all scents had naturally been eliminated after being specially treated with imaginary energy. Although they weren't very hungry at the moment, they might as well eat. And they didn't plan to take any leftovers, otherwise, wouldn't all this meat go to waste? As for the remaining Rasta bear carcasses, they were burned using fire magic. After eating, the two continued their journey. At dusk, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi successfully arrived at Rosenberg, the second city of the Beschellen Duchy. It was actually quite similar to the previous town, but it felt a bit larger. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi quickly found the inn district in Rosenberg, then looked at the signs one by one. These signs had clear prices, allowing guests to quickly filter for their preferred inn. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi chose an inn called the Round Shield Pavilion. Its sign featured a shield. If it weren't in the inn district, it might have been mistaken for an armor shop. After the two entered the inn, an old man sat at the front desk, while a young man cleaned nearby, presumably the old man's son. Hello, we need 2 rooms, for 3 days, Dan Feng calmly said to the old man. The old man nodded upon hearing this, then took out 2 pieces of paper and pens from a drawer and handed them to Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. Welcome to the Round Shield Pavilion. Please sign and leave your handprint on these. Once you're done, you can go to the 2 innermost rooms on the 2nd floor, the old man said slowly, taking out 2 keys from the drawer and placing them on the table. Again, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi followed the instructions. Dan Feng then paid for both of their stays and received 2 room keys. Dan Feng, I have money to pay, Luoxi Shi said to Dan Feng. It's just a small amount, let's go, Dan Feng said, pulling Luoxi Shi as they walked up to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Dan Feng casually gave 1 key to Luoxi Shi, then walked towards the innermost rooms. Luoxi Shi successfully found the room marked on her key and opened the door. I'll go in first then. See you tomorrow, Luoxi Shi said to Dan Feng, then turned and entered her room. Dan Feng's room was right next to Luoxi's eyes. Entering his room, Dan Feng casually placed his luggage aside, then began to observe the inn's environment. Well, as expected, it was indeed a brick house. Besides the bed, table, and chair, there was only a fireplace left. 93. Number 93. I no longer care to distinguish right from wrong. Chapter 93. I no longer care about right or wrong. Dan Feng moved a chair and sat in front of the fireplace, then used fire magic to light the firewood in the fireplace. The flames quickly ignited the charcoal inside, and the indoor temperature was slowly rising. Although this cold was nothing to Dan Feng's current physique, it was better to sleep in a warm environment for a good night's rest. Before long, the indoor temperature finally rose. Dan Feng added some more charcoal, then slowly walked towards the bed. The bed was an ordinary single bed, without any strange smell, probably because the innkeeper changed the sheets frequently. In such a comfortable environment, Dan Feng quickly fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, Dan Feng slowly awoke. He got dressed and washed up, preparing to find Luoxi Shi, who was staying next door. Today, they needed to find the contact person the principal mentioned, and then follow him to retrieve the principal's magic tool. However, the principal had said that the contact person might not be home, as he was always busy. If he wasn't there, they should wait a few more days, and the principal would reimburse the accommodation fees. Dan Feng opened his door, feeling the colder air outside. Sure enough, the temperature is lowest at night and in the early morning. Even indoors, it's colder than when we were traveling yesterday, Dan Feng murmured, then walked straight to Luoxi's eyes door next door. Knock, knock, knock. Dan Feng knocked on Luoxi's eyes door. He heard a few hurried footsteps inside, and the door slowly opened a crack. A small head peeked out, looking outside with a vigilant expression. At this moment, Luoxi's hair was no longer in 2 braids but was disheveled, though her light blue ahoge still stood erect on her head as usual. Upon realizing it was Dan Feng, Luoxi lowered her guard and then fully opened her door. Dan Feng, are you here so early? I just finished washing up, Luoxi said softly, inviting Dan Feng to come in. I just wanted to wake you up. Since you're already up, I'll go see if there's anything to eat outside. Dan Feng shook his head, told Luoxi, and then walked downstairs. Luoxi didn't say anything upon seeing this. She prepared to tidy herself up, starting with tying her hair. Dan Feng walked downstairs and found that the old man from yesterday was not on the first floor. Only the young man who had been cleaning yesterday was there. This young man always had the same expression, as if someone owed him money, looking very impolite. However, Dan Feng didn't say much to the young man and walked straight outside. Dan Feng walked around outside. The only food being sold was soup and white bread. After much thought, Dan Feng decided to buy a little of both. They weren't expensive anyway. This soup was made from beans and potatoes. Drinking it in this rather cold environment would warm the stomach, and the white bread was for filling up. Did Dan Feng buy so much? Luoxi sat by the table, watching Dan Feng place breakfast on it. 2 steaming bowls of soup and a bag of white bread. Eat quickly. This bowl needs to be returned to the breakfast vendor later, Dan Feng told Luoxi, then sat down as well. Oh, I understand. Luoxi nodded, picked up the bowl, and began to drink the soup. Soon after, the two finished breakfast. Then they prepared to go to the address the principal mentioned to find the contact person. Dan Feng and Luoxi arrived in the residential area and began their search. For some reason, there wasn't a single person to be seen in this residential area. It was, after all, the second largest city of a duchy. Could it be that everyone didn't want to go out because it was too cold? However, Dan Feng and Luoxi didn't notice anything unusual, so they could only assume it was too cold for everyone to go out. Since the principal had given them the exact address, the search was very quick. Found it. Dan Feng looked at the number on the building, which was exactly the number the principal had told them. So Dan Feng prepared to knock on the door. Just as his hand was about to fall, he heard an unusual sound from inside. Although the sound was faint, it clearly reached both of their ears. We've found the magic tools you were supposed to deliver. Speak. Where are your accomplices? The rough voice from inside carried a clear tone of threat. Immediately after, another male voice rang out. I can't tell you anything. This scream was chilling, as if one could feel the immense pain the speaker was enduring. Dan Feng frowned, turned to Luoxi, and asked with a puzzled expression, did you hear that? That sound is a bit off. Luoxi nodded with a solemn expression, analyzing softly. From these fragments of speech, it seems the person inside is under some kind of threat. Dan Feng shrugged, then looked around at their surroundings, stating calmly, is there a possibility that the residents of this area have all been kidnapped? That's why it's so quiet here. Upon hearing this, Luoxi's gaze quickly swept around, and she indeed noticed some anomalies. She saw several mercenaries in heavy armor quietly surrounding them from both sides. Their eyes flashed with ruthlessness, seemingly displeased by the two's interruption. As Dan Feng said, the residents of this area had all been tied up by these mercenaries, which was why not a single person could be seen in the residential area. Anyway, I've already sensed their malice. Since things have come to this, I no longer care about right or wrong. A cold glint flashed in Dan Feng's eyes. Then, dragon horns and a dragon tail instantly appeared on Dan Feng's body, and the Chong Yuan pearl also appeared in his hand. This is the territory of the Bashelin Duchy. Aren't you afraid of the Lunae kingdom holding you accountable for doing this? Luoxi said to the group, while secretly accumulating ice spear blizzard. Hey, if we mercenaries were afraid of death, we wouldn't be doing this job. You two should just surrender obediently to avoid some flesh wounds. Little sister, you're so fair-skinned, you wouldn't want more scratches, would you? The leading heavy-armored mercenary said fiercely. Ice spear blizzard. The moment the words fell, Luoxi unhesitatingly raised the magic wand in her hand high, pointing it at the heavy-armored mercenary on one side. Her movements were decisive, having thought about this action in her mind since earlier. As a powerful magic surged from the magic wand, it rapidly condensed into countless sharp ice cones in the air. These ice cones, like dense raindrops, shot towards the heavy-armored mercenaries with astonishing speed. Despite the mercenaries wearing thick armor, these ice cones easily penetrated their defenses, accurately striking their bodies. The impact of the ice cones caused the mercenaries to be either dead or wounded. The mercenary standing furthest back was directly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The other unharmed mercenaries were greatly alarmed at the sight. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they quickly adjusted their stances, shouted in unison, and charged fiercely towards Dan Feng and Luoc Cixi. These mercenaries had all crawled out of piles of dead bodies in the zone of strife. They truly disdained death. 2 words, loyalty and righteousness. Facing this group of aggressive mercenaries, Dan Feng's lips curled slightly into a disdainful smile. He snorted coldly. Then, Dan Feng gently waved one hand, and the Chongyuan pearl, which had been quietly floating beside him, suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden radiance. At the same time, countless streams of water materialized out of thin air, rapidly converging. These streams of water were not ordinary water, but were formed by Dan Feng's powerful magic. Under Dan Feng's control, they moved as flexibly as if alive, eventually forming a colossal greenish-blue azure dragon. A deafening roar of a water dragon echoed, and the azure dragon exuded a heart-stopping aura. Its body was enormous, and every scale made of water shimmered with a vibrant green light. Under the terrified gaze of the mercenaries, the azure dragon shot out like a bolt of lightning, charging towards them with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the azure dragon had already reached the mercenaries, its massive body slamming heavily into them. Instantly, a sound of water crashing against objects rang out, and the mercenaries' bodies were instantly shattered and torn apart by the azure dragon's impact, sending flesh and blood flying. 94. Number 94 Rosenberg was occupied, and plans were formulated. Chapter 94. Rosenberg occupied, planning the strategy. After killing those people, the azure dragon dissipated. The mercenaries on the other side were now utterly terrified by the azure dragon. After all, it was an unknown creature. Combined with its massive body and imposing aura, it was a miracle that these men, who had crawled out of piles of corpses, hadn't wet themselves. Luoc Cixi, finish them off. Dan Feng was decisive, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Luoc Cixi nodded expressionlessly. She had no pity for the mercenaries before her who were scared out of their wits. Without hesitation, she cast Ice Spear Blizzard again. Ice cones reappeared around Luoc Cixi, shooting toward the mercenaries lying on the ground. With such a loud commotion outside, the people inside the house could not possibly have been unaware. Sure enough, Dan Feng slammed his hand heavily against the door. With a loud bang, the door shattered instantly, sending wood shards flying everywhere. Dan Feng immediately stepped into the room, followed closely by Luoc Cixi. Upon entering the room, their eyes immediately fell upon the room directly opposite the doorway. As expected, a man was tied to a chair, covered in injuries, looking utterly miserable. Beside the man were several mercenaries. Their eyes were dull, and they clearly hadn't recovered from the shock, only staring blankly at Dan Feng and Luoc Cixi. These mercenaries had originally thought their companions outside had successfully dealt with Dan Feng and Luoc Cixi, never imagining that they were the ones who had been eliminated. What a bunch of useless trash, you couldn't even handle 2 magicians. Suddenly, a rough voice sounded, filled with clear anger and disdain. The speaker was a burly man with a fleshy, menacing face, glaring fiercely at Dan Feng and Luoc Cixi. I can give you a chance. Before the big man could finish speaking, Dan Feng immediately interrupted him. He didn't want to listen to their nonsense. He immediately used the cloud chant technique, and a stream of clear water erupted from his hand. Cloud chant water control. Following Dan Feng's soft shout, the stream of clear water rushed towards the group of mercenaries with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, under the impact of the cloud chant technique's water flow, these few mercenaries were reduced to dust, not even leaving behind corpses. Afterwards, Dan Feng and Luoc Cixi immediately approached the man tied to the chair. Luoc Cixi used healing magic on him, while Dan Feng untied him. Thank you for saving me, but who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. The man looked at Dan Feng and the person beside him with suspicion, wondering about their origins, as he seemed to have never dealt with them. Seeing this, Dan Feng calmly explained, we were sent by the principal of Lunae Magic University to meet with you and retrieve the magic tool. Hearing this, the man's face showed a look of sudden realization, but then his brows furrowed tightly again. He anxiously said, that batch of magic tools has already been found by others, we have to hurry and get them back. Before he finished speaking, he abruptly stood up, ready to rush out the door. Seeing this, Dan Feng quickly reached out to stop him and asked doubtfully, wait a moment, what exactly is going on here? Why are there so many people wearing heavy armor? The man stopped, took a deep breath, and quickly replied, they are mercenaries, and it's unclear who hired them. From what they said, it seems Rosenberg has already been occupied. Dan Feng's frown deepened, and he pressed further. What about the soldiers of the Beschellen Duchy stationed in Rosenberg? The man shook his head and said helplessly, the Beschellen Duchy had very few soldiers stationed inside Rosenberg. They have probably been killed by these mercenaries by now. However, the situation in Rosenberg will surely be discovered by the Beschellen Duchy soon. Then why do you still want to go yourself? Are you a magician? Luoxi Shi stared at the man before her, full of confusion, seemingly puzzled by his decision. The man's expression was grave. He anxiously explained, those magic tools absolutely cannot be lost. They are all very precious magic tools, each one possessing extraordinary value, and they belong to various important figures. Dan Feng interjected thoughtfully, so, Rosenberg is now occupied by the enemy, and their target is likely that batch of magic tools, including the principal's batch, correct? The man quickly nodded, confirming that Dan Feng's guess was correct. Dan Feng continued his analysis. Since that's the case, we must retrieve that batch of magic tools, and at the same time, eliminate the other mercenaries. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. However, Luoxi Shi looked worried upon hearing this. She hesitantly said, Dan Feng, won't this be too risky? After all, the enemy has large numbers, and we don't know much about their strength. Dan Feng looked at Luoxi Shi, his eyes firm, and replied, don't worry, with our strength, we can handle it completely. Seeing Dan Feng's confidence, Luoxi Shi, although still feeling uneasy, could only nod in agreement. Finally, Dan Feng turned his gaze to the man and politely asked, may I ask your name? The man replied, my name is Steve, could you please lead the way? We will retrieve the magic tools. Dan Feng's greenish-blue eyes stared intently at Steve, his gaze seemingly expressing unquestionable resolve. It is my duty. I must trouble the two of you from Lunae Magic University, Steve said with a devout expression. He knew that to recover the magic tools, he could only rely on these two people now. Subsequently, the three began discussing the specific plan of action. Based on the intelligence they currently possessed, they inferred that there were certainly more than just these few dozen mercenaries. Perhaps they were currently scattered everywhere. Their goal was to reach the southern area, as that was where the magic tools were stored. However, rushing in rashly before ascertaining the enemy's strength was clearly not a wise move. After careful consideration, Dan Feng volunteered to go ahead first and scout the path. After all, as a warrior, it was most appropriate for him to lead the charge. Then they began discussing the next step of the operation. After hearing what Dan Feng said, Luoxi Shi couldn't help but feel confused. Why use heavy thunderstorm cloud? She blinked her watery blue eyes, looking at Dan Feng with a puzzled expression. Hearing this, Dan Feng explained, that way, I can save some effort. Although Luoxi Shi still didn't quite understand the deeper meaning, seeing how serious Dan Feng was, she nodded in partial understanding, indicating that she grasped the idea. Once the plan was finalized, the three decided to act immediately. 95. Number 95 Reclaim the magical artifact. Chapter 95. Reclaiming the magic tools. The three people passed through the alley and hurried toward the south. During this time, the streets were unusually quiet. It seemed most of the citizens were controlled by the mercenaries. But Dan Feng and the others had to prioritize reclaiming the magic tools. Be careful. We don't know if there are any powerful enemies over there. As for Steve, you should hide far away later, Dan Feng said calmly to the two people beside him. The two nodded in agreement at this moment. In the capital of the Beschellen Duchy, a message: the second metropolis, Rosenberg, has been occupied by a group of mercenaries, a knight reported anxiously, holding a blood-stained piece of paper. What? The Duke of Baxilon, who governed the Beschellen Duchy, quickly took the paper from the knight's hand and immediately read it. Open black lens bracket. The second metropolis, Rosenberg, has fallen. The mastermind is unknown. The fighting force consists of several thousand mercenaries. Requesting aid. Close black lens bracket. Quickly send an urgent message to the Lunae Kingdom, requesting them to send more knights. 1/3 of the knights here will go to support Rosenberg. The Duke of Baxilon shouted at his subordinate, then quickly grabbed his magic wand, preparing to personally go to Rosenberg for support. Yes, the knight immediately went down to make arrangements after receiving the order. This is terrible. I didn't expect anyone would dare to hire mercenaries to attack the economic lifeline of the Beschellen Duchy. The Duke of Baxilon's expression was extremely grim. The vassal state of the Lunae Kingdom is not skilled in warfare but excels at researching magic and magic tools, so he truly had no recourse when a few thousand mercenaries took the Beschellen Duchy's second metropolis. I hope we can make it in time. It's right up ahead, Steve said, pointing to the building. They could clearly see many carriages parked not far away, and those mercenaries were strenuously moving boxes, which contained the magic tools. Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi immediately stopped upon hearing this. Then, Dan Feng told Steve and Luoxi Shi to stay put and wait for his command. Luoxi Shi, stay here and protect Mr. Steve. When I confront them, take the opportunity to cast heavy thunderstorm cloud, Dan Feng said earnestly to Luoxi Shi. He then summoned the Cloud Striker again and walked openly toward the carriages. Dan Feng walked step by step, and soon reached the mercenaries who were moving the magic tools. The carriage wasn't full yet, meaning they were probably still loading the magic tools into boxes inside. If none of you are free at the moment, the Cloud Striker in my hand is ready for use. Dan Feng slowly walked towards the group of mercenaries, holding the spear behind his back. His eyes were cold, and his blue-green pupils exerted an invisible pressure. The mercenaries were stunned to see someone suddenly pop out. Where did you, demon boy, pop out from? A mercenary asked, confused. Logically, except for the Inn district, they should have already secured everywhere else. The reason they dared not act in the Inn district was fear of powerful adventurers whom they couldn't defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, the mercenary who had asked the question was hit on the head by a mercenary behind him. Why are you wasting words talking to him? Hurry up and take him down. If the adults inside see us, they'll say we weren't serious yesterday. More talk is useless. I assume you won't hand over these magic tools. Dan Feng's eyes sharpened, and he moved quickly. At the same time, Luoxi Shi raised the magic wand in her hand and cast the Water Saint rank magic, heavy thunderstorm cloud. This instantly caused torrential rain to fall in the already cold weather, and thunder and lightning churned continuously in the air, though they had yet to strike. The heavy rain seemed to intentionally avoid Dan Feng. Not a single drop landed on him. This was intentional, as Dan Feng was controlling the cloud chant technique to prevent himself from getting wet. Life and death, reality and illusion, decided in a single thought. Dozens of seconds later, in the thunderstorm, only blood mixed with rainwater swirled in the puddles on the ground. Nothing special. It seems the strength of the mercenaries here is the same as those in the residential area not long ago. There's no need to worry then, Dan Feng muttered to himself, then glanced back at Luoxi Shi. The two made eye contact. Dan Feng nodded at Luoxi Shi, then walked toward the house where the magic tools were stored. The house was built with the newly developed magic-resistant brick. Generally, ordinary people couldn't break through it. Thinking of this, Dan Feng couldn't help but become vigilant. Anyone who could break through the magic-resistant brick probably had truly powerful enemies among them, but for the current Dan Feng, even king-level enemies wouldn't worry him at all. The rain grew heavier, but it failed to cause the slightest ripple on the magic-resistant brick. Hurry up and load them. The Lunae Kingdom's reinforcements will likely arrive soon. You don't want to die, do you? A man dressed like a knight shouted at the mercenaries inside. A sword was tucked into his waist. He had a very sturdy build, but his face made him look like someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He was one of the strong individuals among Darius's private soldiers, gathered by Darius's confidants to attack Rosenberg. Dan Feng's footsteps slowly approached them. As he walked, he put away the Cloud Striker and summoned the Chongyuan Pearl again. Hearing the sound, the knight quickly turned around and saw Dan Feng, whose blue-green dragon horns had emerged on his forehead. When the knight sensed the powerful battle chi radiating from Dan Feng, he immediately drew the precious sword at his waist and watched Dan Feng vigilantly. This powerful battle chi, who are you? The knight roared. This shout caused the mercenaries loading the magic tools to stop what they were doing and pick up their weapons, preparing for battle. Seeing that he had the advantage of numbers, the knight gradually relaxed. He was a saint-level water god-style swordsman, and judging by Dan Feng's weapon, he must be a magician, so the knight felt more at ease. In battle formations, distraction is the greatest taboo, Dan Feng said coldly. Immediately afterward, the Chongyuan Pearl flashed with a dazzling golden light. At this moment, the rainwater outside seemed to be drawn by a tornado-like suction force, all converging toward the interior of the house. This action stunned all the mercenaries. They had never seen a magician summon external water when casting magic. Heavenly deluge surge. All the rainwater gathered into the Chongyuan Pearl, which was emitting a golden light. The Chongyuan Pearl was now encircled by rings of golden runes. Who sent you? A flash of blue-green appeared in Dan Feng's eyes, revealing a hint of divinity, and his tone was unquestionable. I have nothing to say. The knight quickly advanced, intending to slay Dan Feng before he could unleash the move. As a practitioner of the passive water god style, he knew he couldn't withstand such a grand-looking attack, so moving first was his only chance of victory. Full of flaws. Dan Feng said lightly. Then, he flung the Chongyuan pearl, which struck the knight's swordblade dead on, snapping the sword immediately. Under this blow, the knight was immediately sent flying backward, landing on the group of mercenaries. Seeing this, Dan Feng silently raised his index and middle fingers, and imaginary energy gathered between the two fingers. Divine Flood Dragon soars through clouds. Rise. 96. Number 96 Mercenaries clearing out residential areas. Chapter 96. Clearing out the mercenaries in the residential area. The Chongyuan pearl suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and in the next instant, it transformed into a massive water azure dragon that lunged toward the crowd. The roar of the azure dragon, accompanied by the deafening sound of rushing water, echoed like crashing waves. What kind of monster is that? The mercenaries watched the azure dragon before them in terror, completely frozen stiff, without even having time to think about fleeing. In the blink of an eye, the water azure dragon swept past, completely devouring the mercenaries. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard. The mercenaries' bodies were instantly shattered by the impact of the azure dragon, leaving not even a speck of residue, as if they had never existed. After completing its task, the Chongyuan pearl slowly floated back into Dan Feng's hand. Dan Feng looked at the Chongyuan pearl in his hand and then put it away. That's the first time I've used the power of moon drinking for so long. Dan Feng muttered to himself. He felt a surge of excitement, his body was restless, and the power within him seemed to be churning. Dan Feng looked around and saw the boxes containing the magic tools still sitting there, completely intact. He briefly collected his thoughts, then walked outside the door. As soon as he stepped out, Dan Feng noticed that the rain had stopped, and the air felt exceptionally fresh. However, he felt that the surrounding temperature seemed lower than before. At this moment, Luoxi Shi and Steve were standing on the carriage outside the door, busily organizing the magic tools. Seeing this, Dan Feng quickly walked over and said to Steve, "It's safe inside now, Mr. Steve. You should go check if any magic tools were lost inside." Steve nodded, then looked at Dan Feng and said gratefully, "Thank you, Dan Feng. If it weren't for you, this batch of magic tools would definitely have been stolen. This is a commission task given to us by the principal, and it includes our compensation, so it's what we ought to do." Dan Feng then turned his gaze to Luoxi Shi, and the two exchanged a look. Looking at Dan Feng's eyes, Luoxi Shi asked, puzzled, "What's wrong, Dan Feng? I think the reinforcements over there will arrive soon, so we can go door to door and deal with the mercenaries first. Otherwise, I feel like many people in Rosenberg will die today." Dan Feng voiced his thoughts. Although the lives of others were none of his concern, he felt that innocent people should not be harmed in such matters. Since they came for the magic tools, Dan Feng felt obliged to kill them all. If they helped, they might even be rewarded later. Perhaps the principal would give them a few more magic tools. I think that's a good idea. These mercenaries actually kidnapped ordinary people. Their methods are truly dishonorable. Are they trying to use the lives of the residents to negotiate their escape? Luoxi Shi speculated indignantly. In that case, Mr. Steve, you should stay here and organize the magic tools. I believe there are many offensive magic tools here. If any mercenaries come, I think you can win using the magic tools, Dan Feng said. Looking at Steve, Steve nodded. Don't worry, I know there are many offensive magic tools among these. He still knew how to use magic tools. Everyone possesses magic power, and magic tools only require a tiny bit of magic power to activate. Alright, we'll rush back immediately after we finish cleaning up, Dan Feng said quickly, then took Luoxi Shi and sped toward the residential area. Along the way, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi continued to analyze the current situation. The residential area was taken last night, and we only came out of the Inn district this morning, so we can confirm that the Inn district has not been taken. Dan Feng asserted. Maybe they were wary of adventurers above rank A? Luoxi Shi replied breathlessly. Since she hadn't trained her stamina much, her running was terrible, and she was already exhausted after running for a short distance. Dan Feng naturally heard that Luoxi Shi was tired, so he picked her up and accelerated towards the residential area. Luoxi Shi, in Dan Feng's arms, curiously stared at the pair of illusory dragon horns on Dan Feng's forehead. Her hand involuntarily moved slowly toward the dragon horns until it passed right through them. Eh? Luoxi Shi let out a slight gasp and looked confusedly at the scene before her. She tried a few more times, only to find her hand still passed straight through. Dan Feng, can't your horns be touched? Luoxi Shi asked Dan Feng, a puzzled expression on her face. Dan Feng was silent for a moment after hearing Luoxi Xi's question, then replied, I can't materialize them yet. That will have to wait a long time. I see. Does it depend on bloodline purity? Luoxi Shi murmured. Bloodline purity? Some demon races rely on bloodline purity. For instance, the famous undead race in books, they depend on bloodline purity. The purer the bloodline, the faster the recovery. Luoxi Shi explained to Dan Feng. I see. Afterward, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi successfully arrived at the residential area, where they began searching for traces of the mercenaries door to door. There was almost one in every house. Dan Feng was responsible for clearing out the mercenaries, while Luoxi Shi was responsible for healing the injured people. What Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi didn't know was that most of the mercenaries had been mobilized to confront the reinforcements arriving at Rosenberg. As for why a mercenary was left in every house, it was exactly as Luoxi Shi had guessed. If they couldn't win, they would use the residents' lives to threaten the reinforcements into leaving. However, their plan was ultimately going to be shattered by Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. Just at this critical moment, the reinforcements from the Bashelen Duchy finally arrived outside the walls of Rosenberg. However, strangely, despite the arrival of the reinforcements, they took no action. The reason for this was that, atop the west gate, the Earl who managed Rosenberg was being held hostage. Duke of Baxilon, why make things difficult? If you let us leave, you'll only lose some profit, but if you insist on fighting us, the ones who suffer losses will be all the residents in the city, Darius's confidant said, fearlessly. Since he had never appeared in public before, he could now reveal his true face without any reservations. He was seen holding a sharp sword, firmly pressing it against the neck of an earl from the Lunae kingdom. The earl, terrified, was trembling all over. Clearly, he was extremely worried about his life and safety. The Duke of Baxilon stared intently at the opponent, his eyes blazing with fury. This earl was crucial to him, practically his right-hand man, and was, in fact, his own younger brother. If it weren't for this younger brother, the earl, helping him manage the other cities, the Duke of Baxilon likely wouldn't have the time to attend to them all. Therefore, he absolutely did not want anything to happen to his younger brother. Furthermore, he couldn't recklessly attack the city, or the residents inside might suffer misfortune. Now, he could only wait for the reinforcements from the Lunae kingdom to arrive as soon as possible. Among them were saint-rank healing magicians, so he wouldn't have to worry about his brother dying. Saint-rank healing magic could heal someone even if their windpipe was severed by a sword. 97. Number 97 working together from inside and outside. Chapter 97. Inside and out. First, send people to the other city gates to see if a breakthrough is possible. If not, we'll wait for the Lunae kingdom's reinforcements. The Duke of Baxilon had no choice but to resort to this, as the residents of the entire city were inside, and his younger brother was also in the enemy's hands. Upon hearing this, the subordinate quickly led a group of men toward the other side of Rosenberg. This was exactly what Darius's confidant wanted to see. He was buying precious time for the carriage transporting the magic tools. Little did they know, their plan had already failed, as the human god could not foresee the variable that was Dan Feng. At this moment, Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi had already rescued all the residents in the residential area and instructed them not to wander outside yet, as it was still not entirely safe. Afterward, Dan Feng brought Luoxi Shi back to the place where the magic tools were stored. When Steve saw Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi return, he quickly said, "The Lunae Magic University principal's magic tools are completely intact. That's good. But it's still not safe outside, so you should stay here for now," Dan Feng said calmly to Steve. "Then where are you going?" Steve asked, puzzled. Logically, after Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi finished dealing with the residents in the residential area, they should wait for rescue. Going out now would only cause more trouble for themselves. Although Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi were quite strong, he still believed it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. "We plan to check the situation at the various city gates first. We don't need to look at the east gate, as the inn district is there, and we've already dealt with all the mercenaries in this residential area. Now we need to check the north and west sides," Dan Feng explained his plan. He figured that if there were still mercenaries on the north and west sides, he and Luoxi Shi would simply take care of them. The main reason was that they had a very poor impression of these mercenaries. Daring to directly hold civilians hostage was simply too shameless and despicable. "I never expected Mr. Dan Feng and Ms. Luoxi Shi to be such righteous students. You truly live up to being students of the Lunae Magic University with such excellent upbringing." Steve looked at the two with admiration, then solemnly promised that he would organize all the principals' magic tools before they returned, making it easy for them to take them away. Dan Feng then led Luoxi Shi toward the west gate again after learning that Rosenberg, the second city of the Bashelen Duchy, had been occupied. The king of Lunae was furious. This was blatant provocation, showing no regard for them. One of the world's big three magic nations, ranked 4th overall. Issue the order, gather the magic core and rush to Rosenberg immediately, the king of Lunae kingdom shouted furiously. Afterward, the Lunae kingdom sent all of its national magic core to Rosenberg, the second city of the Beschellen Duchy. The magic core of the Lunae kingdom consisted entirely of elites from the magic world, all possessing strength at or above the advanced rank, and their sheer numbers were formidable. The principal of the Lunae Magic University also found the matter unbelievable after learning about it. Thousands of mercenaries dared to attack Rosenberg? What could their intention be? Could they be after our latest batch of magic tools? The principal muttered to himself. However, he did not plan to go, as he knew Dan Feng's strength and had no need to worry. After all, what normal student could defeat a sword saint relying only on a spear? Moreover, he could fly and possessed the no incantation magic technique, which even astonished the principal. He could no longer be described merely as a genius. If anything, he was inhuman. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about anything happening to Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. Instead, he needed to consider what kind of extra reward to give them when they returned. Dan Feng, look, isn't there someone up there? Luoxi Shi pointed at two people standing on top of the distant city gate. Dan Feng looked closely upon hearing this, then nodded calmly and said, there are indeed two people. Before long, Dan Feng successfully led Luoxi Shi to the vicinity of the West Gate. The area where the West Gate was located belonged to the workshop district, where the workshops were originally places dedicated to researching magic problems. However, although magic possessed powerful theoretical strength, it seemed somewhat inadequate when actually facing these mercenaries, who were comparable to adventurers. At this moment, the magicians who should have been focused on researching magic were all tied up and tossed aside, while the mercenaries strolled around leisurely, as if they were walking through their own backyard garden. The person above the West Gate seemed to be engaged in a heated conversation with someone outside the city, shouting loudly at the outside, seemingly exchanging insults. It's those mercenaries again, Luoxi Shi said indignantly, her brow tightly furrowed, clearly filled with disgust for the mercenaries. She raised the magic wand high in her hand and launched an attack against the group of mercenaries without hesitation. Instantly, countless ice cones quietly condensed at the tip of her magic wand. Immediately afterward, these ice cones shot toward the group of mercenaries beneath the West Gate like lightning, moving at astonishing speed. They cut streaks of cold light through the air, carrying a sharp momentum, shooting directly toward the unsuspecting mercenaries. The ice cones acted like bullets, instantly piercing some mercenaries, while others pierced the tightly closed West Gate, leaving a large hole in the decaying wooden door. This situation immediately drew the attention of the Duke of Baxilon and Darius's confidant. Darius's confidant immediately turned back to look down upon hearing the noise, and then he saw two people below wildly slaughtering the mercenaries he had gathered. Seeing this, the count he was holding hostage suddenly gathered strength in his left hand, then used all his might to violently strike Darius's confidant's magic core. This caused Darius's confidant to temporarily lose his fighting ability, and the count successfully escaped. After all, Darius's confidant was not a formidable swordsman, and the battle aura condensed throughout his body was pitifully sparse, insufficient to withstand this fatal blow. After the count escaped, he immediately ran away. Seeing this, the Duke of Baxilon immediately shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Follow me and attack the city." The Knight Order and the magic corps of the Beschellen Duchy began a massive assault on Rosenberg, and the city gate was instantly overwhelmed and breached. At this point, Darius's confidant had somewhat recovered, and he immediately tried to escape quickly. He immediately climbed down the city gate, wanting to escape quickly, reasoning that since he had bought so much time, the magic tools must have been transported out by now. Just as Darius's confidant was about to land, a spear flashing with cold light flew straight toward him, forcefully pinning him to the city gate wall. The spear did not kill him, it merely pierced his clothing. This person was Dan Feng, and it was only then that Dan Feng realized that whenever he threw the Cloud Striker, it never seemed to miss its mark. The members of the Knight Order who had breached the city gate were momentarily stunned by the sight of bodies everywhere, and then they focused their attention on Dan Feng and Luoxi Shi. Seeing this situation, the Duke of Baxilon initially thought that the soldiers he had arranged had successfully launched a sneak attack. He was surprised to see that it was just two young people dressed like adventurers. 98. Number 98. The Incomprehension of Gods and Men. Chapter 98. The Human God's Perplexity. Given that Dan Feng and Luo Kixi Migrudia were the ones who killed these mercenaries, it indicated that Dan Feng and Luo Kixi were on the same side as them. However, the Duke of Baxilon was not one to put on airs. He slowly dismounted, turned to Dan Feng and Luo Kixi with a smile, and said, I am the Duke governing the Beschellen Duchy. Thank you, adventurers, for your aid to Rosenberg. May I ask your names? The kingdom will certainly reward you. We are students of Lunae Magic University. My name is Dan Feng said expressionlessly. However, he seemed to realize that speaking to a duke in such a manner was impolite, so he forced a fake smile after finishing his sentence. My name is Luo Kixi Migrudia, Luo Kixi promptly added after Dan Feng. Upon hearing that the two were students of Lunae Magic University, the Duke of Baxilon was completely put at ease. Since Lunae Magic University was affiliated with the three great magic nations, they could not possibly be enemies. The three great magic nations were all-encompassing and very inclusive towards everyone. After all, they focused on business and research, and were quite adept at handling social niceties. However, they tended to turn a blind eye to matters concerning military power. After all, even the current leading power, the Asura Kingdom, dared not rashly wage war. It was truly unimaginable that someone would dare hire mercenaries to occupy Rosenberg. We truly couldn't imagine anyone would disrupt the peace to attack Rosenberg. I presume you two students are here to retrieve your headmaster's magic tool, correct? The Duke of Baxilon guessed, looking at them. This batch of magic tools was something he had sent people to retrieve from the Neris Principality. The headmaster of Lunae Magic University had also placed an order with him. Now, this batch of magic tools was stored within Rosenberg. With two additional Lunae Magic University students appearing here, the clever Duke of Baxilon immediately guessed the purpose of their visit. Dan Feng nodded, then pointed towards Darius's confidant pinned to the wall and said, That person isn't dead yet. You should go check on him first. Following the direction Dan Feng pointed, the Duke of Baxilon turned to look. Meanwhile, the Night Order members had already pulled Darius's confidant down and restrained him the moment Dan Feng spoke. I have some matters to attend to, students Dan Feng and Luo Kixi. The kingdom will grant you your rewards later, the Duke of Baxilon said to them before turning and walking towards Darius's confidant. He intended to personally interrogate this man thoroughly, hoping to quickly extract the mastermind behind this. Dan Feng retrieved Cloud Striker and looked at Luo Kixi. Let's go, we can leave Rosenberg today. Luo Kixi nodded and followed Dan Feng towards the warehouse storing the magic tools. Dan Feng, that duke earlier spoke so politely. He didn't act like a noble at all, Luo Kixi recalled, thinking back to when she followed Vladikin to attend a banquet in the Asura Kingdom. Just looking at those nobles through the carriage window gave a feeling of them keeping others at 1,000 miles distance. That's true, Dan Feng agreed. We'll receive a reward later. I wonder what it will be. Maybe it's gold coins. Then we won't have to worry about funds anymore, right? Luo Kixi, we aren't worried about insufficient funds now either. I still have plenty of savings, Dan Feng said to Luo Kixi with a serious expression. That's because Dan Feng doesn't spend much. I used all my funds to buy study materials and my magic wand, Luo Kixi mumbled. You have a point. Afterwards, the two of them retrieved the headmaster's magic tool from Steve. A scroll? Dan Feng questioned, then unrolled the scroll. A special magic circle was inscribed on the scroll. This is something your headmaster left here. It's a storage-type magic tool containing all your headmaster's magic tools, Steve explained upon seeing Dan Feng's confusion. Dan Feng nodded, then carefully put away the scroll. Alright, we'll take our leave then, Dan Feng said plainly before leading Luo Kixi away. We finally got the headmaster's magic tool. It wasn't easy. Just coming to retrieve something ended up with all these events. Luo Kixi shook her head, sighing with emotion, as the Duke of Baxilon ordered the Night Order to continue clearing out the remaining mercenaries in the city. The citizens gradually returned to their normal lives. Although it was somewhat perilous, fortunately there were no casualties. However, for some children, this day would become a nightmare of their childhood. Why? The human god, residing in the world of nothingness, glanced at the future of his apostle as usual, only to discover that Darius's future was different from what he had seen before. He discovered that this operation had actually ended in failure. His objective was not achieved, and that batch of magic tools had returned to others' hands. Can future sight be inaccurate? For the first time, the human god doubted if his ability had malfunctioned, but he immediately dismissed the thought. Future sight absolutely could not be wrong. The current situation could only indicate two possibilities. 1. The dragon god had intervened. He could not see the dragon god's traces. Or 2. Some other factor had intruded upon this event. The human god looked at Darius's future, his pixelated face filled with incomprehension. The failure of this plan meant he could not use numerical superiority to wear down the dragon god. He needed to summon even more powerful apostles. However, it's fine if this plan failed. After all, I still have 3 trump cards, the human god thought. Unable to think of another reason, he concluded it must have been the dragon god's intervention in this event, so he decisively put the matter out of his mind. Although he could only command 3 apostles at a time, over the years he had managed to deceive quite a number of apostles. Thus, the human god summoned Darius's consciousness once more. Darius's consciousness was momentarily stunned upon arriving in the pure white space. Upon seeing the human god, he spoke with utmost reverence. Human god, this plan has failed. I know. I actually intended for it to fail, the human god said to Darius in a mocking tone. So, how does it feel? Watching the confidant who stayed by your side vanish? Is it a unique flavor? Or do you simply not care about his life or death? Darius was dumbfounded by the human god's words. He now understood the human god's implication. He had toyed with him. The human god had deliberately caused him to lose his confidant. However, once you become an apostle of the human god, there is no turning back. You believe in him, and you have no choice but to believe in him. After all, perhaps the human god had a deeper meaning for doing this? At least, that's what Darius thought at this moment. The human god was the deity of humanity. If not for him, he would have died long ago. Now, his life belonged to the human god. The human god was quite satisfied with Darius's reaction. In truth, he hadn't been toying with Darius this time. It was merely the dragon god's interference. However, he was about to continue this kind of operation, targeting another apostle he intended to use as a trump card. 99. Number 99. Select magic items. Chapter 99. Selecting a magic tool. After many days, Dan Feng and Luo Kixi Migrudia finally returned to Lunae Magic University. The fountain at the entrance was spraying water upwards as usual, with an illusory rainbow arching above it. However, they had no mind to admire the familiar scenery and headed straight for the principal's office. After all, the reward for this mission was more important to them. Along the way, the 2 of them were each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, they arrived in front of the principal's office door. Then Dan Feng raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Come in, the principal's aged voice came from behind the door. Dan Feng and Luo Kixi glanced at each other, then slowly pushed the door open and entered. As soon as they entered, they saw the principal's kindly smile. This principal of Lunae Magic University, though quite old, was still spirited and optimistic. Seeing Dan Feng and Luo Kixi's arrival, the principal's face immediately broke into an even brighter smile. Haha, I knew you 2 would return safely, the principal said with a laugh, his voice conveying concern and trust in them. Dan Feng nodded slightly and, expressionlessly, took out a scroll from his luggage. He slowly handed the scroll to the principal and said, Thank you for your concern, principal. This is the item from the commission. The principal smiled as he took the scroll and slowly unrolled it. His wrinkled hand gently stroked the patterns on the scroll, as if sensing the magic contained within. Next, the principal placed his hand on the magic circle-like pattern in the center of the scroll and began to slowly channel magic power into it. As magic was infused, the magic circle began to emit a faint glow, and the entire scroll seemed to come to life. Immediately after, he took out all the magic tools from within, placing them one by one on his desk. You 2 pick one. They're all magic tools with particularly good abilities. The principal gestured for the 2 to come and choose. Seeing this, Dan Feng and Luo Kixi slowly approached the various styles of magic tools. Principal, what are the functions of these magic tools? Luo Kixi asked in confusion. Just looking at them with the eyes couldn't reveal their abilities, so they could only rely on the principal to introduce them one by one. Subsequently, the principal began to explain the functions and uses of these magic tools to the 2. For example, this glove can have the impact force felt by the palm. This is a rare magic tool for a swordsman. The magic tools displayed here were indeed attractive, with all sorts of strange and wonderful abilities. There was a necklace with a magic shield, a ring that could cast intermediate-level magic, and a luminous helmet that could be powered by magic. The principal finished explaining all the functions of these magic tools. Among them, Dan Feng favored the necklace with the magic shield. After all, Luo Kixi, as a magician, would be in trouble if a swordsman got close, and this magic shield could increase her margin for error. Luo Kixi, what do you think? Dan Feng asked for Luo Kixi's opinion, wanting to see which one she wanted to choose. How about we take this one? Luo Kixi pointed to a scroll placed to the side. The ability of this scroll was solely for storing items. It had no other functions. Oh, you want my storage scroll? The principal was taken aback for a moment. That would work too, Dan Feng said slowly. This way, they wouldn't have to carry heavy luggage to complete commissions. Then let's take this one. I think a storage-type magic tool is better for us. Besides, Dan Feng, your storage item can only fit that ball and spear. It can't hold anything else. So this item is quite important, Luo Kixi said earnestly. Hearing this, the principal said nothing more and handed the storage scroll to Luo Kixi. Thank you for the reward, Principal. Luo Kixi thanked the principal and then handed the scroll to Dan Feng. Huh? Why give it to me? Dan Feng looked at Luo Kixi in confusion. Well, you contributed a lot to this commission, so it should be yours, Luo Kixi said with a smile. Combined with her cute cheeks, it completely disarmed Dan Feng. Dan Feng showed a faint smile, then placed his hand on Luo Kixi's head and said slowly, "You take it. You need a storage-type magic tool more than I do." The principal, observing the state of the two before him, gave a light cough. Shortly after, Dan Feng withdrew his hand, and Luo Kixi's cheeks were slightly flushed. Because there was an unexpected incident during this commission, the mercenaries attacking Rosenberg. "I've decided to give you some additional compensation," the principal said, opening a drawer and taking out a small pouch. The principal tossed the small pouch to Dan Feng, who caught it steadily. Compensation? Dan Feng opened the small pouch and was slightly surprised. Magic crystals? Luo Kixi, seeing they were the same magic crystals that had caused her such heartache when learning magic arrays, also showed a surprised expression. Magic crystals were much more precious than gold coins, and the ones in this pouch were much larger than those sold in shops. The ones in shops were about the size of a mung bean, while the ones in this pouch were clearly as big as a button. So big, Luo Kixi picked one up to examine it closely and then exclaimed, "Of course. These magic crystals have been with me for a long time. Since I don't usually set up magic arrays, they're of no use to me anymore," the principal explained slowly. "Also, there's one more thing I need to tell you." "What is it?" Dan Feng asked, puzzled by the principal's words. "I will soon be resigning from my position as principal of Lunae Magic University. So after I resign, if you have any matters, you can go to the vice principal. He will likely become the new principal." The principal's aged face showed a relieved expression. He had devoted half his life to Lunae Magic University, and now he could finally rest for a while. Since both of them knew Vladican, he felt the need to tell them about his resignation. "We understand. At your age, Principal, it's indeed time to retire." Dan Feng expressed his understanding. "But isn't the vice principal also quite old? He probably won't be able to serve for many years either." Luo Kixi, thinking the vice principal was about the same age as the principal, said, "Isn't there someone to succeed him?" "Don't worry about that. Any teacher in the school has the opportunity to become principal," the principal explained to Luo Kixi. Afterwards, Dan Feng and Luo Kixi bid farewell to the principal, and the magic crystals were naturally given to Luo Kixi. Luo Kixi carefully stored the item in the scroll. "I'll keep it safe for now. We'll use it later when we draw magic arrays together." 100. Number 100 500 Lunae gold coins. Chapter 100. 500 Lunae gold coins. After that, life returned to its usual calm. While Dan Feng and Luo Kixi's relationship hadn't made any substantial progress, their affection for each other could be said to be growing day by day. The two were now practically inseparable, spending whole days studying in the and occasionally going out on the town to stroll and eat some sweets. On this day, Dan Feng and Luo Kixi were reading in the as usual when they were interrupted by an exceptionally beautiful woman. The newcomer had long white hair and wore the school uniform of Lunae Magic University. She was none other than Nephilia Lunae, the student council president of Lunae Magic University and also a princess of the Lunae kingdom. Nephilia gently tapped on the surface of their table, a gesture that immediately drew the attention of Dan Feng and Luo Kixi. "You are?" Dan Feng looked at the newcomer with confusion, realizing he didn't know her, and inquired. "Dan Feng, it's the student council president," Luo Kixi reminded him softly. Hearing the words, student council president, Dan Feng immediately remembered that the person before him was Princess Nephilia Lunae, the one who had given a speech on stage at the opening ceremony. "May I ask what brings Her Highness to us?" Dan Feng asked the person before him. "At school, just call me president. Both of you, come with me to the principal's office. I'm here regarding the previous Rosenberg incident," Nephilia stated bluntly, then turned and walked towards the exit on her own. "The Rosenberg incident, it seems we're about to receive a reward." Luo Kixi's eyes instantly lit up. She closed the book in her hands, grabbed Dan Feng, and headed for the door as well. Not long after, inside the principal's office, Nephilia Lunae sat gracefully on the leather sofa, exuding an aura of nobility. The principal sat quietly beside her, maintaining a certain distance between them. Dan Feng and Luo Kixi walked slowly up to them and then sat down in the seats opposite. For a moment the atmosphere in the room felt somewhat heavy. Nephilia smiled gently and said, "From Duke of Baxielan's account, I learned of your brave and fearless deeds. Here, on behalf of the Lunae kingdom and all the people of Rosenberg, I express our most sincere gratitude to you." Her voice was very pleasant, possessing a strange guiding power, just like during her speech on stage that day. After speaking, Nephilia slightly raised her hand, pointing to the treasure chest placed before her, and continued, "This is the Lunae kingdom's commendation for you both. Please do not refuse." Her tone was very gentle. Immediately after, Nephilia used her fair hand to gently lift the lid of the treasure chest. Dan Feng and Luo Kixie's gazes were drawn to the light emanating from within the chest. Dan Feng showed a slightly surprised expression, while Luo Kixie was completely stunned. "So many gold coins?" Luo Kixie couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, her voice filled with amazement. After all, such a vast quantity of gold coins was practically an astronomical figure to her. She had never imagined she would see so much wealth with her own eyes, and that it would belong to her and Dan Feng. "Ahem, this is your reward. If you desire a noble title," Nephilia's words were cut off by Dan Feng before she could finish. "That won't be necessary. We're both accustomed to freedom. Being bound by a noble title would take that away," Dan Feng stated directly, immediately refusing the title, just as the principal predicted. "With your personalities, you wouldn't be willing to join the kingdom's forces." Nephilia shook her head, then pushed the treasure chest forward slightly. "Then this is the only reward. Once again, thank you for your contribution to the Lunae kingdom." Afterwards, Dan Feng and Luo Kixie left the principal's office carrying the treasure chest. "Your Highness, I told you so," the principal said with a beaming smile, looking at Nephilia. He had previously made a bet with Nephilia, guessing whether Dan Feng and Luo Kixie would join the kingdom's forces. The wager was a magic tool. "It doesn't matter," Nephilia said nonchalantly, placing a magic tool on the table before walking towards the door with elegant steps. Such wagers were quite common between the two of them, as the principal of Lunae Magic University also held the position of a duke. Princess Nephilia Lunae had essentially grown up under the principal's watch. Seeing this, the principal shook his head and then casually placed the magic tool from the table onto a shelf behind him. Dan Feng and Luo Kixie carried the wooden chest into an empty warehouse. They planned to divide the gold coins there. Dan Feng placed the chest on the ground, bent down, and opened the lid. The dazzling Lunae gold coins instantly filled their vision. His fingers moved deftly as he counted. Gold coins briefly rested in his palm before being set aside, each stack of 50 forming a small pile. Soon, all the gold coins from the treasure chest were taken out. A moment later, he straightened up and nodded to Luo Kixie. "Exactly 500 coins, not one more, not one less." As he spoke, Dan Feng divided the gold coins into two piles, each containing 250 coins. He pushed one pile towards Luo Kixie and advised calmly, "You keep this safe. Don't lose it." "I'm not an idiot," Luo Kixie complained. She instinctively reached for a scroll, then her face fell instantly. She looked up at Dan Feng, her tone tinged with urgency. "Wait a moment, I forgot to bring my storage scroll." As soon as the words left her mouth, she turned and was about to dash out, her hurried steps stirring up a gust of wind. Dan Feng watched her flustered retreating figure, already guessing what she was going to do, so he simply watched quietly as Luo Kixie hurriedly disappeared through the warehouse door. The wait wasn't too long, as the place was fairly close to the girls' dormitory. Before long, hurried footsteps could be heard approaching the warehouse from outside. Luo Kixie returned panting heavily, clearly having run the whole way back. For a magician like her who didn't exercise much regularly, walking was fine, but prolonged running was quite difficult, except in life or death situations. By this time, Dan Feng had already placed his own 250 gold coins back into the chest. The remaining pile of gleaming gold coins was neatly arranged on the ground in front of Luo Kixie. Seeing this, Luo Kixie immediately unrolled her storage scroll and placed her hand on it. As a faint blue light flashed, the gold coins on the ground steadily vanished into the storage scroll, disappearing without a trace in mere moments. The moment she put away the scroll, the fatigue on Luo Kixie's face vanished, replaced by unconcealable joy. She too now understood the sense of security that money could bring. "Now I finally don't have to worry about money," Luo Kixie said with a happy expression. She remembered the magic circles she needed to learn next semester. Just purchasing the materials would require a large sum of money. She had been anxious about it before, but now, with this pile of gold coins, all her worries had evaporated. Listening to her cheerful voice, Dan Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if we use these gold coins frugally, they should be enough to live comfortably for several years. It'll make future studies more worry-free too." Dan Feng, you must have saved up quite a bit with these coins added, right? I've saved a fair amount, just in case it's needed in the future. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.